With a swift motion, Ching Feng raised the frying pan and brought it crashing down upon the back of the housework robot's head. Instantly, the robot's cranium caved in, yet the kitchen knife it clutched did not falter. It continued to chop relentlessly at a pile of unidentifiable black fragments on the cutting board. Beside the cutting board lay a plate overflowing with dumplings crafted from these mysterious black bits. Briefly outlined the situation, Lu Yuan instructed as he diligently took notes in the living room. About half an hour ago, I summoned the housework robot to prepare some dumplings. And this contraption snatched my gaming console and headed to the kitchen to start chopping, and turning it off didn't help at all. The homeowner, a solitary young man of slight build, sported large black-rimmed glasses and occasionally craned his neck to glance toward the kitchen. Though the scenario appeared utterly absurd, Lu Yuan had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Recently, bizarre incidents have become increasingly frequent, with most cases sharing a common thread: robots malfunctioning, failing to respond to commands, exhibiting dangerous or strange behavior. Even the Major Crimes Unit, comprising Ching Feng and Lu Yuan, found themselves entangled in these matters. For instance, there was the incident of a robot blaring music at the homeowner's bedside in the middle of the night, insisting upon waking him up, all while ignoring the Do Not Disturb mode. Then there was the case of a robot bursting into the bathroom after its owner had finished using the toilet, wielding a kitchen knife and wildly stirring in the bowl, only to nonchalantly return to the kitchen afterward, toilet in tow, as it resumed cooking. Another peculiar case involved a robot armed with a steel wool pad, determined to give a dog a bath, chasing the poor creature through 3 entire streets. Thus far, however, there had been no incidents of direct aggression towards residents. The only reported injury occurred when an elderly woman, startled, accidentally fell. Suddenly, a series of loud crashes echoed, accompanied by the sound of the robot collapsing. Ching Feng emerged from the kitchen, wielding the deformed frying pan, and addressed the young man. "All right, a team from Feista will come to retrieve it. Just await their communication. What about my gaming console?" The young man queried, a hint of indignation in his voice. "Prepare a couple of plates of dumplings." "What?" "Honestly, it's infuriating. I feel like we are merely an after-sales service," Lu Yuan grumbled as they exited the apartment. "I mean, this ridiculous Feista company inundates us with such junk, only to embroil us in trouble." "Come on, you're using that junk too?" Ching Feng remarked, checking the task list, which revealed no new updates, signaling that perhaps he could finally clock out for the day. "Hey, speaking of which, I recently installed the pirated street food program, and the dishes it churns out are quite delectable. Care to try?" "It'll pass," Ching Feng replied, shaking his head and glancing at the time. It was already 11 p.m. "You should be cautious, who knows? Maybe one day that robot will cook something foul for you." "Ugh, don't disgust me," Lu Yuan retorted, waving his hand dismissively, but then he sighed heavily. "Well, it's true, unlike you, I don't have anyone at home to cook. I envy you eat enough for yourself, and don't have to worry about anyone else." At that moment, Ching Feng envisioned returning home to a pile of unwashed dishes and laundry. If only there were a housework robot, all those chores could be delegated, but King Feng's wife, Jia Huan, was adamantly opposed to acquiring any robots, and he found it difficult to argue against her stubbornness. As they entered the elevator, they had just reached the ground floor when the intercom abruptly crackled to life. "Captain Ching Feng, please respond." The emotionless voice of the AI customer service from the dispatch center echoed. "Damn, not at this hour." Lu Yuan's expression soured. "Captain Ching Feng, we have received a report from the residents of Black Rock Bay. Please proceed there immediately." "Black Rock Bay." Before the operator could finish, Lu Yuan shouted into the intercom, "Isn't that in Songjia's district? Why are we being sent? This is a level 1 emergency. The specific address and details have been sent. Please confirm receipt." The AI operator seemed entirely unfazed by Lu Yuan's outburst. "Level 1 emergency? This has to be Song, just slacking off again. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind tomorrow." A level 1 emergency indicated the potential for casualties, necessitating immediate attention. However, upon reviewing the detailed emergency report, King Feng's brow furrowed. It was yet another case of a housework robot malfunctioning, and thankfully, there were no reported injuries. Was it possible the severity of the report had been misclassified? "Ah, forget it. Let's go," Ching Feng said resignedly, shaking his head and patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. "Song, Jia has his connections. We ought to be diplomatic." "Please, it's just because he's in cahoots with Feista." That heap of junk they provide to the precinct hardly serves any purpose. Lu Yuan scoffed, reluctantly following Qing Feng into the passenger seat. Black Rock Bay was not far from their current location on the autonomous driving highway. They would arrive in just over 10 minutes. Once the vehicle entered the automated driving lane, it would seamlessly switch to AI control, allowing the system to manage and coordinate the movement of all vehicles, significantly enhancing traffic efficiency. Perhaps influenced by Jia Huan, Qing Feng rarely took the automated routes, and given the nature of the emergency call, he felt there was no urgent need to rush. As the vehicle exited the apartment complex and headed towards Black Rock Bay, the streets, despite the late hour, remained bustling with crowds. Is it snowing? A sudden commotion erupted among the crowd, prompting people to instinctively look skyward. Qing Feng, too, rolled down the window and gazed up amidst the towering buildings. A flurry of gray particles danced in the air, reflecting an unusual luminescence under the neon lights. He rubbed the gray particles that had fallen into his hand, which crumbled into dust at his touch. Is that ash? Lu Yuan noticed the anomaly as well, but he was quickly distracted by a live video stream on his phone. In the footage, the streamer appeared to be standing on a high vantage point, with a distant residential area engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the night sky. Damn, isn't that Qianwan? Where's the fire? Lu Yuan thrust his phone towards Qing Feng. Upon seeing the image on the screen, Qing Feng's pupils dilated in shock. This is my neighborhood. Chapter 002. Autonomous driving. The siren blared. The steering wheel was turned sharply to the right, the accelerator pressed down, and the police car executed a deft drift as it spun around, racing westward. Lu Yuan gripped the handrail tightly, intently monitoring the live broadcast of the fire. But soon the stream displayed a content violation message. Plunging into darkness, Qing Feng's nerves were taut, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. His expression grave. From the earlier footage, it appeared that the entire neighborhood had become an inferno, and Qing Feng's apartment was situated right in the center of it. The situation of Jia Huan and Chen Er was exceedingly perilous. Qing Feng incessantly called Jia Huan, but the phone remained unanswered. Anxious thoughts clouded his mind as he maneuvered the police car skillfully through the congested traffic. Hello, are you aware of the fire at Shiwan Community? It's quite severe. Please send more personnel immediately. Lu Yuan was also busy, promptly dialing the fire department. Your report of the fire has been received. The fire brigade is already en route before the operator could finish. Lu Yuan hung up and called the police station. This is Lu Yuan. That there's a massive fire at Shiwan Community. Send assistance immediately. Officer Lu, we have dispatched colleagues to support Shiwan Community. However, you still have duties to attend to in the Haiyan district. The system has detected that you have deviated from your route. Please correct it promptly. To hell with that. The apartment complex was still a good distance away, several kilometers from Shiwan, but it was in the city center, where traffic was heavy. Despite Qing Feng's extreme maneuvers, zigzagging, and even colliding with several vehicles, progress was still slow. His frustration mounted, and sweat began to bead on his palms gripping the steering wheel. Qing team. Let us switch to autonomous driving on the highway. G96 is just beside us. Lu Yuan suddenly noticed a road sign. Given the circumstances, there was no time to waste. After a sharp turn that crashed into two cars, Qing Feng charged onto the highway entrance. Once on the highway, control of the vehicle was taken over by software, and shortly thereafter, a gap appeared in the dense flow of traffic, allowing the police car to slip through. To Shiwan Community. Having set the destination, Qing Feng continued to dial, his anxious eyes darting towards the east. From the elevated highway, he could see that the eastern sky above the shallow bay was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowing above the concrete jungle. Something's not right. Qing Feng suddenly realized a grave issue. He quickly activated the central navigation system, only to be confronted with the alarming message that the destination was set to Haiyan Bay. Is the navigation malfunctioning? Lu Yuan was equally bewildered. Qing Feng attempted to reset the destination, but warnings began to flash on the screen. Permission insufficient. Permission insufficient. Control console has been locked. Please contact backend for unlocking. What the hell is this? Lu Yuan shouted in terror. I'll call the police station. Yet, bizarrely, the police station's line was unreachable. Time was running out. Qing Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Tonight's events were rife with anomalies, but he couldn't afford to dwell on them. He surveyed his surroundings, surrounded by tightly packed cars, with speeds reaching 160 kilometers per hour, but the distance between vehicles was less than 5 meters. Qing team, what now? Lu Yuan had tried multiple departments, all yielding busy signals. Qing Feng inhaled deeply again, rolled up his right sleeve, and gripped the steering wheel with his left hand. What are you planning to do? Lu Yuan watched Qing Feng's intense demeanor, tightening his seatbelt, gripping the handles firmly. Bang! Qing Feng's fist slammed into the central console, components exploded, and as he withdrew his fist, a gaping hole appeared in the console, the screen instantly blacking out. Warning! Warning! Central console damage detected. Qing team. Yu bang! Qing Feng gave no time for AI or Lu Yuan to utter further words, delivering another powerful punch. This one so forceful it completely collapsed the central console, sending sparks flying. Just then, the vehicle suddenly lurched, and Lu Yuan felt every muscle in his body tense, knowing they were on the brink of a rear-end collision. Qing Feng quickly pressed the accelerator to stabilize the car. Good grief! Though he wasn't behind the wheel, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as they finally caught a break. Help me check the route. Qing Feng maintained his calm demeanor, reminding Lu Yuan. All right, there's an exit 5 kilometers ahead to leave the highway. Qing Feng scanned the surroundings. Although he had regained control of the vehicle, the situation remained dire, as every vehicle on the highway was operating in autonomous mode. Like a cluster of precisely interlocking gears in a finely tuned machine, leaving no room for maneuvering. Even worse, 2 cargo trucks had inexplicably closed in on the left and rear, and Qing Feng noticed in the rearview mirror that another truck was accelerating from the right. Once the right side truck was in position, it would create a U-shaped trap, completely confining the police. Is this just our luck? Lu Yuan clearly recognized the predicament as the right lane traffic surged past. The right side truck was nearing, but suddenly, a 2-door minicar appeared, a new model that seemingly hadn't yet adapted to the autonomous driving algorithms. Hold on tight. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Feng sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the police car to scrape against both the front and rear of the minicar, squeezing into the right lane. Nice move. Lu Yuan cheered, but when he turned to look at Qing Feng, his expression turned to one of fear. Watch out for the truck. The left lane had inexplicably opened a gap, and the truck previously beside the police car veered into the opening, charging straight at the police vehicle without any intention of slowing down. Bang! The truck collided with the police car, sending it crashing into the right guardrail, causing the entire vehicle to jolt violently. Fortunately, being a police car, it was sturdy. Otherwise, a civilian vehicle might have crumpled under such force. Damn it! Lu Yuan barely steadied himself before letting out a string of curses. Hey, what is your problem? Qing Feng rolled down the window and yelled at the truck. Quickly, the passenger window of the truck rolled down, revealing a terrified and bewildered passenger. Officer, we don't know what is happening. This truck is out of control. At that moment, the truck began to veer left, then suddenly slammed into the police vehicle from the right again. Damn it! In the midst of the crisis, Qing Feng spotted the highway exit fast approaching, and without hesitation, he floored the accelerator, ramming into the vehicle in front of him. Gaining a brief burst of speed, the truck collided with the left rear side of the police car. The impact powerful enough to send the police car spinning into the highway exit, while the cargo truck, unable to brake in time, crashed into the highway barrier, blocking the exit. Oh my god. Lu Yuan was thrown about, disoriented, but before he could regain his composure, Qing Feng hit the gas again, propelling the car out. Chapter 003. Mysterious shadow. Upon their arrival, the entire community was engulfed in flames, with several fire trucks spraying fire retardants onto the burning buildings. However, the structures were laden with smart devices, and the lightweight metallic batteries served as the most potent accelerants. In contrast, the extinguishing agents were but a drop in the bucket. Jia Huan, Chen Er, Qing Feng rushed into the makeshift shelter for the affected, calling out loudly for his wife and daughter, while Lu Yuan sought out the officer in charge of aiding the injured, inquiring about the whereabouts of Qing Feng's family. Yet, there was no trace of them. And the building where Qing Feng lived was situated right at the heart of the inferno, rendering the fire brigade unable to approach for rescue. Jia Huan, Chen Er, Qing Feng continued to shout hoarsely. The flames roared, and even from dozens of meters away, the searing heat was palpable. No, this can't be happening. Qing Feng was never one to sit idly by. He steeled himself, grabbed a set of fireproof gear from a fire truck, and then sprinted back to the police car, which then roared past the barricade, charging into the center of the community. Qing team, don't be reckless, Lu Yuan shouted. chasing after the police car, but in mere moments, it vanished into the sea of flames. "This is insane." Lu Yuan was frantic, scratching his head in desperation. After a brief hesitation, he turned and dashed toward a fire truck involved in the rescue efforts. Inside the community, chaos reigned. The sounds of explosions and collapsing buildings echoed incessantly. Flames and thick smoke filled every corner, making it impossible to discern direction. Fortunately, Chi Feng relied on his memory, driving straight toward Building 3. The tires soon burst, and the power system faltered, yet the vehicle skidded to a halt at the entrance of Building 3, propelled by inertia and sparks flying. Kicking open the charred door, Chi Feng donned the fireproof suit and covered his face with the gas mask as he charged into the building. Thankfully, Building 3 had not collapsed. The main steel framework remained intact, and his apartment was on the 10th floor. 1, 2, 3, for the elevator was long out of service, and the hallway was filled with smoke, rendering Chi Feng unable to see the path ahead. He could only silently count the floors in his mind. Contrary to expectations, the fire on the 10th floor was not as overwhelming as he had imagined. Though the corridor was already charred and blackened, Chi Feng dashed toward his apartment door. As he burst into the room, he suddenly found himself teetering, nearly falling. The entire room had vanished. A gaping hole marred the outer wall, and the floor had collapsed, revealing the rooms below. No. Upon witnessing this scene, Chi Feng felt his heartbeat falter, his breath growing increasingly labored, and an incessant burning sensation coursed through his body. "Jiahuan! Chenair!" Chi Feng cried out helplessly, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to navigate around the gaping chasm and make his way toward the only room that still appeared somewhat intact, the bedroom that he gasped for breath. His vision beginning to blur, and everything around him appeared to shimmer with double images. As the heavens and the earth commenced their dizzying spin, stumbling into the bedroom, he sensed a dark silhouette standing ominously at its center. "Who are you?" A pang of fear gripped Chi Feng's heart. Despite his dire condition, this towering shadow was unmistakably not Jiahuan or Chenair, for it seemed to be cloaked in eerie scales. "Where is Jiahuan? Where is Chenair?" he mumbled, yet his body betrayed him, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted outside the building, and the black figure almost instantaneously materialized before Chi Feng. The shockwave from the blast engulfed him. It unfurled a vast, scaled wing, enveloping him within its grasp. Boom! The third unit once again succumbed to a violent explosion, the structure finally unable to withstand the chaos, snapping near the 10th floor and crashing down with a thunderous roar. The towering edifice, once 100 meters high, toppled and collided with nearby buildings, causing 4 structures in the vicinity to collapse like a row of dominoes. The collapse unleashed a thick cloud of smoke. Though the flames significantly diminished, amidst the haze, a dark figure gradually descended. Not far away, the red and blue lights of a fire truck flickering in and out of view. Soon, a rescue fire truck emerged from the smoke. But the shadow had vanished, leaving only the injured Chi Feng lying silently on the ground. "Qing team. Lu Yuan leaped from the fire truck, rushing towards Chi Feng with a shout that he's alive. He's alive. There's a heartbeat. Quickly, save him." Lu Yuan lifted Chi Feng and dashed towards the fire truck. At this moment, Chi Feng found himself engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness, a pure and frigid void, devoid of any sensation, even of himself. Time passed, though he could not discern its passage, when suddenly warmth began to envelop his hand in the darkness. A small, warm hand gradually appeared, clasping his fingers, accompanied by a familiar voice. Daddy. It was Chenair's voice. "Daddy, will you play chess with me?" "Of course. That sounds wonderful, but you must let me win." Let me think that you have to give me 1 horse and 1 cannon, and add 1 chariot. Oh dear, that might be a bit tricky." Chenair's figure fully materialized from the shadows, bathed in a soft white glow. Chi Feng couldn't help but reach out to stroke her hair. Soon, colors began to spread from Chenair, revealing a red and green tablecloth, a wooden chessboard, and white furniture, each detail emerging vividly. Why aren't you letting me win? I feel like I'm about to lose." Chenair pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her defiant expression eerily reminiscent of Jiahuan. "Really? Why am I taking this so seriously while playing with my daughter?" Suddenly, a playful tap landed on the back of his head as Jiahuan stepped forth, her lustrous black hair wafting a fragrant scent. "Come on, let me help you deal with your father in a way." If you help me, then I have truly won against Daddy. Chen continued to pout, rubbing her eyes. Qing Feng stifled a laugh and exchanged glances with Jiao Huan. How about this? I'll assist Daddy in playing. After a moment of contemplation, Jiao Huan suggested. Then I'll lose even more. Don't be anxious. Just watch how I play. Now, I'm going to move this chariot right in front of your pawn. Jiao Huan said with a mischievous smile. But Qi Feng began, only to receive a playful elbow from Jiao Huan, quickly altering his words. Yes. Next, I'll capture your pawn. Aha. Then my pawn will capture your chariot, Chen exclaimed, her face lighting up as she swiftly captured the chariot. Daddy, you made a wrong move. No takebacks. Ouch. Qing Feng pretended to smack his forehead that I really did make a mistake. I can't believe you seized the opportunity. Yay, I'm going to win, amidst his daughter's jubilant cheers. Qing Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a blinding light piercing through, obscuring Jiao Huan and Chen's silhouettes, leaving him unable to keep his eyes open. Chapter 004 Resurrection Jiao Huan. Qing Feng sat up abruptly. Qing team, you're awake. Lu Yuan quickly got up to support him. Lu Yuan appeared exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. Qing Feng felt a sudden dizziness. He raised his bandaged hand to massage his temples, then abruptly awakened. Lu Yuan. Have you found my wife and daughter? Qi Feng's gaze bore into Lu Yuan, filled with desperate hope. Qing team. Lu Yuan had never seen Qi Feng so anxious. He instinctively lowered his head. We found Qing Jiahuan's body. But Chen is missing. Qing Feng felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. He had anticipated such an outcome, knowing that in the face of such flames, missing carried grave implications, yet he could not accept it. He began to frantically search for thoughts, seeking any glimmer of hope for his wife and daughter's survival. Jiao Huan was gone, but Chen must still have a chance. At this moment, any tiny thread of possibility seemed to him to be a lifeline for his daughter. The fire, the sudden deployment of forces, the out-of-control police car, the mysterious shadow, thought swirled in Qi Feng's mind. There is something wrong. There must be something wrong. Chen still has hope. I must go personally. Qi Feng murmured to himself as he attempted to rise from the bed, only to find himself stepping into nothingness and nearly toppling off. More accurately, he realized he had no legs to stand on. Be careful. Qing team. Lu Yuan swiftly caught him once more. Only then did Qing Feng realize that his legs had vanished below the knees. And his prosthetic right arm had also been removed. What the hell? Qing Feng stared blankly at his bandaged legs, placing a hand to his forehead, chuckling bitterly. I'm truly a useless being, incapable of even protecting my own wife and child. Qing team. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, at a loss for words. Lu Yuan. A police officer appeared at the doorway, knocking on the frame. The Joint Investigation Team needs to speak with you about the situation. Joint Investigation Team. Lu Yuan paused slightly. This fire had nearly obliterated the entire Xiwan community, and surely the leaders of various departments were taking it seriously. All right, I'll go right away. Qing team, you should rest. I'll be back soon. Lu Yuan told Qing Feng, who was staring blankly at the overhead light. The officer waited at the door as Lu Yuan sighed and left. Suddenly, he began to understand Qing Feng's sentiment that one person's fullness does not satisfy the hunger of the whole family. Just as Lu Yuan exited, a nurse appeared at the door, her agile figure quickly approaching Qing Feng's bedside after closing the door. Are you Qing Feng? The nurse inquired. Qing Feng did not respond, still staring vacantly at the ceiling. The nurse did not press further, picking up the electronic information card from the bedside to verify some details. I'm going to give you an injection of pain relief. After speaking, the nurse produced a large and thick syringe from her white coat. Qing Feng glanced sideways at the syringe in the nurse's hand and the morphine pump above him, puzzled. Why another muscle injection for pain relief? No, I don't need it. Just as the nurse was about to inject Qing Feng, he raised his remaining left hand to block the syringe. I'm sorry, but you can't do that. A cold glint flashed in the nurse's eyes as she grasped Qing Feng's head with her left hand, applying pressure with the syringe in her right. Against the overwhelming strength of the mechanical prosthetic, Qing Feng had no means of resistance, and the needle swiftly pierced into his neck. Damn, help. Qing Feng tried to scream. But as the substance entered his system, he found himself unable to produce sound, losing all sensation of his body. A Sofoka Package 2, the premium package, offers a swift cremation at an extraordinarily high temperature in just 10 seconds, accompanied by an alloy urn. Package 3, the Supreme Package, provides the same rapid cremation service, but with a gilded urn, along with a complimentary cloud burial site for memorial services in the ethereal realm. How utterly absurd. Lu Yuan sighed after gazing at the alluring lady for quite some time. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. Although the Qing team is typically frugal, it would be entirely reasonable for a friend and partner to select the Supreme package. Yet, upon seeing the exorbitant prices of the packages, Lu Yuan could not help but curse the malevolent capitalists, his finger instinctively gravitating towards the complimentary package. Just then, another hand suddenly trembled and reached for the Supreme package. Oh my goodness! Lu Yuan swiftly grasped this hand, which was both cold and firm, causing him to jump in fright. Qing team. You. Indeed, the hand belonged to the protagonist Qing Feng, who had seemingly died twice yet appeared not to have fully succumbed. At that moment, he looked haggard and in poor condition. Qing team, you're still alive. I'll go get help. Lu Yuan finally reacted, but Qing Feng struggled to hold him back. Don't make a fuss. Take me to Lu Bo Chapter 005. Upgrade and transformation. On the mountainside behind Qianwan University, amidst dense trees, a small house could be vaguely seen, its exterior cloaked in climbing ivy, blending seamlessly with the surrounding greenery. This modest abode served as the entrance to an abandoned air raid shelter, which functioned as Lu Bo's laboratory. Strange, exceedingly strange. Song Bo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the nuclear magnetic images on the computer screen. His large circular glasses nearly pressed against the glass. So, is there any conclusion? The question came from the bald Lu Bo, clad in an ill-fitting tank top that barely contained his large round belly. Two conclusions, one favorable and one unfavorable. Song Bo removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Let's start with the bad news. Lu Yuan glanced at Qing Feng, who lay on the experimental table with a contorted expression. Qing Feng had been injected with a peculiar toxin that specifically targeted his nerve and immune cells. Coupled with severe burns and inflammatory complications, a regular person would likely have perished by now. So, what is the good conclusion? Lu Bo inquired further. As you can see, the reason Qing Feng is still alive is that his body seems to have undergone some form of mutation, with alterations in his genetic structure. Song Bo paused briefly before continuing. Within him emerged some immune cells I have never encountered before, actively consuming the toxins while simultaneously repairing the damaged nerve cells. Alterations in genetic structure? Lu Bo's expression displayed a hint of curiosity. Precisely, but I cannot specify how the changes occurred. You know, genetics is a field that has fallen by the wayside. People would rather equip themselves with iron implements than seek change from within. So, what exactly is Qing Feng's condition, and how can we save him? Observing that Song Bo was about to ramble on, Lu Yuan swiftly interrupted. Let us not rush. We should first assess the situation. Song Bo grabbed the keyboard and began typing rapidly, the three-dimensional model of Qing Feng's body on the screen spinning quickly, with status reports for each organ appearing in succession. At present, it appears the left lung is not functioning well. The heart also seems to be struggling. As Song Bo navigated through the reports, he remarked that the kidney was also defunct, while the brain appeared to be functioning adequately. As for the limbs, oh, I'm sorry, both hands and feet have already been amputated. Overall, it's not too bad. That's not too complicated. Suddenly, excitement ignited in Lu Bo's eyes. What are you two talking about? Lu Yuan, bewildered, looked at the two doctors. It sounds like every part of him is in disarray. What do you mean it's not too bad? Have no fear. Lu Bo patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. It's quite manageable. We can simply replace what's broken. Replace everything. Song Bo adjusted his glasses. Do you have that many spare organs on hand? Dodo, remove the equipment for me. Lu Bo called out to a corner of the lab. And a large mechanical dog reluctantly extracted its tail from the socket, subsequently dragging a massive cart over to the three men. Let me see. This should suffice. Lu Bo examined the mechanical devices as if recounting treasured possessions. Last year, I salvaged a heart from the medical school. It was quite expensive but was discarded due to a minor malfunction. Fortunate for me to have found it, a set of prosthetic limbs equipped with powerful motorized components. A kidney, This doesn't seem to be for human use, but it should suffice as well. Wait. As Lu Yuan listened to these alarming words, he began to sweat, feeling as though he was entrusted with his brother's life. Only to sell him out. This can work? Of course. Lu Bo waved his hand dismissively. The functionality is similar, and the power is entirely sufficient. We just need to tweak the device parameters a bit. This. Lu Yuan hesitated, glancing once more at Qing Feng, whose expression had grown even more contorted. Rest assured, with Songbo here, Ching Feng will not die. I couldn't care less. Songbo suddenly grinned mischievously. Unless you treat me to a meal, that no problem. I'll treat you to meals for a week, courtesy of Officer Lu. Lu Bo clapped Lu Yuan on the shoulder and readily agreed. Deal. Songbo immediately rolled up his sleeves and put on gloves. Thinking back to the lavish Supreme funeral package he had just paid for, Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret. I don't wanna. Ching Feng on the experimental table finally opened his eyes, exerting all his strength to utter a few words that, oh, look at you, completely falling apart, yet your mouth is still defiant. Songbo promptly administered an anesthetic, and Ching Feng fell back into unconsciousness. That night, Lu Bo's laboratory remained illuminated, with the sounds of meat being chopped and the crackle of welding reverberating until the sun rose the next day, the clamor gradually subsiding. Subsequently, 3 exhausted men staggered out of the laboratory. It was careless of me. Had I known it would be so exhausting, I should have demanded a month's worth of meals. You wouldn't believe it. My hands are completely numb right now. When Ching Feng wakes up, I'll definitely make him reimburse me for a set of electrical tools. Let us go eat some spicy chicken. Let us go. Let us go. Lu Yuan, still dazed, stared at the 2 doctors before him. He felt utterly devoid of appetite. He found it hard to fathom how the 2, who had just performed surgery all night, still had the inclination to eat, surrounded by the stench of blood and the acrid aroma of charred protein, nearly making him retch. Let us go. Officer Lu, we'll take your police car to eat. The 2 doctors showed no hesitation. Lu Yuan turned to glance at Ching Feng on the experimental table, covered in tubes and bandages, sighed deeply in resignation, and was then pulled into the police car by Lu Bi. No need to look back. He wanted die. The police car sped away. Over the next month, Ching Feng underwent numerous surgeries, both major and minor. It must be said that Ching Feng's physique is remarkably unique, or as Songbo put it, he possesses an extraordinary gift. Most individuals could not withstand such a high proportion of prosthetics. Even if forcibly installed, they would require substantial doses of neural coupling agents to function properly. Neural coupling agents amplify and adjust neural electrical signals to adapt to prosthetic input signals. However, large doses can have severe side effects, even leading to mental instability. Yet, Ching Feng's neural electrical signals needed no amplification or adjustment. They naturally adapted to the prosthetic input signals, theoretically granting him limitless potential for modification. Lu Bo was thrilled by this characteristic of Ching Feng, as if he had discovered an ideal experimental subject. Had I known, I wouldn't have divided the surgeries into so many sessions. I could have just done it all at once on the operating table. Ching Feng vehemently shook his head in protest, now doubting whether Lu Bo might have replaced even the usable organs in his body. Subsequently, Ching Feng was able to walk again, although many issues arose, such as the kidney occasionally experiencing electrical leakage. Though it was not painful, it was quite itchy. Imagine someone suddenly pinching the flesh on your waist, and the mechanical arm's power calibration lacking linearity. One careless squeeze could crush a cup. Fortunately, Lu Bo managed to resolve each of these problems one by one. In just a few days, Ching Feng lost his home, his wife, and his daughter, but his story was only just beginning. The cause of the fire in the Shuang community was ultimately determined to be a gas pipeline explosion. However, Ching Feng clearly did not believe this explanation, as he distinctly remembered that his room seemed to have been struck by a missile. There were also the errant police cars and the strange shadow at the fire scene, as well as the nurse in the hospital who had attempted to kill him. So many events transpired in such a short time, yet so many doubts lingered. It was precisely these suspicions that reinforced Ching Feng's resolve. He believed that Chen Er was still alive, that the fire was not so simple, and that he had to find Chen Er and avenge his family. At this moment, Ching Feng sat in his newly rented apartment, a cigarette dangling from his lips, perusing his cloud burial site. The screen reflected a somewhat unfamiliar face. He was unsure where Songbo had learned his plastic surgery techniques, but Ching Feng found himself enamored for quite some time. Visitor QF offered a stick of incense for Ching Feng, earning a merit point. However, since there were those who wished for Ching Feng's demise, it would be better to let him remain in a state of death. Ching Feng turned off his phone and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window. The city at night sparkled with countless lights, concealing a multitude of sins beneath their glow. The deceased Ching Feng was poised to embark anew. In search of every subtle clue, a dispatch reported a burglary in Block B, Area 3 of Haiyan Bay. Captain Songja had already taken charge of the case. On the table, the police radio periodically relayed updates. Haiyan Bay. After a moment's contemplation, Qing Feng extinguished his cigarette and set off. Chapter 006. Haiyan Bay is a remarkable locale, situated on the eastern coast of a shallow bay, exhibiting a starkly different atmosphere from the city center. On Haiyan Avenue, one can distinctly observe that to the west lie futuristic steel-structured buildings, their LED glass facades shimmering with colorful neon advertisements, whereas to the east, there are numerous dilapidated concrete structures. Although these buildings are aged, they share a uniform architectural style, predominantly slender and elongated, adorned with grayish-yellow exteriors, resembling a series of sticks arranged in a suffocatingly tight formation. One truly knows the population of Haiyan District. As demographic statistics are ineffective here, each night, countless workers emerge, either from the subway station or crossing Haiyan Avenue from the Western Commercial District, all heading towards Haiyan District, slipping through the crevices between buildings, ultimately vanishing within. Before long, Qing Feng found himself at the threshold of this extraordinary place. The hour was 3 in the morning, an opportune time for criminal activity, as most workers had retired for the night, leaving the streets populated only by a few young revelers engaged in drinking and card games. After all, despite the allure of nightlife, tomorrow still demanded their presence at work. Following the police dispatch information, Qing Feng proceeded directly to his destination. This police communication device had been procured from Lu Yuan, who had feigned its loss to obtain a replacement, with the department failing to scrutinize his claim. Thus, the device now served as a reliable channel for Qing Feng to gather intelligence, far more dependable than wandering the streets aimlessly in search of potential trouble. However, not everyone shared this view. Qing team. Are you there? Lu Yuan's voice crackled through the device. Yes, Qing Feng replied succinctly. Where are you? Don't get involved in the Haiyan Bay situation. It's chaotic, and it's under Songja's jurisdiction. Came Qing Feng's brief response. What? Don't tell me you've gone there? Indeed, Qing Feng replied with 2 words. Lu Yuan fell momentarily silent. Qing team, please don't act impulsively. If it doesn't concern us, we ought not to interfere. Understood. Goodbye. Qing Feng terminated the call. Since that fire, or perhaps since the operation, Qing Feng had felt a subtle shift within himself. Though he could not quite articulate what had changed, it seemed as if a veil had descended between him and the world, rendering all sensations less vivid. Yet, in terms of auditory, visual, or tactile experiences, there were no apparent issues. Still, Qing Feng felt detached, as if a fragment of his soul had been severed, hindering his ability to perceive the world with the same intensity as before. Whether this was a psychological effect or a consequence of physical alteration remained unclear. Even to Song Bo and Lu Bo, this transformation had led to significant changes in Qing Feng's disposition. One might say he had become more carefree, while others might argue he had adopted a reckless attitude, except in matters concerning the search for his daughter and the imagined perpetrator. Lu Yuan had frequently cautioned Qing Feng regarding this change. Yet he paid little heed. His indifference stemmed from the belief that if intoxication could alleviate sorrow, then it was preferable to remain perpetually inebriated. Simultaneously, Lu Bo and Song Bo seemed unconcerned, with Lu Bo remarking, "As long as we can eat and drink, what more do we need?" At that moment, Qing Feng felt a pang of hunger and rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a nearly crumbled piece of bread. After a moment's inspection, he unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. The packaging was somewhat tough, so he produced a small bottle of liquor from his coat, tilting it back to drink. However, almost instantly, his expression contorted. Pooh! Ha! Qing Feng erupted into uncontrollable laughter, spraying liquor everywhere. It became evident that excessive casualness could lead to unforeseen consequences, as he felt a jolt akin to an electric shock coursing through him, igniting a deep-seated itch within his soul. Once the sensation subsided, Qing Feng returned to a state of composure. This erratic behavior drew the attention of passers-by. Clearing his throat, Qing Feng donned his hoodie and mask, not out of concern for the onlookers, but because his destination was now within reach, necessitating some degree of disguise before proceeding with his actions. However, the building before him appeared unremarkable, quiet, and devoid of police vehicles. Had Songja not arrived? Or was it possible someone had reported a false alarm? Disregarding such thoughts, Qing Feng walked into the building, where the structures were fundamentally similar, a U-shaped corridor with an elevator shaft at the center. flanked by rooms on either side. It was said that originally, these buildings were designed in a square configuration, but the indigenous landlords had collectively expanded outward, resulting in the current layout, characterized by an excessively high occupancy rate and minimal spacing between buildings. As anticipated, the room adjacent to the elevator on the first floor housed the management office, where an elderly security guard dozed in his chair, snoring thunderously. Qing Feng adeptly accessed the surveillance footage, pinpointing the moments surrounding the alarm. His luck appeared to be lacking, as a group of thugs had swaggered into the building mere minutes before the alarm was raised, yet they had all departed just a short while ago, seemingly accompanied by additional individuals. However, there were no signs of conflict visible on the footage. It was then that Qing Feng noticed some peculiarities. Several conspicuous individuals had seemingly not exited, their hairstyles and fluorescent tattoos too distinct to overlook. At this moment, in a room on a higher floor, an elderly woman lay quietly on the floor, while at the door, three of the notable figures from the footage were assaulting a burly man. Though the man appeared robust, towering over the trio of thugs, he was ultimately outnumbered, especially with the presence of a mechanical fist among them. The man was battered and bruised, but remained steadfast at the doorway. None of you are getting away. I've already called the police. They'll be here any moment. Who cares about that? A tattooed man with fluorescent arms delivered a punch to the man's abdomen, causing his features to contort in pain. Yet he persisted in murmuring, keeping his back pressed firmly against the door. Woe is me. No one intends to escape. Woe is me. The burly man, Gao Xiang, had his reasons for holding his ground. He had a dutiful and obedient younger sister named Gao Fei, who was not only beautiful but also possessed exceptional artistic talent. Previously, she had worked as a designer at a gaming company in the Shallow Bay. However, drawing was no longer a stable profession. And unbeknownst to Gao Xiang, Gao Fei had been dismissed from her job a month prior and had yet to secure new employment in order to make ends meet. Gao Fei continued her job search during the day and set up a stall for sketching at night. A pretty girl diligently producing flawless sketches in half an hour would inevitably attract the attention of passersby. Yet, several weeks prior, Gao Fei had suddenly gone missing, leaving no trace or means of contact. Even reporting her disappearance had yielded no results. Consequently, Gao Xiang had brought their elderly mother to the Shallow Bay, to the place where his sister had once lived. In search of her, he now harbored a foreboding feeling that his sister had been abducted by the very individuals before him. Hey, the boss is urging us. We need to leave quickly, another long-haired thug urged the tattooed man. However, Gao Xiang struggled to rise once more. You won't escape. He gritted through clenched teeth. Hey, UTMD, get out of the way. I'll handle this. The third thug with red hair and a buzz cut pushed aside the tattooed man, rolling up his sleeves to test his new weapon, with a whirring sound of machinery. The buzz cut raised his oil-stained mechanical arm, aiming for Gao Xiang's chin. Damn, don't kill him. The long-haired thug instinctively took a step back. I know what I'm doing, accompanied by a series of grinding gears. The mechanical fist swung violently toward Gao Xiang. Chapter 007. Breaking into a residence with immense force, the mechanical fist whizzed past Gao Xiang's ear, crashing through the wooden door. The power was tremendous. Yet the aim faltered slightly. Ouch! Damn it! The sheer force startled the buzz cut as well. You call this knowing what you're doing? You'll blow someone's head off. The long-haired thug's eyes widened in disbelief. This thing is something else, just needs to be more accurate, the tattooed man remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Cold sweat soaked Gao Xiang's back. Despite his robust physique, he had assumed he could at least endure long enough to drag the thugs until the police arrived. Yet, flesh was no match for metal. A thought of escape crept into Gao Xiang's mind, but his mother lay unconscious on the ground, and there were no leads on his sister's whereabouts. Seizing the moment as the buzz cut withdrew his arm, Gao Xiang suddenly lunged forward, tackling the buzz cut and slamming him against the floor. The surprise move threw the buzz cut off balance, leaving him dazed. Ouch! UMP. The buzz cut had just won a boxing match, and being thrown to the ground infuriated him. He shouted to the long-haired thug, "Don't interfere. I need to teach this idiot a lesson." Though Gao Xiang pinned the buzz cut down, he merely clutched his waist tightly. Lacking any real combat experience, this provided the buzz cut an opportunity to adjust his mechanical arm, delivering a punch to Gao Xiang's ribs. The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Gao Xiang immediately paled. Yet he clung on fiercely, causing the buzz cut to struggle for breath. Hey, you aren't really being overpowered by this kid. are you? The tattooed man began to taunt. Shut your filthy mouth. MLGB, I shall crush you. Another clattering noise of gears resonated from the arm of the aircraft head. Reminded of the punch that had just shattered the door panel, Gao Xiang swiftly adjusted his position, wrapping both arms around the iron arm of the aircraft head, while his legs coiled around its head. MLGB. Though the aircraft head spewed curses, he was utterly devoid of the power to resist. Oh my, self-taught, are we? The tattooed man began to applaud. Having claimed the championship in a previous match, the aircraft head was indignant, believing that had it not been for the malfunction of his prosthetic limb, the title would rightfully belong to him. All right. Huang Mao, unable to bear the scene any longer, strode directly to Gao Xiang's side, easily prying his arms apart, and then forcefully pinning him to the ground. Gao Xiang struggled desperately to break free, yet the hand pressing down on his head remained immovable. You little rascal, the tattooed man's eyes lit up, realizing there was more to Gao Xiang than met the eye. I'll be damned. The aircraft head, now furious and humiliated, aimed a kick at the grounded Gao Xiang, but Huang Mao effortlessly blocked it. The aircraft head felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. And though he was in immense pain and wanted to shout, he held back, pointing a finger at Huang Mao's nose. What the hell are you doing? Calm down. We've already exceeded the time limit by several minutes. Brother Chong will surely hammer us if we return like this. Mentioning Brother Chong seemed to douse the aircraft head with cold water. He grumbled, damn it, we'll deal with that later, I'll make sure he pays. Huang Mao then twisted Gao Xiang's arms behind him and lifted him up. Just as the three were about to leave, an arm suddenly emerged from the hole in the door, opening it wide, revealing a shadowy figure at the entrance. Who the hell are you? The aircraft head, still seething with anger, glared at the figure, which seemed to completely disregard his words, merely surveying the surroundings. I'm asking you a question. The aircraft head unleashed his fury, throwing a punch at the Shadow's head. The sensation was peculiar, as if he had struck cotton, and then, with a clang, the aircraft head's mechanical arm fell to the ground. Staring blankly at his fallen mechanical arm, he looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief at the figure before him, a man clad in a hood and mask, none other than Qing Feng. The aircraft head's curses were cut short as Qing Feng retaliated with a solid slap, causing the aircraft head to spin and collapse atop the tattooed man, falling into a deep slumber. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Qing Feng fixed his gaze on Huang Mao, who hesitated, acutely aware of how easily Qing Feng had dispatched the aircraft head. Qing Feng quickly assessed the scene. 3 dubious thugs, an unconscious elder, and a young man who appeared to have been severely beaten. The surveillance footage indicated that these thugs likely had numerous accomplices, having invaded a private residence in the dead of night and seemingly abducted several individuals. Highly suspicious indeed, when the silence persisted. Qing Feng stepped closer to Huang Mao, asking, Hey, I'm talking to you. Get him. Huang Mao suddenly roared at the tattooed man, then shoved Gao Xiang towards Qing Feng, swiftly following up with a kick aimed at Qing Feng's head. In his mind, Huang Mao thought, this man in black would likely catch the young man being forcefully pushed towards him, giving Huang Mao the perfect opportunity to strike a critical blow to his head. If he landed the hit, it would surely knock him out. If the man managed to block it, the force of the kick would still break through. Even if he somehow dodged, the tattooed man could attack from behind, ensuring success. However, reality unfolded differently than he had anticipated. Qing Feng caught Gao Xiang, then raised his other hand to block Huang Mao's kick with his elbow. The sound of metal colliding echoed, and Huang Mao felt a jolt of pain in his joints. Get him! Huang Mao yelled at the tattooed man, but his roar jolted the tattooed man from his stupor, causing him to abandon the aircraft head and flee without a backward glance. Damn it. Now it was Huang Mao's turn to curse, but he soon found himself unable to utter another word. Qing Feng seized Huang Mao's foot and yanked him backward, then ensnared his neck, pulling him into an embrace. The scene appeared rather comical, with Qing Feng holding Huang Mao in his left arm while supporting Gao Xiang with his right. Huang Mao was uncomfortable with this position. Yet he realized he could not budge Qing Feng's arms, while Gao Xiang, severely injured, was utterly immobile. Now tell me, what are you really here for? Qing Feng inquired gently, looking down at Huang Mao. I doubt we. Huang Mao was drenched in cold sweat when, just then, Qing Feng's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Lu Yuan's anxious voice. Qing, you need to evacuate immediately. Chapter 008. The three without Qing Feng had intended to clarify the situation thoroughly. as these individuals were indeed suspicious. However, Lu Yuan urgently urged, Qing, the surveillance shows that at least a dozen people have already passed through. You need to retreat. I can't manage that place. Qing Feng pondered briefly. The corridor was narrow, and a mere dozen people. But with a severely injured youth and an elderly woman present, he ultimately decided to withdraw. When the group of thugs arrived, only the peacefully sleeping Huang Mao and the aircraft head remained. In the hospital, Gao Xiang sat before his bed, wrapped in bandages, his eyes red and vacant. His mother, due to pre-existing conditions compounded by severe injuries, had been confirmed brain dead, now sustained only by machines. Although Gao Xiang had anticipated his mother's passing, the reality of their farewell plunged him into profound guilt and sorrow. Had he not brought her to Qianwan, none of this would have happened. Yet, his mother had insisted on accompanying him to search for his sister, and tragically, she had never laid eyes on her before her death. Qing Feng placed a reassuring hand on Gao Xiang's shoulder. Unsure of how to console him, my condolences, brother. Thank you. Gao Xiang wiped his face vigorously, then stood with determination, addressing Qing Feng. Thank you for saving me. My name is Gao Xiang. May I ask your name? Call me Aji, Qing Feng replied, fabricating a name on the spot, though he felt it was slightly awkward as soon as it left his lips. Thank you, Aji. After uttering those words, Gao Xiang turned to leave. His injuries evident as he limped away. Through Gao Xiang's bloodshot eyes, Qing Feng saw a tumult of anger and unwillingness, reminiscent of his own past. Where are you going? Qing Feng instinctively asked, but Gao Xiang did not respond. Qing Feng, filled with concern, rose to follow, but hesitated. Qing Feng, you couldn't even protect your own family. Why are you starting to meddle in others' affairs? Qing Feng shook his head and sighed to himself. The information gleaned from Huang Mao was limited. Not due to his toughness, but simply because the little Karami had a restricted knowledge base. Nonetheless, Qing Feng felt that the information he had was at least credible. Last night, the group had emerged from an underground boxing club in the Haiyan district. Led by a man named Chang Sheng, the scion of a powerful family, the club had been known to conduct abductions regularly, primarily targeting the three without individuals in the Haiyan district. The term three without had become all too familiar, those without jobs, without identity, and without a permanent residence. The Haiyan district was rife with such individuals. While machines indeed provided convenience, not everyone could share in these benefits that in fact, for every machine that replaced human labor, countless individuals lost their jobs. Thus, as society drained the last vestiges of value from their identities, those identities became burdensome and cumbersome. Hence, the three without emerged. Haiyan Bay had always been under Songzhi's jurisdiction, rarely ventured into by outsiders. Qing Feng had only a cursory understanding of the black market and underground boxing matches. The black market lay within the intricate underground of Haiyan Bay, beneath the abandoned massive drainage systems of the subway lines. If the surface of Haiyan Bay provided the three without individuals a place to sleep, then the underground offered them a means of survival. The black market undoubtedly held its own significance. Organ trafficking, drug trials, prosthetic experiments, DPs, sex, gambling. All manner of illicit activities found their niches within the black market, serving as a lifeline for the three without individuals. Qing Feng resolved to personally visit the black market. But before that, he needed to gather more information, prompting him to call Lu Yuan once more. Gao Xiang overheard the news as well. Having lived in Haiyan Bay for over a year, Gao Xiang had tirelessly searched for his sister. Becoming even more knowledgeable about the area and the black market than Qing Feng, that he was aware that there would be a weekly black market boxing match that night, and he knew that young Master Niu attended every week. Thus, Gao Xiang was determined to head to the black market immediately. Despite his injuries and the understanding that he likely could not compete against the other fighters, he had lost his rationality. To die is to find liberation. As the sun rose from the eastern side of Haiyan Avenue, slowly illuminating the indifferent faces of young individuals crossing the overpass, a new day of toil began. Gao Xiang trudged against the tide of people, stepping backward into the light. His face, shrouded in gloom, betrayed no emotion. He aimed westward toward Haiyan Bay, seeking liberation. Upon entering Haiyan Bay, the concrete jungle loomed overhead, casting a pall of twilight that felt akin to a transition from day to night. Gao Xiang gasped for breath, his bandages soaked through with a mixture of blood and sweat. He was acutely aware that behind the trash station lay an abandoned subway station, featuring a row of derelict elevators. Yet one elevator remained functional. Taking it to the underground platform and ascending a staircase would lead him directly to the black market. However, fatigue had overtaken him, and his vision began to blur at that moment. A black cat appeared suddenly at his side, accompanying him into the elevator and onto the platform, only for Gao Xiang to collapse, fortuitously falling toward the feline. Fortunately, the cat was nimble, leaping gracefully to perch upon his heaving chest. Just before losing consciousness, Gao Xiang caught sight of a pair of eerie yellow-blue eyes, glaring conspicuously from the darkness. Thus, Ding Village Corporation is the local tyrant of Qianwan District. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan sat in a modest bar named Next Life, a nondescript establishment tucked away in a corner. The bar's proprietor, a silver-haired old man, brewed beer that perfectly suited Qingfeng's tastes. Few were privy to Qingfeng's true identity. Besides Liu Bo and Song Bo, only Lu Yuan and his new partner, the intern officer Xiaomei, were in the know. This unmonitored bar served as a decent rendezvous point. Qingfeng recounted the events of the previous night to Lu Yuan, inquiring about Ding Village's operations. That it could be surmised that over half the buildings in Haiyan Bay fell under their control, with their enterprises thriving in the black market. What sort of business? I'm not quite sure, Lu Yuan replied, squinting as he took a drag from his cigarette. He had aged considerably in recent times, with wrinkles creeping into the corners of his eyes and a noticeable paunch. I have no authority over black market affairs. Then what can you manage now? Oh, don't bring it up. Aside from malfunctioning robots, it's all absurdities. Lu Yuan wore a look of exasperation. Just yesterday he had received a case involving a runaway black bear. A black bear? Yes, it escaped from the zoo. I sent Xiaomei to investigate. Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Naturally, the black market was under Songji's purview, and the government's attitude towards it was one of willful ignorance. Lu Yuan, now accompanied by an intern officer, was merely doing what was to be expected. So, have you found the bear? Qingfeng casually inquired. No, only that it headed towards Haiyan Bay. I suspect it's already in a pot, as those people there would do anything. All right. However, Lu Yuan suddenly hesitated. Spit it out already. Qingfeng frowned while sipping his drink. Xiaomei discovered that recently there have indeed been reports of missing persons in Haiyan Bay. Elaborate. Originally, it was difficult to track, given that the unregistered individuals were impossible to account for. However, several orphanages in Haiyan Bay have reported missing children. These cases were previously managed by Songzhe, but Xiaomei hacked into the system. Missing children? Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He had several hypotheses, the most plausible being that a prosthetics or pharmaceutical company required human testing, and the black market only cared for money, not the nature of the work. Yet, snatching children suggests that the situation is more complex than it appears. Observing Qingfeng deep in thought, Lu Yuan regretted sharing this information with him. The waters of Haiyan Bay were treacherous, and Ding Village Corporation was no easy opponent. Captain Qing, heed my advice that I must descend to investigate. Chapter 009. Black Market Fights. Get out of the way. Faintly, Gao Xiang heard someone shouting that a group of drunken men surrounded him, one occasionally lifting his foot to kick at Gao Xiang's body. Get out of my way, you deadbeat. Gao Xiang regained consciousness, seizing the offending foot and pushing it aside, causing the drunken man to lose his balance and topple into his companions. Damn you! How dare you push me? The fallen drunkard cursed, but his inebriation made even standing difficult. What the hell are you doing? His equally intoxicated companion slurred that a few of the drunks sprawled on the ground began slapping each other. Gao Xiang stood up, disregarding the tussling drunks, yet he gazed incredulously at his own hands. The pain in his body seemed significantly diminished. Anxiously, Gao Xiang unwrapped his bandages. The wounds remained, yet pressing them revealed a noticeable reduction in pain. He bent down to pick up a discarded bottle. Gripping it tightly, and to his astonishment, the glass shattered effortlessly under his increasing pressure. Gao Xiang suddenly realized he had grown stronger, though he could not fathom why. At that moment, he cared little. Perhaps this was a divine opportunity, and his focus shifted solely to the imminent fight. So he shook out his hands, clenched his fists, and strode purposefully toward the staircase. Simultaneously, Qingfeng was also heading towards the black market. He had just concluded an investigation into the surveillance footage from a nearby orphanage. From the caretaker, he learned of a 5-year-old boy named Xiaowu, who had been lured away by a group of delinquents after school and taken into the black market. Haiyan Bay housed many such orphanages, filled with children like Xiaowu. Strictly speaking, they were not orphans. They had parents who had abandoned their identities. Advanced artificial gestation and a comprehensive childcare system ensured these children grew from fertilized eggs into adults. Receiving basic education to eventually become mere commodities, as Gao Xiang delved deeper, the darkness began to dissipate, revealing a cacophony of voices, culminating in a vast underground space. This was the main artery of an abandoned underground drainage system. With the parched riverbanks flanked by countless shops, the shop structures were eclectic, some fashioned from discarded truck containers, others welded from scrap metal, with many simply laid out in the open, enclosed by wire fencing. All shops were adorned with gaudy neon lights, bars, nightclubs, black clinics, tattoo parlors, prosthetic shops, a veritable cornucopia of establishments. Meanwhile, numerous passageways illuminated alongside the riverbanks, contributing to the sprawling underground expanse. However, Gao Xiang's destination was particularly conspicuous. The Rolling Stone Bar occupied the center of the riverway, its exterior wall constructed from stacked abandoned train cars, with the words Rolling Stone Bar formed from an array of mechanical prosthetics. Flashing in a blinding red and blue reminiscent of police lights, inside the Rolling Stone Bar, one could typically find 4 types of patrons: drunks, patrons of vice, addicts, and gamblers. Drunks and addicts could largely be categorized together. A timeless trio of societal misfits. Yet tonight, the concentration of gamblers was notably higher, as the weekly black market fight was set to commence at the Rolling Stone Bar. The rules of the fight were remarkably straightforward. Anyone who believed themselves capable could ascend the stage. And before dawn, the last one standing would be crowned champion. All spectators could place bets, with wagers accepted before the match commenced. The eventual champion would receive a handsome prize and a dose of happy powder. Yet the primary motivation for these daredevils was the opportunity to gain entry into the Ding Niu Fighting Club. Securing a position in the club meant becoming part of Ding Village Corporation, enjoying generous benefits, and elevating oneself above the common denizens of the black market. Gao Xiang finally squeezed his way to the front row, where the fight seemed to be nearing its conclusion. At that moment, a burly man stood with one hand on his hip, the other gesturing toward the audience. "Come on, who else is there?" The robust man boasted with bravado, his gleaming metallic jaw and golden teeth shining under the spotlight. Meanwhile, a bloodied man lay sprawled on the boxing ring, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. This formidable figure was known as Steel Tooth. This was his 3rd time competing. And once again he had reached the final round. However, he was far from pleased, for despite winning the previous 2 championships, he had yet to be contacted by anyone from the Ding Niu Club. His frustration mounted as he believed his prowess was more than sufficient to secure a spot in the club, hence his return today. He was well aware that young Master Niu was likely watching from an excellent vantage point on the 2nd floor. And he intended to put on a show. "Come on," Steel Tooth continued to shout, yet the audience's response was lukewarm. "Damn it, I lost everything. Not him again, how boring." Sigh. A small win isn't worth the effort. It was understandable that the audience reacted this way. Gamblers often preferred to stake small amounts for large returns, yet tonight clearly lacked suspense. As the fallen fighter on the platform fell utterly still, 2 robots climbed onto the boxing ring. One dragged the incapacitated man off the stage while the other began to clean the blood from the surface. Steel Tooth, however, remained fixated on the luxurious box on the 2nd floor, practicing punches to himself to that moment. Within the glass-enclosed box, young Master Niu sat with his eyes blissfully closed, a provocatively dressed woman engaged in activities best left unmentioned. Some audience members began to leave, when suddenly a man leaped onto the boxing stage. "I am here," Gao Xiang shouted at Steel Tooth. His entrance immediately captured the attention of some departing spectators. Although most still deemed him merely cannon fodder, his physique suggested he might withstand a few more blows. Steel Tooth glanced at Gao Xiang, but continued to practice his punches, unfazed. The display screen above the boxing ring began to show the countdown for betting, with odds remaining vastly uneven. Only a select few chose to wager on Gao Xiang. Among them was Qing Feng. It was not that Qing Feng was particularly affluent. Rather, just a few hours prior, Gao Xiang had been severely injured, wrapped in bandages to the point where he could barely walk. Yet now, Gao Xiang appeared to have recovered significantly. Thus, Qing Feng resolved to first observe Gao Xiang's performance. Gao Xiang, indifferent to the odds, found the 2-minute betting window rather awkward, standing there somewhat at a loss. Steel Tooth completely dismissed Gao Xiang, brandishing his mechanical arm at the air, his agile steps bringing him directly before Gao Xiang. "No need to worry," Steel Tooth appraised Gao Xiang. You're worth at most 2 punches. Ding! The countdown concluded, and the match officially commenced. Steel Tooth continued to move nimbly, while Gao Xiang remained steadfast, fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on Steel Tooth. Although Gao Xiang appeared robust, he was merely a laborer, entirely devoid of boxing experience. This guy a novice. How utterly boring. Just in this already, the audience below began to jeer, but suddenly Steel Tooth halted, contemplating that perhaps his overwhelming strength rendered the match uninteresting. Hence the club's lack of interest in him. Steel Tooth decided to play around, to create some spectacle. Chapter 010. The Dark Horse Gao Xiang. Steel Tooth once again scrutinized Gao Xiang, soon formulating a plan. Hey, you there, punch me in the chin. He thrust his chin forward towards Gao Xiang. Go ahead, I want to retaliate. For a moment, Gao Xiang was taken aback, while the audience erupted in excitement. Here it comes. A show is about to unfold. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Steel Tooth surely wasn't foolish. He was confident that his chin was far tougher than this novice's fist, and he believed he could evade any unwarranted attack from the inexperienced fighter. Though uncertain, Gao Xiang could not pass up the opportunity presented to him. He bent his knees, swung his right arm in a wide arc, and launched his fist toward the iron chin before him. Steel Tooth's pupils dilated as he instinctively dodged, yet despite his swift retreat, the punch landed partially, striking his chin in an instant. Steel Tooth's face contorted in pain. Dizziness overtook him, and he clung to the railing to steady himself. Gao Xiang, equally astonished, stared at his own fist, feeling the incredible power behind that blow. What just happened? I actually have some skill. Hit him again. Go for it. The audience, after a brief moment of stunned silence, erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, young Master Niu, from his private booth, finally adjusted his attire and began to pay attention to the match. Don't give him a chance. Keep attacking, Qing Feng shouted from the side of the ring, urging Gao Xiang onward. Regaining his composure, Gao Xiang swiftly approached Steel Tooth and swung his fist once more. Steel Tooth, still reeling from his previous disorientation, could only raise his hands in defense. The punch shattered his guard. Landing squarely on his iron chin, Steel Tooth's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground in a one-anticipated Steel Tooth's defeat, let alone being knocked out in just 2 punches, exactly as he had predicted, at most. Worth 2 punches. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the spectators gazing incredulously at the fallen Steel Tooth. But after a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted once more. Many lamented their lost bets, while a select few reveled in premature celebration. Once the match concluded, no challengers dared to step into the ring again. While Steel Tooth was still present, no one had the courage to confront him. Now, of course, no one would dare face the victorious Gao Xiang. Consequently, Gao Xiang reaped a substantial reward, yet that paled in comparison to the importance of meeting young Master Niu. After the match, a bartender led him to a luxurious private room, filled with smoke, alcohol, and women. This was somewhat unexpected for Gao Xiang, who presumed young Master Niu would be flanked by formidable bodyguards, only to find the room teeming with women. Equally surprising was young Master Niu's appearance. Not merely his greasy hair and corpulent physique, but rather the exceedingly prominent bulge beneath his waist, which inadvertently drew Gao Xiang's attention. This fellow trying to flaunt himself. Young Master Niu seemed entirely unfazed by the scrutiny of others. Swaggering toward Gao Xiang with a smirk, he surveyed Gao Xiang, clearly oblivious to his identity and the events of the previous night. Yet he noted, no prosthetics, yet you pack quite a punch. Young Master Niu spoke. Gao Xiang's gaze remained fixated below, while Niu, unconcerned, continued, all right then, report to the club tomorrow. Just as Niu finished speaking, Gao Xiang suddenly raised his leg and kicked toward young Master Niu's groin. Unprepared, Niu had never anticipated that someone would dare to attack him. However, the kick was thwarted by a slender leg clad in black stockings, belonging to the woman who had been crouching beside young Master Niu. Domai. Young Master Niu appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly invigorated by the altercation, as he lit a cigarette and settled into a nearby sofa. Continue. He waved his hand, and the women in the room promptly exited, leaving only 2 behind, the black-stocking beauty and another clad in uniform. Stationed protectively by young Master Niu. It seemed that young Master Niu was not without bodyguards. Rather, he had meticulously chosen 2 beautiful protectors. Furthermore, he appeared entirely uninterested in Gao Xiang's identity or intentions. Akin to a spectator eager for a spectacle, hoping for an entertaining display to capture young Master Nyo's attention, Gao Xiang realized he must first contend with these two women. However, emboldened by his recent victory over Steel Tooth, Gao Xiang charged with his fists raised toward the black-stockinged beauty. Unexpectedly, she nimbly dodged his punch, countering with a sweeping kick that sent Gao Xiang crashing to the ground. Hey, you can't fight like that. Young Master Nyo exhaled a puff of smoke. Just relying on brute strength won't suffice. You need to find a way to grapple with her. The black-stocking beauty cast a reproachful glance at young Master Nyo. Ah, I adore that expression, Nyo remarked with growing interest. Gao Xiang quickly regained his footing, feeling as though he were being toyed with. Yet he considered Nyo's advice to hold merit. Steeling himself, Gao Xiang charged once more at the black-stocking beauty. But this time, he restrained his strength, intending to seize her leg if she attempted to sweep him again. However, the beauty was well aware that one cannot rely on the same tactic repeatedly. She skillfully sidestepped Gao Xiang's punch before delivering an elbow strike to the back of his head. The blow to the back of his skull was tremendously damaging, especially considering that the black-stocking beauty possessed alloy-enhanced bones. Gao Xiang's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. How dull! How utterly dull! Young Master Nyo slumped back onto the sofa, lamenting, just when I was getting slightly excited, it's over again. In a moment of inattention from the black-stocking beauty. A hand sud, however. It appeared that the young Master Nyo was still not satisfied. He retrieved a finely crafted lighter from his pocket, a wicked smile adorning his face as he gazed at Gao Xiang, who was curled up on the ground, shielding his face. Stop! A commanding voice thundered as the door to the private room was kicked open, accompanied by an ashtray hurtling towards the lighter in Nyo's hand. The uniformed woman effortlessly caught the ashtray, once more positioning herself protectively in front of Nyo. Splendid. It seems we have quite the performance to witness, Nyo remarked, opting not to ignite Gao Xiang, but rather lighting a cigarette for himself before returning to the sofa. He secretly yearned to see the uniformed woman falter, as her constant presence often constrained him. Standing at the doorway was Qing Feng, who had initially wished to remain uninvolved, for Lu Yuan had repeatedly cautioned him against provoking anyone from Ding Village. Yet, upon hearing Gao Xiang's anguished cries, his irksome sense of justice and sympathy surged forth. With a sigh, Qing Feng turned to close the door behind him. Run, cough, coughed. This woman is formidable, cough. Gao Xiang remained on the ground, trembling all over. The myriad of wounds adorning his body were not fatal, yet they pained him deeply, making it hard for him to breathe. He was acutely aware that he was likely to perish here. But he wished to avoid dragging anyone else into his plight. That kind-hearted individuals often behave this way, seeking to resolve their own issues without burdening others. Qing Feng had once been a benevolent soul, capable of empathizing with Gao Xiang's feelings, but he was no longer the man he once was. He had been irrevocably changed by the loss of his wife and daughter. He was no longer himself, for he no longer possessed the flesh he once did. Perhaps the coldness of machinery could chill one's heart as well. In times past, Qing Feng would have certainly made a few remarks, but now he merely nodded at Gao Xiang before rolling up his sleeves and striding toward the uniformed woman. When confronting such scoundrels, words seemed too tedious. Action was far more effective. The uniformed woman brandished her blade once again, leaping into action, her legs tracing elegant arcs in the air as she aimed a kick at Qing Feng's face. However, this kick was merely a feint. While one leg swept past Qing Feng's face, the other kicked directly towards his chest. The uniformed woman's tactics were always decisive and direct. Once Qing Feng was struck, she would immediately follow up with another assault, employing her blade to pierce her opponent without allowing them a moment to breathe. Unfortunately for her, she had truly underestimated her adversary this time. Qing Feng calmly observed as her kick brushed past his face, his hands guarding his chest as he absorbed the flying kick. He merely staggered back slightly, while the uniformed woman was sent reeling. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to regain her footing smoothly after a quick turn. Young Master Nyo, I kindly ask you to leave first. Having taken the initial initiative, the uniformed woman quickly realized that the man before her was no ordinary opponent. In truth, Qing Feng was somewhat surprised as well. This seemingly frail woman had impressive techniques and considerable strength. Had she faced the lackeys from the previous night, that initial blow would have surely subdued them. I'm not going anywhere. It's not often I get to see a good show. Young Master Nyo began to feel exhilarated, pondering whether he might finally rid himself of the uniformed woman. Thus, he feigned calmness while discreetly dialing a number. The uniformed woman gritted her teeth, knowing that Neo would not heed her warnings. Yet she had to fulfill the task assigned to her by her boss. She promptly removed her right hand, revealing a glinting silver blade, transforming her entire forearm into a lethal weapon. The blade sliced through the air as she relentlessly slashed at Chief Feng. It was evident that she had undergone specialized training. Her strikes were fluid and aimed directly at vital points, forcing Chief Feng to evade continuously. After a few awkward dodges, Chief Feng suddenly pondered a crucial question. Why am I dodging? Then, with a sharp sound of metal scraping against metal, the blade plunged into Chief Feng's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the uniformed woman's arm with one hand and delivered a punch to her chest with the other. This unexpected assault sent her staggering back several steps. Yet her right arm remained lodged in Chief Feng's grasp. Unfazed, Chief Feng extracted the blade and tossed it aside, while the uniformed woman began to bleed profusely, collapsing to the ground as a stabbing pain in her chest rendered her breathless. The outcome was clear. Applause erupted. Bravo, splendid. Young Master Neo clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines. The uniformed woman looked at her boss with a pained expression, while Chief Feng found it increasingly perplexing. Surely this young Master Neo must have some serious issues that in most cases, when a child is misbehaving, a good beating would suffice, particularly for a child raised without discipline. A single thrashing is hardly enough. Chief Feng approached Neo with the intent to strike him, but Neo swiftly produced a large object from his waist, forcing Chief Feng to halt at a golden revolver. Freeze right there. Young Master Neo aimed the gun at Chief Feng's forehead. Do you understand the meaning of equality among all beings? Neo cocked the revolver's hammer. This is what equality among all beings looks like. In that instant, Chief Feng lunged forward, swiftly grasping the gun from Neo's hand. Realizing too late, Neo pulled the trigger, but the hammer had been jammed by Chief Feng's finger. Chief Feng wrenched the revolver away from Neo and retaliated with a swift slap that sent Neo crashing back onto the sofa. Now, young Master Neo was truly flustered. Who are you? He covered his face, his mind momentarily disoriented, as he had always been the one others sought out. This sudden role reversal was bewildering. However, he quickly regained his composure, adjusted his posture, and addressed Chief Feng. What is it that you desire? Chief Feng remained silent. Money? Women? Drugs? I have it all. Chief Feng still did not respond. Young Master Neo looked at him in confusion. Was it not these things that people in the black market sought after? Could it be that this man preferred men? Why are you capturing people? Finally, Chief Feng spoke, wishing to avoid further wasting time. Capture whom? Are you referring to Faiseta? Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door to the private room was kicked open again. Chapter 012. Beasts in the Dark. Young Master Neo's reinforcements had arrived, and they were not just a few individuals. Nearly the entire club had come, numbering in the dozens. Chief Feng had no choice but to flee. He seized Neo's revolver and fired several shots toward the doorway, forcing back the leading attackers. Then, with Gao Xiang in tow, he crashed through the window and leaped down. The intricate network of the underground drainage system, coupled with the throngs of people, ultimately allowed Chief Feng and Gao Xiang to escape. Gao Xiang's injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, the pain gradually subsiding. However, his heart was engulfed in profound agony. After the impulsive actions of the night, he began to regain his clarity. Tonight had presented an exceptional opportunity, yet he failed to seize it. Not only did he fail, but the inevitable outcome of their disparity in strength became painfully clear. As a mere worker, an ordinary individual, how could he contend with trained bodyguards? How could he stand against an entire club, let alone the Ding Village group that loomed behind it? Gao Xiang felt acutely aware of his own insignificance. Thank you. You can go now. Don't worry about me. In the dark alley, Gao Xiang shrugged off Chief Feng's arm and walked ahead alone. Chief Feng remained silent, wanting to urge Gao Xiang to abandon his quest, wishing to convey that he was no match for Ding Village. Yet, he found himself unable to voice these thoughts, for he empathized deeply. He understood that no one could be persuaded when faced with overwhelming adversity. Hey, Chief Feng called out to the retreating Gao Xiang. Take your time. Don't rush. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a delayed revenge. Thanks. Gao Xiang managed a bitter smile, waving his hand without halting his steps. Chief Feng pulled out his phone. A red on the positioning software was gradually moving further away from him. He too smiled wryly and turned to leave. Gao Xiang continued down the dark alley. Uncertain of where he could go or what he should do next, he had no family, no home. He could not save his mother or locate his sister. The passage was dim and damp. The flow of people sparse. They had traveled several kilometers away from the black market bar. Suddenly, the sound of a child's cries echoed from a nearby path. Following the sound, Gao Xiang gradually discerned a little girl's pleas. "Wah, let me go. I want to go home. I want to go home." The little girl cried out desperately. "Come on, little one. Don't go home. Come play with Uncle. You can have all the candy and ice cream you desire." A lewd male voice chimed in. "No, I don't want to. I want to go home." The little girl continued to wail. "Why are you making such a fuss?" Another man, his voice slightly hoarse, barked, "Shut up. If you keep crying, I'll gouge your eyes out." The little girl immediately fell silent, reduced to quiet sobs. "What kind of person are you, to be so cruel to a child?" The lewd man complained. "I can't stand whiny little brats. They all deserve a beating." The horseman then seized the little girl, preparing to leave, when a robust shadow suddenly blocked their path. "Leave the child behind." Gao Xiang confronted the two men, not thinking too much at that moment. He simply felt that he might be able to save this child. "Who the hell are you?" The horseman's spittle sprayed onto Gao Xiang's face. Unfazed, Gao Xiang retaliated with a punch aimed straight at the man's face. These thugs were clearly no match for him. With just that one blow, the horseman collapsed to the ground. "Huh? Are you looking for trouble? Do you have any idea who we are?" The lewd man, seeing his companion fall, appeared somewhat wary of Gao Xiang's fist and pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. "Uncle, save me." The little girl, with her wits about her, quickly hid behind Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang instinctively reached out to shield the little girl, while the lecherous man seized the opportunity to strike with a folding knife. The blade pierced Gao Xiang's abdomen before he could evade, causing him to retaliate with a punch, only to be thwarted by the man's evasive maneuver. Blood began to pour from Gao Xiang's wound. Uncle, you're bleeding," the little girl exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of Gao Xiang's blood-stained clothing. "It's all right. I'm fine," Gao Xiang replied, clutching his abdomen with one hand while tightening his fist with the other, determinedly advancing towards the lecherous man. "That you're playing with fire, aren't you?" The man, intimidated by Gao Xiang's fierce demeanor, waved his knife threateningly. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill you." Gao Xiang cornered the man against the wall, raising his fist, poised to strike his face. When suddenly his punch froze mid-air, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, his senses dulled by the fading echoes of the little girl's cries urging him to be cautious. Before he could regain his focus, another blow landed, and Gao Xiang collapsed to the ground. As he fell, the lecherous man finally spotted the yellow-haired thug behind him, brandishing an iron rod. Well, isn't this the fighter from the match?" Upon recognizing Gao Xiang's face, the yellow-haired thug beamed with delight. "What match?" the lecherous man asked, puzzled. "You haven't heard. Young Master Niu just issued a bounty. Whoever captures this guy will be richly rewarded." "What a stroke of luck." The lecherous man's eyes lit up. "That will split the bounty." "No way. I'm the one who brought him down. Get lost. If I hadn't stabbed him, would you have had a chance?" "Screw you. If I hadn't gone easy on him, you'd be the one lying here dead." The two small-time thugs exchanged heated insults, nearly spitting in each other's faces. In the darkness, two hands suddenly emerged, slamming their heads together, rendering them both unconscious. Tonight, they were fated to miss out on the bounty. Qing Feng arrived, albeit not in the most timely manner, concerned by the sudden cessation of Gao Xiang's location signal. He had turned back. Uncle, he's still bleeding." The little girl, perceptive and distraught, knelt beside Gao Xiang. Weeping, Qing Feng immediately knelt down to assess Gao Xiang's injuries. They were severe, but not life-threatening. Oddly enough, despite the numerous knife wounds Gao Xiang had sustained tonight, they appeared to have ceased bleeding. Qing Feng tore a strip from his shirt, applying it to Gao Xiang's wound. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to get Gao Xiang to treatment, just as Qing Feng prepared to lift Gao Xiang. A shadowy figure darted past him with alarming speed, like a gust of wind, yet it made no sound. Nevertheless, Qing Feng keenly tracked the direction of the shadow. "Help me staunch the wound. I'll be back." He gently placed Gao Xiang back on the ground and instructed the little girl before pursuing the shadow. Chapter 013. Big Dog Black G. The shadow was not particularly fast, yet it exhibited remarkable agility. Deftly navigating the intricate maze of corridors, ordinary people would struggle to keep pace with the shadow, but Qing Feng was no ordinary individual. Lu Bo and Song Bo had enhanced half of his physique. granting him extraordinary endurance and speed. Qing Feng chased the shadow through countless passages and trails, realizing that this underground space was far more complex than he had imagined. Eventually, the shadow came to a halt at the edge of a precipice. The dim light barely illuminated the figure, and before Qing Feng could ascertain its features, the figure leaped without hesitation. Wait! Qing Feng rushed to the cliff's edge, peering into the abyss of darkness below, which seemed unfathomably deep. Looking around, he discerned that this place resembled a fractured bridge, with darkness extending ahead. The underground of Hei Yin Bay harbored such vastness, suggesting it was more than just a drainage system. Qing Feng pulled out his phone, having recorded the route he had taken in pursuit. He marked it for future exploration with proper equipment. At that moment, he noticed Gao Xiang's coordinates shifting again. Not good. Qing Feng immediately turned back. 10 minutes earlier, the lecherous man suddenly sat up, a large bump swelling on his forehead, bruised and painful. Who the hell ambushed me? He looked around, clutching his head. The little girl was still beside Gao Xiang, pressing on his wound, and upon seeing the lecherous man awake, she burst into tears again. Uncle, please wake up. Wake up! The little girl shook Gao Xiang, but he remained unresponsive. Little girl, the lecherous man said as he seized the child. Don't worry, I'll save this uncle. The little girl struggled desperately, attempting to break free, and bit down hard on the man's hand. Ouch, you little brat! The lecherous man flung his hand, sending the girl flying several meters away, where she landed and fell silent. Ignoring her, he turned his attention back to Gao Xiang, only to notice the yellow-haired thug still lying on the ground, a wicked thought crossing his mind. Dividing a big bounty in half is no fun. He drew his folding knife, a menacing glint in his eyes, and approached the yellow-haired thug. The blade was poised to strike his throat when it suddenly halted mere inches away. A powerful hand gripped the lecherous man's arm, causing him to shudder in fear. He attempted to withdraw his knife, but found himself unable to escape the vice-like grip. You think you can hog it all for yourself, huh? The yellow-haired thug had regained consciousness, his face set with murderous intent. No, it's not what it looks like. The lecherous man stammered, struggling to come up with a convincing excuse. I just happened to pick up the knife from beside you. Shut up. If I had awakened a second later, I might have lost my life. With a firm grip, the yellow-haired thug disarmed the lecherous man in a direct confrontation. The lecherous man was no match for him. The yellow-haired thug raised his fist, ready to strike, while the lecherous man discreetly retrieved a second knife. Just then, the yellow-haired thug noticed Gao Xiang's body shifting slightly. I'll settle this with you later. He shoved the lecherous man aside and moved towards Gao Xiang. It was the little girl who was dragging Gao Xiang's body. You little brat, pretending to be dead. The lecherous man quickly shifted his focus. Please spare us. The little girl trembled before the towering yellow-haired thug. He glanced at her, then struck her with the back of his hand, saying, there are plenty of kids around, but the bounty is a one-time deal. The blow sent the little girl rolling across the ground several times before she finally came to a stop, struggling to rise, but feeling dizzy and in intense pain, unable to support herself. At that moment, a pair of small hands wrapped around her arm, helping her up. Xiao Wu, the little girl recognized the boy beside her and instinctively tried to push him away. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Run away. Don't worry, sister, Xiao Wu replied seriously, showing no sign of fear. I will protect you. The little girl felt a sudden unfamiliarity towards Xiao Wu. Hey, Xiao Wu shouted at the yellow-haired thug and the lecherous man, enunciating each word with conviction. You will not bully people. The yellow-haired thug and the lecherous man exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Haha, impressive, little one. A hero saving a damsel in distress. The lecherous man gave a thumbs up, mischievously approaching Xiao Wu. How about joining me for some candy? However, the lecherous man soon froze in place, a look of terror spreading across his face. Hey, what is going on? The yellow-haired thug noticed the lecherous man's unease, and as he stepped closer to investigate, he too became paralyzed with fear. They beheld a beast, its fur blending seamlessly with the darkness, yet its eyes shone bright like lanterns. A massive black bear charged at them, baring its menacing teeth. When Qing Feng arrived, the silence had returned, leaving only the seemingly docile black bear, tenderly licking the two sleeping children in its embrace. Qing Feng quietly took out his phone and dialed Lu Yuan. Hello, Qing team. What is going on? I couldn't reach you on the phone, Lu Yuan inquired, concern lacing his voice. The black bear has been located. What? At the back mountain of Qianwen University, a van pulled up slowly in front of Lu Bo's laboratory. Qing team, is this really appropriate? Lu Yuan appeared hesitant. What do you suggest? Shall I take you home instead? That won't do. I only have one bed, and we can't all fit. Lu Yuan shook his head vigorously. Then it's settled. This is the perfect place, out in the wild. Qing Feng turned off the engine and stepped out, just as Lu Bo and Song Bo emerged from the laboratory. Hey, Qing team. Lu team, what brings you here? Is something wrong? Is there another power outage? Lu Bo greeted them warmly. It's nothing serious. Qing Feng struggled to find the right words to explain the situation. Momentarily at a loss. We came to invite you for a meal. Lu Yuan interjected promptly. That sounds great. Song Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. We must have some spicy chicken and drinks. Sounds delightful. There's a problem. Lu Bo crossed his arms, eyeing Qing Feng and Lu Yuan suspiciously. When someone is overly friendly, they must have an agenda. Just say what you need. Ahaha, it's nothing much. Just hoping you could help us look after two little kids. Little kids? At this moment, images of the mischievous children from his relative's home, who would wreak havoc if left unattended for even 3 days, flooded Lu Bo's mind. He shook his head repeatedly, saying, Look, I'm swamped with work. Hello, uncles. Before Lu Bo could finish his sentence, a bright voice from a little girl rang out. Hello, uncles. My name is Xiaoya, and I hope to receive your kind guidance in the future. Xiaoya even bowed to Lu Bo and Song Bo, while nudging the boy beside her, Xiao Wu. Hello, uncle. My name is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu followed suit and bowed. Who wouldn't adore such sensible and adorable children? Lu Bo quickly changed his tone. Ahaha, it's nothing at all. Although I'm quite busy, taking care of little friends is certainly manageable. Oh my, what well-behaved little ones. Song Bo felt his heart melt. Qing Feng promptly pulled Lu Bo aside. Lu Bo, there's actually another matter. Qing Feng wore a troubled expression. What else is there? Lu Bo asked, bewildered. Uncle, Xiao Wu said, urged on by Xiaoya, as he tugged at Lu Bo's sleeve. Could you possibly keep my pet? Heiji, with you? Xiao Wu gazed up at Lu Bo with his big, innocent eyes. How could one refuse such a request, especially when it was merely a pet? Is that all? Lu Bo turned to Qing Feng, who solemnly nodded. Hey, Lu Bo waved his hand, squatting down to speak to Xiao Wu. Of course, no problem. I also adore pets. That moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiao Wu and Xiaoya had originally been inside the car. But now, Lu Yuan hurried to the back of the vehicle, where the door stood wide open, revealing an empty interior. The mechanical dog, Dodo, suddenly dashed out, barking wildly at the surroundings. Heiji is a dog, right? Lu Bo chuckled upon seeing Dodo's reaction. Where is it? No, he is. Roar before Xiao Wu could finish his sentence. Heiji suddenly appeared behind Lu Bo and let out a fierce roar at Dodo. Wow! Lu Bo's scream echoed through the mountains behind. Chapter 014. The disappearing genetic engineering. Lu Bo sat in a chair, bewildered, rubbing his bald head. This was the most outrageous encounter with a mischievous child he had ever experienced. Mischief combined with childhood innocence. Moreover, it seemed that he was the only one suffering in this entire affair. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan, having freed themselves from a burden, were now playing with Xiao Wu and Xiaoya. Song Bo, captivated by Xiao Wu and Heiji, was meticulously examining Heiji's DNA sequence on the computer while munching on spicy chicken takeout. Even Dodo was frolicking with Heiji. Who could have imagined a mechanical dog and a black bear getting along so well? What a remarkable spectacle. Lu Bo couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Song Bo, too, shook his head incessantly, letting out long sighs. What a pity. What a pity. What's the matter? Did you discover something? Qing Feng and Lu Yuan immediately surrounded him. What a pity. Such a magnificent discipline as genetic engineering is receiving no recognition whatsoever. Song Bo began to lament once more. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Bo, who merely shrugged. Lu Bo had grown accustomed to Song Bo's frequent lamentations prior to any significant discoveries. If it weren't for my unwavering commitment, Song Bo continued to muse to himself, if it weren't for my solitary journey down this path. Munch, munch. Song Bo took a bite of the spicy chicken and continued his soliloquy. Who could uncover the mysteries? Who could truly understand the depths of it all? Thud, thud, thud. Song Bo raised his beer bottle and began to gulp it down. All right, that's enough. Hurry up and speak. Lu Bo snatched the bottle from Song Bo. Xiao Wu is right. He can indeed communicate with Heiji. Songbo's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. How do they communicate? Qing Feng inquired. Infrasound. Infrasound? Exactly. Infrasound that I don't understand. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan both looked perplexed, while Lu Bo seemed to have grasped the concept. Are you saying that Xiao Wu and Heiji can emit infrasound to communicate with each other? Lu Bo asked. Precisely. Songbo pulled up a sound wave graph from the computer, pointing at the waveform as he continued explaining. This is the sound wave pattern collected from Heiji when Xiao Wu communicated with him. The upper portion represents the roar we heard, while the intricate series below contains the true message Heiji wished to convey. Still don't understand. Qing Feng looked bewildered. Let me put it this way. Songbo cleared his throat. When Heiji roars, we hear roar, but to Xiao Wu, it might sound like roar. I see. So they can communicate using sounds that we cannot hear. Qing Feng's eyes lit up with understanding. Exactly, but what I hear isn't like that. Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. Oh, I was just using that as an example. Songbo chuckled, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, but then he began to sigh dramatically again. What a pity. Such a marvelous ability could be unlocked with just a tiny alteration in the chromosome coding. That day, Songbo drank excessively, and under his influence, everyone indulged as well. Ultimately, only Qing Feng and Lu Bo remained relatively sober. The two men sat together amidst swirling smoke, pondering why Songbo was always lamenting. You don't know, do you? Lu Bo took a drag from his cigarette and began to recount. Songbo originally majored not in biomedical engineering, but in genetic engineering. He made significant contributions in the field and was on the verge of being recognized as a young scholar. But one day, genetic engineering was abruptly discontinued. Discontinued? Qing Feng asked, puzzled. Yes, it was halted. All research was suspended. Personnel reassigned, and all related articles and achievements were disregarded. Presently, Songbo could not even graduate with his doctorate. This world is indeed strange. Qing Feng sighed helplessly, then continued to inquire. What about you? Your mindset is quite good. It's been nearly 8 years for you, hasn't it? Not the same. Lu Bo downed his drink, rising to pace at the door, where the sun shone brightly and the rows of sycamore trees rustled gently in the breeze. I simply don't want to graduate, Lu Bo said. Everyone has their untold struggles, and Qing Feng finished his drink in solidarity. Just then, young Master Nyo smashed his wine glass in a fit of rage. A bunch of useless fools, useless. Young Master Nyo seethed with fury. He had never suffered such a significant loss in his life, except perhaps in front of his father if word of this got out. Where would he save face? All he wanted was to track down those two and deal with them on the spot. What did you see last night in the private room? Young Master Nyo suddenly glared menacingly at Chongqing. Nothing at all that I didn't see anything. Chongsheng, a burly and dark-skinned man, stood trembling like a rabbit, refusing to mention the surveillance cameras in the private room and the fact that he had secretly made a copy of the footage, which included not only young Master Nyo's embarrassment, but also some unsavory scenes. Young Master Nyo, I'm here. A loud voice suddenly boomed from outside as a red-haired, fair-skinned individual barged into the room. His name was Feek, a member of the security company under Fista, who, like Chongsheng, believed in resolving everything through violence. Young Master Nyo, I've taken care of your two beautiful ladies. The woman in black stockings and the one in uniform entered the room. The uniformed lady's arm had already healed, and the woman in black stockings, though slightly swollen in the face, appeared to be all right. Get out! Get out! Young Master Nyo impatiently shouted at the two women. He found their presence irritating. The woman in black stockings was manageable, but the uniformed lady was troublesome. She would undoubtedly go and report to his father. Just as young Master Nyo was feeling vexed, Feek spoke up again. I heard that young Master Nyo was bullied last night. Tell me, and I'll help you take revenge. Upon hearing this, young Master Nyo's face turned green. This was common knowledge. I haven't even found the culprits. Young Master Nyo's face flushed with anger, but he still had one last resort, calling the police. Truly, the police. Soon, Officer Songzhou arrived at young Master Nyo's room, the same officer who had appeared at the beginning. The Blackrock Bay area had always been a thorn in the side of public security, with countless heads of law enforcement coming and going, few lasting long. Once, a strict officer was sent there, and within a month, he was injured and retired. Songzhou was the second officer assigned and had served the longest. In reality, the security situation in Blackrock District had not improved significantly, but it maintained a delicate balance. As long as this balance was not disrupted and no major incidents occurred, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. Thus, Songja was quite capable. His strategy was to address people rather than issues. He believed that all matters stemmed from people. Where there are people, there are cases, complaints, and disputes. If a problem cannot be solved, then it is the person raising the issue who must be dealt with. Consequently, Black Rock District had almost no negative news or serious incidents. NO reports meant no news. And without victims, there were no cases. Of course, Songja could not achieve this alone. So he had two allies, Ding Village Holdings and Fista Company. Ding Village Holdings needed some government insiders to cover up its aggressive expansion in Black Rock District, while Fista required similar support to conceal its illegal dealings, and Songja received money in return for promotions. All three parties benefited. Certainly, Songja is merely one of the many pieces in the intricate game of Ding Village and Fista, though he shares a closer rapport with Young Nyo. Young Nyo. I am already aware of your circumstances. Songja gets straight to the point that, oh, you know everything? Young Nyo's face shifted from red to green once more. Chapter 015. One fish, three meals. Young Nyo may still be unaware that Songja possesses commendable professional abilities. He is keenly aware of the dealings in the black market, both large and small. Indeed, I have thoroughly investigated the identities of Gao Xiong and that child. The only unknown remains the other man. Songja stated, clad in a black leather jacket that complemented his slicked-back hairstyle. So, have you located him? Young Nyo, now unconcerned with anything else, is eager to apprehend these individuals, particularly the one in the hoodie. And upon capturing him, he intends to personally deliver a few substantial blows. Unfortunately, no. Songja shook his head in resignation, though he had pieced together a rough outline of events a few days prior. Members of the club ventured to Black Rock Bay to apprehend suspects, encountering the mysterious hoodie man in Gao Xiong's room, where two were knocked unconscious, and subsequently, Gao Xiong and the hoodie man fled. From the hospital records, it was revealed that Gao Xiong's mother had passed away, leaving him severely injured. However, both he and the hoodie man vanished from the hospital. Xiaoya and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, and with a sudden roar, He Ji charged straight towards Feek and Changsheng. Here comes the baby. Feek's excited expression twisted as he rushed forward, crack, with a sharp metallic sound, before He Ji could reach Feek. It was suddenly brought down, letting out a painful wail. He Ji, Xiao Wu and Xiaoya hurried over to check, discovering that one of He Ji's paws was firmly caught in a trap. He Ji struggled desperately to free itself, only to further tear the wound, blood oozing profusely. He Ji, don't move around. We'll help you. Xiao Wu and Xiaoya began to exert all their strength in an attempt to pry open the trap. But their small frames were evidently insufficient. What the heck is this? So disappointing. Feek immediately began to complain, genuinely eager for a tussle with the bear. Officer Song truly anticipated this. These traps he set up in advance have indeed come in handy. Changsheng remarked, feeling that after spending so much time with young Master Nyo, his own intellect was beginning to rust. Boring. Dull. Changsheng, go free it. I want a proper fight. No need to rush. I'll take it away soon. And you can play with it however you like at home. Sounds reasonable. Let us do it that way. But first, let us handle the main issue. With that, Changsheng hoisted Xiao Wu and made his way towards the exit, while Feek dragged Xiaoya along. The two children struggled fiercely, and Xiaoya bit down on Feek's arm again, only to cry out in pain the next moment. Feek's arm was made of metal, and this bite shattered one of Xiaoya's teeth. Ha! Go ahead, bite harder. Feek laughed heartily. Just then, a loud sound of chains snapping echoed from behind, prompting Feek to turn around swiftly. However, a massive black bear paw was already hovering above him. With that blow, Feek was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, motionless. Xiaoya quickly rushed to He Ji's side, realizing that the trap was still deeply embedded in He Ji's right hind paw. The flesh torn and bloodied, even exposing bone. He Ji had broken the iron chain connecting the trap with sheer brute force. He Ji, your paw. Xiaoya was at a loss as she gazed at the gruesome injury. Yet, He Ji merely turned back and licked Xiaoya's hair before glaring menacingly at Changsheng. What a damn nuisance. Changsheng carelessly tossed Xiao Wu aside and removed his jacket, revealing his muscular physique and his mechanical arm. The arrival of him and Xiao may served as a reminder to Song that all his actions were under scrutiny. Despite holding a high position within the police force, he was not one to leave any incriminating evidence during today's spectacle. How outrageous he was! After stepping beyond the security perimeter, Xiaomei expressed her grievances. Feeling deeply wronged, do not act impulsively. Patience will bring calm, Lu Yuan reassured her, adding, our objective has been met. Now it is up to Qing Feng. Xiao Mei, while suppressing her anger, shifted her focus to concern for Qing Feng. In the basement, Johnson was clumsily getting back on his feet, having been taken by surprise and swiftly knocked to the ground. Aha! Finally, a worthy opponent, Fick exclaimed excitedly. Johnson, do not interfere. Let me warm up properly this time. Johnson refrained from stopping him, still wincing from the pain of the recent kick. You two must not run about recklessly. Qing Feng admonished Xiao Wu and Xiao Ya. However, the two children were still weeping over the unconscious He Ji. Prompting Qing Feng to comfort them, do not worry. Once I deal with these two villains, I will take He Ji back for treatment. But uncle, Xiao Ya raised her head, her eyes swollen from crying, and continued, those two bad guys are so strong. Can you really defeat them? Rest assured, your uncle is quite formidable, Qing Feng said, wiping away Xiao Ya's tears before turning to face Johnson and Fick. You both come at me together. I am pressed for time. Chapter 018. 1 against 2. Ahaha. You are quite bold. Fick approached Qing Feng with a swaggering gait. Meanwhile, Qing Feng calmly walked to the center, distancing himself from the two children and He Ji. Take my punch, Fick shouted, launching a rapid blow. The punch was swift and powerful, yet Qing Feng remained unperturbed as the fist came within mere centimeters of him. He adeptly sidestepped the attack. The punch missed Qing Feng, instead shattering the pillar behind him, causing large chunks of concrete to fall. Oh, you dodged quite well. Have another, Fick taunted, striking again. After several exchanges, Fick had yet to land a single hit on Qing Feng. While the pillars of the parking lot bore the brunt of the punishment, Qing Feng quickly discerned that this opponent was more talk than action, lacking both agility and intelligence, ultimately proving weaker than the previous adversary. In a distant room, Sniper Woman Qing Feng suddenly felt that the name was somewhat familiar. After checking, it seemed to be a biopharmaceutical company. Xiao Mei remarked, however, I haven't looked into it in detail. Kongruei, don't you all know? Song Bo, upon hearing this, began to reflect. Kongruei was once the largest biopharmaceutical company in the world. Without its contributions, humanity might have perished during several devastating plagues. It's a pity, truly a pity, that during the wave of opposition against genetic engineering many years ago, it was revealed that Kongruei's products were in violation of regulations, leading to the disbandment of this century-old enterprise. I see. Qing Feng nodded silently, continuing to peruse the emails. The content was incomplete, primarily consisting of responses from various individuals, yet lacking the original documents. Nevertheless, Qing Feng discovered some peculiar information within the quoted material. Among it were details regarding the capabilities and attack methods of terrorist members. Divergence rate, biological. Level 1, gene divergence rate 1. Primarily physical and muscular enhancement, stronger. Level 2, gene divergence rate 1-2, physical and muscular enhancement, gene lock rewriting, a critical step. Metabolic enhancement, faster and stronger. Level 3, gene divergence rate 2-3. Physical and muscular enhancement, metabolic enhancement, sensory enhancement, quicker, stronger perceptual enhancement. Due to the information being presented in quotations, further details remained inaccessible. Out of curiosity, Songbo leaned over to take a look and seemed particularly intrigued by the definition of biological divergence rates. Repeatedly muttering to himself, divergence, gene lock, fascinating. What is a gene lock? Qing Feng inquired. Songbo cleared his throat and explained, a gene lock is akin to a key. Unlocking it equates to unleashing the infinite possibilities of the human body. A significant portion of segments within human genes remain unused, potentially harboring all the characteristics accumulated over more than 3 billion years of biological evolution, from the most primitive single-celled organisms to fish, reptiles, mammals, and ultimately humans. Many morphological traits may be encoded within our genes, including some that humanity has yet to comprehend in terms of their utility and origin. The so-called unlocking of the gene lock refers to activating these dormant gene segments to tap into human potential and transcend limits. So the gene divergence mentioned in the emails refers to, Xiao Mei immediately asked, precisely. It is reasonable to suspect that they have unlocked the gene lock in some manner, resulting in various forms of divergence in the human body. The enhancements in physical strength, muscle, metabolism, and sensory perception mentioned in the emails are indeed attainable effects. Even as he spoke, Songbo suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Qing Feng. That I believe I need to draw another vial of your blood. You suspect me as well? Qing Feng did not share this sentiment. Throughout his life, he had merely decent physical fitness, lacking any extraordinary attributes. Not just you, but also Heiji. Songbo nodded. That I suspect you and Heiji share similar gene divergences. But Qing Feng found it somewhat perplexing how one could compare a human to a bear, and both Xiaomei and Lu Yuan widened their eyes in astonishment. That I understand your doubts, Songbo continued. Once the discussion shifts to this realm, he appears quite eager to share his knowledge. Genes are indeed a fascinating subject. Sometimes, species that seem vastly different may exhibit high genetic similarity. For instance, humans and bears share over 60 genetic similarity. And even humans and bananas share about 50. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Hee, interesting, right? Songbo, now invigorated, elaborated. Because genes encapsulate all the information of species evolution over 3 billion years, everything we observe in the animal and plant kingdoms today is merely a fleeting moment in the extensive journey of evolution. At this point, everyone seemed to ponder the implications. Can a human become a banana? Xiao Wu suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of the group, who had all pulled up chairs to attentively listen to Songbo's lecture. Songbo was momentarily speechless, while Xiaoya burst into laughter. How about I just eat you as a banana? Absolutely not, Xiao Wu exclaimed in horror. This playful banter left the group feeling somewhat awkward, though Xiaoya, oblivious, continued to tease Xiao Wu. Ahem. Let me return to the topic. Songbo quickly redirected the conversation. Conversely, even minor genetic differences can lead to significant morphological variations. For example, the genetic similarity among humans reaches 99.9, while that between humans and chimpanzees is 96. Thus, this illustrates the dual nature of genetics. You understand? Qing Feng and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, while only Xiaomei nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. However, at that moment, Qing Feng recalled the scaled man he had mentioned only in passing to Lu Yuan after the fire incident, a remark Lu Yuan had dismissed as a consequence of Qing Feng being dazed from the toxic gas. Now, Qing Feng recounted the entire encounter with the man in detail. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Songbo exclaimed, rising excitedly and pacing back and forth. So, all of this is real? Lu Yuan asked Qing Feng again, having previously believed Qing Feng had misinterpreted the situation. Qing Feng solemnly nodded, and Lu Yuan ceased to question it. Realizing that if bears could now speak, coupled with Songbo's extensive explanation, it seemed that nothing was impossible. Qing Dui, Songbo suddenly approached Qing Feng, gripping his shoulders. Next time you encounter that individual, please make sure to obtain a scale from him. If you can't manage the scales, even a strand of hair will suffice. Chapter 020. The Worker, Lucio as a Mere Worker. Lucio felt that today was particularly overwhelming, not only due to the sheer volume of tasks, but also the torment. As he was the on-duty operator, it was unclear who proposed the idea. But even the core staff had to participate in the rotation, under the pretense of sharing hardships with frontline employees, a motion that the board of directors unanimously approved. It was utterly absurd. Why not suggest that the executives also participate in the rotation? Why not include the middle management? Regrettably, Fiesta, being one of the highest-paying companies, was filled with talent for someone as exceptionally gifted as Lucio. Achieving the position of core staff at his age was already quite an accomplishment. Lucio glanced at the time and couldn't help but sigh. Working at Fiesta meant overtime was inevitable. And there were still 7 hours left until 9 p.m. Typically, the operator's role was merely that of a relay, transferring customer inquiries to the appropriate personnel for resolution. However, today, 3 troublesome matters had all landed on his shoulders. The first issue involved his foolish subordinate, Feek, who had gotten into a brawl while on duty and lost. Rumor had it he fought with a bear, but Lucio dismissed such details. Fighting was fighting, and losing was losing. He only cared about the outcome, that as a result, Feek's prosthetic limb was damaged. Now, he was clamoring that it was a workplace injury, demanding that the company provide treatment and repairs. However, it was evident that he was merely engaging in illicit activities on behalf of a client, and it hardly qualified as a workplace injury. In truth, Lucio could assist Feek in repairing his arm, as they had been colleagues for years. Although he would gain no benefit from doing so, maintaining a good relationship among co-workers was still important. The problem was that Feek seemed to believe he was making sacrifices for the company and was demanding an upgrade to his prosthetic limb. This left Lucio feeling utterly helpless, especially since he knew that even maintaining the current level of the prosthetic was making Feek somewhat neurotic. Upgrading it could very well drive him insane. Yet, this was merely the first troublesome issue. The second matter involved a significant client. The son of Ding Village Corporation had sent someone to Lucio, reportedly someone who had fought alongside Feek and appeared to be quite seriously injured. Now, the son was demanding that this individual also receive an upgraded prosthetic limb. If adhering to company regulations, this was absolutely out of the question. The company was not a prosthetic clinic and did not offer prosthetic surgeries to the public. However, given that the son was a major client, the company had a policy to address the demands of KA clients, no matter how outrageous, without direct refusal, necessitating discussion and negotiation. This placed Lucio in a difficult position. Moreover, the son was also demanding the procurement of the latest BT-3 armed robot. According to company policy, these robots were exclusively for military and police use, and he had no authority to sell them. Operators were required to keep their phone lines open during work hours, and customer calls could not be ignored. Thus, Lucio had no choice but to answer the ringing phone once more. "Hello, young master." Lucio greeted, clearing his throat. "Has the matter I just assigned been completed?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. "Are you referring to the installation of a prosthetic limb for your employee, Xiangxing, or the procurement of the BT-3 armed robot?" Lucio maintained his standard pace of speech. "Don't waste my time. Just tell me if it's done." The young master grew increasingly agitated. "Good, that if you mean the installation of a prosthetic limb for your employee. That matter is beyond my authority, so I have reported it to my supervisor. Please wait for further information." Lucio made an effort to remain calm. "Damn. What about that armed robot? When will it arrive?" The young master was becoming more irate. "Regarding the procurement of the BT-3 armed robot, that matter is also beyond my authority, so I have reported it to my supervisor. Please wait for further information." Lux continued to maintain his composure, contemplating that if he could persuade young Master Nyo to wait until tomorrow, he would not have to serve him personally. "Damn it, I want results today, or I'll lodge a complaint against you." Young Master Nyo erupted into a fit of hysterical curses. "Greetings, young Master Nyo, that we will respond to your request within 24 hours. May I assist you with anything else?" Lux found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. "I have a problem. I intend to file a complaint against you. For complaints, please dial our hotline that if there are no other matters, I would appreciate it if you could evaluate my service shortly. Thank you." The voice on the other end was a torrent of incoherent insults, prompting Lux to hastily disconnect. Soon after, however, he received a text message. "Customer Nyo Jiqiang has rated your recent service with 1 star. Please check." Upon reading the message, Lux could no longer contain himself, leaping into a fervent display of frustration. I bought a mountaineering backpack last year. Incredibly durable. Company policy prohibits the use of profanity within the office. After this outburst, despite attracting curious glances from passing colleagues, Lux gradually regained his composure. The work still needed to be done. He had been pondering whether to report the incident to his superior if he were to convey the truth. His superior might scold him, questioning the necessity of reporting such an absurd matter. Can't you handle it on your own? On the other hand, if he chose to reject the customer outright, his superior might chastise him for dismissing such an important client so easily. Why didn't you inform me? Did you offer any compensation? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lux found himself scratching his head in confusion. At that moment, his phone rang again, this time with a call from his superior. Lux dared not delay and quickly answered. "Lux, I need you to handle 3 tasks for me." The voice on the other end commanded. "Understood." Lux promptly responded, and his superior continued issuing directives. Point 1. Upgrade the prosthetic for Fike to level 2 combat capability. 2. There's a client named Xiangxing. Take him to the underground biological laboratory. Point 3. Dispatch a Step Tank 3 armed robot to young Master Nyo. Retrieve it from warehouse number 3 and deliver it personally. Complete all tasks by the end of today. Lux was taken aback, but readily agreed. "Got it. I will get right on it." The clarity and brevity with which his superior articulated the 3 tasks, detailing the time, location, and individuals involved, left Lux in admiration of this newly appointed leader. If everyone in the company exhibited such efficiency, there would be no need for daily overtime. He pondered how his superior had acquired knowledge of these matters and why they seemed so invested. But Lux decided it was unnecessary to delve deeper. His focus was on fulfilling the assigned tasks with quality and efficiency. Often in work, the complexity or difficulty of a situation is not the issue, but rather a lack of understanding of how to proceed. Once a clear direction and plan are established, the tasks become manageable, and Lux prided himself on being a competent executor. Thus, he first escorted Fike to the prosthetic surgery room. As a prosthetic manufacturer, Fista naturally had an operating room. Although it was typically occupied by test subjects who would sign agreements before their procedures, the agreements essentially stated that the surgery could either succeed or fail, with compensation provided in the event of failure. Fike was no exception and also had to sign an agreement. Yet this eccentric individual didn't even glance at it, signing without hesitation. Lux, lacking the motivation to remind him, deemed the task complete upon delivering him to the operating room. Next, he transported the still unconscious Jiangxing to the underground biological laboratory, where he was promptly received by several lab-coated individuals. This underground facility was one of the few labs Lux was unaware of the specifics, as Fista's security management was exceptionally stringent. Each individual was privy only to the minimal information necessary for their work. Although this biological lab fell within his security purview and he possessed the layout of the entire facility, he was entirely in the dark regarding the experiments conducted within it. He occasionally witnessed individuals being escorted into the lab, but had never seen any experimental results released. Nevertheless, he chose not to inquire further. A habit cultivated over years in security work. Soon, only one task remained, and Lux set off for Warehouse Number 3. Chapter 021. Armed Robot Warehouse Number 3 was a specialized facility catering to government and military demands. A place Lux seldom frequented. It was rumored that the warehouse at the Shallow Bay headquarters was divided into two sections, one for returned and repaired items, classified with a red security level, and another housing the company's pre-research products, bearing an even higher security classification of Crimson Violet. The actual warehouse for deliveries to the government and military was located in the 7th satellite city of the Shallow Bay, where land was ample for constructing extensive storage facilities. Today, Lux was to retrieve a repaired item, numbered 65531, from the returned and repaired section. However, upon arrival, he was informed by an engineer that the repairs were still in progress. How much longer will it take? At least another half hour. Half an hour? Lux was slightly taken aback. The Step Tank 3 was a mature product, and the repair process was fully automated. Generally, once all materials were on hand, repairs could be completed in mere minutes. Moreover, a brand new Step Tank 3 could be assembled in just over half an hour, though additional time would be required for software installation. Come see for yourself. The engineer led Lux to the repair workshop and pointed to one of the Step Tank 3s riddled with bullet holes. You see, most of the parts need replacing, and the system is damaged, requiring a complete overhaul. Did this come from the battlefield? I have no idea. The engineer shrugged. We only handle repairs and have no knowledge of the robot's purposes. Such a condition would normally warrant immediate scrapping. It's quite troublesome. Lux suddenly began to understand why his superior had authorized the dispatch of this armed robot to young Master Neo. Truly, his superior was astute. After half an hour, the robot's repairs were completed, and usability tests commenced. Lux observed that several weapons had been removed from the robot, including the main weapon, a Gatling gun, and all auxiliary thermal weapons, leaving only the retractable military knives for its arms, thus expediting the testing process significantly. Consequently, Lux soon boarded the company vehicle with the repaired robot, heading towards young Master Neo's residence. Although young Master Neo had just given him a poor review, Lux was invigorated by the thought that delivering the goods would resolve all his troubles for the day, and he could even leave work early. The dedicated transport quickly arrived at the residence of young Master Neo in Black Rock Bay. Despite hearing multiple descriptions from Fista about young Master Neo's estate, witnessing it firsthand left Lux in awe. The residence, situated near the beach at Black Rock Bay, stood out among a cluster of towering buildings, its golden facade particularly eye-catching. The lower floors comprised commercial and residential offices, adorned with golden glass curtain walls. However, near the top, the architectural style shifted dramatically, featuring expansive open spaces and various traditional Chinese-style pavilions and towers, which was where young Master Neo resided. Yet, what fascinated Lux most was not the exterior, but the interior decor. One could imagine that young Master Neo, being quite fashionable and fond of the latest technological gadgets, had infused each product with his unique flair. For instance, the most expensive Harman speaker, acclaimed for its outstanding sound across all frequencies, was currently playing catchy square dance tunes, the newest Roadstar sports car. Equipped with dynamic skin across its body, was set to a golden hue, complete with a large red character for Neo on the front. Furthermore, despite having a full suite of Fista S protocol for smart home systems and the latest housekeeping robots, young Master Neo's abode was bustling with scantily clad young women, either mopping the floors, watering plants, or hand-washing clothes. Upon finally meeting young Master Neo, Lux was further taken aback. Not only was he clad in nothing but a pair of floral shorts, but his unusually pronounced physique left much to be desired. You finally made it. Young Master Neo seemed unabashed by Lux's gaze. Today, some fool has been insisting on reporting to the higher-ups. It's downright hilarious. Lux snapped back to attention. The foolishness of the situation was irrelevant to him now. He merely wished to conclude his business and leave. Good day, young Master Neo. The Step Tank 3 robot you requested has been delivered. Would you like to activate it now? Lux inquired politely, though he was curious about the purpose behind young Master Neo's acquisition of the armed robot. Cut the nonsense. Get it activated now. Understood. Please hold on. Lux retrieved his phone to operate the activation, and the armed robot was automatically brought over by the delivery truck. Point one could not deny the imposing presence of the 2.5-meter-tall robot, clad in dark alloy armor, exuding an air of intimidation. Come, let us see it in action. Young Master Neo gestured grandly, retreating to the sofa, ready to observe. All right, please hold on. Lux entered the activation password on the robot's panel and pressed the power button. Accompanied by a series of charging sounds and hydraulic pressure buildup, the robot stood and dismounted from the shelf. Once activated successfully, the subsequent operations were remarkably simple, whether it be smart homes, domestic robots, or this armed automaton. Nearly all intelligent devices on the market are constructed upon the foundational protocol of FASTA. Consequently, all devices can effortlessly achieve interconnectivity, allowing for centralized management and control, thereby reducing the learning curve for users. Young Master Neo, the operational method of this armed robot is quite similar to that of the domestic robot in your home. Once you bind your voice print information, you can directly issue commands to it. However, unlike the domestic robot, this armed model is equipped with additional combat modules. As Lucio continues his demonstration, the armed robot suddenly reveals a blade from its mechanical arm and adopts a combat stance. I must say, it certainly looks impressive though. Not bad at all. Young Master Neo's eyes gleam, yet Lucio is taken aback. The robot's behavior appears abnormal. He had merely activated it without any further commands. Could it be that this robot possesses some sort of functional demonstration capability? Continue. Keep demonstrating. Don't just stand there. Young Master Neo, unable to contain his eagerness, instructs his companion. Bring me a sandbag. I want to see what this robot is capable of. Lucio steels himself to continue his presentation. This robot's arms are equipped with high-carbon steel blades, combined with a pre-installed combat module and its own alloy armor, granting it exceptional close combat capabilities. At this point, the sandbag has been delivered to the robot's vicinity. Come on, enough chatter. Chop a sandbag for me to witness. Young Master Neo interrupts Lucio's introduction. Okay. Lucio retrieves his phone, intending to issue a command to the robot. But before he can act, the robot swiftly strikes, slicing the sandbag into two with ease. Chapter 022. The out-of-control bipedal tank. What a thrill. Young Master Neo leaps from the sofa, advancing towards the robot. After the robot cleaves the sandbag, it does not cease its actions. Instead, it continues to advance toward young Master Neo. Lucio begins to sense something amiss. He repeatedly taps the emergency shutdown command on his phone, yet the robot seems entirely unmanageable. At this moment, the blade in the robot's grasp is raised high. What a swift blade. Young Master Neo remains blissfully unaware of any danger, positioning himself directly beneath the blade to observe. In the next instant, without a hint of hesitation, the robot flashes its blade, but Lucio lunges forward with all his might, managing to topple the robot to the ground. The blade grazes young Master Neo's nose, leaving him stunned and frozen in place. Young Master Neo, please leave immediately. The device is malfunctioning. Lucio, while pinning the robot to the ground, implores young Master Neo. How dare you? You scoundrel, sell me such a defective product. Once young Master Neo regains his composure, he erupts into another tirade. I apologize for the inconvenience. please evacuate. The robot's power is immense, and Lucio is exerting every ounce of strength to restrain it, to the point that his shirt tears, revealing the rough metallic material of his broad shoulders beneath. Young Master Nyo, this is dangerous. We must evacuate at once. The uniformed woman reappears, grabbing the cursing young Master Nyo and hastily leading him away. Having witnessed the destructive prowess of the armed robot, she recognizes Lucio's capabilities. This worker is no ordinary individual. Thus, all personnel swiftly evacuate, leaving only Lucio and the armed robot behind. Ultimately, Lucio can no longer suppress the robot, releasing his grip and rolling away to create distance. Damn it, today is truly disastrous. Lucio cannot help but curse. Product malfunction, an assault on a user, the tasks assigned by his superiors left incomplete, and his uniform damaged. So many issues have arisen at once, and even if he resolves them now, such a significant incident will undoubtedly require him to return home to conduct an incident review and report. It'll be an all-nighter. Lucio's mind races with a torrent of frustrations. Just as the robot's blade comes crashing toward him again, Lucio narrowly dodges, and although all heat weapons have been deactivated, this armed robot still possesses at least a level 2 combat capability. Making it a formidable opponent, Tio resolved the issue. Understanding the underlying cause is essential. Otherwise, he may have to resort to dismantling the armed robot by force. In the midst of his contemplation, the robot swings its blades once more, and Lucio evades yet again, beginning to notice a pattern. The robot's attack methods seem entirely unlike the techniques within the combat module. Rather, its movements appear somewhat clumsy, and its reaction sluggish. With this realization, Lucio comes to a preliminary conclusion. The robot's combat system has not activated, or perhaps the entire Faista AI core has failed to initialize. It is likely that the robot's system has been hacked, with the hacker remotely controlling it. Having deduced the probable cause of the malfunction, the method for resolution becomes clearer. As a diligent employee, one must strive to resolve company issues with minimal cost, prompting Lucio to decide to dismantle the robot's communication module. However, the communication module is concealed within the armor on the robot's back, making it a challenging task to remove. Fortunately, the delay in remote control has resulted in the robot's sluggish responses, which Lucio intends to exploit. Thus, as the robot prepares to strike again, Lucio nimbly dodges and swiftly leaps behind the robot, delivering a powerful punch to its back armor. Bang! With a jarring metallic clash, Lucio feels his mechanical arm quiver from the impact. Had he not upgraded his shoulder joint to a mechanical prosthetic, this attack might have caused his arm to detach. Yet, the outcome frustrates him greatly. While the silicone casing on his finger shatters, the robot's back armor remains unscathed. What a nuisance! Lucio shakes his arm. Clearly, attempting to shatter bulletproof armor with sheer force is unwise. The armed robot's armor can withstand bullets, yet it is affixed to the frame with screws. Thus, after once again evading the robot's slash, Lucio climbs onto its back and firmly grips the armor. The robot begins to thrash wildly, trying to dislodge him, while Lucio powers his prosthetic limb to the max lift. You scoundrel! With a furious shout, Lucio tears off the robot's back armor and, without hesitation, delivers a devastating blow to the communication module. Immediately, the robot slumps down, unresponsive. Phew, haha. Job well done. Although the process was arduous, successfully resolving the issue brings Lucio a sense of accomplishment. I never expected that after such a long period of inactivity, it remains as formidable as ever. Haha. Lucio begins to reminisce about his early days at work, simple yet fulfilling. Ever since he became the leader of the security team, he can no longer solely focus on security duties. He must also meet clients, report to superiors, and attend endless meetings. What a pity, the past cannot be reclaimed, and now he must grapple with the mess at hand. However, what Lucio fails to anticipate is that today's troubles are far from over. Just as he begins to tidy up the robot, his mechanical arm suddenly automates a defensive maneuver, a result of the newly upgraded automatic hazard avoidance system. Almost simultaneously, Lucio hears the sound of a gunshot. A bullet pierces his left arm, but due to the alloy skeleton's obstruction, it deviates and instead penetrates his left shoulder, sending Lucio crashing to the ground. That was a sniper's bullet. In a life-or-death moment, Lucio swiftly takes cover behind the robot. Soon, a second bullet follows. Luckily, although the robot is malfunctioning, its armor holds up well against the bullet. Then, the third bullet arrives, prompting the automatic hazard avoidance system to analyze the situation, based on the bullet's speed and the sound delay. The shooting point is estimated to be around 300 meters away. Considering the trajectory, it is inferred that the shooter is located in Building 151 to the northwest, approximately 30 floors up, with a shooting interval of 3 seconds. Bang! The fourth bullet is fired at that moment. In a room on the 30th floor of Building 151, a black-clad female sniper is prone on the ground, her earpiece buzzing with a man's voice. Jessie, cease fire and evacuate immediately. Realizing she cannot eliminate her target, Jessie grits her teeth, quickly folds and stows her sniper rifle, and bolts from the room. Meanwhile, Lucio has also repositioned himself, regardless of the shooter's intentions. She is undoubtedly the mastermind behind the robot's rampage, presenting Lucio with a potential opportunity for merit. He must seize this chance firmly. Chapter 023. The net tightens, although Jessie acted first. She is on a higher floor than her target, and the elevator in this building is rather slow. Despite its sluggishness, it is still faster than taking the stairs, so Jessie watches the elevator display. Her brow furrowed. 29.2827 at that moment. The elevator halts, and an elderly woman enters unsteadily. Good evening, young lady. The elderly woman greets Jessie warmly, to which Jessie can only awkwardly smile while pressing the door close button frantically. In contrast, Lucio rides the exclusive high-speed elevator of young Master Nyo's residence, rapidly descending to the ground. Simultaneously, Lucio swiftly reports the situation to his company. The emergency safety department responds remarkably quickly, providing an action plan. What surprises Lucio even more is that the action plan categorizes this incident as a P1 level safety accident. In general circumstances, only incidents resulting in significant casualties are classified as P1 level. With the endorsement of P1 status, the company's 2 safety teams have already set off. Moreover, the company has directly applied to the Public Security Department for temporary law enforcement authority for Lucio, granting him the power to utilize force against suspects and, if necessary, to exercise unlimited self-defense rights to ensure his own safety. In fact, the temporary law enforcement authority was approved even before Lucio exited the elevator. As he gazed upon the electronic seal of the Ministry of Public Security on the official document, he realized that today's events were anything but ordinary. Perhaps this was an opportunity for his further promotion. The task assigned to him was quite simple: to guard the exit of Building 151 and await reinforcements. Since these high-rise buildings had only a single exit, and with the cameras and drones surrounding Building 151 illuminating it from all angles, any attempt by the suspect to escape through the adjacent building would inevitably expose their location. When the elevator halted once more on the 12th floor, Jessie was on the brink of despair. This decrepit building had but one elevator shaft and a single exit. If this continued, she feared she would be trapped inside the elevator. Gripping her suitcase tightly, which contained a pure mechanical sniper rifle capable of firing 12mm rounds, her faithful companion for many years, she contemplated taking a desperate risk. Just as she was about to opt for the stairs, a figure stepped into the elevator, and a warm, strong hand grasped hers. "You retreat first. I'll handle the rest." The man pulled down his sunglasses and winked at Jessie. It was then that she recognized him as Shaoran, dressed in an incongruously high-necked trench coat and wearing a mask, which had momentarily obscured his identity. However, Jessie hesitated slightly, yet the man supported her waist and pushed her out of the elevator, flashing a mischievous smile as he waved goodbye. "Don't worry. We'll meet at the usual place." Jessie felt a sudden stir in her heart. After spending these days together, she sensed that this captain was rather different from the others' descriptions of him, those who labeled Shaoran as a slovenly, carefree, and unprincipled womanizer. Yet, the undeniable sense of security and his nonchalant charm were somewhat intoxicating. Nonetheless, she quickly composed herself, biting her lip as she hastened toward the stairwell. Perhaps this was the trait of a scoundrel. She must not be deceived. Inside the elevator, Shaoran drew 2 pistols from his coat and aimed them at the elevator doors, reminding an elderly woman, "Madam, please take cover behind me. It might not be safe outside in a moment." "Oh dear, young man. Are you a policeman? What is happening?" The elderly lady squinted at the guns in Shaoran's hands and quickly sought refuge behind him. "Yes, I'm here to catch the bad guys." Bang, bang, bang. As the elevator doors opened just a crack, Shaoran's guns fired in rapid succession. Lucio was already stationed at the elevator entrance, prepared with a robotic armor to shield himself from the gunfire. However, under the suppressive fire of Xiaoran's dual pistols, Lucio could only crouch behind the armor, unable to make any extraneous movements. Xiaoran continued to shoot, while moving toward the exit, swiftly emptying his magazine. Lucio followed closely behind, but as he emerged from the doorway, a gunshot echoed, and he instinctively ducked, only to be struck again by another bullet that hit him squarely on the forehead. "Ouch, that hurts," Lucio exclaimed, clutching his forehead, only to feel a sharp pain on his rear as he turned to see an elderly woman glaring at him. "I'll teach you a lesson, you bad man." "Hey, I'm not a bad man. Bad men always claim they aren't bad men." The elderly woman raised her cane and began to unleash a flurry of blows. "Ouch, I'm not." Lucio could only resign himself to misfortune, rubbing his forehead and sore backside as he turned to continue the pursuit of the suspect. In the densely constructed Blackrock Bay, where the roads twisted and turned, the situation favored Xiaoran. However, despite the dilapidated state of Blackrock Bay, numerous cameras lined the streets, predominantly installed by the government for surveillance. This moment, these cameras formed an invisible net, constantly monitoring Xiaoran's movements. All the information converged onto Lucio's phone, where the computer, using the camera footage, tracked Xiaoran's position in real time, displaying it directly on Lucio's mobile map. The software even suggested the optimal pursuit route, allowing Lucio to steadily close the distance to Xiaoran. Although Xiaoran had no assistance, he could still hear the buzzing of drones overhead, the complaints from pedestrians 100 meters away, and a man repeatedly apologizing, "Excuse me, coming through. Hey, don't touch me. Sorry." Xiaoran lowered the brim of his hat and adjusted the collar of his trench coat, fully aware that he was under surveillance. Suddenly, like a fish evading a net, he made a sharp turn into a blind spot of the cameras, causing the trench-coated man to vanish from sight. A few dozen meters away, Lucio suddenly noticed that the suspect's location had disappeared from his phone, only to reappear shortly thereafter. This time, Lucio could see the beige trench coat swaying amidst the crowd. At this point, Lucio began to feel a sense of unease. Who would wear a trench coat in this season? However, there was no time for contemplation that he refrained from pushing through the crowd and instead stealthily approached the trench coat. When he was just a few paces away, he lunged forward. "Don't move." Lucio forcefully pinned the suspect to the ground, who was entirely unable to resist. Chapter 024. The scoundrel Xiaoran. Lucio had, of course, not apprehended the true suspect. Inside an inconspicuous bar in the black market, Jessie anxiously watched the pedestrians passing by outside, unable to sit still. Suddenly, someone patted her left shoulder, and she turned around abruptly to hear a gentle voice in her right ear. Don't worry. I'm back." Who's worried? Jessie's heart soared with joy, but she fought to maintain her composure. "Isn't it natural to worry about the captain?" Xiaoran grinned mischievously. Yet, the more indifferent Xiaoran appeared, the more Jessie felt her heart sink, as she recalled the missed opportunity. She had thought she could resolve the target in one fell swoop, only to find the other party's defensive actions were so swift. However, there was no point in making excuses now. A mistake was a mistake, and one must be brave enough to take responsibility. "Captain, I am willing to accept punishment," Jessie said through clenched teeth, dismayed that her usually stellar performance had faltered on her first attack. Her lifelong excellence and pride would not allow her to entertain any notions of luck. "Punishment?" Xiaoran rubbed his head. "No, it is I who should be punished for recklessly ordering you to fire without understanding the true capabilities of the target, which led to our exposure. Luckily, we managed to escape in the end." Xiaoran accepted the lemon tea mixed with whiskey from the bartender, Aunt May, and continued. "However, all things considered, today's operation was still a success, as it proved our ability to hack into the armed robot systems. So, let us celebrate our successful operation. Cheers." With that, Xiaoran raised his glass and downed it in one go. However, Jessie's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiaoran. "Don't worry. Yes, just like that." Aunt May handed Jessie another glass of lemon tea. Aunt May, a muscular African-American woman, added, "If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll teach them a lesson." "Aunt May, another round, please. Take it easy." Meanwhile, across town in another bar, Lu Yuan spoke to Qing Feng. "Not too much." Qing Feng drained his beer and continued. "Do you know what the optimal state for drinking is? It's that slightly tipsy yet not fully drunk state. This state is the most comfortable. You're not slurring incoherently or unconscious, yet you are indeed intoxicated, which can numb your nerves and lessen your pain." Qing team, Lu Yuan was at a loss for words, glancing at Xiao Mei, who merely sighed and shook her head. All right then. Qing Feng pushed his empty glass aside. Today, I'll drink less. I need my brain to function to analyze our next course of action. Go ahead. What suggestions do you have? Qing Feng looked at Lu Yuan, who in turn looked at Xiao Mei, who had no one to look at anymore, and could only sigh as she began to outline her thoughts. Based on the current situation, we have confirmed that Feista is scraping for heads through Ding Village Group in Black Rock Bay, and among the abducted individuals, there is a notable proportion of children. However, it remains unclear where these abducted individuals are taken by Feista or what is done to them. Xiao Mei succinctly laid out the current situation, and both Qing Feng and Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, prompting Xiao Mei to continue. However, since Feista and Ding Village are using such methods to scrape heads, it is highly likely that they are engaged in some illegal activities behind the scenes. Thus, we should gather evidence and bring them to justice. Lu Yuan interjected, feeling confident about his answer. But how do we collect evidence? Qing Feng inquired Dom. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could use Xiao Wu and Xiao Ye as witnesses, or find Gao Xiang to testify in a way. Qing Feng immediately vetoed the idea. Xiao Wu and Xiao Ye are just children, and besides, the people involved have all been killed by He Ji. Having them testify would only complicate matters further. As for Gao Xiang, even if we can find him, young Master Niu would simply shift the blame onto his subordinates, leaving us with no evidence. Qing Feng's precise analysis proved that he was not drunk, and Lu Yuan could only silently nod in agreement that we still need to find a way to gather evidence. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mei continued, I have an idea. The individuals rummaging through Ding Village are primarily those without any identification. If our people could be rummaged in, wouldn't that provide us an opportunity to collect evidence? You mean to bribe some of these unidentified individuals to act as undercover agents? But who would be willing to undertake such a perilous task? Lu Yuan inquired. Or I could directly allow myself to be rummaged in, Qing Feng added. Huh? Both Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei exclaimed in shock. That I believe it could work, Qing Feng persisted, but it does seem rather cumbersome. I would need to disguise myself as one of the unidentified individuals, and I cannot be certain when I would be targeted. I have another idea, Xiao Mei suddenly exclaimed, a spark of inspiration lighting her face. Since Team Qing has not revealed their identity, we could masquerade as participants in an underground boxing competition akin to Gao Xiang, win the match, and gain entry into the club to gather evidence. This way, we could fully control the pace and progress, and I am confident that with Team Qing's prowess, winning the match would be a trivial matter. Brilliant! What a marvelous plan! Lu Yuan exclaimed loudly in praise. Indeed, it is feasible, Qi Feng remarked as he rose and began pacing. Yet, it still feels somewhat laborious. What should we do then? Lu Yuan continued to question. Your plan ultimately revolves around collecting evidence from the club, right? Yes, so what? Xiao Mei asked. I believe we need not take the long route. We could go directly to the club. Huh? Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei were once again taken aback in unison. The boxing club owned by young Master Niu is not difficult to locate. It's situated deep within the bar street, the most dazzling establishment amidst the neon lights at that moment. The club had just welcomed a new member, a recent champion of the underground boxing competition. Typically, seasoned members would assess the strength of new entrants. But today, Johnson himself had come to evaluate. Johnson felt an overwhelming surge of strength and boundless energy coursing through him. Yet this excess vigor clouded his mind, driving him to seek both release and a test of his abilities. Come hit me, Johnson shouted at the newcomer, who had defeated 10 opponents, including Steel Jaw, the previous night. Almost instantaneously. My apologies, Brother Chong, the newcomer replied, sparing no words, and struck Johnson's chin with a swift punch. Johnson, however, made no attempt to evade, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the newcomer's fist. After delivering his punch, the newcomer noticed Johnson's unusual demeanor. For Johnson would soon become his boss. Thus, he instinctively restrained some of his strength, landing a punch squarely on Johnson's chin. Yet Johnson remained utterly unmoved. Have you not eaten? Hit harder. Chapter 025. The fighting club had it not been for the bandages wrapped around his hands. The newcomer's previous punch might have indeed fractured his fingers. He had heard tales of Johnson's formidable strength, but never had he imagined it to be so absurdly powerful, unable to breach even his defenses. Not only the newcomer, but also the seasoned members present were left in shock, utterly astonished by the display of strength lamenting the advancements of technology. This was not a matter of training, but rather a situation where one ought to seek surgical enhancements at the fiesta. "Come, hit me," Johnson bellowed once more, compelling the newcomer to grit his teeth and continue his assault. This time, he unleashed a full-force uppercut aimed at Johnson's abdomen, where the flesh was relatively softer. Hoping it would not result in a broken hand, with a resounding thud, the fist struck Johnson's abdomen, producing a dull sound, yet Johnson remained utterly still. The newcomer quickly withdrew his fist, grimacing in pain. "Ha ha! Ha ha!" Johnson erupted in laughter. "Wonderful. Now it is my turn to attack." With that, Johnson unleashed a punch with blinding speed, so rapid that the newcomer could barely discern it. However, instinctively, he ducked and swerved just in time to avoid a direct hit to his face. The force of Johnson's fist grazed the newcomer's cheek, yet even so, the immense power sent his head reeling, contorting his facial features. With just that single blow, the newcomer nearly toppled over, feeling dizzy and unstable on his feet. However, Johnson's second punch was already en route. There was no evading this strike. The newcomer raised his hands in surrender, yet Johnson's fist, like a solid mass of iron, mercilessly struck his abdomen, propelling him into the air. Pain coursing through his entire body, only to abruptly cease. The searing agony forced the newcomer's brain to shut down, rendering him unconscious. Yet, Johnson's assault did not relent. Instead, he rained down blows upon the newcomer, who had become a crumpled heap against the ropes of the boxing ring, utterly unrecognizable. "Ha!" Exhilarating. Johnson's bloodshot eyes glistened with excitement. His face contorted with fervor. He felt as if he were experiencing an indescribable ecstasy, even more intense than any euphoric substance. Brother Chong, please stop. He is already." Several members present could no longer bear the sight and hurried forward to intervene. But Johnson showed no signs of stopping until he had sent the newcomer flying out of the ring. The onlookers gazed at the newcomer, now a bloodied mess on the ground. Their expressions varied, some shocked, others reveling in his misfortune, but all remained silent, unwilling to utter a word. Yet Johnson appeared insatiable, pointing at several members who had approached the newcomer and shouting, "You three, come up here and fight me together." After his thunderous call, the three exchanged glances, hesitating. Johnson, however, could not afford to wait. "Can't you hear me speaking?" Thus, the three reluctantly ascended the ring that I in the club. There were no weaklings, regardless of whether they had previously been thugs or radical cyborgs. Nearly all had been rigorously vetted to gain entry. Today, however, Johnson resembled a war god, and swiftly, the three were knocked down. Fortunately, they managed to share the blows, unlike the newcomer, who had been utterly decimated, allowing them to crawl off the stage. Delightful. "Ah!" Johnson laughed uncontrollably. Ever since receiving an unknown serum in the Fiesta laboratory, he had felt himself growing stronger. Yet the practical application of his strength today surpassed all expectations. Regrettably, there were now few left standing in the crowd. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to continue the fight, standing atop the ring. He surveyed the members below, who no longer dared to meet his gaze. "Who else dares to defy me?" "Ha!" Johnson laughed triumphantly. Unbeknownst to Johnson, amidst the crowd, there were two cleaners, both noticeably larger than the previous day. Cleaners often went unnoticed, and the exceptional ones endeavored to remain inconspicuous while efficiently maintaining cleanliness. Today, these two cleaners had been diligently fulfilling their duties. However, as is often the case, a cleaner in a gym could unexpectedly reveal themselves to be a formidable presence. At this moment, one of the cleaners felt compelled to act, unable to continue watching, yet hesitated, uncertain if he could contend with Johnson. As he wavered, the other cleaner boldly leaped onto the ring. "That I refuse to accept this," the cleaner declared loudly, facing Johnson. "You refuse?" Johnson finally noticed the distinctiveness of this cleaner, who was neither old nor short, wearing a mask and standing tall. "That I refuse. You've turned this place into a bloodbath, and I'll have to work overtime to clean it up." Ha ha ha. Johnson suddenly found the situation amusing and swiftly swung a slap in the cleaner's direction. "That if you refuse, then get the hell out." Chapter 026. The Imposter Deliverer Man. The cleaner who had ascended the stage was none other than Ching Fong in disguise. He had given the elderly cleaner 200 yuan and offered to handle the cleaning for the day. At first, the old man was skeptical, standing by as Ching Fong dragged the floor, until he wore an expression akin to that of a fool and left with a cheerful laugh. Ching Fong had merely intended to gather information. not to engage in a brawl. However, seeing his adversaries nearly self-destruct, he thought it prudent to strike while the iron was hot. Just then, a hefty palm hurtled toward his face, with a swift motion. Qing Feng grasped Jiangxing's hand firmly, so tightly that Jiangxing could not extricate himself. It seems you've made some progress since we last met. Qing Feng could feel the pressure in his grip, which was indeed stronger than when they had clashed in the parking lot a few days prior. He had observed Jiangxing's performance on stage moments ago and surmised that he could still manage the situation. Is it you? Jiangxing exclaimed, his shock palpable as a familiar dread enveloped him. Yet, this fear was soon eclipsed by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. The adrenaline and dopamine coursing through him igniting a renewed frenzy. Die! He shouted, raising his other fist to strike. Another resounding slap echoed as Qing Feng seized that fist as well. The atmosphere grew awkward as the two men locked eyes. Hands firmly clasped. How to resolve this? There were numerous ways, yet Qing Feng's reflexes were evidently swifter than Jiangxing's. Before Jiangxing could react, Qing Feng had driven his knee forward, right in the family jewels. Double kill. A searing pain radiated from Jiangxing's lower abdomen, spreading rapidly to the crown of his head. He let out a wailing cry, the impact sending him staggering back 2.5 meters. Splendid, cheered Xiaomei from her distant vantage point. Much to the disdainful gaze of Lu Yuan beside her, Xiaomei's view was courtesy of a bionic crow positioned outside the club, a clever little device crafted by Dr. Lu for spying. However, they were not the only spectators. In a nearby bar, Xiao Ran and Jessie were also watching, their perspective afforded by a black cat equipped with a prosthetic eye, expertly perched atop the club's ceiling pipes. Offering an impeccable view. I don't understand, Jessie mused, a hint of confusion in his voice. You said both of them possess level 2 combat power, so why the disparity? Of course, Xiao Ran replied. Combat power is categorized into levels 1 through 3, with distinctions for advanced and special classifications. The delineation is rather coarse, so the range between the upper and lower limits within each level can be quite significant. Then why not have finer distinctions? Jessie pressed. Who knows? Perhaps it was merely a haphazard idea conceived by some fool. Xiao Ran shrugged. What does fool mean? It signifies being both foolish and lacking common sense. I see. The two fell silent, returning their focus to the unfolding spectacle. MD, everyone, get up there and take him down, Jiangxing bellowed at the crowd below. Yet, there were hardly any individuals left to assist him. Most were injured and sprawled on the ground, and the few who could still move were being restrained by another cleaner. Once pinned down, no one dared to resist, for it was clear that the cleaner was not to be trifled with. The cleaner revealed his identity by removing his hat and mask. It was none other than Gao Xiang. Qing Feng was taken aback upon seeing Gao Xiang. Since their last encounter in the black market, he had not crossed paths with him again, and the surprise of their reunion after so many days was palpable. You are Aji, Gao Xiang ventured, piecing together Qing Feng's identity. No ba. Qi Feng corrected him hastily. Given that the situation was now under the control of Qi Feng and Gao Xiang, the ensuing events became straightforward. Jiangxing was soon reduced to a battered state, and under the pressure from Qing Feng and Gao Xiang, he divulged all he knew about the dealings with Faisida. Although the details were largely unremarkable, merely that they conducted transactions weekly and had recently begun demanding a certain number of children under 6, he was uncertain about the specific purpose behind Faisida's requests, only recalling occasional mentions of some form of biological experimentation from Feek. Ironically, today was indeed a Monday. Even more ironically, the two club members responsible for the delivery happened to enter the room just then. Brother Chong, we're ready to ship, one member shouted upon entering. Brother Chong, they fell silent and stood at attention upon witnessing the scene, but Gao Xiang had already closed the door behind them. I have a plan, Qing Feng said with a sly grin. Let us strike while the iron is hot. After securing all the club members in a small room, Qing Feng convened with Lu Yuan and Xiaomei to discuss the plan. Captain Qing, you were truly impressive just now, Xiaomei gushed. Haha. Of course, Qing Feng replied innocently, unaware of the blush that might have crept onto his face. Lu Yuan shot a disparaging glance at the duo. Captain Qing? Gao Xiang inquired, clearly unfamiliar with the title. Indeed, I am neither Aji nor Aji Ba, Qing Feng explained, slightly exasperated. There are many layers to this situation that I cannot elaborate on at the moment, but we must proceed with the delivery this afternoon. All right, Gao Xiang replied decisively after a moment of contemplation that he was unacquainted with Lu Yuan and Xiaomei. They exchanged brief introductions before delving into the details of the plan. Qingfeng's strategy was relatively simple: to masquerade as delivery personnel for the club. Subsequently gathering evidence. No, that's far too risky, Lu Yuan protested, shaking his head vigorously. With the club in such disarray, they might notice something amiss. Therefore, we must act swiftly, Qingfeng replied calmly. That makes sense. I'll join as well, Gao Xiang said, firmly supporting Qingfeng. Delivery requires 2 people, and my addition would be just right. But what if you're recognized? Lu Yuan remained apprehensive. Haha, I think you can rest easy on that front. These folks rotate the delivery duties, so typically, no one remembers the appearance of the delivery personnel or even pays attention to us, Gao Xiang reassured. However, Lu Yuan still sought to counter, but could find no further objections. Captain Qing, please ensure your safety, Xiao Mei said, her concern apparent as Lu Yuan's pleas fell on deaf ears. Worry not. It's merely a delivery. You and Captain Lu will keep a lookout for us. Chapter 27. It's time to emerge. Qingfeng and Gao Xiang set off as scheduled in a refrigerated truck belonging to the club. Of course, the cargo was not abducted individuals, but rather a few low-ranking club members. Faiseta's office tower loomed in the heart of Qianwan City, a 1,000-meter-high silver spiral structure that perpetually pierced the clouds in this climate-IT night. The neon lights at its pinnacle would cast a vibrant spectrum across the surrounding mist, making it a renowned hotspot for social media influencers. However, today, Qingfeng and his companions were not headed to the city's Faiseta office. Instead, they were bound for the southwestern outskirts of Qianwan. According to the map, there lay another Faiseta office complex along the coastline of that suburban area. Upon arriving at their destination, Qingfeng realized it was more than just an office complex. It was akin to a city. Upon entering the complex, vast square factories and warehouses lined the roads in an orderly fashion, stretching as far as the eye could see in the distance. A power plant stood with towering cooling towers, countless convoluted metallic pipes gleaming in the sunlight. Faiseta had constructed an entire city on the outskirts of Qianwan. This is truly, Qingfeng exclaimed, dumbfounded. Breathtaking, exceedingly grand. The voices of Xiao Mei and Lu Yuan crackled through Qingfeng's earpiece as they shared his view through his glasses, which could also record for evidence collection. This was the first time they had set foot in the Faiseta complex. Although they had heard of its vast scale, witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. Moreover, this was merely one of Faiseta's facilities globally, not even the largest. Have you noticed? Qingfeng remarked suddenly. There's not a single person on the road. It's all machines. Now that you mention it, Lu Yuan replied. The main thoroughfare of the complex was occasionally traversed by delivery trucks, forklifts, robotic movers, and patrolling security vehicles. Yet there were no humans in sight. That it was a highly automated facility. Since Qingfeng had entered, he had yet to encounter a single person. After continuing to drive for a while, Qingfeng finally reached his destination, a circular structure built atop a small island in the sea. The building was not tall. Situated on what might be a man-made isle, connected to the shore by a bridge, the refrigerated truck drove onto the bridge and gradually approached the building's entrance, which was tightly sealed. Just as Qingfeng pondered his next move, the door swung open, and under the guidance of a robot, he drove the vehicle into the central elevator. The elevator's wall was made of transparent glass, through which Qingfeng and Gao Xiang beheld a remarkable sight. Outside the elevator was water. They were ascending through a water-filled chamber, meaning their destination lay submerged. Lu Yuan, do you see this? Qingfeng attempted to contact Lu Yuan through the earpiece, but the signal was particularly poor. I can see. Lu Yuan's voice came through intermittently, interspersed with static. Gao Xiang similarly shook his head, indicating he could not hear clearly. It appeared that this location had signal jammers, which meant real-time video could not be transmitted. Thus, Qingfeng and Gao Xiang had to exercise even greater caution, diligently collecting evidence while ensuring the safety of their glasses for a secure exit. At last, the expanse of water outside the window faded from view, and the elevator appeared to re-enter a building, gradually decelerating. When the doors opened, what lay before Qingfeng was a modest warehouse, and he finally encountered real people. 2 staff members clad in blue uniforms directed Qingfeng to continue parking the vehicle at a doorway. Unload it. One of them gestured towards Qingfeng, who was seated in the driver's position. It was evident that Lu Yuan was overly cautious. The 2 staff members had not even cast a glance at either Qingfeng or Lu Xiang. Qing Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Xiang, then swiftly exited the vehicle to open the cargo compartment. Inside were the fortunate spectators selected from the club's minions, their hands and feet bound, and their mouths taped shut. Qing Feng had painstakingly recreated the state of these individuals as unregistered personnel within the vehicle. The two staff members peered into the cargo area, drew out two knives, and climbed into the compartment. The frightened minions within the vehicle immediately panicked, but fortunately, the staff members were not there to harm them. Instead, they methodically severed the ropes binding the minions' feet. However, at that moment, one of the minions suddenly dashed forward, kneeling before the staff members. "Hey, watch where you're going," one of the staff members exclaimed, visibly displeased. "Sorry, wasn't paying attention." Qing Feng apologized, observing that beneath the white cloth lay a person, their complexion pale and eyes vacant. A clear indication of death. After covering the body again, the staff member ignored Qing Feng, muttering complaints before departing. Qing Feng shared a glance with Gao Xiang, and they proceeded in the direction from whence the staff member had come. Soon arriving at their destination. It was an operating room, with individuals frequently pushing gurneys in and out. Yet entry required a card swipe. At this moment, they needed to strategize their next course of action. After a moment's contemplation, Qing Feng patted Gao Xiang on the shoulder, and the two entered a restroom. "Those are corpses," Gao Xiang remarked as they stood at the urinals, engaging in conversation. "Indeed," Qing Feng replied. "What's our next move?" "Let's check the operating room," Qing Feng answered without hesitation. "How do we get in?" "We'll figure it out as we go." There's always a way. When we reached the mountain. As they conversed, two staff members in white coats entered the restroom, exchanging harsh words. "You always mess up at crucial moments," the taller one scolded. "It's all your fault. Your food is toxic," the shorter one retorted, shoving a suitcase into the taller one's arms before rushing into a stall. "Damn, I'm fine," the taller one exclaimed. "You're also toxic." Attacking with poison. Suddenly, sounds of distress emanated from the stall. "Hurry up, the operating room is urging us." "Calm down." "Damn it," the sounds continued. The taller one pinched his nose, preparing to leave the restroom when Qing Feng suddenly grabbed his hand. The taller one turned back in confusion, only to be met with a powerful punch. Bang! He collapsed to the ground, and Qing Feng promptly seized the suitcase from his grasp. "Hey, there's no toilet paper. Could you help me out?" came the voice from the stall. Qing Feng and Gao Xiang exchanged glances, then approached the stall door and knocked, when the shorter one opened the door with a puzzled expression. He was met with two swift punches. "See? There's always a way." Qing Feng grinned mischievously as he began to strip the taller one of his white coat. Gao Xiang wasted no time, removing the shorter one's clothes as well. Qing Feng successfully donned the coat, finding it surprisingly well fitted, especially paired with his glasses, granting him an air of authenticity. However, Gao Xiang struggled a bit more, as the clothes were somewhat snug. Just then, two security guards in black entered the restroom. They stood dumbfounded, observing the two individuals sprawled on the ground, one without pants, the other struggling to fit into the coat, and Qing Feng admiring himself in the mirror. The atmosphere grew awkward. "Good afternoon, colleagues," Qing Feng greeted the guards with a smile, displaying no sign of panic. "Could you explain what's going on here?" One of the guards inquired. "No problem. Allow me to demonstrate," Qing Feng replied, stepping directly in front of the two guards. "Do you see my hands?" The guards were bewildered. With another swift motion, two punches were delivered, and both guards crumpled to the ground. Gao Xiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Moments later, Qing Feng and Gao Xiang emerged from the restroom, fully attired. Just as they stepped out, someone rushed in, clutching their stomach, only to emerge shortly after, cursing. "Damn it, it's all full. Everyone's taking a paid dump. Oh, you think this will be discovered?" Gao Xiang whispered, a hint of concern in his voice. However, Qing Feng seemed unconcerned. Have faith in the professionalism of the factory employees. The two approached the operating room door, and Qing Feng swiped the taller one's access card, gaining entry. However, upon entering, they were taken aback. Instead of an operating room, they found themselves in a long corridor lined with rooms or branching paths. At that moment, the phone inside the taller one's clothing began to ring. "Hello? Have you arrived? It's been another 10 minutes. "Oh yes, we're here," Qing Feng hastily replied. Just as he was about to inquire which room to head to, a bald head peeked out from one of the rooms. "Hurry up, over here." Qing Feng and Gao Xiang exchanged looks and quickly made their way over. This time, they had truly entered the operating room. guided by the bald colleague to the operating table. A woman was strapped to the table, her limbs bound and mouth taped shut. Despite this, she struggled vehemently, emitting muffled sounds. This was clearly not a legitimate operation. Another individual in a white coat, bald guy number 2, was present, possibly indicating a high incidence of hair loss among the staff here. He was busy reattaching electrodes to the woman, visibly irritated as he addressed Qingfeng. "Hurry up and give her an injection," she's making a racket. "Okay," Qingfeng readily agreed, realizing that the task involved administering an injection, which seemed straightforward. The syringe was likely in the suitcase. However, upon noticing the suitcase's combination lock, he silently turned away. Yet this did not deter Qingfeng. He cleared his throat loudly and, with a sudden forceful motion, crack, the suitcase lid burst open. "Damn, you startled me," bald guy number 1 exclaimed, jumping back. "Is your suitcase sound activated?" "Huh, don't sweat the details." Qingfeng turned around, gripping 2 syringes filled with a bubbling green liquid. "Are we really administering 2 injections today?" Bald man 2 gazed at Qingfeng, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. After 2 injections, the test subject might not withstand it. The woman on the operating table watched the syringes in Qingfeng's hands, her body beginning to tremble with fear. Qingfeng casually tossed 1 syringe to Gao Xiang and smiled. "Exactly, 1 for each of us, just right." Qingfeng gradually realized that Gao Xiang was not foolish, at least. Their coordination felt remarkably smooth, requiring no additional words to convey intentions. Gao Xiang felt the same way, having started to adapt to Qingfeng's rhythm. Thus, as soon as Qingfeng finished speaking, they simultaneously plunged the syringes into the necks of the 2 bald men. The liquid coursed through the neck veins and reached the brain in an instant, causing both bald men to collapse and convulse, frothing at the mouth. Beasts, how could they inject such things into people? Gao Xiang gritted his teeth, filled with conflicting emotions. He desperately wanted to find his sister, but absolutely did not wish to locate her here. Qingfeng silently observed the 2 men lying on the ground until they fell silent. Knowing these scenes were compelling evidence, subsequently, the 2 men unstrapped the woman from the operating table. She appeared bewildered, though her fear was less intense than before. "Do not be afraid. We will take you out," Qingfeng reassured her. There was no time for lengthy explanations. They needed to evacuate quickly while remaining undetected. The woman hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded. After all, there were no better options for her. Thus, they removed the bald men's white coats and dressed the woman in them, stepping out of the operating room. However, just a few steps away, she suddenly halted, extending a trembling hand to point towards a side passage. Chapter 029. No more pretense. War begins. Following the woman's direction, the trio arrived at the side passage, where a scene unfolded that could only be likened to hell. Glass rooms densely lined both sides of the corridor, with displays showcasing experimental information in each room, all containing test subjects. People. Most had become unrecognizable, their bodies covered in pus and blood, lying on the floor like decaying matter, a gruesome and chilling sight. Yet some individuals retained clarity of consciousness, continuously moaning. No. Gao Xiang rushed into the corridor, checking each room frantically, his breath quickening and heart racing. After confirming that all rooms were empty, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Gao Fei was not there. Gao Xiang, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground. Exhausted. "Let's save whoever we can," Qingfeng said, patting Gao Xiang's shoulder. "You go push the hospital bed out from the operating room." Gao Xiang nodded silently and got up, while Qingfeng used the bald man's ID card to unlock the first room. Qingfeng's plan was straightforward. Place the individuals on the operating table, cover them with a white cloth, disguise them as corpses, and transport them in a refrigerated truck to escape. With the woman's assistance in communication, Qingfeng and Gao Xiang prepared 3 hospital beds and set off for the garage. Everything proceeded smoothly. They exited the operating room, passing by the restroom, encountering several individuals in white coats or blue scrubs, most of whom hurried past without paying them any mind, until they encountered a group of 4 security personnel in black uniforms. As they brushed past, the leading security officer suddenly inquired, "The morgue is that way. You seem to be going the wrong direction." "Oh, yes, we took a wrong turn. Haha," Qingfeng quickly replied, forcing himself to temporarily change direction towards the morgue. However, another security officer behind them muttered, "Hey, wasn't Dr. Chow the bald man?" "Hey, you all, stop." The leading security officer immediately halted Qing Feng and his companions. This was bad. The bald man's distinctive features were too recognizable, and the woman had revealed their disguise. The leading officer approached the woman, scrutinizing her badge, then fixated his sharp gaze on her, asking, "This isn't your badge. Who are you?" The woman, of course, dared not respond, nor could she bear to meet the officer's eyes. "Ha ha ha, there's been a mistake. Her badge is with me," Qing Feng quickly interjected, removing the badge to explain. "With you? Hand it over for me to see." "Sure thing." Qing Feng handed over the badge with one hand. He struck the officer's nose with a punch using the other. The sudden blow caused the officer to reel back, blood gushing from his nose, while his colleagues rushed to support him. "You bastards! Catch them!" the officer roared. "You all go first," Qing Feng shouted to Gao Xiang and the woman, then positioned himself in front of the officer. Gao Xiang wasted no time. Saving lives was paramount, and he had witnessed Qing Feng's strength, believing he could handle a few security guards without issue. Thus, Gao Xiang and the woman hurriedly pushed the hospital beds away. Unfortunately, the security guards proved formidable. Qing Feng had anticipated this, knowing that a normal person, even unprepared for a surprise attack, would likely be incapacitated by his punch. "You three go chase after them. I'll deal with this one," the leading officer commanded. "Understood." The three subordinates promptly took off, but as soon as they stepped away, Qing Feng kicked one of them, taking down all three with a single motion. "You bastards, quite bold, aren't you?" the leading officer seethed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his metallic arms, ready to confront Qing Feng. However, Qing Feng was pressed for time. So without waiting for the officer to act, he dodged and delivered another punch to the officer's face. "What the hell?" the officer exclaimed, quickly raising his hands to shield his face, with a thunderous metallic clash. He was knocked back again. "This is troublesome," Qing Feng mused, slightly exasperated. He initially intended to resolve the fight swiftly, but these security personnel appeared to possess some skill. Realizing the predicament, the leading officer, recognizing Qing Feng's capabilities, altered his strategy, commanding his subordinates, who were just getting back on their feet, "Call for reinforcements, then come with me. Let us take him down." Meanwhile, Gao Xiang had fared relatively well, having successfully loaded the three rescued individuals along with the woman into the refrigerated truck. Once he ensured everyone was settled, he turned to head back towards the operating room. Qing Feng had not yet returned, and he feared he might be in trouble as he stepped into the hallway. Gao Xiang spotted a small squad of security personnel racing towards the operating room, led by a striking red-haired, pale-skinned officer. "Hey, I'm right here." At this point, Gao Xiang decided not to hide any longer. Immediately shedding the ill-fitting white coat, this group of security personnel was undoubtedly seeking trouble with Qing Feng, and Gao Xiang resolved to intercept them. "Ha ha. It's you?" Feek exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, akin to a ravenous beast encountering a feast. Although Feek had never seen Gao Xiang, he recognized him from photographs and was aware of his strength. After undergoing further physical enhancements, Feek was eager for an opportunity to test his skills. "You lot, go provide support first," Feek commanded his subordinates before turning towards Gao Xiang. "I'll warm up on you first." Gao Xiang, having been briefed about Feek by Qing Feng and Lu Yuan prior to this encounter, understood that though Feek had previously been defeated by Qing Feng, it did not mean he could easily overcome him. However, Gao Xiang felt confident. After being rescued by Xiao Ran during the boxing match, he had come to realize the changes in his body, which had further strengthened. Although he had not installed any prosthetic limbs, his robust, flesh and blood form was still capable of a fierce battle. No point in talking, Gao Xiang thought, immediately crouching and launching himself forward like a dart, charging towards Feek. "Ha ha. Come on, darling." Feek laughed maniacally, opening his arms to welcome Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang closed the distance. He swiftly turned and executed a flying kick aimed at Feek's chest, only for Feek to suddenly clasp his arms inward, capturing Gao Xiang's ankle. This reflex was beyond human capability. "Aha, got you now?" Feek grinned, his mouth stretching from ear to ear as he grasped Gao Xiang's ankle. Though shocked, Gao Xiang quickly reacted, using his other foot to kick at Feek's arm, leveraging the force to free his ankle. The two distanced themselves once more, Feek brushing off the dirt from his sleeve, displaying a relaxed demeanor. Meanwhile, Gao Xiang, though feigning composure, felt blood seeping from his pant leg. "Ha ha ha." Feek clearly noticed the blood on Gao Xiang's trousers, bursting into laughter, then mockingly waggled a finger at him. saying, "You're not very good, are you?" Chapter 030. Who is stronger? The battle on Qingfeng's side was nearing its conclusion, with a number of security personnel sprawled out on the ground in various positions. Although it took a bit longer than expected, the outcome remained the same. Just as Qingfeng exhaled in relief, an alarm blared through the corridor. Alert! Alert! Illegal intrusion detected. Oh no, this is bad, Qingfeng muttered as he leaped over the fallen security guards. Sprinting towards the garage, the alarm blared incessantly, and individuals in white and blue uniforms scattered in all directions. Qingfeng had a nagging feeling that he should blend in with the crowd. However, the people he had rescued and Gao Xiang were likely still in the garage. So he needed to locate them first. Soon, he spotted Gao Xiang in the lobby. Unfortunately, at that moment, Gao Xiang was being pinned down to the ground. Feek had one foot planted on Gao Xiang's chest. Hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly, Gao Xiang lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression one of agony, one hand gripping Feek's metallic foot, while his other arm appeared severely twisted. "Get off!" Qingfeng shouted at Feek. "You? It's you." Feek laughed even louder upon seeing Qingfeng. "Stop laughing. I'm in a rush." Qingfeng felt displeasure wash over him at the sight of Gao Xiang's dire state, upon hearing the words in a hurry. Feek's laughter abruptly ceased. "You damn it. Last time you also said you were in a hurry. Today, I shall take my time to teach you a proper lesson." With that, Feek kicked Gao Xiang aside and tore his shirt apart, revealing his gleaming mechanical arm and shoulder. "Come on, strike me." Feek opened his arms towards Qingfeng. Be careful. Coughed. "He's quick." Gao Xiang struggled to rise from the ground, shouting towards Qingfeng. Unfazed, Qingfeng steadily approached Feek, his steps exuding an unspoken aura of intimidation. Initially, Feek maintained a smirk, arms wide open, but as Qingfeng drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of dread began to creep in, and his smile faltered. Ultimately, Feek could no longer maintain his facade and launched the first strike. Die! Feek's iron fist came hurtling towards Qingfeng, who swung his arm in response, delivering a resounding slap. Indeed, Feek had grown stronger. His punch was swift and powerful, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Alas, prior to this, he had already been sent flying by Qingfeng's slap. Feek spun almost completely around, nearly losing his balance, and staggered to regain his footing, his gaze becoming dazed. "You damn it, you damn it." Feek muttered as he swayed backward, cursing incessantly to him. It seemed as though Qingfeng had multiplied, closing in from all directions. His electronic eye continuously adjusted its focus, but remained unable to lock in. "I'll fight you to the end," Feek suddenly shouted, as if activating a hidden mechanism within him, a series of charging sounds emanating from his body, before he charged forward in a frenzy. Qingfeng merely watched as Feek barreled past him, wildly off target by nearly half a meter, before crashing into a column with a thunderous bang. Evidently, Feek harbored a grudge against that column, yet it was iron, and thus he lay there dazed. Thus, strength is relative. To Gao Xiang, Feek seemed formidable, far stronger than he had anticipated. To Qingfeng, he was uncertain if Feek had truly grown stronger, but it was clear he had become foolish. And for the prone Feek, he perhaps failed to realize that his neural deficiencies had hindered his ability to effectively utilize his prosthetic eyes, leading to his visual disarray. In any case, Feek had once again been taken offline. Let us eagerly await his next performance. Now, with the obstacles cleared, the alarm had been sounded, and outside loomed the vast Vista complex, leaving Qingfeng with a splitting headache. At this moment, he could only take it one step at a time. Qingfeng immediately helped Gao Xiang to his feet and returned to the garage, but just then, Lu Yuan's fragmented voice crackled through the earpiece. "Qing team, is the Qing team, retreat quickly. Many people are coming outside." Lu Yuan, can you hear me?" Qingfeng hurriedly responded, yet all he received was a static-filled hiss on the ground. Atop the hill outside the Vista complex, Xiaomei was frantically typing on her keyboard while Lu Yuan held up an antenna, repeatedly calling out, "Xiaomei, it's no good. There's no signal." Lu Yuan was sweating profusely, as from their vantage point, they could clearly see large numbers of security personnel and even armed robots gathering at the Vista complex. "This is troublesome," Xiaomei exclaimed, her keyboard drenched in sweat, having switched through several lines with no success due to poor signal. Meanwhile, directly above Qingfeng and Gao Xiang, on the ground, Lu Xiao was observing through the surveillance cameras. He had witnessed the fight between Qing Feng and Gao Xiang in the laboratory clearly. The reason he had not intervened was that he now had a better method at his disposal. As a competent employee, one must strive to resolve issues with the least possible cost. After losing track of a suspect at Black Rock Bay, thus missing a great opportunity for merit, he could not let this chance slip away. Just then, a message popped up on Lucio's phone. Biological laboratory control permissions have been approved. Approver Yin Ming. A slight grin crept upon Lucio's lips as he swiftly approached the control panel. Pulling it out. In the underground garage, Qing Feng and Gao Xiang sat anxiously in the refrigerated vehicle, awaiting the elevator's descent, when suddenly, the elevator panel displayed under maintenance and halted. What do we do? I don't see any other exits here, Gao Xiang inquired. Let's head back to the lobby. Qing Feng recalled that when the alarm sounded, the staff had evacuated in a different direction, suggesting there might be other exits. All right, Gao Xiang agreed without hesitation, preparing to disembark. However, Qing Feng abruptly yanked him back. Hold on tight. With that, Qing Feng executed a rapid turn, propelling the vehicle towards the lobby entrance. The massive iron doors at the entrance were descending to close. On the ground, Lucio watched the refrigerated vehicle make a desperate dash into the lobby through the surveillance feed, his expression tense, but he quickly composed himself, pulling up the laboratory map with a renewed smirk. Inside the laboratory, Qing Feng drove the refrigerated vehicle towards the direction he remembered the staff had evacuated. The corridor was narrow, just enough for the vehicle to squeeze through, causing sparks to fly as it bumped along. However, contrary to expectations, upon turning into a side passage, a massive iron door appeared out of nowhere. Damn it! Qing Feng had no choice but to reverse and return to the main route, seeking another side passage. Actively searching for an escape was better than awaiting doom. Yet soon, Qing Feng noticed something amiss. Iron doors appeared at every turn, leaving him with little choice, as though he were being led by the nose. After entering yet another dead end, Qing Feng decisively stepped on the brakes and shifted into reverse. At that moment, an iron door crashed down behind the vehicle. Chapter 031. The struggle of a cornered beast. The refrigerated vehicle was trapped in a confined space, flanked by iron doors front and back. Qing Feng and Gao Xiang had no choice but to exit the vehicle and inspect their room for potential escape routes. Qing Feng quickly spotted a surveillance camera in the corner and raised his middle finger at it before smashing it with a punch. On the ground, Lucio watched the surveillance feed go dark in an instant, sneering. Ha! The struggle of a cornered beast. Lucio pulled out the control panel, and after a series of inputs, the ground beneath him began to tremble ominously. Let us go, Lucio instructed his subordinates. Go, aren't we going down to catch them? One of his subordinates asked, slightly confused. No need. Lucio replied confidently, we've already caught them. We'll deliver them right to our doorstep. Meanwhile, Qing Feng and Gao Xiang could distinctly feel the space they occupied moving. This indicated that the underwater laboratory was capable of movement, although they were still unclear about the actual carrier of the laboratory. They knew they could not afford to sit idly by. Qing Feng resumed his meticulous examination of the room and soon had a breakthrough. Soga, I got it. Qing Feng suddenly exclaimed with excitement. This is a pressurized decompression chamber. Pressurized decompression chamber? Gao Xiang was somewhat puzzled. How did you figure that out? Look, Qing Feng pointed to a large row of drainage pipes in one corner of the room. This is a water injection pipe. Once activated, it will fill the room with water. Then, Qing Feng approached the iron door, indicating the massive circular handle, saying, this is the exit door. See? It states that when the internal and external pressure difference is less than XXX, it will automatically unlock. Impressive. Gao Xiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Anyone could see that. Qing Feng returned to his previous spot and pointed to a metal plaque on the wall, which read pressurized decompression chamber. All right. Gao Xiang felt somewhat embarrassed. We just need to open the water injection pipe, fill the room with water, and then we can open this door, right? Under normal circumstances. Yes, but Qing Feng approached the water injection pipe and turned open one of the valves, only to find not a single drop of water. Qing Feng shrugged helplessly, saying, see, they aren't foolish. They wouldn't leave such an obvious escape route for us. So what do we do? Qing Feng began to observe the room again. They say when God closes a door, he always leaves a window open, and indeed, there was a small window in the room. But it was rather small, with a diameter of about 20 centimeters that a person couldn't pass through, but if broken, water could definitely flow through. However, what would happen after the water was let in? Qing Feng stared at the window. then glanced back at the refrigerated vehicle, suddenly struck with inspiration. Gao Xiang, you should get in the cargo hold. This refrigerated vehicle should have some degree of airtightness, allowing it to float to the surface. You mean, Gao Xiang pondered for a moment, you want to break the window to let in water? Exactly. You all get into the cargo hold. I'll break the window to let in water. Once the pressure builds up, I'll open the hatch for you. Since there's air inside the vehicle, it will automatically float once the hatch is opened. And what about you? Gao Xiang exclaimed in alarm. Is that a plan a person can come up with? Don't worry, I have iron lungs. I can hold my breath for a long time. Qing Feng patted his chest, genuinely possessing the ability to hold his breath for quite a while. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Xiang nodded in agreement. Just be careful. Don't worry. As Gao Xiang climbed into the cargo hold and shut the door, Qing Feng approached the window and prepared to strike. With a single punch, the window shattered, yet no seawater surged in. Qing Feng glanced at the window with a hint of confusion, but it became evident that God was indeed fair. There were 2 iron doors. Thus the window also boasted 2 layers. Another punch, then, bang, the second strike failed to shatter the glass. Instead, it rebounded violently against Qing Feng's fist. Goodness, such strength and resilience. Could it be bulletproof glass? Qing Feng shook his hand, staring at the intact glass that it truly was bulletproof. Otherwise, Lucio would not have been so confident in not coming down to apprehend anyone. However, even bulletproof glass could be breached. Qing Feng clenched his fist, adjusted the position of his index finger, and aimed squarely at the center of the bulletproof glass, unleashing a furious assault. After a relentless barrage, cracks began to appear at the glass's center, while Qing Feng's fingers twisted and contorted. Finally, under the pressure of the water and the emerging fissures, the glass shattered explosively and seawater surged in. The refrigerated truck gradually began to float. Qing Feng patted the truck's compartment, signaling Gao Xiang to prepare himself, before positioning himself at the hatch, ready to open it. As the seawater continued to pour in, nearly filling the entire compartment, Qing Feng took a deep breath and submerged. Fortunately, the hatch's handle unlocked as expected, and Qing Feng easily turned it to open the door. Unsurprisingly, beyond the hatch was the ocean, already nearing the seabed. Unexpectedly, the refrigerated truck did not automatically rise as anticipated. Instead, it was wedged against the ceiling of the compartment. Qing Feng hurriedly approached to investigate, quickly discerning the cause. The truck was buoyant due to the air inside, pressing against the compartment's top, which was understandable. However, there was a ledge, several decimeters high, between the compartment's ceiling and the exterior, which obstructed the truck and prevented it from sliding out. Concurrently, Qing Feng noticed bubbles escaping from around the truck, indicating that it was not completely sealed. Inside the truck, Gao Xiang and the rescued individuals were desperately using their clothing to block the breach. But seawater continued to seep in. Time was of the essence. They had to escape. Qing Feng decisively swam to the front of the truck, adjusted his position to face the seabed, and planted his feet against the compartment's exit while gripping the truck's top, straining to lift it. However, due to the depth and immense water pressure, the truck was as immovable as if it were welded to the ceiling. Inside the truck, water continued to pour in, and Qing Feng's time was limited. Although he possessed remarkable lung capacity, it merely allowed him to remain submerged slightly longer than an average person. Qing Feng exerted all his strength. Even the silicone casing of his mechanical arm began to crack under the strain. No, stay calm. Stay calm. In this critical moment, Qing Feng forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing. Continuing to exert effort would deplete the prosthetic's power. Thus, he needed to increase the current to maximize instantaneous output. Simultaneously, the bubbling indicated that the truck was still taking on water, which was both a curse and a blessing. The adverse aspect was evident, yet the positive side was that the influx of water would diminish the buoyancy, thereby reducing the force required to lift the truck. Upon contemplating this, Qing Feng felt a surge of intellect, realizing he had not challenged himself in a long while that he needed to push himself further. Therefore, Qing Feng tore away the silicone casing from his mechanical arm, manually adjusted the arm's parameters on a panel, then squatted once more, exerting force with both hands. With a screech of metal grinding, the truck finally lifted and smoothly slid out of the compartment. Qing Feng longed to laugh aloud, but laughter was impractical underwater. Instead, he grasped the rearview mirror of the refrigerated truck as it began to ascend. However, at that moment, the sensation of suffocation suddenly struck him. On the hillside outside the Festa Park, Xiao Mei exclaimed, "Team Leader Lu, we have location information. They are 5 kilometers out at sea." Chapter 032. My joy is no more. Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes to find Jiehua lying beside him, propped on her hand, gazing at him with her bright, sparkling eyes. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon the pale yellow sheets, illuminating every fine hair on Jiehua's face. Unable to resist, Qingfeng reached out to brush aside Jiehua's dark tresses and gently caress her cheek. "Hey, I have good news for you." Jiehua suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. "What news? It's only 6:30 in the morning." "Well, and then? Morning hasn't woken up yet." "And then?" Qingfeng feigned ignorance as his hand began to wander downward. What do you think?" Jiehua replied with a playful smile. Just then, Qingfeng heard the voices of 2 men nearby. "Wow, the old pervert is still pouting even in a coma," Lu Bo's voice chimed in. "Strange, the anesthetic dose must not be enough. I'll give him another shot." Song Bo then jabbed a needle into Qingfeng's rear. With the injection of the anesthetic, Qingfeng's blissful dream abruptly ended, and his consciousness sank once more into an abyss of darkness, much like a fish lying on a dissection table. Meanwhile, Lu Bo had already laid out his instruments. And although Qingfeng raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, though his expression soon returned to one of deep concern as he poured himself another drink and consumed it just as swiftly. "Damn it, after finding you yesterday afternoon, I immediately applied for a search warrant and rushed to the Festa Industrial Park overnight. That I followed the address straight to the basement, only to find absolutely nothing, an utter disappointment." "Nothing at all?" Qingfeng inquired thoughtfully. "Indeed, there was only an empty warehouse. Nothing else was present." "That must be it." Qingfeng nodded. "That I suspect the entire laboratory is actually a submarine, or perhaps not a submarine, at the very least. It can operate underwater. This is absurd." Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. "By the way, where are the glasses?" Qingfeng suddenly remembered. Don't get me started," Lu Yuan lamented. "We searched extensively around the area where we rescued you, but found nothing. This is troublesome. It leaves us with only a few survivors to testify for us." "Yes," Lu Yuan nodded. "And those few individuals are not in great condition. They have already been sent to the hospital." "Let us deploy more personnel to keep watch." "Yes, 2 teams are already monitoring the situation." "Good. Alas, if we could secure solid evidence, we could apprehend the relevant parties on the spot. Now we have to go through the public prosecution process." "Don T. Rush, take it slow." Qingfeng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, but suddenly his brow furrowed as he took a deep drag. "Something feels off?" He removed the half-burnt cigarette and began to scrutinize it. Finding no abnormalities. "What's the matter?" "The cigarette seems strange. Give it a try." Qingfeng handed the cigarette to Lu Yuan, who took a puff and immediately started coughing. "I can't cough. I'm not used to this." Observing Lu Yuan's reaction, Qingfeng's eyes widened as he turned to Lu Bo with a sudden realization. "Have my lungs been replaced?" Yes." "It was unavoidable," Lu Bo weakly replied. Qingfeng let out a wail akin to a pig being slaughtered. My joy has vanished. Chapter 033. Drunk driving. Artificial lungs are prosthetic encapsulations of extracorporeal membrane oxygenation technology, generally requiring the use of an artificial heart, capable of fully performing the functions of natural lungs. Additionally, new types of artificial lungs are typically equipped with gas filters that absorb oxygen while simultaneously filtering out harmful gases, which, of course, includes nicotine and tar. This was initially a highly successful prosthetic. Though Qingfeng did not share this sentiment, his joy had already dwindled to almost nothing, and it seemed he would have to befriend Song Bo instead. Moreover, the advantage of tobacco lies in the fact that as long as there are no no-smoking signs, one can indulge at any time and place. However, alcohol poses restrictions, particularly when it comes to driving. Even with advanced autonomous driving technology, the moment Qingfeng sits in the driver's seat after consuming alcohol, the embedded detection system will immediately flag him, forcing the vehicle to pull over and shut off. It is said that when this alcohol detection feature was first implemented, upon detecting drunk driving, the vehicle would not only stop and shut off, but also automatically alert the authorities, leading the driver to a 15-day stint behind bars. Truly a comprehensive service. However, this automatic alert function was soon discontinued due to the overwhelming volume of cases at the police station. Overall, this feature has significantly reduced the number of drunk driving incidents, which is why it remains an essential inspection item for vehicles on the road. The inventor of this technology, a research engineer from Festa, was awarded the National Engineering Technology Innovation Award and received several promotions within the company, achieving financial freedom. Whoever conceived this feature is truly remarkable. Qingfeng finished his beer in one gulp, the excess alcohol making his head spin, and waved to the bar owner for another drink. That's not too bad. It's the perfect excuse to quit smoking. Lu Yuan took a small sip of ice water dismissively. You wouldn't understand. Qingfeng shook his head, placing a hand over his chest. Cigarettes can be quit, and even alcohol can be set aside, but the pain here cannot be escaped. Haha, I understand. The owner brought over 3 large mugs of beer. His arms as frail as withered branches, yet surprisingly steady. Lu Yuan fell silent, raising his glass in solidarity, and the trio toasted and drank in unison. Alcohol serves as a potent remedy. It can blur your memories, numb your nerves, allowing you to temporarily alleviate your suffering and let go of your obsessions amidst a haze. Yet, once sobriety returns, one must confront the reality with a throbbing head and the relentless passage of time. As the evening wore on, the 2 young men had already slumped over the bar. The owner shook his head in resignation, finished another drink himself, then retrieved 2 tattered garments from beneath the counter to drape over Qingfeng and Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, the 2 young men could not find restful sleep, as not long after, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Hello? Lu Yuan groggily answered the phone, and on the other end, Xiao Mei's anxious voice came through, causing Lu Yuan's expression to shift to one of seriousness as he abruptly roused Qingfeng. Captain Qing, there has been an incident at the hospital. They hurriedly made their way as they spoke. Qingfeng pinched his face to awaken himself and immediately stood up. The 2 quickly exited the bar and entered Lu Yuan's police car. But soon, an alert sounded within the vehicle. Alcohol levels detected exceed the limit. Please call for a designated driver or rest for a while before operating the vehicle. Damn, who on earth developed this feature? Call a cab. According to Xiao Mei's information, the 3 individuals rescued from the Festa laboratory had suddenly deteriorated, and the hospital had just issued a critical condition notice. These 3 are the only witnesses, aside from Qingfeng and Gao Xiang, who can testify to the illegal human experiments conducted by Festa. Given Qingfeng's unique status, he would undoubtedly be unable to testify in court, while Gao Xiang might attend. However, with only one witness, the evidence would evidently be insufficient. Thus, if anything were to happen to these 3, the imminent public prosecution would be jeopardized. Consequently, Lu Yuan had dispatched 2 additional teams to the hospital for round-the-clock surveillance in recent days. The simultaneous critical conditions of the 3 individuals raised suspicions, especially since the woman should not have undergone the experiment and was not in serious danger. Had the officers on duty detected any anomalies? As Qingfeng and Lu Yuan hailed a cab to the hospital, the vehicle operated in autonomous mode. Autonomous vehicle, 2 drunken passengers in the back seat okay. Autonomous vehicle, drunken passenger in the driver's seat not okay. Quite reasonable. Damn it, it's Songsha. Lu Yuan was perusing police records, realizing that this guy had replaced the team on duty with a new group tonight. I must thoroughly investigate this new team. No need. Qingfeng pondered. Songzhu is cunning. This situation must not have been orchestrated by the police, and by swapping in an unfamiliar team, he has already achieved his objective. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at the hospital, with Lu Yuan immediately making his way to the intensive care unit. While Qingfeng pulled him back, there are doctors and Xiao Mei in the ward. Your presence would be of no use. What shall we do then? Lu Yuan asked, slightly anxious. Naturally, we will do what the police ought to do. Thus, Qingfeng and Lu Yuan headed straight to the hospital's surveillance room. After Lu Yuan presented his police badge, they successfully obtained access to the monitoring footage, reasonably deducing it was highly probable that someone had tampered with the 3 patients. And the time of the incident should be tonight. With the time and location confirmed, coupled with the hospital's surveillance system, the investigation would be quite straightforward. Before long, Qingfeng and Lu Yuan pinpointed the suspect. 2 hours prior, a nurse administered injections to all 3 patients. Qingfeng accessed various camera angles to track the movements of the suspicious nurse, discovering that after injecting the last patient, he entered the stairwell. The stairwell lacked the density of surveillance in other areas, with cameras only positioned at the entrances of each floor to monitor those entering and exiting. Thus, Chi Feng promptly retrieved footage from all the stairwell entrances and meticulously examined it for the designated time. The suspect entered the stairwell from the 6th floor and ascended through the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. However, an odd occurrence transpired. The 10th floor's camera did not capture the suspect, nor did the 11th or 12th floors. And lower levels showed no footage of the suspect returning. This implies that the suspect vanished between the 9th and 10th floors. Of course, another possibility is that the target has been hiding between the 9th and 10th floors without leaving. Chapter 034. Murder and Destruction of Evidence. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan wasted no time and immediately proceeded to the target location. Upon reaching the 9th floor of the hospital, Qing Feng and Lu Yuan exchanged a knowing glance. After which Lu Yuan drew his firearm and stealthily approached the stairwell, while Qing Feng took the elevator to the 10th floor. The stairwell had no windows, unless the suspect could vanish into thin air. He must still be lurking between the 9th and 10th floors that I've arrived. Let us move. Once Qing Feng was in position, he notified Lu Yuan via earpiece. Received. Lu Yuan raised his weapon and cautiously ascended the stairs, while Qing Feng similarly descended. The hospital's ceiling height exceeds that of typical residential buildings, with each floor's staircase divided into two ends, connected by a platform equipped with sound-activated lights. As Qing Feng and Lu Yuan remained exceedingly quiet. The sound-activated lights did not illuminate, leaving the corridor shrouded in darkness. As Qing Feng and Lu Yuan continued their relentless pursuit, Qing Feng soon caught sight of a white figure on the platform. "Police, don't move," Qing Feng shouted, causing the motion-activated lights to illuminate the scene. A person clad in a white lab coat stood facing the wall, motionless. "Raise your hands," Lu Yuan commanded, aiming his gun at the figure in the lab coat. At that moment, the individual suddenly shuddered and then swiftly raised both hands, nearly causing Lu Yuan to pull the trigger in fright. "Slowly turn around," Lu Yuan urged, steadying his nerves. The figure obediently began to rotate, but did so in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Strictly speaking, it was unnaturally smooth. The upper body remained completely still, the legs rigidly straight, with only the ankles gradually pivoting, allowing the entire body to turn in a stable, uniform motion. Lu Yuan and Qing Feng exchanged a glance, both feeling an uncanny sensation, and then they cautiously approached the figure in the lab coat. "Don't move," Lu Yuan warned, drawing closer while retrieving handcuffs from behind his waist. Surprisingly, the figure extended his hands voluntarily. Yet his eyes remained fixated on the void ahead. Although Lu Yuan found this strange, he holstered his gun and proceeded to put gloves on the individual. Qing Feng, equally perplexed, waved his hand in front of the man's face. At that moment, the man abruptly turned his head towards Qing Feng, grinning widely as if to smile, but no sound escaped his lips. "You must be seriously unwell," Qing Feng remarked, and no sooner had he spoken than the man suddenly shoved Lu Yuan aside and dashed down the stairs. Ouch! Lu Yuan was knocked off balance, as if struck by a heavy weight. "Stop!" Qing Feng took off in pursuit, only to notice that the man's descent was equally bizarre. His hands remained outstretched as if still in the process of being handcuffed, and his face was tilted to one side, maintaining that unsettling grin. Most bewildering of all was the speed at which he descended the stairs, although he appeared to be stepping down one at a time. His legs moved with motor-like rapidity, plummeting as if in free fall. Realizing he was about to lose sight of his target, Qing Feng abandoned using the stairs, vaulting over the railing and jumping down level by level. Just in time, he caught a glimpse of the man's retreating figure. The two quickly burst out of the hospital and into a narrow alley behind it. The man moved swiftly, and Qing Feng, bolstered by his impressive lung capacity, relentlessly pursued him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was not idle. He promptly called Xiaomei, instructing her to drive after Qing Feng's location. This chase lasted nearly half an hour, until Lu Yuan and Xiaomei cornered the enigmatic man in a dead-end alley. This location was far from the hospital, desolate and abandoned, with demolition sites flanking both sides, littered with remnants of walls and debris. Due to a power issue, the streetlights flickered erratically, casting sporadic, fractured images from the advertisement boards onto the man's white coat. "Put your hands up and slowly turn around," Lu Yuan shouted, aiming his gun at the man standing against the wall. However, he quickly realized his command was partially unnecessary, as the man's hands were already raised. Even adorned with handcuffs, as the man slowly turned, he still wore that unnaturally forced smile. Xiaomei couldn't help but tighten her grip on the service weapon she had just received at that moment. A vaguely familiar voice escaped from the man's grinning mouth. Good day, sir. Please refrain from meddling, and thank you for your cooperation. Qing Feng, Lu Yuan, and Xiao Mei exchanged bewildered glances, and just as Lu Yuan prepared to apprehend him, the man's arm bent at an unnatural angle before he suddenly pulled out a dark object. Watch out, Xiao Mei exclaimed, her panic causing her to pull the trigger in haste, after 2 shots rang out. She instinctively shut her eyes, but fortunately, Qing Feng was quick enough to snatch the gun from her grasp. However, that one inadvertent shot struck the man squarely in the forehead. Oh no. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan rushed to assess the man's condition. He was silent, clutching not a weapon, but merely a black-gloved, is he dead? Did I kill him? Xiao Mei asked, her voice trembling with distress, for she had never intended to take the man's life and believed she had aimed for his shoulder. Sigh. Qing Feng exhaled, patting Xiao Mei's shoulder. He is dead, but you did not kill him. The man had a puncture wound in his forehead, yet no blood oozed out. Instead, sparks flickered from within. This was a humanoid robot. Take it to Lu Bo. Let us see if we can extract any information from its storage. Thus, Qing Feng and Lu Yuan loaded the robot into the police car and headed for Lu Bo's laboratory. Upon examination, Lu Bo confirmed that Xiao Mei's shot had merely damaged the robot's processor without affecting its storage system. However, the bad news was that this robot was simply a household model, and aside from its pre-installed software, it contained no other information, with real-time recording capabilities turned off. This led to only one plausible explanation. The robot had likely been under remote control at that moment. Beyond that, no useful information could be gleaned from it. It must have been the people from Feista. They wanted to kill and destroy evidence, Lu Yuan declared. Not only Lu Yuan but Qing Feng and Xiao Mei shared this sentiment. However, subjective judgments hold no weight in legal matters. Evidence is paramount. Just then, worse news arrived. The hospital notified Xiao Mei that all 3 patients had been declared brain dead due to neurotoxic agents eroding their brain tissue. Damn it. Lu Yuan slammed his fist on the table. This case, in order to be filed and prosecuted, had relied on his assurance to the leadership that he could substantiate Feista's illegal experiments. After all, everyone knew that Feista was not to be trifled with. The leadership would never agree to confront them without absolute certainty. Now, with the 3 crucial witnesses deceased, the prosecution was virtually doomed to fail if there were to be any chance of a turnaround. It would require careful and extensive planning. Chapter 035. Performance Report. I can testify. Gao Xiang interjected from Lu Bo's laboratory upon hearing Lu Yuan and the others discussing the matter. You can. Lu Yuan replied, but your testimony alone won't suffice. Not just me. Xiao Wu and Xiao Ye can also testify, Gao Xiang continued, with Xiao Wu and Xiao Ye nodding vigorously beside him. That's not feasible. Xiao Mei countered. Xiao Wu and Xiao Ye are merely children, and the crucial point is that their only connection is to young Master Nio's underground boxing club, which cannot serve as evidence of Feista's illegal experiments. Xiao Mei's assertion was valid. Feista's legal department was undoubtedly robust and meticulous, and defeating them would necessitate ironclad facts. Yet, as she pondered this, Xiao Mei's eyes suddenly brightened at Feista's eyes. Qing Feng and Gao Xiang were the only 2 witnesses to the illegal experiments. Although Qing Feng could not testify on our behalf, Feista would not view it that way. Given that Feista had already begun eliminating witnesses, Qing Feng and Gao Xiang would likely also become targets. Perhaps this could be utilized to our advantage. I have an idea, but it may be quite risky, Xiao Mei said, adjusting her glasses as she looked at Qing Feng and Gao Xiang. Risk is what makes it interesting, Qing Feng replied, already positioning himself comfortably in the center of Shallow Bay City. Within a high-rise conference room of the Feista Technology Building, Lu Xiu and Feek were reporting to a man in a suit. Liu Xiu sat upright, his expression grave, while Feek lounged with an air of defiance. Mr. Yin, I truly did not anticipate. Liu Xiu was explaining the reasons behind the unexpected escape of individuals from the laboratory when he was abruptly interrupted by the suited man raising his hand. Don't call me Mr. Yin. Just refer to me as Yin Ming. Yin Ming, dressed in a black leather suit with a deep red tie, had meticulously styled hair, exuding an aura of strict professionalism, with the only distinguishing feature being his small, bead-like green eyes that moment. Those eyes were fixed intently on Lu Xiu as he continued. If you believe that your obsequious and antiquated mindset makes it difficult for you to address me by name, you may simply call me Yin Sir. Very well. Yin Sir, Lu Xiu replied, immediately wishing he could slap himself. Although Yin Ming had become his superior weeks ago, he had been stationed in Huai City until today. marking their first face-to-face meeting. Thus, Lu Xiao felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from this new leader. In my opinion, there is no need for elaborate explanations. The simple truth is that our combat capabilities are insufficient. Feek interjected, abruptly standing up and gesticulating with his mechanical arm. If I had been upgraded to level 3 combat power, I would have easily subdued that individual, and we wouldn't have all these subsequent complications. All right. Yan Ming leaned back in his chair, looking at Feek. You can head to the engineering department for your upgrade now. Upgrade? Right now? Feek replied incredulously, while Lu Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, I have approved it. Yan Ming replied, swiftly operating the computer to process the approval, showing no signs of jest. Thank you. Yan, sir, I'm heading there right away. Feek exclaimed, turning to exit the conference room with enthusiasm. Yan, sir, but his body is simply not capable. Lu Xiao queried, but once again, Yan Ming interrupted him. Under voluntary circumstances, the company can provide employees with job-related body modifications, all of which require signing a liability waiver beforehand, Lu Xiao replied calmly. If Feek is willing to contribute to the company, that is commendable. Now, let us continue discussing your issue. Lu Xiao swallowed hard, and at that moment, I thought that the intruder had already been confined in the exit chamber. Then, I received a notification from above, demanding an immediate transfer to the laboratory that I felt there was no need to venture down again. What do you think? Yan Ming suddenly interjected. Yes, the door of the exit chamber is quite thick, and the portholes are bulletproof. Who would have thought they could make use of a refrigerated truck? Who would have thought? Is that even a question of surprise? Yan Ming fixed his piercing gaze on Lu Xiao once more. How thick is quite thick? What level of impact can a bulletproof porthole withstand? I don't know that Lu Xiao could no longer meet the gaze of those sharp green eyes. You think you can make assumptions when you know nothing? Yes, this is my work oversight. Seeing that Lu Xiao had fallen silent, Yin Fu stopped looking at him and began typing on the computer. Lu Xiao, with 10 years of service, 5 years in this position. Team leader of Security Group 2 in the high-tech park of Faisida, had recently been involved in 1P1 level incident, secondary responsibility, and 1P0 level incident, also secondary responsibility. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao let out a sigh of relief, while Yin Fu raised his head to address him again. Do you know what the most crucial point is for a security personnel? Naturally, Lu Xiao had his own answer in mind, but his intuition told him that it might be the wrong answer, at least in the eyes of this new boss. It is attention to detail. Noticing Lu Xiao's silence, Yan Ming continued, combat capability is not the most important aspect. Intelligence is not the most important aspect. After all, if combat capability falls short, reinforcements can be called in, and an overactive mind leads to assumptions. Only meticulous attention to detail can prevent potential crises. Yes, that Lu Xiao nodded vigorously. You are a veteran employee, possessing both experience and capability, so I now present you with 2 options. Yan Ming continued typing on the computer. First, to terminate your employment with the company. The resignation process will strictly adhere to labor laws. Second, to write a performance report. I have completed the accident retrospective, and you will continue to fill in the areas for improvement. The company will initiate a 3-month observation period, and upon successful completion, you may retain your original position. I will definitely work hard and perform well. Lu Xiao quickly responded. Yan Ming glanced at Lu Xiao. I choose the second option. Lu Xiao replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Good. Both tasks must be completed today. Yan Ming closed the laptop. First, send me the performance report by 4 p.m. Second, notify Ding Village COTO halt the recruitment of experimental volunteers. Understood. Lu Xiao nodded. Let us go. Yan Ming rose and paced to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the entire cityscape. All right. Lu Xiao silently stood up, just as he was about to step out of the room when Yan Ming called out to him again. Wait a moment. Yan Ming remained facing the window, looking toward Blackrock Bay, and continued. One of the 2 individuals who invaded the biological laboratory is named Gao Xiang. Yes, that is correct. Lu Xiao replied. Already in possession of Gao Xiang's identity information, though he had yet to ascertain his current whereabouts. Find him. Yan Ming glanced at his watch, giving you 1 week. Seek support from the information department. Understood, Lu Xiao responded. Though he felt entirely uncertain, he had no choice but to brace himself for the task ahead. Chapter 036. Entrapment. Father, the people from the club are either dead or have fled. Isn't this a blatant provocation against us? Young Master Neo lamented over the phone. Good. Neo Boss seethed with rage, trembling as he vented into the receiver, all day long indulging in trivial pursuits, only concerned with your pathetic club. Look at your sister and then at yourself. You are utterly worthless. From today onward, you are grounded at home. Do not leave without my permission. Father, young Master Neo cried out on the other end of the line. While Neo Boss slammed the phone down. TMD, I leave for just 2 months, and this is what happens. Neo Boss glared at the computer screen displaying the email from Faisida Company regarding the termination of the experimental volunteer transaction. His face flushed with anger. This transaction had been painstakingly negotiated, not only promising significant revenue for the group, but also maintaining relationships with Faisida and law enforcement agencies. The group reaps profits. Faisida recruits experimental subjects, and the government addresses the issue of vagrants. It was a win-win-win scenario, with only the need for caution and subtlety. Neo Boss had thought the project was stable and profitable. So he entrusted it to his son, hoping it would bolster his son's reputation within the group. However, after just 2 months in Hawaii City, the project had been mishandled by his son. Despite his anger, Neo Boss understood that there was likely more to this situation than met the eye, and upon his return, he would conduct a thorough investigation. But first, he needed to ensure his son's safety. Secretary Luo, Neo Boss massaged his temples, suppressing his fury, as he called out to his secretary outside the door. Here, Secretary Luo, dressed in a crisp white shirt and wearing rimless glasses, appeared neat and refined. Increase the security personnel over at Neo Jihong's side. Please arrange this. Certainly, Secretary Luo acknowledged before turning to leave. In this world, there are those who, with just a word from you, understand your intent and arrange matters flawlessly. Then there are others who, even with hand-holding guidance, manage to botch things up. Clearly, Secretary Luo belongs to the former, while Neo Jihong belongs to the latter. Unfortunately, Secretary Luo is not his son, thus remaining merely as secretary, while Neo Jihong, despite his shortcomings, is still his son. With this thought, Neo Boss could only let out a resigned sigh. The scene shifts back to Qianwan, Black Rock Bay. Young Master Neo paced despondently in his luxurious mansion. Genuinely frustrated, he had not done anything wrong recently. Yet suddenly, so many misfortunes had befallen him. Not only was he suffering in silence, but he also had to endure his father's reprimands, anticipating another round of scolding upon his father's return. Young Master Neo couldn't help but sigh in despair. However, being scolded and grounded was not a new experience for him, so he was somewhat prepared to go. Bring those women to me. Young Master Neo instructed his underling nearby. Right away, please wait a moment. The subordinate grinned and hurried off, while the uniformed female bodyguard frowned deeply. In Black Rock Bay, Lu Xiao, an exemplary worker, was certainly not there for amusement. The information department had provided him with intelligence suggesting that Gao Xiang had returned to his residence. He could not afford to miss such a prime opportunity. Capturing Gao Xiang would likely secure his position during the observation period. Thus, upon receiving the news, Lu Xiao decisively set off and had now arrived at the door of the target room. Lu Xiao prepared his lock-picking tools, only to discover a large hole in the door. Goodness, do young people today care so little for privacy? Peering through the hole, Lu Xiao noticed the living room was empty. So he reached for the door handle and stepped inside. The room was eerily quiet, allowing him to distinctly hear the sounds of snoring emanating from the bedroom. Following the sound, Lu Xiao quietly entered the bedroom. And upon seeing the figure lying on the bed, he couldn't help but question his life choices. This was surprisingly easy. Life truly has its ups and downs. Perhaps this was the rebound after hitting rock bottom. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao quickly approached the bedside, ready to seize the individual, when suddenly, the person on the bed turned around and grasped Lu Xiao's outstretched hand. In an instant, neither party was willing to relinquish their grip. Their fingers intertwined as they shared an intense gaze. No, it should be said that the one filled with emotion was Qing Feng, who, despite wearing a mask, revealed a look of reluctance in his eyes. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, was confused and bewildered. In the dead of night, breaking into a private residence. May I inquire what brings you here? Qing Feng broke the tension first. That moment, the lights in the room suddenly flicked on, revealing Lu Yuan and Gao Xiang standing at the bedroom door. Don't move. Raise your hands. Lu Yuan directed his gun at Lu Xiu. At this point, Lu Xiao truly questioned his life choices. This was a split-second police intervention. However, Lu Xiao quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Officer, you see, I can't raise my hand. Lu Xiao lifted one hand, while the other remained firmly grasped by Qing Feng that it wasn't Lu Yuan's fault. Raising hands was merely a figure of speech. The other hand not being raised was acceptable as well. Seeing Lu Xiao make no further movements, Lu Yuan produced handcuffs and efficiently secured them onto Lu Xiao. At last, Lu Xiao was able to pull his hand free from Qing Feng's grasp. Let's head back to the police station for a chat. Lu Yuan urged Lu Xiao toward the exit. Officer, I simply walked into the wrong room by mistake. Surely that doesn't warrant a trip to the station, Lu Xiao protested. Then tell me, where is your room? Lu Yuan retorted with a sneer. Actually, I accidentally walked into the wrong building. Lu Xiao continued to defend himself. Lu Yuan regarded Lu Xiao with disdain. I mistakenly entered the wrong district. Let's go. Lu Yuan pushed Lu Xiao once more, stating, I don't care what your reason is. You will at least spend 24 hours in the station. Lu Yuan had no intention of actually taking Lu Xiao to the station. He merely wanted a pretext to move Lu Xiao to a more suitable location for further questioning. Lu Xiao, both frustrated and helpless, had just thought he was on the verge of a breakthrough, only to find himself ensnared once more, unable to complete his task, and now adding trouble for the company. At that moment, however, a familiar voice crackled through Lu Xiao's earpiece. Move in. However, Lu Xiao listened intently, his shock evident. Act. The police are present. To act directly. The voice in the earpiece was unusually resolute. Very well. With that thought, Lu Xiao decided not to dwell on it. Execution is an essential quality for any worker. Lu Yuan noticed Lu Xiao's unusual demeanor and was about to reach for his earpiece when Lu Xiao suddenly evaded and created distance. Donning a pair of oversized glasses. Chapter 037. I refuse to surrender. What will you do? Lu Yuan drew his firearm again, aiming at Lu Xiao, while Qing Feng and Gao Xiang prepared for action. Lu Xiao raised his handcuffed hands and slowly retreated to the window. I refuse to surrender. Lu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, astonished by Lu Xiao's bluntness. Do you know what refusing to surrender means? Lu Yuan advanced with his weapon. I do not, Lu Xiao sighed. I am merely a worker, lacking agency. Lu Yuan and Gao Xiang were still puzzled, but Qing Feng began to frown, having heard a sound, metallic friction seemingly emanating from a high floor. The noise grew closer and more distinct. Suddenly, Qing Feng realized, pulling Gao Xiang and Lu Yuan back toward the door just as the glass window behind Lu Xiao shattered, revealing three armored vehicles descending from above. It was evident that Lu Xiao had come prepared. He had diligently remembered the suggestions for improvement proposed by his superiors. The situation had completely reversed. Those who intended to enact a sting operation found themselves in a precarious position. 2 Tier 3 combat BT-3s. Who could withstand that? Damn, armed robots have arrived. How do we counter this? Lu Yuan pressed against the wall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I think it's manageable, Qing Feng replied, appearing less tense than before. Manageable? Lu Yuan looked at Qing Feng in confusion. These two robots seem to lack heavy weaponry. Qing Feng noted. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded, then frowned, saying, what difference does that make? Can you even withstand 2 robots? We could give it a try, Qing Feng retorted dismissively. Try? Don't let that be your last attempt. I say, officer. At that moment, Lu Xiao's voice rang out again. There's no need for this pointless game of hide and seek. I can see your positions quite clearly. Lu Xiao's glasses shared the robot's perspective, projecting the thermal images of Lu Yuan and others directly onto his retina. Let us make a deal. I will only take your 2 friends with me, and then I'll return with you to the police station. You can then tell the truth that your 2 friends were taken by armed robots during the operation. This way, it'll be easier for both of us to account for it. Lu Yuan, Qing Feng, and Gao Xiang exchanged incredulous glances, surprised by Lu Xiao's eloquence and apparent dedication. Such diligent workers are rare in this day and age. However, they were unaware that Lu Xiao was merely reciting what he had been instructed to say, begrudgingly complying with his superior's demands. What do you think of his suggestion? Qing Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Huh. Lu Yuan was taken aback that Qing Feng articulated his thoughts, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say he thought it was a good idea. Gao Xiang vigorously shook his head. Well then, I will accompany him, Qing Feng said, not waiting for Lu Yuan and Gao Xiang to respond, as he stepped into the room. You're right, Qing Feng continued, addressing Lu Xiao and the 2 armored robots. However, in discussing the deal, there should be reciprocity. I will go with you, and you will go with Officer Lu. That sounded a bit awkward, but fortunately, Everyone present understood the implication. Then deal. Lu Xiao replied somewhat hesitantly, caught between conflicting signals. Aside from Qing Feng, the other three were utterly bewildered. Lu Xiao was completely at a loss regarding his superior's intentions, while Lu Yuan and Gao Xiang were equally puzzled by Qing Feng's actions. However, the armed robots moved forward, one on each side, gripping Qing Feng's arms, lifting him off the ground due to their height advantage. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao cooperatively raised his handcuffed hands toward the doorway, stating, "Officer Lu, I will go with you." Lu Yuan and Gao Xiang returned to the room, bypassing the somewhat comical scene of Qing Feng and the two armored robots, and proceeded to detain Lu Xiao. This time, Lu Yuan confiscated Lu Xiao's earpiece and sunglasses, even retrieving his phone from his pocket. What now? Lu Yuan looked at Qing Feng somewhat helplessly, but the latter appeared completely unfazed. Even swinging between the two armored robots, "I'm fine. You handle your business." The three on site were left speechless. Lu Yuan and Gao Xiang found themselves with no choice but to escort Lu Xiao from the room. Just as they exited, the two armored robots leapt out the window, taking Qing Feng with them. What the hell? Lu Yuan rushed back to the window to check, but Qing Feng's figure had already vanished. "Officer Lu," Lu Xiao's voice resounded from behind. "My apologies for the inconvenience." As he spoke, Lu Xiao forcefully pulled his hands outward, shattering the handcuffs, and swiftly delivered a knife hand strike to Gao Xiang's neck. Gao Xiang raised his hand to defend himself, but Lu Xiao's strength was overwhelming. He broke through Gao Xiang's guard and knocked him out with a single blow. What the hell? Lu Yuan swiftly drew his weapon to fire. However, aided by an automatic evasion system, Lu Xiao had already anticipated Lu Yuan's actions, dodging effortlessly as Lu Yuan fired several shots, all of which missed. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, it seemed as though Lu Xiao could evade bullets with ease. As Lu Yuan emptied his magazine, Lu Xiao was suddenly upon him. My God. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he faced Lu Xiao. "What kind of monster are you?" "I wouldn't dare call myself a monster. I'm merely a product of the company's training," Lu Xiao replied as he seized the handgun from Lu Yuan while deftly pilfering his phone and earpiece, tossing them out the window. At that moment, Lu Xiao felt genuine admiration for his superior, who had meticulously orchestrated these subsequent actions. Such detailed guidance was truly remarkable. In the workplace, having a capable leader is of utmost importance. If your leader is inept and merely coasts through their day, your prospects will be bleak. Conversely, if your leader excels, even if you do not reap the immediate rewards, you will eventually benefit in due time. With that thought, Lu Xiao felt invigorated. Sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he retrieved the handcuff key from Lu Yuan and freed himself, then fastened the two cuffs together, securing one end to Lu Yuan's wrist and the other to the window railing. My apologies, Officer Lu. Once I report back, I'll turn myself in at the police station. Lu Xiao hoisted the unconscious Gao Xiang over his shoulder, leaving Lu Yuan, who remained in a state of utter shock. Meanwhile, far away in the face-to-office building, the remote-controlled Yin Ming revealed a satisfied smile. The next steps would be straightforward. There were numerous ways to ensure Gao Xiang and the other man remained silent without causing them harm. Subsequently, handling matters with the police would also be manageable, as Lu Xiao had not harmed the officer as for the incident involving Gao Xiang. It could simply be classified as a brawl. The issue regarding the armored robots could be attributed to a malfunction. The company's legal department would handle these matters with ease. Chapter 038. Emergency Plan. Lu Xiao carried Gao Xiang out of the room, donning his glasses once more, only to discover that his superior, Yin Ming, had gone offline, leaving behind a final message. "Well done. Take them to the high-tech park." The message was brief, yet it filled Lu Xiao with exhilaration. As a seasoned worker, Lu Xiao understood that a leader's first impression is particularly crucial. Once formed, whether positive or negative, it is challenging to alter. In fact, changing someone's first impression often requires a greater effort than creating it. Although he had previously made mistakes, this operation marked the first direct collaboration with his new superior, and he believed it had gone remarkably well, likely leaving a favorable impression. Now, all that remained was to deliver Gao Xiang and the other man to the high-tech park, and the task would be complete. With Gao Xiang slung over his shoulder and the other man presumably under the control of the two armored robots, Lu Xiao activated his glasses to switch perspectives back to the robots. Unexpectedly, a malfunction occurred. The view was pitch black, and the robots were unresponsive to any commands. "What is going on?" Lu Xiao muttered, setting Gao Xiang down and quickly removing his glasses to shake them. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but he clung to hope, suspecting that the glasses might be malfunctioning. As luck would have it, after shaking them, the robot's perspective reappeared. However, the imagery was strange. It appeared the robots were in a dark corridor, and not far down the hall, a figure was bending over, staring at a pair of glasses. This is bad. Lu Xiao's scalp prickled as he recognized the figure. It was himself. Don't bother looking, brother. A somewhat familiar voice came from behind Lu Xiao, followed by the sound of a metallic sphere rolling across the ground, causing the image in the glasses to spin wildly. A severed robotic head rolled to Lu Xiao's feet. You defeated 2 armored robots? Lu Xiao turned around. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Qing Feng. Dada, my apologies for damaging your 2 grand toys. How did you manage that? Lu Xiao, still in disbelief, instinctively inquired. He had witnessed the formidable prowess of the armed robots, having struggled against just one at the residence of young Master Niu. The thought of confronting 2 was almost unfathomable. If true, it was highly probable that the strength of the person before him surpassed his own. Well, that's a long story, Qing Feng replied. Then let's keep it brief. In short, Qing Feng pondered, stroking his chin. I delivered a swift kick to one robot, then swiftly twisted off the head of the second. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. The man before him spoke with such ease that beads of sweat began to trickle down Lu Xiao's forehead, enveloping him in an inexplicable sense of dread, an emotion he had never encountered throughout his years of work. For Lu Xiao, while his job held significance, it was merely a job, and no employment was worth more than his own life. At that moment, he acutely felt the threat to his existence. However, had Qing Feng truly dispatched the 2 robots with such nonchalance? Just moments prior, the 2 machines had leapt from the window with Qing Feng seizing 2 ropes, swinging to the side of the building, and descending along the ropes. The ropes dangled from the rooftop, suggesting the robots had been lying in wait. Qing Feng tugged at his arms, but the robot's grip was too tight to escape. Only his legs remained free. All right then, Qing Feng thought, I shall move what I can. Breaking the deadlock creates opportunities. Timing his movements, he summoned his strength and kicked the wall with vigor, with the powerful propulsion of his prosthetic limb. Qing Feng propelled himself and the 2 robots backward. Given the narrow distance between the buildings, the robots collided directly with the adjacent wall. After several impacts, Qing Feng managed to free his arms and grasp one of the ropes. Just as he stabilized himself, the robot on the other rope swung around, brandishing its blade toward Qing Feng's face. Damn it! Qing Feng gasped, instinctively retracting his neck as the blade grazed the top of his head, severing the rope he held. Recognizing the danger, Qing Feng clutched the thigh of the passing robot, preventing a free fall. However, the other robot was less fortunate. Already beneath Qing Feng and struggling to climb upward, it plummeted from a great height, crashing directly into a drainage system. In that instant, only one swinging robot remained in the field, alongside Qing Feng, who clung to its leg. Sometimes, luck is indeed a part of strength. As the armed robot swung its blade to cleave Qing Feng, it appeared that the back of its thigh was a blind spot for such an attack, particularly since it was in midair, restricting its capacity to execute more preset combat maneuvers. This allowed Qing Feng to ascend to the robot's back, wrapping his arms tightly around its head and channeling energy into his mechanical limbs, unleashing full power. Lu Xiao could not have fathomed this process. All he saw were the results, prompting him to initiate the emergency protocol. Indeed, regrettably, this individual had an emergency plan. Generally, routine tasks lacked such contingencies, reserved for significant projects or high-risk assignments. Moreover, activating an emergency plan typically required meeting numerous conditions, as it often entailed considerable risks and side effects. Nevertheless, Lu Xiao could not afford to contemplate this now. He swiftly donned his glasses, activated the plan, and bolted back to the room. What the hell? Qing Feng immediately pursued him. Inside the room, Lu Yuan was still straining to wrench the railing from the windowsill when suddenly footsteps echoed, and a figure soared overhead, launching out the window. Farewell, Officer Lu, came Lu Xiao's voice on the wind. Lu Yuan, momentarily bewildered, pointed outside, still processing the sight of Qing Feng, who had just jumped out, reappearing at the doorway. Where is he? Qing Feng inquired. What do you mean? He jumped out. Lu Yuan gestured to the window, his disbelief evident as he questioned his own eyes. Chase him, Qing Feng declared, ready to pursue, but as he reached the window, he froze in place. 2 ropes suddenly descended from outside, followed by the unmistakable sight of two fully armed BT-3 robots. The massive Gatling gun barrels began to spin ominously. What the hell? Qingfeng's eyes widened in alarm. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted. Yet the noise did not emanate from the Gatling guns before Qingfeng. Instead, a bullet shot from a darkened window of a distant building, piercing through billboards, clotheslines, and antennae, accurately severing the ropes tethering the BT-3s. What is happening? Who fired that shot? This unexpected turn of events left Qingfeng bewildered. The armed robots had come and gone before he could react. Quick, help me get free, Lu Yuan, still shackled to the railing, called out. Were you the one who called for backup? Qingfeng tore apart the handcuffs. I didn't, Lu Yuan replied, equally perplexed. Could it be Xiaomei? Qingfeng pondered, even more confused. What do you think? Xiaomei, shooting with her eyes closed? Clearly, it was not Xiaomei, for she had not participated in this operation, having coincidentally gone to a practical assessment, which would take longer to conclude. Before they could exchange further words, a series of metallic clangs echoed from outside, and a steel claw suddenly gripped the windowsill. The fully armed robot had not fallen to the ground but instead clung to the concrete wall, climbing up. At that moment, a dark head protruded from the windowsill, only to be met with Qingfeng's powerful fist. The forceful blow sent the robot's head askew, but regrettably, it did not inflict a fatal injury. The robot, disoriented, attempted to push its way inside. One punch was insufficient, so Qingfeng followed with another swinging strike. Unfortunately, this too failed to deliver a fatal blow, merely turning the robot's head in the opposite direction, seemingly getting it stuck. The neck of the robot emitted a series of grinding sounds as it struggled to adjust, unable to turn its head without using its arms, which were currently clinging to the windowsill. Raising its arms would lead to a fall. However, as a mature product, the BT-3 possessed self-analysis capabilities in extraordinary circumstances. Its system would devise solutions based on environmental conditions to automatically resolve the jammed state. In this instance, the robot's system had determined a course of action. It could first climb into the room and then use its arms to turn its head, thereby freeing itself to continue executing its assassination mission. Yet, regrettably, all of this was moot, as before it could act, Qingfeng delivered a swift kick, sending it tumbling out of the building. A standard BT-3 could utilize its mechanical claws to cling to walls mid-fall. But this one, with its head facing downward, was incapable of doing so. Not only did it fail to cling, but it also collided with its companion, resulting in both crashing to the ground, incapacitated, from a distant building. High above, Jessie observed the incapacitated robots through her scope, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, her companion, Xiao Ran, suddenly furrowed his brow. Jessie, the enemy has sent reinforcements. You should retreat. Huh? What about you? Jessie questioned, puzzled. If we leave together. Do not worry about me. You must retreat first. I will assist. Xiao Ran's voice was gentle yet resolute. We'll meet at the usual place. Meanwhile, Lucio was sprinting on the rooftop, leveraging the small distance between buildings to leap across two structures swiftly. At that moment, his superior, Yin Ming, re-established contact. Return and apprehend them. Yan's voice was unequivocal, firm yet devoid of warmth. But Lucio felt a surge of reluctance, 100 objections flooding his mind, for he had just learned that two fully armed robots had gone offline. Although Lucio was unaware of the specifics, the mere outcome was enough to instill fear in him. Are you joking? Two armed robots equipped with live ammunition could easily obliterate a person. Return and monitor. Do not let the target escape. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Sensing Lucio's hesitation, Yin added, Fine. Given the circumstances, Lucio had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he was merely being asked to observe, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Yin had not misled Lucio. The moment the contingency plan was activated, he received an alert notification and promptly coordinated reinforcements. The current situation was indeed somewhat unexpected. He began to suspect the involvement of a third-party force, perhaps directly related to his secret mission in Qianwan. Thus, while coordinating reinforcements, he also set off from the face-to-office building, although it would take him some time to reach the scene. However, before his arrival, the armed robots dispatched from the nearest station to Haiyan Bay would likely arrive swiftly. Furthermore, this time, it would not just be two robots. As Lucio began to turn back, he felt increasingly apprehensive. Making an effort to lower his posture and tread lightly, before long, he approached the target building, concealing himself behind the railing of the neighboring rooftop, quietly observing. Everything appeared normal in the target building, with no signs of movement from the window where Gao Xiang was located. Beneath the building, several armed robots slumped against the ground, hissing as they emitted white smoke and sparked intermittently. A few passers-by gathered to gawk, some even pulling out their phones to snap pictures. It appeared that in recent days, those armed robots had indeed been dispatched by that man, sending a shiver down Lucio's spine. He hunched further beneath the railing, adjusting the focus of his glasses, searching for traces of his target. He had scanned the entire building across from him without uncovering any clues. Logically, he ought to enter Gao Xiang's room to confirm the situation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to his superiors. However, he found himself hesitating, feeling not only fear, but also a chill creeping up his spine. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Bro, looking for me?" Lucio's scalp prickled with alarm, causing him to jump up. Standing behind him was Qing Feng. You," Lucio stammered, flustered. Yet, recalling his superior's words about reinforcements arriving in a few minutes, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. "You can't escape. Reinforcements will be here soon. I advise you to cooperate with my work." "But I'm not running," Qing Feng replied, puzzled, before exclaiming in surprise, "Reinforcements? Do you have armed robots?" "Indeed, they'll arrive in a few minutes," Lucio responded, regretting his words, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his own hand. "A few minutes," Qing Feng pressed further. "Yes, a few minutes," Lucio reiterated, now having little left to conceal. "Phew, that's sufficient." Qing Feng suddenly exhaled with relief. "Sufficient for what?" Lucio inquired, confused. "To deal with you." Qing Feng grinned slyly, then launched a punch. Chapter 40. Inviting trouble. Qing Feng began to strike Lucio, and soon their one-sided brawl transformed into mutual combat. After a flurry of blows, they momentarily separated. "You're not too shabby yourself," Qing Feng panted, puzzled. "Why do you seem so timid?" "You're not that strong either," Lucio retorted, also gasping for breath, his face swollen and appearing worse for wear than Qing Feng. Yet, Lucio remained more optimistic. At this rate, he believed he could hold out until reinforcements arrived without issue. Qing Feng contemplated. This opponent had average offensive capabilities but exceptional evasion and defense, resulting in a low hit rate for his attacks. Initially, Lucio had been too busy defending to mount an effective counter, allowing Qing Feng to land several hits. Now that they were exchanging blows, the number of effective attacks was dwindling, and the hit rate plummeted. If this continued, he risked being overwhelmed before reinforcements arrived. If another wave of armed robots came, it would be game over. He had to make a choice: continue fighting or make a quick exit. Just as Qing Feng hesitated, Lucio suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Life is a tide, ever rising and falling." Lucio adjusted his glasses, hands seemingly tapping in the air. "My wave has finally arrived." Qing Feng stood there, bewildered, but the next moment, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, not out of choice, but because he lost control of his legs. A familiar sensation of suffocation washed over him. "What's going on?" Qing Feng recognized this feeling. It was reminiscent of when the power had run out in the underwater laboratory. Why was he experiencing something similar now? Though the sensation wasn't as intense or despairing as before, it was sufficient to hinder his normal movements. "How does it feel?" "Not so pleasant, is it?" Lucio observed with satisfaction as Qing Feng knelt. "You should thank me for not completely cutting off the battery output, or else you wouldn't have lasted more than a few seconds." "Battery?" Qing Feng suddenly realized, recalling the last operation when Lu Bo had replaced his battery with one from Festa Industries. Could it be that this device had a backdoor that allowed for remote control? Our company's products are quite effective, aren't they? Lucio smirked at Qing Feng. Just moments ago, the active defense system detected an intelligent device on Qing Feng that could be hacked into, and it only took a few seconds to successfully connect. As a result, Lucio could directly control and modify the battery's various parameters, promptly limiting the output to 1. Now, Qing Feng could barely maintain a weak heartbeat and breath, completely stripped of any ability to resist or flee. As his brain began to suffer from oxygen deprivation, causing his vision to blur, good fortune comes in pairs, as reinforcements were also on their way, countless red dots beginning to populate the faint map displayed in Lucio's glasses. It seemed that today's mission was all but secured. At that moment, Lucio recalled a man named Gao Xiang and prepared to return to his room to investigate, as the man before him had completely lost his capacity for action. Just as Lucio turned to scale the railing, he noticed a black cat intently watching him from behind the fence. The cat possessed a pair of eerie yellow-blue eyes, and upon closer inspection, its pupils were continuously contracting. Lucio dismissed it and continued to climb over the railing. However, just as he leaped to the adjacent building, his glasses malfunctioned, the projection transforming into countless snowflakes. What is happening? This was the second time today Lucio questioned the integrity of his glasses, but unfortunately, this time they might actually be broken, as no amount of shaking could restore their function. Meanwhile, Qifeng suddenly gasped for air, clutching his chest as he breathed heavily. From across the railing, Lucio sensed Qifeng's distress, but just then, a gust of wind swept past him. Feeling the breeze at his back, Lucio turned to investigate, only to find no one there. Yet a chill crept over him. Lucio abruptly looked up, only to be met with a stylish aerial kick. This time, the defense system did not intervene. The kick struck Lucio squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. The wind didn't cease there. It elegantly approached Qifeng. It was Xiaoran. Let us go. Xiaoran extended his hand to Qifeng. Qifeng, having just witnessed this man take down Lucio, was still puzzled about why he was being rescued. At that moment, voices crackled in his earpiece, Lu Yuan and Gao Xiong urgently calling out, "Qing team, hurry, a horde of armed robots is coming." Qifeng wasted no time, accepting Xiaoran's outstretched hand. Simultaneously, the black cat leaped down from the railing, its chest heaving violently, appearing extremely fatigued. Jessie awaited at the bar, 2 glasses before her, one filled with lemon tea, the other a concoction of lemon tea mixed with whiskey. For reasons unknown, she found herself less worried about Xiaoran. After careful consideration, she realized it wasn't that she didn't care, but rather that her trust in him had grown, bolstered by the sense of security he provided. Soon enough, the bar door swung open, revealing not just Xiaoran but others as well. "Hi, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Xiaoran greeted everyone with a booming voice as he entered, as if the entire bar had been awaiting his arrival. Jessie nearly choked on her lemon tea upon hearing him, while the other patrons cast curious glances, not at Xiaoran, but at the 3 unfamiliar companions he brought along, particularly Lu Yuan and Qifeng. "Aunt May, a few drinks please," Xiaoran instructed as he led the group to the bar, winking at Jessie. Aunt May shot a cold glance at Qifeng and Lu Yuan before turning to prepare drinks. "I still don't understand who you really are," Lu Yuan expressed, filled with questions, especially regarding Xiaoran's identity to me. "Just a singer, a writer, a charming playboy, a dashing idle wanderer," Xiaoran replied after a moment's thought. Jessie nearly choked on her lemon tea again, while Lu Yuan appeared utterly speechless, rubbing his forehead before asking, "What I mean is, why are you helping us?" "Well, because we," Xiaoran patted Gao Xiong on the shoulder, "have a common enemy. Isn't it only natural to help each other against our enemy's enemy?" "Is that so?" Lu Yuan glanced at Gao Xiong, contemplating. Qifeng, however, was preoccupied, feeling particularly uncomfortable. He sensed something was amiss with his prosthetic limb, reminiscent of the feeling he had just after surgery, unable to control his body precisely, even feeling a twinge in his kidneys. In such moments, a drink was in order, anything would suffice. Fortunately, Aunt May had already prepared 4 glasses of whiskey and placed them before the group. "Bringing strangers in, you might just invite trouble," she murmured as she handed the last glass to Xiaoran. Chapter 41. Fine wine and good goods, but he is no ordinary person. Xiaoran gestured for Aunt May to look at Qifeng. "You mean, he is?" Aunt May questioned, disbelief evident in her tone. Xiaoran merely gestured for silence. At that moment, Qifeng was cautiously reaching for a glass, his grasp resembling that of someone trying to handle tofu rather than a glass. Finally, he managed to lift the glass without shattering it. "Got it," Qifeng exclaimed to himself, beaming like a child. However, just as he tilted the drink towards his lips, a sudden pang shot through his kidneys, forcing him to clamp his mouth shut and struggle to maintain his composure. Yet, the itch that pierced his core broke through his defenses. "Ha!" Qifeng erupted, spraying whiskey everywhere, laughing uncontrollably, his grip on the glass shattering it. He laughed so hard he could hardly stand up. The patrons in the bar turned to stare once more. "Damn it, how did your old issue resurface?" Lu Yuan rushed to support Qifeng. "I feel like he is ill." Aunt May frowned, regarding Qifeng with a look of disdain. Xiaoran sighed, face-palming as he added, "It could also be due to the little black cat. Did you actually allow Xiaohei to use his abilities?" Mei Yi inquired, her expression tinged with surprise. "It wasn't my doing," Xiaoran replied, shaking his head. "It was Xiaohei's decision." Mei Yi fell silent, turning her attention once more to Qifeng. "It last." Qifeng ceased his laughter, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the spilled liquor with a look of regret. This regret lasted scarcely a second before he waved at Mei Yi, calling out, "Could I trouble you for another drink?" Mei Yi scrutinized Qifeng once more before bending down to retrieve 2 items from beneath the bar, a steel cup and a wrapped package. She filled the steel cup with fine wine. Thanks, Ching Feng said, showing no hesitation as he lifted the cup and drank heartily. The package was then handed to Xiao Ran. A fine treasure, Xiao Ran remarked, raising an eyebrow upon seeing the package. You trust me this much? I trust Xiao Hei's judgment, Mei Yi replied, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Ran. What a marvelous drink! Ching Feng suddenly exclaimed. I usually drink beer, but this is my first experience with such a meticulously crafted whiskey. This is my exclusive recipe, Xiao Ran interjected, a blend of lemon tea, ice, whiskey, and mint leaves, an exquisite combination I discovered among countless variations. Ching Feng continued to drink, while giving Xiao Ran a thumbs up. Lu Yuan could not resist taking a sip himself, remarking, it's refreshingly delightful, and just the right touch of inebriation. A splendid drink in a charming place. I must return frequently. For Ching Feng, without cigarettes, he could only seek solace in the wine. Haha, this place isn't for just anyone, Xiao Ran chuckled. So, who exactly are you? Lu Yuan remained curious about Xiao Ran's identity, finding it frustrating as a police officer to remain in the dark. It's hard to explain in a moment. Suffice it to say we are kindred spirits, united in purpose, regardless of our backgrounds, Xiao Ran declared, raising his cup. Cheers, Ching Feng echoed, draining his drink in one go. Gao Xiang silently lifted his cup and followed suit, while Lu Yuan and Jesse exchanged bemused glances at the group. Once the drinks were finished, Xiao Ran pushed the package toward Ching Feng. Here's another fine gift for you. What is it? Ching Feng asked as he picked up the package, which, though small, felt substantial. A battery pack. Xiao Ran replied that I already have one, Ching Feng said, shoving the package back. After drinking, I feel embarrassed to take more. It's a Fista battery pack. You might want to open it soon, Xiao Ran said with sudden seriousness, then added with a smile, no need to feel embarrassed. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. At that moment, Mei shot Xiao Ran an admonishing glare. After a moment of contemplation, Ching Feng surmised that his battery pack had been compromised during the recent skirmish. Though he had only just met this individual, the fact that he had saved him warranted a measure of trust. That I'll accept it, Ching Feng said, tucking the package into his coat. As Ching Feng and his companions enjoyed their drinks in the underground bar. Above them, numerous armed robots conducted a thorough search. They ultimately found only Lu Xiu lying on the rooftop, with nothing else uncovered. Under strict orders, the armed robots departed one by one. It was then that Ching Feng and his companions felt it was time to leave. Although a preliminary trust had been established between Ching Feng and Xiao Ran's group, a degree of reservation lingered, leading to more drinking than conversation, while Ching Feng felt no issue with this. It could not continue indefinitely. Thus, Lu Yuan soon excused himself on official duty, taking Ching Feng along. Gao Xiang did not join them. He needed to avoid drawing attention and was more familiar with the locale than Ching Feng and Lu Yuan. Upon exiting the black market, they noticed dawn breaking. For safety, Lu Yuan and Ching Feng did not walk together. Though Ching Feng maintained his anonymity, Lu Yuan's identity was well known. On the surface of Black Rock Bay, Lu Yuan felt utterly exposed, as if every camera were watching him. For a police officer, such a sensation was decidedly peculiar. Thus, going solo felt safer for Lu Yuan, who considered that Fista had no reason yet to target him directly. Lu Yuan departed in a police car while Ching Feng made his way to Lu Bo's laboratory. Upon reaching the lab's entrance, he encountered Xiaoya and Xiao Wu, each riding their respective scooters, who greeted him with a cheerful good morning, uncle, before darting off towards the mountain. Ching Feng couldn't help but feel envious. Had he had such splendid rides and companions in his youth, it would have been extraordinary. Just as he was lost in thought, an itch began at his waist, prompting him to rush into the laboratory. Ha ha ha. Lu Bo ha save me. Moments later, Lu Bo had connected numerous wires to Ching Feng. So that's how it is, Lu Bo murmured, scanning the operation records on his computer. What's the matter? Ching Feng asked, finding himself bored on the operating table. It appears there is a hidden maintenance interface, which modified the parameters of the battery pack. Lu Bo explained, flipping through the Fista battery pack's manual. Strange, this manual doesn't mention that interface at all. Well, that's rather normal, Song Bo remarked with a chuckle. Internal maintenance interfaces don't really need to be documented. Nonsense, that's unacceptable, Lu Bo retorted. For these implanted prosthetics, the law requires all interfaces to be disclosed before they hit the market. This concerns human life. Oh, you're so naive, Song Bo responded dismissively. Such backdoors are usually well hidden and hard to detect. Even if discovered, the capitalist will claim it's an isolated malfunction. A product recall is just a minor inconvenience. They can easily brush off legal obligations. All right, Lu Bo conceded, finding some merit in Song Bo's argument. However, as he continued reviewing the operational records, he detected something unusual. Something's off. It's still not right. Chapter 042. Tailored Solutions. Ching Feng stifled a yawn and asked, what seems to be the issue now? From the current state, it seems the battery parameters have been reset again, yet I can't find this operation record, Lu Bo said, confusion evident on his face. Stop searching. Take a look at this. Ching Feng produced the package. And Lu Bo's eyes lit up as he eagerly opened it. Inside was an unfamiliar battery pack, devoid of any visible brand or model. Lu Bo promptly connected the battery to a data cable, soon realizing it did not support the most common Vista Smart hardware systems, instead installing a rudimentary interface. My goodness, it's been ages since I've seen such a simplistic interface, Lu Bo exclaimed. While Song Bo leaned in, intrigued. Although basic, the interface featured all essential functions, and judging by its capacity, power, and peak output, it was certainly on par with Vista's latest flagship battery packs. May I ask if this is usable? Ching Feng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched the two doctors tinker with it. From the basic performance parameters, it should work. However, Lu Bo hesitated slightly. I've never seen this battery's internal system, so I can't guarantee it will be compatible with your gear. Oh, I see, Ching Feng said, slightly disappointed. Then I suppose. However, Lu Bo interrupted. As the saying goes, practice reveals true knowledge. We must be bold in exploration and willing to take risks. Upon hearing such brazen words, Ching Feng promptly jumped off the operating table, attempting to make a hasty exit. Unfortunately, Lu Bo was quicker, lowering the output of Ching Feng's internal battery, while Song Bo had the anesthesia needle at the ready. After a while, Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei entered Lu Bo's laboratory, looking rather gloomy. Upon spotting Ching Feng skillfully manipulating a folding knife, which he wielded with impressive flair, Lu Yuan asked, Ching team, have you been repaired? Indeed, Ching Feng replied, finding the term repaired somewhat awkward, though it wasn't entirely incorrect upon reflection. How fascinating, Lu Bo remarked. This is the first time I've encountered prosthetic equipment that requires no calibration. It's as if it was custom-made. Did you just install something someone sent over? Lu Yuan inquired. Ching Feng flicked the knife, embedding it in a cup on the table with precision. Yes, it seems satisfactory, Ching Feng affirmed with a nod. You're being too reckless. Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He intended to express concern about Ching Feng's treatment of his body, but found the phrasing awkward. Xiao Mei, relieved to see Ching Feng unharmed, still wore a frown. Xiao Mei, why the long face? Ching Feng noticed her distress. Don't mention it, Lu Yuan interjected. Yesterday was Xiao Mei's internship assessment, and that scoundrel Songjia rated her 1 star, claiming her performance was subpar and extending her internship. Xiao Mei has excellent skills and capabilities. She deserves 5 stars at the very least, he continued. I was quite displeased, so after the assessment, I confronted Songjia and we had a heated argument. Hearing this, Ching Feng gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up and asked, and then what? Then that jerk claimed my abilities were lacking, saying I couldn't even locate a bear, Lu Yuan vented, pounding his chest in frustration. That scoundrel is in league with shady businessmen and the underworld, committing all manner of heinous acts, yet he dares to criticize me. It's infuriating. In league with shady businessmen and the underworld. Yet surely there's no evidence for that? Ching Feng chuckled. Damn it, I've been holding this in for too long. I'll just curse him out, Lu Yuan replied. Did Songjia not trouble you? Ching Feng continued to inquire. He expressed his discontent towards him personally and suggested a private meeting for a serious discussion. Frankly, I have no desire to engage in any conversation with him. So, did you decline? Ching Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. No, I just ignored him, Lu Yuan replied, noticing Ching Feng's apparent interest, and countered, Are you keen on communicating with him? After pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, Ching Feng responded, Since he initiated the meeting, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a chat. But we should choose an appropriate venue. Can't we just pick any restaurant or bar? Lu Yuan was somewhat perplexed. On one hand, he felt there was nothing worthwhile to discuss with Songjia, who spoke with an air of superiority yet harbored treachery, leaving him infuriated after only a few exchanges. On the other hand, if a conversation was to be held, any place would suffice. It wasn't as if he intended to beat that brat up. Upon this thought, Lu Yuan found himself contemplating that perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. A regular restaurant or bar wouldn't do. It would be difficult to execute anything there, Ching Feng replied. Wait, are we really going to beat him up? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Haha. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It's not that we can't, but I fear it might make your future interactions within the department uncomfortable. What do you mean by that? Lu Yuan asked. Increasingly confused, with Xiao Mei also casting a curious glance at Feng. Truth be told, I too am curious about Song Zhe's stance and his relationship with Feisita. He might be privy to quite a bit of insider information. Feng remarked to S. Oh, what should we do? We can't just capture him and torture him for answers, can we? Lu Yuan inquired, bewildered. Haha, I have no objections. After all, he doesn't recognize me. Feng joked. But what exactly do you mean? Lu Yuan could tell Feng was jesting that I haven't quite figured it out myself. I just think that since Song Zhe took the initiative to invite you, we might as well seize this opportunity. Feng said while instinctively reaching for a cigarette, only to regretfully pick up a glass instead. I think I understand what Captain Qing is implying. Xiao Mei suddenly interjected, since Captain Song actively sought out Captain Lu for a private conversation. He must have his own intentions. It might merely be a chat, but there could also be ulterior motives at play, given our assumption that Song Zhu and Feisita are in cahoots. And considering Captain Lu has been causing Feisita quite a bit of trouble lately, it's possible that Song Zhu might create complications for Captain Lu regarding this matter. While sipping his drink, Feng gave Xiao Mei a thumbs up, prompting her to continue. The uncertainty lies in how far Song Zhe is willing to go, so we might as well provide a stage for him to perform and act accordingly based on the situation. Precisely, Feng nodded vigorously, thinking that without Xiao Mei's summary, he would have been at a loss. So where exactly shall we meet Song Zhe? Lu Yuan asked, with a hint of skepticism in his gaze directed at Feng. I've just thought of a perfect location. Feng grinned mischievously. Chapter 043. The Zhuozhi Gang. Logically speaking, it is customary to express gratitude when one enjoys another's fine offerings or drinks. Yet, Lu Yuan never anticipated that Feng would not only forego thanks, but also make a special trip to incite trouble. Thus, when he and Feng entered the bar, warmly welcomed by Xiao Ran, he felt a twinge of guilt. The three settled at the bar, and Xiao Ran seemed to notice the change in Feng's demeanor. So, how was my gift? Quite useful. Feng praised. Where did you procure this? That's a secret. Just know you can reach out to us if you have any issues. Xiao Ran replied with a sly smile. At that moment, Aunt Mei brought over several glasses of drinks. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Ran, a subtle smile playing on her lips, show my appreciation. Let me introduce you to a new friend. Feng said with a mischievous grin. Oh, who is this new friend? Xiao Ran inquired earnestly, while Aunt Mei furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding washing over her. He should be arriving shortly. Feng responded, subtly signaling Lu Yuan, who sighed and got up to find a vacant table. The atmosphere grew quiet, and an awkward tension filled the air. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the bar door swung open again. Song Zhe arrived promptly. I feel like I've seen this friend of yours somewhere before. Xiao Ran remarked, eyeing Song Zhe with a sense of familiarity. It's normal. He is the sheriff from the Black Rock Bay jurisdiction. Feng answered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran and Aunt Mei exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Lu Yuan chose the black market as their meeting spot, a choice Song Zhe had not anticipated, leaving him puzzled about Lu Yuan's intentions. The black market is chaotic and teeming with all sorts of characters. Hardly an ideal location for a conversation. However, upon reflection, despite its disorder, no one in the police department knew the black market better than he did. After all, the underground black market of Black Rock Bay could be considered his territory. The audacity of Lu Yuan to challenge his domain demanded careful preparation. Thus, when Song Zhe entered the bar, even half the patrons turned to look at him. He remained unfazed, proceeding directly to Lu Yuan's table. Speak up, what is this about? Lu Yuan wasted no time and dove straight into the subject. I advise you to steer clear of Black Rock Bay matters, Song Zhe said coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Yuan. Why can't I involve myself? Lu Yuan retorted. Black Rock Bay is not within your jurisdiction. Never mind. Song Zhe began, but abruptly shook his head, stating, I'm not inclined to waste my breath on you. Black Rock Bay is not a place you can meddle in. I warn you once more, distance yourself from those dubious characters. If you attract trouble, don't blame me for being ungracious. I will absolutely interfere. Lu Yuan declared defiantly. What? Song Zhe began to feel he was talking to a brick wall. Not only will I interfere, but I will also expose your despicable and filthy dealings, revealing the truth behind your polished facade. Lu Yuan unleashed a torrent of invective, loud enough for the entire bar to hear. Song Zhe was momentarily dumbfounded. As confident as he was, He felt his composure slipping, realizing Lu Yuan had chosen this place specifically for a confrontation. Indeed, Lu Yuan's objective was to provoke Songzhi, and his lines were clearly premeditated. What's wrong? Out of words now, feeling guilty. You, a despicable scoundrel who only resorts to underhanded tactics, are the disgrace of the entire police department? Lu Yuan continued his tirade. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Songzhi suddenly burst into laughter, thinking you can provoke me by slandering me like this. What's your intent? Before Songzhi could finish, Lu Yuan splashed a drink in his face, soaking his exaggeratedly styled hair in the process. Filthy coward, what capabilities do you possess? Lu Yuan was about to continue his diatribe when Songzhi could no longer restrain himself, seizing Lu Yuan by the collar and pulling him up. Shut your mouth. Even the usually composed Songzhi couldn't help but curse. Do you believe I can make you disappear right here, right now? I don't believe you. What use are you? You dog? Lu Yuan shot back with a mocking gaze, staring directly at Songzhi. Come on, make me disappear. The atmosphere had escalated to a boiling point, and the onlookers in the bar set down their drinks and peanuts, eagerly awaiting Songzhi's next move. After a brief silence, however, Songzhi suddenly released Lu Yuan, pushing him back into his seat, his expression shifting from rage to calm. Heh, Songzhi sneered, this is your plan, right? To provoke me and then catch me off guard. Songzhi surveyed the bar, and the crowd, feeling a sense of pity, resumed their drinking. This is all you're capable of. Songzhi pulled out a tissue to wipe the alcohol off his face and continued addressing Lu Yuan. In light of our camaraderie as colleagues, I want to pursue this matter further this time. If I catch you meddling in Blackrock Bay again, don't expect me to be lenient. With a cold snort, Songzhi turned to leave, only to be obstructed by a tall man. Move aside. Songzhi shoved the man, but found he couldn't budge him. Your drink remains untouched, the man stated coldly. Rubbish, I won't drink. Assuming the man was merely a server, Songzhi chose to ignore him and attempted to leave. However, the server seized Songzhi's shoulder, pinning him back down to his chair. Itsu, Gao Xiang. Only then did Songzhi recognize the face of Gao Xiang. Indeed, it was Gao Xiang, who had long wished to teach Songzhi a lesson, believing him culpable in the dealings surrounding Feisi Ta, the disappearance of his sister, and the death of his mother. However, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's fervent tirade, he decided to observe from the sidelines. Now, seeing Songzhi attempt to leave this place, he knew it was futile for him to escape unscathed. You lot are all in cahoots, aren't you? Songzhi turned to Lu Yuan, his expression unperturbed. Lu Yuan had not anticipated Gao Xiang's sudden intervention, leaving him at a loss for words. Xiao Ran, Aunt Mei, and the bar's regulars were equally caught off guard. Their vigilance heightened as the situation escalated. He's with me, Chi Feng suddenly shouted, swaggering over. You're in league with him? Songzhi inquired, clearly unfamiliar with Chi Feng. Absolutely, Chi Feng replied, pulling over a chair and reclining casually against the backrest. Who are you people? Songzhi pressed on. This is the black market. We're obviously part of the underworld, Chi Feng stated. What gang? Enlighten me. Songzhi, feeling confident in his knowledge of Blackrock Bay's gangs, believed he could easily send these petty thugs packing with a single call that we call ourselves the Zhuozhi gang. Qing Feng replied after a moment of thought. What nonsense is that? Songzhi had never heard of such a gang. Indeed, it's the gang that beats you up, Zhua, as in the act of beating, and Zhe, as in your name, Songzhi. Qing Feng cast a mischievous grin at Songzhi. Chapter 044, The Great Cockroach. Well, UMD. So it turns out you set a trap for me, Songzhi seethed, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Lu Yuan. I have no knowledge of this so-called home and banquet. Lu Yuan hastily shook his head. You just stated that the affairs of the black market do not concern me, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Yuan dashed away like the wind. UTM. Songzhi's expression twisted in anger. He had suspected that Gao Xiang might be colluding with Lu Yuan, but he never anticipated Lu Yuan would so effortlessly absolve himself of all responsibility. Moreover, he was taken aback by the unexpected presence of a mysterious underworld in this place. Nevertheless, as long as Gao Xiang was present, this trip would not be in vain. Of course, Songzhi was not alone. Just then, the bar's entrance was violently kicked open, and a red-haired, pale-skinned figure leaped into the establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, Feek shouted exuberantly, waving his arms. Strictly speaking, it was forearms, as two mechanical appendages sprouted from his back. I am back. Upon finishing his declaration, Feek whipped out 4 handguns from his coat, one in each hand, and aimed them at Lu Yuan and Qing Feng, who stood beside Songzhi. You, defeated foe, remove your claws at once, Feek bellowed at Gao Xiang, who reluctantly withdrew his hand from Songzhi. Rising to his feet, Songja brushed off the spilled drinks from his attire and cast a sarcastic glance at Gao Xiang and Qi Feng. This is now your responsibility. He tossed a parting remark to Feek before turning to leave. For Songja, the primary objective had been accomplished. Farewell, my darling. Feek blew a kiss in Songja's direction. Songja couldn't help but frown, hastening his exit from the bar. Feek was becoming increasingly unhinged. Prepare to meet your doom, everyone. Feek turned back to roar at Gao Xiang and Qing Feng, then pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all 4 guns fired simultaneously, causing Gao Xiang to duck for cover. However, instead of bullets, colorful flags erupted from the barrels. Ha! Gotcha. You fell for it, didn't you? Feek danced around, laughing uncontrollably. This prompted the patrons of the bar to rise from their seats, ready to confront the jester before them. No, do not move, Feek cried out once more, his 4 hands forming gun shapes aimed at the assembled crowd, erupting into laughter once again. Gao Xiang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Surely this red-haired lunatic was not in his right mind. Suddenly, Xiaoran's ears perked up as he seemed to hear an alarming sound, and he shouted to everyone present, "Machine guns, take cover!" Upon his command, he pulled Jesse down behind the bar, and the others wasted no time either. Either dropping to the ground or darting to the corners for shelter, in the next moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down, piercing through the bar's flimsy walls and wreaking havoc within. Moments later, as the gunfire began to wane, the bar lay in ruins. Only Feek remained, still dancing in place, his 4 arms and 2 legs moving in tandem like a large cockroach. Hey, big cockroach, amidst the smoke. Feek suddenly heard a familiar voice. You. Feek's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Qi Feng, who stood not far away. It's you. You clever fool. While everyone else was scrambling to evade bullets, Qi Feng remained unscathed. Standing directly in line with Feek, that you're being excessive. You're having a grand time. While I'm left to explain to my new acquaintances, Qing Feng lamented, surveying the wreckage of the bar. He had merely intended to test the resolve of the bar's patrons. But Feek had escalated the situation dramatically. You MLGB, you've ruined my perfectly crafted moment. Feek screamed in exasperation, yet he quickly regained his composure. But fear not, I shall send you to your demise and show you what level 3 combat power truly is. Feek yelled, charging at Qi Feng with remarkable speed, his mechanical arms raised to unleash a flurry of attacks. With 4 arms and considerable velocity, Qi Feng found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. Ha ha ha, perish. It seemed that sensing his upper hand, Feek's taunts grew ever more fervent as his 4 mechanical arms danced through the air, leaving ghostly afterimages. Qi Feng, overwhelmed, had no choice but to retreat. Suddenly, he and Xiaoran extended his hand towards Qing Feng, who grasped it firmly. Subsequently, Xiaoran introduced Jesse and Mei Yi, thus marking the official acquaintance between Qing Feng and the patrons of the bar. This connection was not merely superficial. To some extent, it forged a bond of revolutionary camaraderie that, as Xiaoran aptly stated, a common adversary united them. Perhaps every individual harbored their own secrets, and perhaps the bar's patrons possessed deeper backgrounds, but in this moment, they were of one heart and one mind, standing on the same front. Before long, Lu Yuan returned with Xiao Mei. Having located the new bar based on information from Qingfeng.at last, the group was able to sit together, savoring pizza and sipping on drinks, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. Each instant of peace was ephemeral, warranting extra appreciation. Feek's reliability was questionable, but his unreliability was of little consequence, for his knowledge was limited, even less than what Xiaoran possessed. From Xiaoran, Qingfeng learned that Feista was indeed conducting human experiments, not only in Xianwan, but also in laboratories scattered across the globe. The experiments primarily revolved around gene editing technology. Feista aimed to modify genes to achieve objectives such as physical enhancement, neural signal adjustment, and certain forms of human alteration. Physical enhancement, as the term suggests, sought to render individuals stronger and more enduring. Neural signal adjustment aimed to enhance compatibility with prosthetics, maximizing the proportion of individuals who could benefit from them. As for the specifics of human alteration, Xiaoran was not entirely clear, only having heard whispers of grotesque anomalies surfacing in certain laboratories. Can you provide an example of these grotesque anomalies? Qing Feng inquired, munching on his pizza. Grotesque anomalies? Xiaoran pondered momentarily. There are quite a few examples. For instance, there was a man who stopped right there. Mei interjected urgently. We're eating. Let us change the subject. Very well. Then, what concrete results have emerged from these experiments? Qing Feng continued to probe, uncertain. The outcomes of the experiments are likely classified, but based on the available information. It seems that failures are prevalent, Xiaoran replied. At this juncture, Gao Xiang's brow furrowed once more. Why are they capturing children? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. It is said that the effects of certain experiments are more pronounced in children. Xiaoran answered. What a bunch of scoundrels. Lu Yuan exclaimed indignantly. I have a question. Xiaomei interjected. I've heard that gene engineering has been abolished by the government. Why is Feista still pursuing these experiments? Good question, Xiaoran remarked appreciatively. We can rephrase it. Why did the government abolish gene engineering? Qing Feng, Lu Yuan, and Xiaomei turned their curious gazes towards Xiaoran, who hesitated for a moment before raising his hands in resignation. I am not entirely sure about that. It's best not to speculate on uncertain conclusions. Are you affiliated with Kongrui? The straightforward Xiaomei asked, piercingly. Qing Feng and Lu Yuan simultaneously turned to look at Xiaoran. While Mei and Xiaoran regarded Xiaomei with surprise. I am not, but some are, Xiaoran replied meaningfully after a brief silence. Who? Xiaomei pressed, determined to uncover the truth. Well, I cannot disclose that information just yet. Xiaoran shook his head, then steered the conversation back on track. Let us return to the matter at hand. Now that everyone is assembled, let us discuss our next steps. The group began deliberating a plan against Feista. But currently, Feista's biological laboratory had vanished without a trace, leaving them without a clear target. We can't just launch a direct assault on the Feista compound, can we? Although one inebriated individual suggested exactly that, which would be tantamount to suicide. At that moment, Gao Xiang stood up abruptly, having gleaned a detail from Feek that had gone unnoticed by others. I have a suggestion that I hope will gain everyone's support, Gao Xiang declared. Bowing deeply to the group. Chapter 046. Breaking the bottleneck from Feek's testimony. Gao Xiang learned that young Master Niu had not sent all captured individuals to Feista's laboratory. Rather, he had retained a portion. Particularly attractive women. Young Master Niu's intentions were evident. In truth, Gao Xiang need not have brought this to light, as the group would likely have ventured to young Master Niu's residence regardless. After all, heading directly to the Feista compound was impractical, and young Master Niu's residence was closer and posed a lower difficulty level. Now, they had ample motivation. Of course. While young Master Niu's residence could not compare to Feista's compound. A frontal assault was still unrealistic. Thus, the group deliberated a decapitation operation, infiltrating the residence, attacking when least expected, rescuing individuals, and swiftly retreating. Ultimately, a small team led by Qing Feng and Xiaoran was successfully assembled, comprising Gao Xiang, Jesse, and several regulars from the BAR. To avoid suspicion, Lu Yuan and Xiaomei did not participate directly but would provide remote support. Meanwhile, within an office of Feista's corporate building, Yan Ming meticulously examined a report. 2 DNA test reports were before him. One sample was taken from the hand of a bodyguard under the employ of Niu Jihong of Dingsuan Holdings, while the other was obtained from a certain armed robot. The compatibility of the 2 DNA samples was notably high, yet not a perfect match. Furthermore, neither sample corresponded to any individual in the DNA database. This discrepancy astonished Yan Ming. The public security DNA database was constructed by Feista, and theoretically, every individual, alive or deceased, should be traceable within it. An individual absent from the DNA database could be considered beyond the realm of life and death. However, the differences between the 2 DNA samples might elucidate this anomaly. It was highly probable that both samples originated from the same individual, suggesting that the DNA of the mysterious man clad in a hood and mask was undergoing alterations. As this realization dawned upon him, Yan Ming's eyes narrowed, the minuscule green beam of his pupils nearly vanishing within his countenance. Yan Ming then opened an email detailing a covert operation by the Ministry of Public Security aimed at combating terrorism. The email listed several names and brief descriptions, all of which Yan Ming cross-referenced but found no matching individuals. Just then, a knock echoed through the room as Lu Xiu timidly entered the office. Sit. Yan Ming glanced at Lu Xiu before returning his attention to the documents. Lu Xiu nodded and took a seat before Yan Ming's desk. The chair was soft and comfortable, yet Lu Xiu felt as though he were perched on needles. Do you know where Feek is? After a prolonged silence, Yan Ming suddenly asked. He should be at the black market, Lu Xiu replied. And then, Yan Ming pressed further. I'm not sure, Lu Xiu admitted honestly. As Feek had not informed him of his whereabouts. Feek had unilaterally deployed 5 BT-3 units to the black market, and now both these robots and Feek himself were unaccounted for. Yan Ming raised his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he continued. Feek has invoked company assets for personal endeavors without prior approval or notification, according to company policy. We bear no responsibility for his safety and will pursue him for any financial losses incurred. As Feek's direct supervisor, you share in the responsibility for his management, Yes Lu Xiao stammered, rendered speechless. Furthermore, considering the 4 BT, 3 units lost during the capture of Gaoxiong, you have now accounted for a total of 9 damaged or missing BT-3 units. The company also incurs costs to manage public relations. Yanming's tone turned more severe. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Liu Xiao felt utterly humiliated, perceiving himself as inferior. He understood that this was merely a job, and whether performed well or poorly, it was only a reflection of his work. In other words, one's job performance did not define their worth as a person. This logic was clear, yet when faced with the situation, it proved challenging to internalize, particularly for Liu Xiao, who had never caused such significant losses to the company throughout his years of service. The sudden disparity was difficult to accept. You are still in your probationary period. Do you have any plans? Yanming regarded Liu Xiao with profound meaning. I haven't thought it through. Liu Xiao's heart sank, sensing that this probationary period was fraught with peril. Do you know where your shortcomings lie? Yanming continued to scrutinize Liu Xiao, his gaze seeming to pierce through him entirely. Liu Xiao lowered his head in silence. At that moment, Yanming retrieved a document from his drawer and placed it before Liu Xiao. This is the company's latest research, along with a human trial agreement. I suggest you review it thoroughly. Yanming suddenly adopted a serious tone. Of course, whether you ultimately sign it is entirely up to you. I will not be held accountable for the results of the experiment. Understood. Liu Xiao accepted the document silently. Take the time to consider. Seeking change is the only way to break through your current limitations. You may leave. Understood. Liu Xiao gathered the materials and quietly exited the office. Liu Xiao began to contemplate the validity of his leader's words. Throughout his years at the company, despite having risen to a team leader position, he had made no further progress. This daily grind, while devoid of major errors, also lacked any highlights, leaving him stagnant. The workplace was, after all, a battleground, and remaining stationary would only lead to gradual demise. Liu Xiao felt as though he was teetering on the brink of oblivion. Perhaps it was time for a change. As Liu Xiao glanced at the title of the document in his hands, Neural Signal Rewriting and Implantation of Prosthesis in Prefrontal Cortex Trials. He noted that the content was extensive, filled with disclaimers spanning several pages, each meticulously absolving the company of any responsibility. In essence, it boiled down to this: once the agreement was signed, life and death would be left to fate. In the intervening pages, the surgical procedure is outlined, primarily involving the opening of the skull to implant several small chips. The surgery itself is not overly complex. The brain implantation conducted by Phycida is minimally invasive, utilizing a single syringe to inject the microchips into designated areas, leaving only a few millimeters of incision. The true focus, however, lies in the anticipated outcomes of the surgery. The latter pages meticulously detail the performance at various success rates, ranging from 100 to 0. A 0 success rate, of course, signifies death. Yet, the effects at a high success rate are undeniably striking to Liu Xiao. He has already come to a conclusion in his mind. This experiment is worth the risk. Having also made a grave mistake, Liu Xiao seeks a drastic change, while young Yo indulges in nightly revelries without a care. Although grounded by his father, it hardly affects young Yo's enjoyment of life. This is thanks to his prior accumulation of resources. Imagine spending your days gathering countless treasures, ultimately allowing yourself to relax and savor the fruits of your labor. Young Yo is currently relishing this exquisite feeling, as his inventory can sustain him through his confinement, providing variety each day. He has even compiled a list, and at this moment, inebriated, he grabs the list and points to a name: Gao Fei. Chapter 047. Two worlds: people from small towns aspire to move to large cities, while those in large cities yearn for even larger ones, resulting in a dwindling population in smaller locales and increasing congestion in metropolitan areas. Consequently, resources increasingly gravitate towards these urban centers, which resemble voracious fungi, consuming everything in their vicinity. Like most individuals from small towns, Gao Fei is diligent, disciplined, and studious, striving to establish a foothold in the shallow bay, so she can bring her mother and brother over for better medical care. Freeing her brother from his plight, Gao Fei is a quiet girl, beautifully serene, capable of sitting for an entire afternoon merely to capture the beautiful images in her mind onto paper. Her artwork may depict verdant mountains and clear waters, azure skies and white clouds, or perhaps boundless forests and shimmering starry rivers. These images stem from her hometown, where the ubiquitous scenery comes alive under Gao Fei's brush. This is a landscape entirely distinct from urban life, akin to two separate worlds. Gao Fei's unintentional submission of her artwork earns her a lucrative job. That day, with tears in her eyes, she bids farewell to her mother and brother, glancing back thrice as she heads towards the alluring metropolis. Believing she is embarking on a journey of hope and a bright future, unaware that it is, in fact, a hellish trap. The story begins beautifully. Gao Fei joins a small game company as a concept artist. The company's owner, a seasoned designer from a large gaming corporation, aspires to create a unique game. Initially, he lacks a clear vision of the game style or worldview. However, one day, upon opening an email, he discovers Gao Fei's submission, and her artwork seems to transport him to another realm, a carefree paradise surrounded by nature. Instantly, his ideas flow, and thus the game titled Homeland is born. Upon its release, the game attracts a significant player base due to its distinctive artistry and relaxed gameplay. Although it still falls short compared to major titles in the market, its upward momentum is undeniable. The concept of Homeland is simple, no matter how busy or weary you may be. Your homeland will always await your return. However, the good times do not last. The game's success catches the attention of the owner's former employer, a gaming giant eager to acquire Homeland. Yet, the owner had left under less than pleasant circumstances, leading him to decisively refuse the offer. While a buyout could yield substantial financial gain, the gaming behemoth has myriad ways to undermine and suppress smaller companies. Soon, countless knockoff games spring up, nearly replicating Homeland, each backed by suddenly emerging small firms. The owner could pursue these infringement cases, but as a small company with only a handful of legal personnel, it is impossible to litigate against so many firms simultaneously. Even if they win, the time and effort expended would be grossly disproportionate to the rewards. The strength of the gaming giants lies not in innovation. Rather, to secure stable profits, they avoid radical innovations. Opting for the shortcut of imitation, countless innovative ideas are filtered out by the market, leaving only a few to become hits, at which point the gaming giants take action. Their power derives from a near assembly line production process, allowing them to form teams and complete game development in remarkably short timeframes. However, even the most flawlessly replicated knockoff products ultimately lack the soul of the original, and the counterfeit products from the gaming giants often exude a faint hint of imitation. At this juncture, the giant's second significant capability comes into play: distribution and traffic. After all, a good game must be visible to users to convert them into players. Yet, it soon becomes apparent that the legitimate Homeland has vanished from major distribution platforms. For a time, searching for Homeland in mainstream mobile application markets yields only knockoff versions. Most people tend to follow the crowd, and players are no exception. They either extend their real-life relationships into the game or forge new connections within it. Consequently, players of Homeland begin to dwindle rapidly. Although a few die-hard fans remain, they are insufficient to sustain the company's operations. The game company quickly collapses, and Gao Fei finds herself unemployed. She soon realizes that job hunting is no easy feat. Despite still being the same Gao Fei, her artwork retaining its distinctive flair, the market is now flooded with games featuring similar artistic styles, rendering her uniqueness moot. Gao Fei does not give up. During the day, she searches for work while practicing new styles, and at night, she sets up a stall by the roadside in Black Rock Bay to sketch, earning a modest living. Before long, Gao Fei becomes a local attraction. Her exquisite features, tranquil demeanor, and exceptional artistry drawing countless patrons, creating a demand that often necessitates advance reservations, as sketching requires time. However, some do not wish to make reservations. Young Nyo, for instance, has no intention of waiting. The concept of reservations does not exist in his lexicon. He believes in taking what he desires, seizing it directly. If he cannot obtain it, he will simply rally others to assist in the acquisition. This is the straightforward philosophy of Young Nyo's life. Thus, over a month ago, he forcefully kicked aside a customer seated before Gao Fei, taking his place without hesitation. "Draw me," Young Nyo proclaimed, adjusting his hair nonchalantly. The man who was pushed aside dared not protest. And Gao Fei, realizing the situation, dared not neglect her duty. The onlookers quickly dispersed, for in Black Rock Bay, everyone knows the name of Young Nyo. Gao Fei began to focus intently on her artwork. While Young Nyo scrutinized her with keen interest, surrounded by women vying for his attention, Young Nyo, despite his lack of conventional attractiveness, possesses wealth that makes him appealing. Nevertheless, he has never encountered a girl like Gao Fei. He is accustomed to the company of voluptuous influencers, making Gao Fei's serene youthfulness a rarity. Men often seek novelty, and Young Nyo is no exception. Thus, when Gao Fei completed the drawing and handed it to him, he scarcely glanced at the artwork. Instead, he fixated intently on her face before abruptly seizing her hand and gripping it tightly. Startled, Gao Fei was about to cry out, but Young Nyo shoved a wad of cash into her palm. "Well done," he said, thoroughly pleased with her flustered expression. "This is a deposit. Come to Ding Village Holdings at 10 p.m. tonight to draw me another one, and I'll pay you tenfold." With that, Young Nyo stood, brushed himself off, and departed. Gao Fei, naturally unwilling to accept the job, recognized the substantial payment offered, yet anyone could discern the lecherous glint in Young Nyo's eyes that as she attempted to return the so-called deposit. She caught a fierce glare from Jiang Xing, compelling her to swallow her words. Chapter 048. The living dead. Young Nyo believes that money can resolve anything, so he leaves cash and departs. Unfortunately, Gao Fei does not share this belief. She begins hastily packing her belongings, understanding that her time in Blackrock Bay has come to an end. Regrettably, Jiang Sheng has no intention of allowing Gao Fei to escape. As she drags her suitcase out the door, she encounters Jiang Sheng face to face. Since Jiang Sheng is in Young Nyo's employ, in a certain sense, Young Nyo has indeed managed to secure everything through his wealth. The result is predictable. Jiang Sheng does not permit Gao Fei to utter a single cry for help. Instead, he produces a handkerchief soaked in a drug-laced solution and covers her mouth and nose. Soon, Gao Fei ceases her struggles, and Jiang Sheng carries her downstairs, placing her into a waiting van that drives directly to Ding Village Holdings. The journey from upstairs to downstairs takes less than 10 minutes, clearly indicating that Jiang Sheng is no novice at this task. Is Blackrock Bay truly allowing Young Nyo to act with such impunity, at least for now, as Young Nyo's father is out of town? Young Nyo is free from his most significant constraints, and his subordinates are complicit in his misdeeds. Young Nyo's unchecked behavior only escalates. When Gao Fei awakens again, she finds herself locked in a small room, furnished with a basic bed, a toilet, and a wash basin. Realizing she has been imprisoned, her greatest fear arises when she notices that her clothing has been replaced, the scant fabric failing to adequately cover her body. Terrified, Gao Fei wraps herself in a bedsheet and rushes to the door, pounding on it. "Let me out. Help," she cries out repeatedly. Though no one responds, she continues to shout until a weary voice emerges from next door. "Stop shouting. It's driving me insane." The voice belongs to a woman, seemingly in the adjacent room. "Who are you? Can you let me out?" Gao Fei pleaded with a voice tinged with tears. "Go out." "Ha!" The woman suddenly erupted into a manic laughter. "You must be new here. There is but one way to escape." "What method? Please, tell me." Gao Fei seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, her tears momentarily ceasing. "Die. Only in death can you be free." "Truly?" "Ha ha ha." The woman laughed maniacally once more. "Die." Gao Fei sat down in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Ha ha ha. If you're too frightened, then shut your mouth. I still need my beauty sleep." The woman's tone shifted abruptly, becoming menacing. Gao Fei ceased her cries, tightly wrapping herself in the bed sheets, retreating into the corner. Suddenly, she felt a disorienting sensation, as if the entire room were spinning. This sudden turn of events was overwhelming, the disparity too great to bear. Gao Fei struggled to accept reality, wishing fervently that this was merely a nightmare from which she would awaken, never to return to Qianwan, yearning instead to return to her hometown, to her brother and mother. Yet, reality showed no mercy to Gao Fei, offering her scarcely a moment to acclimatize. Soon, her door swung open, and several men appeared in the doorway. "This woman?" one of them inquired. Gao Fei desperately buried her head in the sheets, but was swiftly pulled free, now devoid of any means to hide, trembling in the corner. "Indeed, it's her," another man affirmed. "The newcomer seems to be quite disobedient." "Not a problem." Indeed, it was hardly a concern. Young Master Nyo had countless methods at his disposal to deal with women. The illicit drugs from Feista would strip them of their sanity, magnifying their desires. The disobedient would become compliant, while the uncooperative would be coerced into submission. The notion of self-termination was rendered utterly impossible. Thus, Gao Fei was unable to escape her fate. She was merely a girl newly entered into society, having never even experienced love. Yet, she was about to confront the corpulent young Master Nyo and the monstrous object between his legs. Qianwan was a paradise for many, yet a hell for countless others. For over a month, it was unfathomable what inhumane torments Gao Fei had endured, alongside many other girls similarly chosen by young Master Nyo. Ultimately, good and evil are destined to be repaid, only the timing differs. This night marked the nth day of young Master Nyo's revelry, unbeknownst to him that his retribution was already en route to the beach side of Blackrock Bay. The illuminated Golden Ding Village building shone brightly. Yet there existed a peculiar floor devoid of windows, filled with rooms resembling pigeon cages. Within these confines were imprisoned girls, stripped of their souls, existing merely to eat, sleep, and take drugs, before being summoned to serve young Master Nyo, living like mere shells of their former selves. Yet, there was one room that stood out, its floor covered in sheets of paper, each adorned with a vibrant and beautiful world, Gao Fei's dreamscape. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the building, several shadowy figures lay in wait at the entrance to the exclusive elevator hall. Inside the elevator stood several security personnel, equipped with multiple cameras overhead. A forced entry would undoubtedly raise alarms. However, the good news was that the security wore vests, a clever guise akin to a lab coat. Qing Feng and Xiao Ran exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts aligned. Qing Feng approached the elevator entrance, took a deep breath, and unleashed a mocking taunt. "Hey, you bunch of fools, quit staring. You're all just a bunch of ugly idiots, looking like a bunch of queers. I could take you down in an instant." After delivering his insult, he struck a provocative pose, fully loading his sarcasm. "Looking for a fight? Bring it on, you filthy queers." Several security guards rolled up their sleeves and charged out, their eyes filled with a desire to tear Qing Feng apart. And what was the outcome? Precisely as intended. Qing Feng, Gao Xiang, and several bar veterans donned security uniforms, while Xiao Ran had changed into a pre-prepared elevator maintenance outfit. Jessie was absent, having positioned herself in the adjacent building to provide surveillance and long-range support. Simultaneously, Xiaomei and Lu Yuan utilized the police monitoring system to supply critical intelligence. After securing the elevator hall, the group split into two. The bar veterans maintained watch over the elevator area, using the pretense of an elevator malfunction to deter further entrance. The others took the elevator directly to young Master Nyo's residence. The first to suffer was the camera inside the elevator. Xiao Ran, masquerading as a maintenance worker, nonchalantly waved at the camera before yanking it down. The security personnel in the monitoring room certainly saw this, yet upon observing the maintenance worker waving at the camera, they dismissed it as inconsequential. Subsequently, Qing Feng and the others entered the elevator. The exclusive high-speed elevator ascended directly to the designated floor, and it was self-evident that there would be security personnel in young Master Nyo's elevator hall. However, the group had already devised a strategy. As the elevator doors opened, Xiao Ran pried open the elevator control panel, switching the elevator to maintenance mode, thus rendering it inoperative. Following this, Qing Feng and the others donned masks and lowered their hat brims. Lying in wait at the elevator door, Xiao Ran then stepped out of the elevator, surveying his surroundings. As expected, this was an elevator hall, lavishly decorated to the point of being blinding. Two exits flanked either side of the hall, with two security guards stationed at each. "Bro, lend me a hand." Xiao Ran waved to the two guards on the right. "Help me fix the elevator." The guards, not suspecting anything amiss, approached without hesitation. As they entered the elevator, two powerful fists came barreling towards them. "Security, bro, come help again. We're short on manpower." Xiao Ran employed the same tactic on the guards to his left. "Are you fixing an airplane? Do you need this many hands?" One of the left side guards expressed skepticism, yet he and his partner ambled over. Just as they reached the elevator entrance, they were yanked inside. "Security, access card 4. Up to this point, the operation had proceeded remarkably smoothly, with neither Jessie nor Lu Yuan detecting any abnormalities outside. They had successfully infiltrated the enemy's stronghold. Next, they simply needed to locate young Master Nyo, find the potential victims in captivity, deal with young Master Nyo, rescue the victims, and then retreat. However, soon the group faced a dilemma. Which exit to take? Left or right? Left, Qing Feng declared. Suffering from decision paralysis? Not a chance. We go with whichever one we see first. Why? Xiao Ran inquired. Intuition. All right. The group readied themselves once more, and Xiao Ran took the lead, opening the left door. However, upon doing so, he froze in place. The room was filled to the brim with people. There were security guards, muscular men in tight clothing, and some well-dressed individuals, none of whom appeared easy to handle. Some in the room had already noticed Xiao Ran in his maintenance outfit, casting puzzled glances in his direction. Excuse me, wrong room, wrong room." Xiao Ran quickly shut the door. A whole room of people. Your intuition is off." He wiped the sweat from his brow. "Then it's the right side." Qing Feng was quick to pivot, heading towards the right door. Time was of the essence, and the group had no choice but to proceed to the right exit. Xiao Ran silently recited to himself, reopening the right door. Good heavens. Another packed room. This time, Xiao Ran barely cracked the door open before slamming it shut, shaking his head at the others. They exchanged glances, uncertainty palpable. What to do now? How could there be so many security guards? This was the group's greatest question. They had no idea that young Master Nyo had summoned dozens of guards from various departments to ensure his son's safety. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. "You lot, what are you doing there?" A well-dressed man stepped out of a room, directing his question towards the group. "Wait, I'm here to fix the elevator." Xiao Ran had no choice but to explain. "If you're fixing the elevator, why aren't you inside it?" The well-dressed man looked puzzled. "And why are you guards all huddled together?" As he approached, his suspicion deepened. "Who are you? Aren't you supposed to be on duty today?" With nowhere left to hide, there was no longer a need for concealment. "We aren't on duty today," Qing Feng replied nonchalantly, then approached a column engraved with golden bulls. "Then what are you doing here? Which team are you part of?" The well-dressed man could clearly sense something was amiss as he reached for his walkie-talkie. However, before he could react, Qing Feng yanked the column down and wedged it into the door handle behind him. "Brothers, get him!" With Qing Feng's shout, Xiao Ran, Gao Xiang, and the others rolled up their sleeves and charged at the well-dressed man. "Support! Elevator hall!" The well-dressed man hastily called for backup, sprinting back into the left room. Having come this far, they might as well go all out. Qing Feng landed a powerful punch on the first security guard who rushed out of the door, then kicked the door open and stormed inside. "Brothers, I'm going in first. You do as you wish." Qing Feng plunged into the midst of the throng of men. "Damn it, let's go for it. Screw him." The bar veteran surged in behind Qing Feng. Equally spirited, Xiao Ran had no choice but to follow suit. However, he quickly realized he was at a disadvantage. As an assassin, he was ill-suited for direct confrontation. Assassins excelled in disguise. Yet here he was in the most conspicuous maintenance outfit, making him the center of attention. Unable to face them head-on, Xiao Ran found himself pursued by a horde of men, unable to hold his ground. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to evade capture, occasionally countering as he navigated the terrain. If caught, he would surely be overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the bar veterans, despite being surrounded, managed to support one another, holding their ground and fiercely battling the encroaching security guards. Qing Feng, on the other hand, had plunged deep into the crowd from the outset. Gripping one of them tightly and unleashing a flurry of punches, those who were targeted by K had yet to comprehend the situation when they heard Qi Feng bellow, "Help me beat him up. This traitor is hiding here." Alas, Qing Feng's voice was thunderous, and the loudmouthed sixth man had his way, successfully persuading a few naive security guards to align themselves with him. In an instant, the security personnel surrounding Qi Feng were engulfed by a sense of dread. Fearing that they might be singled out by him, unable to fight back or articulate their concerns, they were, of course, terrified. Thus, adhering to the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, Qing Feng's ranks unexpectedly swelled. And the scene began to tip into a semblance of balance. It seemed someone was still missing. Indeed, it was Gao Xiang, who had been the first to follow Qi Feng, readily embracing the role of the sixth man. However, Gao Xiang's thoughts were not on the fray. He quickly seized an opportunity to slip away from the crowd. Meanwhile, in his lavish suite, young Master Nyo was reveling in delight. The brawl was being broadcast live on the large screen in young Master Nyo's room. Having witnessed countless one-on-one fights, this sprawling melee was a first for him. Were it not for the people beside him restraining him, young Master Nyo would have considered rushing to the scene to watch firsthand. With so many security guards pummeling these intruders, young Master Nyo felt utterly unperturbed. Go for it. This idiot, keep hitting him. So close to catching him. Oh dear, young Master Nyo was practically dancing with excitement. His attention fixated on the maintenance worker who was darting around. Having been captivated by that blue figure for a full 10 minutes, he felt as if he were a child again. Watching cartoons, the seemingly frail maintenance worker was being relentlessly pursued by a dozen security guards but remained elusive. Not only could they not catch him, but he would also occasionally retaliate, dealing effective damage that even resulted in casualties. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Young Master Nyo harbored a strong desire to leap into the fray himself and slam the maintenance worker into the ground, delivering a thorough beating. However, his glee was soon extinguished when the camera in the elevator hall was accidentally shattered amidst the chaos. Damn, damn, damn. Young Master Nyo was hopping mad, desperate to witness the maintenance worker being taken down. I need to go see this. He stood up, intending to leave, but was intercepted by two individuals at the doorway. One was a familiar female officer, and the other, a new male officer. Young Master Nyo, there has been an intrusion. Please remain in your suite and do not come out, the male officer stated with a stoic expression. These two guards were, of course, arranged by young Master Nyo's father, originally serving as his personal bodyguards. If there's an intrusion, why aren't you helping? Young Master Nyo retorted, exasperated. Apologies, young Master Nyo, but we were instructed not to leave your side. The male officer replied, still expressionless. Then let me go, and you can follow me, young Master Nyo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with a sudden idea. I'm sorry, but we've been instructed that you cannot leave this suite. The male officer reiterated. Damn it. Young Master Nyo could only seethe in frustration. Were these two not his father's men, he would have sent them away with disdain. However, soon enough, a new source of amusement presented itself. The suite's door was suddenly kicked open, revealing none other than Gao Xiang. You? Young Master Nyo recognized Gao Xiang immediately. Where is my sister? Gao Xiang demanded, his focus solely on his sibling. Your sister? How the hell would I know where she is? Young Master Nyo replied, perplexed. Not my sister. Where is Gao Fei? Gao Fei, Gao Xiang, Gao Fei. Young Master Nyo hesitated briefly before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. I see now. How did I not realize it sooner? Ha ha ha. Return my sister. Gao Xiang's eyes widened with fury as he charged at young Master Nyo. The female officer was the first to act, launching a fierce strike with the steel blade protruding from her arm aimed directly at Gao Xiang's face, having sparred with the female officer before. Gao Xiang knew she was formidable, but he was no longer the same man that he swiftly raised his arm to block, the blade striking his mechanical arm and sparking. The female officer appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet her assault did not cease. She pivoted and delivered a kick to Gao Xiang's chest, creating distance between them once more. Good, exciting, keep fighting. Young Master Nyo continued to revel in the spectacle. Gao Xiang, suppressing his anger and maintaining composure, realized that winning against this woman would not be easy, especially with another similarly uniformed man yet to engage. Prolonging the conflict would merely waste time. Gao Xiang had already formulated a strategy in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he surged toward the female officer once more. The female officer lunged with her blade aimed squarely at Gao Xiang. Yet he did not evade. Instead, he opted to counterattack with a punch. The female officer smirked, recalling past encounters. She would not repeat the same mistake. The blade suddenly shifted, targeting Gao Xiang's neck, her lips curling into a smile. If they were to clash, Gao Xiang's throat would surely be severed. However, when the blade met his neck, it produced an eerie metallic grinding sound. Gao Xiang clenched his fist tightly, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to calm himself. Striving to regulate his breathing before charging once more at the man in uniform. To vanquish the despicable Nyo Gongzi, he must first incapacitate the uniformed man before him. Gao Xiang unleashed a flurry of attacks, his fists raining down like a tempest upon the uniformed adversary. The hatred coursing through Gao Xiang fueled not only his rage, but also an adrenaline-fueled impulse and vigor that disregarded all caution. The uniformed man's flesh, like his countenance, began to betray signs of pain. After enduring several blows to his jaw, his gaze began to waver. Even Nyo Gongzi sensed the shift in the atmosphere, contemplating a discreet escape. Just as Gao Xiang was on the verge of exhausting the uniformed man, an indescribable sound reverberated through the speakers, a cacophony of carnal desire. Although Gao Xiang had shattered the curtain, the audio equipment remained intact. Its 360-degree surround sound delivering every gasp from the woman directly into Gao Xiang's ears. Soon, the gasps morphed into anguished moans, and amidst it all, Gao Xiang distinctly heard the woman's voice. Don't stop. I still want. No, stop. Gao Xiang, clutching his ears, howled in despair. At that moment, his fury shattered the fragile hold he had on his reason. His attacks grew increasingly reckless and unrestrained as he desperately sought to subdue the uniformed man before turning Nyo Gongzi into a mere meal. However, this reckless fervor disrupted the rhythm of his assaults, causing his techniques to falter. The uniformed man seized the opportunity, delivering a massive punch that struck Gao Xiang squarely in the face. With that single blow, imbued with overwhelming force, Gao Xiang was left utterly defenseless. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his senses began to fade. Yet the incessant, lascivious sounds jolted him back to reality. Upon regaining his senses, Gao Xiang found himself pinned to the ground by the uniformed man, utterly immobilized. Splendid. Marvelous. Nyo Gongzi exclaimed, reveling in the spectacle. Now he won't escape. He rallied his onlookers, urging them to cheer. Get up. Keep fighting. The uniformed man, usually stoic, now displayed signs of agitation, stating, Nyo Gongzi, this man is extremely dangerous. I believe we should eliminate him immediately. The uniformed man, too, was incensed, having been used as a punching bag by Gao Xiang, and desired nothing more than to retaliate. Oh, wait. Nyo Gongzi pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up with a devious idea. Since he longs for his sister, I shall arrange a sibling reunion for him. Haha. Let go of me. Gao Xiang struggled desperately, but his strength was no match for the uniformed man's. Soon, he found himself bound tightly to a chair. His mouth sealed shut with tape. At that moment, a woman entered the room, escorted by several henchmen. She wore a white dress that left little to the imagination, yet her demeanor exuded an air of grace and composure. She was Gao Xiang's sister. Gao Fei, Gao Xiang thrashed in an attempt to call out, but no sound emerged. What do you think of the new look I've arranged for your sister? Niu Gongzi said, seizing Gao Fei's hand. To his surprise, she offered no resistance. Her expression was vacant, her eyes hollow, as though she had lost her very soul. Noticing his sister's distress, Gao Xiang desperately shifted in his chair to draw closer to Gao Fei. Don't be hasty, Niu Gongzi said, glancing at Gao Xiang before producing a packet of red powder from his pocket. Gao Fei's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor as she lunged toward Niu Gongzi's plump form, greedily seizing the powder and inhaling it with abandon. Moments later, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and she knelt before Niu Gongzi, clutching his leg. Nmg. Gao Xiang muttered incoherently, straining against his restraints, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. Niu Gongzi cast a satisfied glance at Gao Xiang before cradling Gao Fei's flushed face, asking, "My dear, do you want more?" Gao Fei nodded vigorously. Go. Niu Gongzi commanded, pointing at Gao Xiang, "Serve him like you served me. If you do well, I'll give you another packet." Gao Xiang abruptly ceased his struggles, for Gao Fei had indeed risen and approached him, her countenance familiar yet strange, her gaze dazed and unfocused. No. He began to retreat frantically. "Hey, can't you take a hint?" Niu Gongzi waved his hand at the uniformed man, who reluctantly shook his head before forcefully restraining Gao Xiang's chair to prevent his retreat. Then tore Gao Xiang's shirt asunder. "All right, let her handle the pants," Niu Gongzi said with a lascivious grin. No. Gao Xiang screamed in a frenzy as the door to the suite was violently kicked open. A security guard appeared at the threshold, halting Gao Fei's actions. "UTMD couldn't knock," Niu Gongzi shouted in exasperation, outraged that the atmosphere had been spoiled just as he was about to delve into the matter at hand. The security guard surveyed the room, his expression darkening as he spotted Gao Xiang and Gao Fei, and he strode forward with purpose. "ITMD asked you a question. Can't you hear me?" Niu Gongzi yelled, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the fool. Yet, the uniformed man intervened, blocking Niu Gongzi's path. "Niu Gongzi, he is not one of us," the uniformed man stated seriously, as the uniformed woman struggled to her feet. Standing beside him, another spectacle? Niu Gongzi, oblivious to the identity of the newcomer, remarked, "It seems that slap I gave earlier wasn't sufficient." The security guard declared ominously, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, causing Niu Gongzi's pupils to constrict in terror. Chapter 052. You are the mole. Quick, kill him. Kill him. Niu Gongzi shouted frantically at the uniformed man, his desperation palpable as he yearned for the intruder's swift demise. It was known that Gao Xiang could contend with the uniformed man on equal footing. What then would be the outcome if Qing Feng faced him? The result was evident. Gao Xiang could only hold his ground because he lacked the means to penetrate the defense. However, should a standard attack break through, the uniformed man would become nothing more than a punching bag, and a feeble one at that. Qing Feng feinted a punch before delivering a kick to the uniformed man's left side, which caused the latter's expression to twist in agony as he leaned away, his body reeling. With his face exposed, Qing Feng delivered a decisive blow. 1 punch rendered him dazed, 2 brought him to his knees, and 3 sent him sprawling. It was swift and clean. How are we to fight now? Niu Gongzi, run. The uniformed woman shoved Niu Gongzi aside, positioning herself in front of Qing Feng. Without hesitation, Niu Gongzi fled toward the exit. In the past, Qing Feng could not withstand the uniformed woman's blade. Today, however, he caught her strike effortlessly, delivering a knee to her abdomen that shattered her blade, followed by an elbow that sent her crashing to the ground. Subsequently tossing her weapon toward the doorway, the blade struck Niu Gongzi in the thigh, causing him to collapse in agony. He groaned, clutching his leg in pain, then looked at Qing Feng as if he were a monster, exclaiming, "Don't come near me! Don't come near!" Yet, Qing Feng did not advance. Instead, he stripped off his security uniform and draped it over the bewildered Gao Fei, then proceeded to free Gao Xiang from his bindings. "Sister, how are you? Are you hurt?" he asked with concern. Sister, Gao Fei, Gao Xiang, now liberated, rushed to check on Gao Fei, his eyes filled with compassion. However, Gao Fei merely stared blankly at him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Gao Xiang turned to Niu Gongzi, his eyes rekindled with rage as he approached the fallen figure. This was precisely Qing Feng's intention. Niu Gongzi's demise was to be executed by Gao Xiang himself. "Don't come any closer," Niu Gongzi trembled as he perceived Gao Xiang's murderous intent drawing nearer. Do you know who my father is? Do you know how much money I have? I can give you some. You'll be set for life. Niu Gongzi crawled feebly toward the exit, dragging his injured leg. I can give you half of my money. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded, his voice rising in panic. Half of your money? Gao Xiang scoffed, pulling the remaining knife from Niu Gongzi's leg before plunging it towards his groin. Niu Gongzi screamed, blood spraying forth as his cries echoed. Yet soon, his voice faded as Gao Xiang silenced him with his hand. Moments later, Niu Gongzi's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he gradually succumbed to silence. In the elevator hall, security guards lay strewn about, and the remaining personnel began to question their reality. How many TMD moles are there? Am I TMD, also a mole? In an instant, confusion reigned as no one knew whom to attack. You TMD are the mole, right? Security guard A accused security guard B. I am not the mole. You're the TMD mole. Security guard B retorted. If you're not the mole, why did you strike my brother? He is one of us. Security guard A glared. How am I supposed to know whether he is a mole? Security guard B replied, bewildered. This was hardly surprising, as those with clarity had been swiftly eliminated, leaving only the confused behind. The only known intruder, the elevator repairman, had vanished without a trace. In fact, Xiaoran had discreetly donned a security uniform. Just then, Qing Feng and Gao Xiang emerged at the doorway with Gao Fei. Upon witnessing the scene, Qing Feng decisively shouted, "Everyone, stop, those present are all one of us." Suddenly, realization dawned upon the crowd, many expressing immense relief. Thank goodness, they're all one of us. We don't have to fight anymore. The intruder has fled. Let us pursue them. Qing Feng continued to command, casting a knowing glance at Xiaoran. Everyone, follow me to chase them down. Xiaoran decisively shouted, and although many were initially hesitant, several seasoned bar patrons promptly heeded his call and followed suit. Consequently, the remaining security personnel also began to disperse. In an instant, Niu Gongzi's residence was left desolate. Could you endure such a scenario? Thus, Gao Xiang took his sister Gao Fei and safely evacuated. Meanwhile, Qing Feng, following the faintest of clues, freed the other girls who had been imprisoned. As for Xiaoran, he led the bewildered security guards to the black market, where after a chaotic bout of disorganized direction, they scattered in all directions. In the ensuing days, it was Lu Yuan's turn to take center stage. Ding Village Corporation faced a home invasion that resulted in one fatality and multiple injuries, the deceased being Niu Jihong, the chairman's son. This incident was of a particularly heinous nature, suspected to have been orchestrated by a premeditated and organized group. Currently, the police have apprehended over a dozen suspected traitorous security personnel from Ding Village Corporation, and the case is under expedited review. Furthermore, the police received an anonymous tip-off containing substantial evidence of Ding Village Corporation's illegal confinement of women, including inhumane drug experiments and sexual abuse perpetrated on the victims. The letter also mentioned that Ding Village Corporation was involved in illegal human trafficking with Faisida Company, with the trafficked individuals allegedly sent to Faisida for unlawful human experimentation. Not only was there a tip-off, but several escaped victims also willingly came forward to testify. Presently, the victims are receiving medical care in a hospital, under police protection, with Niu Jihong deceased. Identifying the murderer is the responsibility of Song Jia, not Lu Yuan. However, since the tip-off has landed in Lu Yuan's hands, he feels obliged to see it through to the end. Both murder and illegal confinement and trafficking are serious offenses that warrant investigation. This time, Lu Yuan would not repeat the same mistakes. He dispatched multiple teams of officers to protect the victims in the hospital, alongside the covert protection of bar patrons. Gao Xiang kept a vigilant watch beside Gao Fei's hospital bed around the clock. In the Ding Village Corporation building, within Niu Gongzi's residence, Niu Boss sat in an office littered with cigarette butts, looking haggard, as if he had aged a decade overnight. Upon learning of his son's predicament, he urgently boarded a private plane back to Qianwan, only to find it was too late. By the time he arrived at the hospital, he was met with nothing but a death certificate. Regret consumed him. He lamented not having provided his son with greater security measures, especially since he had anticipated his son might be in danger. Anger surged within him, directed at his son's reckless behavior that led to this dire consequence, as well as at the merciless killer who employed such gruesome methods to take his son's life. He refused an autopsy and cremation, opting instead to have his son's body preserved in a freezer, hoping that one day there might be a means to resurrect him. Yet deep down, he understood this was merely self-consolation. Slowly, Niu Boss lifted his head. The flames of vengeance had begun to blaze fiercely within him. Chapter 053. Under careful watch in Japan, Bay Area, at noon, No Chunxing gazed out at the horizon, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, dressed in a sharp shirt and trousers, one hand in her pocket and the other holding a phone. She inquired, "How's my father? The boss returned to Qianwan last night and is now back at Ding Village Corporation. I just confirmed. He is temporarily unharmed," replied Secretary Luo, after Niu Boss's return to Qianwan. All operations of Ding Village in Huai City were entrusted to Secretary Luo. Niu Chunxing nodded silently. She felt no surprise at her brother's death and experienced little sorrow. In fact, she believed she ought to feel grateful. The past had reached its conclusion. Although Niu Jihong was born of that woman, he was also her father's biological son. Her father, now aging, had been neglectful for a long time. Niu Chunxing had harbored deep resentment towards him. Yet now, she discovered that she still held onto a cherished memory of their family of three, when her parents were in love. Have they found the murderer? Niu Chunxing continued to inquire. It may not be that easy to find. Secretary Luo responded. Niu Chunxing, lost in thought, continued to gaze into the distance, both parties falling into a brief silence. Then, Secretary Luo suddenly said, "Chunxing, you should return. I know. I will be there on time," Niu Chunxing replied. "Chunxing. What I mean is, this is an opportunity." Secretary Luo's tone shifted to seriousness. Niu Chunxing seemed slightly taken aback. Before sighing, "I understand. On the other side of the sea, in an inconspicuous bar along the southern coast of the continent." Niu Boss's weary face appeared on television. "Please allow me to sincerely apologize to all victims that I am deeply pained by the inhumane abuse suffered by the victims and feel immense guilt for my son's beastly actions. As a father, I cannot escape responsibility for my son's actions. I hereby announce the complete dissolution of Ding Niu Technology Company under Ding Village Corporation and will actively cooperate with the police investigation. In addition to compensation for the trial, Ding Village Corporation will also provide material assistance to each victim. My son is dead, and I believe this is his retribution. Hence I have decided not to initiate an additional investigation into the murder of my son." Damn. Lu Yuan slammed his fist onto the bar counter, causing glasses to rattle. He had seen many absurdities, but never had he witnessed a father so readily shift all blame onto his son. Keeping his own hands clean, with Niu Jihong's death, the subsidiary dissolved. Yet Ding Village Corporation faced no repercussions. That's to be expected. Niu Boss is a bona fide wealthy heir, certainly possessing some capabilities, Qing Feng remarked, protecting the glasses. Yet, it can't be said that there are no consequences, considering a son has perished. Such a wretch. Killing him would be a service to the public. I doubt Niu Boss would even shed a tear. He added, "It's different. A son is still a son." Qing Feng shook his head. "I never expected Niu Boss wouldn't initiate an investigation into his son's murder." Xiao Mei pondered aloud. "But logically, even if Niu Boss doesn't report it, the police should still be able to investigate, right?" "I don't know. That's Songjia's affair," Lu Yuan replied after a moment's contemplation. "However, to be honest, I haven't noticed much activity at the station. Just because the police aren't investigating doesn't mean Niu Boss isn't looking into it." "Perhaps he intends to investigate himself," Qing Feng suddenly stated seriously. "Regardless, you must be cautious moving forward." "What do I need to be cautious about? I didn't kill him. Would he really resort to violence against the police?" Lu Yuan replied dismissively. However, upon reflection, a twinge of unease crept in. Could he actually do something like that? "It's entirely possible," Qing Feng nodded. "You just recently investigated the Faisida laboratory case, and now you're handling the illegal confinement case involving Niu Gongzi. Both cases are connected to him. He might very well seek revenge." "What the hell?" Lu Yuan gasped. "While you're not paying attention, someone could easily bag you up in a black plastic sack and drag you away for a beating." "It's entirely plausible." Observing Lu Yuan's sudden awareness, Qing Feng smirked. "Damn." Lu Yuan began to sweat. "Don't worry. Just carry on with your normal routine. During this period, a group of brothers will provide you with extra care," Qing Feng added with a mischievous grin directed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was momentarily speechless, feeling that this extra care was anything but reassuring. Yes, it turned out, Qing Feng was right. Niu Boss indeed intended to start keeping tabs on Lu Yuan. But his suspicions extended beyond just Lu Yuan. He began to question both Lu Yuan and Faisida. Increasingly, he felt Secretary Luo's words held merit. First, Faisida abruptly terminated their contract for supplying test subjects, and shortly thereafter, his son encountered trouble. Following the incident, Faisida absolved themselves of responsibility, citing contractual exemption clauses. This infuriated Niu Boss, who recalled how everyone had touted shared risks and rewards during their collaboration discussions. Now that misfortune had struck him, they had fled faster than rabbits. Could it be, as Secretary Luo speculated, that Faisida had orchestrated this to distance themselves from liability? Consequently, Neo Boss resolved to conduct his own investigation. He suspected that both Faisida and the police might be involved in some wrongdoing. Although there may be corruption within the police force, Faisida was clearly being wronged, having terminated the contract due to their laboratory nearly being exposed. However, from Faisida's perspective, Lu Yuan was also a troublesome figure. From the initial Faisida laboratory case to the subsequent confrontation during Gao Xiang's arrest in Qianwan, Lu Yuan had consistently brought trouble upon himself. Thus, Fei Ke began to discreetly monitor Lu Yuan's movements. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, he was under close scrutiny from three factions: Ding Village, Faisida, and the bar patrons, all silently observing him. They kept watch during work hours and even while he dined. Fortunately, Qing Feng and the others had anticipated this, and when it came to tracking and surveillance, no one was more adept than Xiao Ran. After several days of observation, Xiao Ran had discerned the movements of the personnel from Ding Village and Faisida. After all, these two groups were like shadows, constantly following Lu Yuan, making them easy targets for Xiao Ran's attention at this moment. Lu Yuan was enjoying a meal at a fast food restaurant in one corner of the dining area. Several individuals from Faisida quietly observed him eat. In another corner, a group from Ding Village did the same. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran was on the second floor, enjoying his meal without the need to keep a close watch. He simply needed to listen. Thus, while he dined, an excellent idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Chapter 054. So it was you. Team Lu, do you have a pen? Grab a piece of paper and write down what I say. Xiao Ran's voice crackled through Lu Yuan's earpiece as he was eating. Sure. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of confusion, yet he still extracted a piece of paper from the bill. You should write. I am aware that you are from Faisida. Our people have long since discovered your presence. I advise you to stay out of our affairs in Ding Village, or else I will eliminate you in an instant. What is going on? Lu Yuan exclaimed, perplexed. Stay calm and listen to me, Xiao Ran explained. In the corner to your left, that table is occupied by Faisida employees, while the table to your right near the exit is filled with people from Ding Village. Holy cow! Lu Yuan gasped in disbelief, realizing that so many were watching him eat. Don't be nervous. First, write down what I just said on a note and deliver it to the table of Faisida on your left. Xiao Ran instructed. Lu Yuan replied, and then what? Then, you swiftly head over to the Ding Village table and inform them that you are in cahoots with the Faisida table, prompting them to turn against each other. Xiao Ran clarified, but you'll need to improvise. You understand what I mean, right? Holy cow, you really have a way with this. What if I can't improvise well? Lu Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he was surrounded by seasoned tacticians. I believe in you. Channel the acting skills you displayed as Songzhi last time, and you'll be fine, Xiao Ran remarked, recalling Lu Yuan's impressive performance at the bar. All right, I'll give it a try. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before revising the note. You cowardly faced of fools dare to spy on me. Let me tell you, I am from Ding Village, and we've long looked down upon you. If you have the guts, come out and confront us, you pathetic wretches. With that, Lu Yuan folded the note and strolled casually to the table of Faisida members, slapping the note on the table and pointing towards the Ding Village table by the entrance. The Faisida members looked utterly bewildered. Just as they opened the note, Lu Yuan sprinted away, heading straight for the Ding Village table. The spirited lads from Ding Village, taken aback by Lu Yuan's aggressive approach, were equally confused. Before they could react, Lu Yuan growled, You Ding Village trash, we Faisida were blind to do business with you. My brothers want to have a word with you. After delivering his message, Lu Yuan sprinted out the door. As the Faisida members were already hot on his heels, the Ding Village lads immediately sprang into action. Damn it, it really is you Faisida, engaging in black on black, shouted the leading Ding Village lad, pulling a hefty baton from his pocket and pointing it at the approaching Faisida members. Humph, Ding Village's country bumpkins really overestimate themselves, a Faisida member retorted, pointing back at the Ding Village lad. Brothers, charge, take them down. The lead lad from Ding Village wasted no time and swung his baton into action. Both sides wasted no time, engaging in a brawl without even exiting the restaurant. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had stealthily retreated to the second floor, joining Xiao Ran to watch the chaos unfold, snacking on beverages and seats. Soon, patrons began to flee, and the fight intensified, with tables and chairs becoming makeshift weapons, leaving the scene in utter disarray. In terms of individual combat prowess, the Faisida members clearly had the upper hand over the Ding Village lads, as the former were equipped with advanced combat prosthetics. Particularly, the leader of the Faisida was dominating the Ding Village lad wielding the baton. Before long, the Ding Village lads began to falter. However, despite their disadvantage, the Ding Village lads showed no signs of backing down. "Brothers, reinforcements are on the way. Hold strong," shouted the baton-wielding lad, whose face was battered yet still raised his voice. "If we capture these guys, we'll never have to worry again. Ha ha ha. Ha. You worthless fools, it won't matter how many of you come," the Festa leader sneered. Just then, several spirited lads charged into the restaurant, armed and ready. "Brothers, let's go. Wipe them out." Without hesitation, the newcomers dove into the fray. The battle surged into a second wave of chaos, and it must be said that the combat skills of the Festa members were indeed formidable, managing to hold their ground even against two opponents at once, especially their leader, who appeared unfazed while taking on three adversaries. Soon, the spirited lads began to struggle, with many lying defeated on the ground. "Everyone, hang in there. I'm coming." Suddenly, another less spirited lad burst into the battlefield. "Damn, is it just you?" the baton-wielding lad huffed, glaring at him. "I moved quickly. My brothers are right behind me," the newcomer replied. "Damn it. Tell them to hurry. We can't hold out much longer." The baton-wielding lad gritted his teeth, continuing his assault against the Festa leader. The battle raged on, but soon an odd shift began to occur, brought about by the less spirited newcomer. Lu Yuan quickly noticed that this new lad's attacking style was quite peculiar. It wasn't that he had any strange techniques. His moves were simple punches, yet he consistently switched targets, especially when a teammate began to falter. He would swiftly dart over and deliver a punch to the corresponding Festa member. The key was that his punches were both quick and precise, almost always finding their mark. However, once his teammates stabilized the situation, he would cease his attacks and search for other targets. What on earth is this? Lu Yuan pondered, completely baffled. "Hee, just keep watching," Xiaoran said with a mysterious smile. Before long, the situation became increasingly intricate, with both the Festa and Ding village members steadily decreasing in numbers at a ratio of 1 to 2. Until eventually, only the Festa leader, the baton-wielding lad, and the less spirited lad remained. "It's you. You are from Ding village." After taking a punch from the less spirited lad, the Festa leader seemed to realize something significant. Clutching his nose and staring wide-eyed at the newcomer, his nose had recently been broken by someone, and the familiar pain returned. "It's me. You Festa think your wealth and influence allow you to do as you please. Today, I will make you understand that in Black Rock Bay, even the king must yield to Ding village." After delivering a somewhat stammered monologue, the less spirited lad stepped forward and knocked the Festa leader to the ground with a single punch. "Brother, you're impressive. Which faction are you from? I've never seen you before." The baton-wielding lad, battered and bruised, slumped onto the ground. "Me. The less spirited lad seemed momentarily at a loss for words, but it wasn't his fault. Xiaoran hadn't prepared any lines for him. Suddenly, the less spirited lad's eyes lit up as he shouted to the baton-wielding lad, "Watch out behind you. There's someone else." Chapter 55, The Hidden Dragon and the Young Phoenix. The less spirited lad knocked down the spirited lad and then signaled a victory gesture towards Lu Yuan and Xiaoran on the second floor. His cheeky demeanor unmistakably indicated his confidence. Lu Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the two seasoned tacticians, exclaiming, "You two are truly like the Hidden Dragon and the Young Phoenix. I have never encountered anyone as cunning as you." Haha, without Team Lu's Oscar-worthy performance, this play would likely have fallen flat. Xiaoran chuckled heartily. A day later, Boss Nyo sat in his office, deep in thought. After a while, he turned to the bruised lad before him and asked, "Are you certain that those individuals are all from Festa?" "Absolutely certain," the lad replied firmly. "They even insulted us, calling us Ding village trash, claiming they were blind to do business with us." Upon hearing this, Boss Nyo's eyelids twitched as he continued, "And you were ultimately defeated by an expert." "That's right. We initially thought all the Festa members were down, but then an expert appeared from behind," the lad replied, nodding emphatically. "What about that last brother?" I don't know," the lad replied, shaking his head in confusion. "I was the first to wake up and never saw that brother again." Boss Nyo lowered his head, contemplating for a long moment. Before seemingly reaching a decision, he addressed the lad, saying, "Since Lu Yuan may be allied with Festa, there's no need to keep an eye on him for now. That missing brother is a talent, and you must find him. I will reward you handsomely." "Understood, boss." The lad nodded in agreement. By the way, you all did well in this matter. Go to finance and collect your bonuses." "Okay. Thank you, boss," the lad exclaimed, leaving the office with a spring in his step, the pain in his body seemingly dissipating. After the lad left, Boss Neo immediately dialed a number, arranged the matter with Alpha. "Let's find a time to sit down and discuss." "Understood," Secretary Luo replied calmly on the other end of the line, though internally, he was already elated. After hanging up, Secretary Luo promptly called Niu Chunshen's number. "Chunsheng, it's me. I've settled things with Boss Niu," Secretary Luo said, his voice brimming with excitement. "All right, I understand," Niu Chunsheng replied, seemingly not overly thrilled. She had already distanced herself from Ding Village, considering its affairs irrelevant to her. Over the years, she had been focused on work and study, striving to immerse herself in a fulfilling new life and forget the past. Her efforts led her to successfully join a remarkable company, Alpha Technology, where she held a significant position. Alpha was a competitor to Feista, the only company capable of rivaling Feista in the fields of intelligent manufacturing and AI. The two companies dominated 95% of the market share, though each had its own regional strengths. For instance, Feista reigned supreme on the mainland, while Alpha enjoyed greater popularity on this island nation. However, at this moment, the sudden death of her younger brother presented Niu Chunsheng with an unexpected opportunity to return, allowing her to inherit the enterprises of Ding Village while simultaneously paving the way for Alpha Company to establish a foothold in the mainland market. Yet, Niu Chunsheng was compelled to confront the haunting memories she longed to forget. Over 2 decades ago, a beautiful yet malevolent woman had caused the death of Niu Chunshen's mother and shortly thereafter born Niu Jihong. For the subsequent years, Niu Chunsheng endured the woman's biting sarcasm and disdain. Powerless, she could only silently endure and quietly accumulate her strength. Finally, 5 years ago, on that fateful night, Niu Chunsheng avenged her grievances and subsequently fled to distant lands. She wished to sever all ties with Ding Village, including her father, and maintained minimal contact with him. The only exception was Secretary Luo, a man who had once provided her with immense assistance. It was through his support that Niu Chunsheng achieved her revenge and managed to escape safely. At times, she found herself questioning whether Secretary Luo genuinely harbored feelings for her, or if he merely coveted her status. "Chunsheng, I know you are hesitant," Secretary Luo's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Trust me, we can make Ding Village a better place. I believe," Chunsheng replied mechanically, fully aware of Secretary Luo's capabilities and motivations. Nevertheless, even if Secretary Luo sought to seize everything in Ding Village through her, it might still be preferable to the current situation. "I will communicate with the leadership and expect to return next week," Niu Chunsheng responded. "All right, I await your news." At this moment, within the Qianwan Fiesta office building. "You say Lu Yuan is from Ding Village?" Yan Ming inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded the security chief whose head was wrapped in bandages. "Yes, this is the note he gave me at that time," the security chief replied, producing a crumpled piece of paper to hand to Yan Ming. Upon opening it, Yan Ming furrowed his brow. "That mysterious man is from Ding Village," he pressed further. "Indeed, that is correct," the security chief affirmed with conviction. "Have you considered this carefully?" Yan Ming raised his gaze to the security chief. "Why would he give you a note rather than directly bringing someone to find you? Why go to the trouble of writing those few words?" The security chief had not contemplated this question. "You must think thoroughly before drawing conclusions." Yan Ming crumpled the note and discarded it into the trash. "However, I feel that man is indeed the one who invaded the laboratory," the security chief insisted once more. "On what basis do you make that judgment? Just because he broke your nose?" Yan Ming fixed his beady eyes on the security chief. "I asked him, and he admitted it himself," the security chief stammered, feeling increasingly uneasy under Yan Ming's scrutinizing gaze. "How did you ask, and what did he say?" Yan Ming continued to press. At this point, the security chief found himself completely at a loss for words. "You need not follow Lu Yuan any longer. You may leave." Yan Ming waved his hand dismissively, and the security chief had no choice but to exit the office. Disgruntled, Yan Ming, of course, did not believe Lu Yuan was from Ding Village. However, the foolish employees had already revealed their incompetence, making it unwise to pursue Lu Yuan for the time being, at least not with this group of dimwits. As for that man, Yan Ming also had no faith that he was affiliated with Ding Village. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door once again. "Enter." As a figure stepped into the office, a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Ming's mouth. "What is the completion rate?" Yan Ming inquired, sizing up the individual before him. "0.95, responded Lu Xiao, his tone mechanical and devoid of any discernible emotion. "Very well." Yan Ming extracted a document from his desk and handed it to Lu Xiao. "Review this thoroughly. We act tomorrow night." Chapter 056. Hongfa Temple. Hongfa Temple is nestled within the mountains in the northern part of Qianwan. Amidst the valleys filled with pine trees, ancient structures can be seen emerging and retreating into view. Except on a few specific festivals each year, The temple rarely sees visitors, and tonight was no exception. The temple remained quiet, illuminated only by the bright moonlight and the sound of chirping insects. Inside the main hall, a group of monks sat in meditation, reciting mantras. The abbot, draped in a faded robe, sat cross-legged with hands clasped together, revealing the tattered skin of his fingertips, which concealed a black metallic prosthetic. Moonlight streamed through the hall's windows, casting a serene glow upon the lotus seat of the Buddha statue. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and a buzzing sound echoed from outside the hall. The abbot slowly opened his eyes, filled with concern as he gazed at the statue. "Amitabha," he murmured. Behind the lotus pedestal lay a hidden door. Entering through this door and descending a long staircase led to the temple's underground, where the space opened up dramatically. The atmosphere in the underground chamber starkly contrasted with that of the temple above. Dozens of iron-framed beds were haphazardly arranged in the large room, with men and women lying on the beds, some unconscious and others moaning in pain, their bodies wrapped in bandages. In a corner, 2 men in aprons gathered around a medical bed, sparks flying from an arc welder as a burly man gritted his teeth, biting down on a tattered towel while enduring the searing pain without uttering a sound. Finally, the surgery concluded, and the man wielding the welder exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow with his apron. "Brother, I feel more pain doing this surgery for you than you do," he remarked. "Amitabha, suffering is also a form of cultivation," the man on the bed replied, spitting out the towel and taking a deep breath, clasping his hands together slowly. At that moment, a young novice rushed towards the medical bed. Panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Shixiang Shirshing, the master wants you to evacuate the people immediately, right now." The burly man on the bed gritted his teeth and sat up abruptly. Meanwhile, in a black market bar several dozen kilometers away, Qi Feng, Lu Yuan, and Xiao Ran were enjoying drinks together, reminiscing about the previous day's performance. Suddenly, Xiao Ran's phone rang. Before he could check the message, Mei rushed out from behind the bar, shouting urgently, "There has been an incident at the temple. Let us go." Xiao Ran replied decisively. "I'm coming too," Qi Feng added without hesitation. "You can choose not to go," Xiao Ran suggested, "but that means I will go," Qi Feng declared, downing the remaining contents of his glass. "A brother in need. I must lend assistance." The perspective shifted back to the temple, where countless drones hovered in the air, illuminating the entire area and projecting the image onto a device screen held by Songja outside the temple. Dozens of police cars and armored vehicles had surrounded the temple, as armed robots disembarked from the vehicles in an orderly fashion, swiftly encircling the place. At that moment, the temple doors swung open, and the abbot, accompanied by several monks, stepped outside. "Esteemed benefactor, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" the abbot inquired as he approached Songja. "Are you Master Zhizha, the host here?" Songja scrutinized the abbot without a hint of fear. Knowing he was flanked by several BT-3 units ready to engage at a moment's notice, "I dare not claim such a title. I am merely the humble host of Hongfa Temple, known as Zhizha." The abbot replied with utmost respect. "I shall not waste time with idle chatter. The police received a report stating that this temple harbors numerous terrorists. Kindly cooperate with our investigation and voluntarily hand over any suspicious individuals." Songja's piercing gaze assessed the abbot. "In response to your inquiry, I have never heard of what constitutes a terrorist. Hongfa Temple has indeed never sheltered such individuals." The abbot maintained a calm demeanor. "Master, I speak candidly. If you are willing to cooperate with the investigation, the police may support your claim of ignorance. However, should you refuse, it would constitute harboring criminals," Songja emphasized with a condescending glare. "Esteemed benefactor, I truly do not know what a terrorist is, yet I am willing to cooperate with the investigation." The abbot remained unfazed. Further discussion is futile. Songja dismissed the abbot, commanding his subordinates to storm into the temple and search. Amitabha, the abbot clasped his hands together, offering no resistance. The temple was built into the mountainside, comprising over a dozen halls and dormitories, covering a considerable area. However, all the armed robots were equipped with thermal imaging and life detection capabilities, allowing for a swift search. Fortunately, these robots failed to uncover the hidden passageway underground, where Shirshing was leading a group of injured individuals through the secret tunnel towards the outskirts of the temple. The passage directly connected to the riverbank outside. As long as they reached the river safely, they could not only escape the encirclement but also utilize the waterways for a rapid getaway. Meanwhile, above ground, all the monks and several overnight guests were being rounded up. Most of the monks had their hands clasped together, chanting prayers, while a few guests appeared quite panicked. "Officer, what is happening here?" One male guest attempted to approach Songja for clarification, only to be halted by an armed robot pressing firmly on his shoulder. "It hurts," the male guest exclaimed, his face contorted in pain. Songja sneered, then produced a megaphone to address the crowd. The police have received reliable intelligence indicating that terrorists responsible for multiple homicides are hiding within this temple. I solemnly remind everyone that if you discover any clues regarding these terrorists, rewards will be offered for reports. Conversely, if you harbor them, you will be treated as accomplices. Finally, if you are indeed a terrorist, I advise you to surrender promptly, or do not blame me for being unmerciful. After delivering his warning, Songja began to coldly scan the crowd, observing as several guests trembled in fear, unable to speak, though they genuinely knew nothing. The monks remained with their hands clasped, seemingly engaged in silent prayers. As time ticked by, no one uttered a word. Songja's expression soured as he began scrutinizing each individual, suddenly halting in front of a younger monk. Do you know who the terrorists are? Songja abruptly inquired, locking his gaze on the novice. I do not know. The young novice lowered his head, unable to meet Songja's gaze. Do you comprehend the consequences of harboring terrorists? Songja spoke coldly. Observing the novice shake his head in trepidation, he continued in a somber tone. Terrorism is a matter of national security. Harboring such individuals is treated as a co-offense, with the maximum penalty being death. At the mention of capital punishment, the novice involuntarily shuddered. Noticing this, Songja's lips curled into a slight smile as he pressed on. I now offer you a chance to report actively. Not only will you be exonerated, but you may also receive a reward. Tell me, who among those present is a terrorist? The novice appeared to hesitate, raising his head to glance around. Sensing this, Songja nodded in satisfaction and urged, Speak up, fear not. The police will ensure your safety. I can't recall clearly. I need to think. The novice suddenly scratched his head. Songja's brow furrowed in frustration. Chapter 057. The foolish sage. Songja began to feel a sense of relief, pondering that perhaps today's task could conclude prematurely. This operation had garnered significant attention from leaders at all levels, with ample resources allocated. Yet, if he could resolve the issue without any effort, it would indeed be a commendable achievement. However, the novice remained stuck in thought, and Songja's patience began to wane as he shouted, Speak. I can't seem to remember, the novice replied, looking innocently at Songja. What did you say? Songja felt deceived, his anger causing veins to bulge on his forehead. The novice retorted defiantly, I suggest you think harder. At that moment, the robot behind the novice raised its mechanical arm and gripped the novice's shoulder tightly. The immense pressure coursed through him. Have you thought of anything? Songja glared menacingly at the novice. I have thought of something. I remember. The novice's face paled from pain, sweat beading on his brow. Speak. I believe. There are no terrorists. The novice stammered through his discomfort. You are mocking me. As soon as Songja's words fell, the armed robot lifted its arm, ready to strike down on the novice. Just then, a figure flashed by, a red robe shielding the novice from behind. With a thud, the abbot was knocked to the ground, using his own body to absorb the robot's attack. Cough, cough, please, don't be angry. The abbot wheezed as he rose from the ground. The young novice is still naive. I beg you to show mercy. Then you, old man, tell me, who is the terrorist? Songja snarled as he grabbed the abbot by the collar. Amitba, there are no terrorists in this world. If you must apprehend someone, then take me, the abbot replied, his hands clasped in prayer. At that moment, a familiar figure approached Songja and patted him on the shoulder. Officer Song, allow us to handle this, said Yin Ming, who had been observing the scene for quite some time. He had long wished to take over, but out of respect for the police, he had refrained. Though he knew their methods would yield no results, such a waste of time, Songja scoffed, pushing the abbot aside. I offered you a chance, Master Wise. You were truly foolish. Take everyone away, Yin Ming commanded. And the armed robots began to escort all present from the scene. Yin Ming was not one to waste words. He intended to bring them back, confident in his methods to extract information from them. Hey, abbot, if you know anything, speak up now, a male worshipper shouted as he was forcibly pushed into a prison vehicle. Amitba, my apologies. The abbot repeatedly shook his head, slowly closing his eyes. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the temple, at an overgrown cave entrance, a glimmer of light emerged as Shi Xing led a group of injured individuals out. A speedboat, prearranged, was docked at the cave entrance. Shi Xing directed everyone to board the boat, which was small yet managed to accommodate them all. He then pulled out a metal pole from the shore, using it to propel the boat manually. The speedboat was equipped with a motor, but activating it would merely expose their position. Everything was proceeding smoothly under Shi Xing's careful navigation as the boat drifted away from the shore, following the current downstream. However, the overloading soon posed a different issue. The boat sat too low in the water, and the creek was not particularly deep. Consequently, The boat inevitably grazed the rocks beneath the surface. Though this did not cause leaks, the sound of metal scraping against stone was enough to raise alarm. The noise was not loud, and the sound of water concealed it, making it difficult to notice without careful listening. Yet many aboard understood that for those with heightened senses, whether through implanted prosthetics or genetic enhancements, the sound was akin to a firecracker in water. At that moment, Yin Ming had already discerned the noise, as had the abbot. Almost simultaneously, both reacted. Yin Ming immediately pulled out his equipment, preparing to dispatch some armed robots to the river. Meanwhile, the abbot swiftly tore a string of prayer beads from his neck and scattered them around. Boom! The beads exploded upon hitting the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped everyone. The vehicles, and the robots. At the same time, all lights in the temple extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. What is happening? The worshippers, terrified, instinctively huddled deeper into the prison vehicle. Songsha hastily ducked into an armored vehicle, prioritizing his own safety. Meanwhile, the monks took advantage of the night and fog to quickly reposition, some climbing trees, others hiding in the underbrush, but soon they were all armed. Rifles, sniper rifles, and even RPGs appeared in their hands. Amitabha, may Buddha show mercy. With the abbot's command, gunfire erupted, flames soaring into the sky as the monks fiercely engaged with the police and armed robots. But in terms of firepower, the police and robots clearly had the advantage in numbers. However, the monks had come prepared, having stashed weapons and ammunition throughout the premises, and with their familiarity with the buildings and terrain, they managed to retreat while still maintaining pressure, amidst the smoke and chaos. Yin Ming stepped forward, explosions ringing out behind him, bullets whizzing past his shoulder, yet he exhibited no signs of panic, striding purposefully toward the river. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something amiss and halted, as a figure clad in a red robe emerged from the darkness. Amitabha, please, stop. The abbot addressed Yin Ming with utmost respect. I have heard that Buddhism embodies compassion. I did not expect the master to be a terrorist. Yin Ming surveyed the abbot with keen interest. Indeed, Buddhism is rooted in compassion, yet it also bears the responsibility to enlighten all beings. In these times of suffering, we must act decisively. The abbot replied with a hearty laugh. How intriguing. Then do enlighten me. If you can, Yin Ming chuckled in response. Your roots of sin run deep. I fear you may be beyond salvation, the abbot said, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly ripped off his robe, revealing a body of solid muscle, and drew a massive shotgun from behind him, aiming it at Yin Ming. Beyond salvation? Then allow me to send you to hell. With that, the abbot decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire toward Yin Ming. Chapter 058. Compassion of Buddha. Dragon Breath Round. The bullet, upon firing, erupted in countless white phosphorus and magnesium particles, igniting violently upon contact with air and creating a deadly conical blast radius. Anything it touched would be incinerated to the bone. Yet Yin Ming had already reacted, swiftly raising his suit jacket to shield himself. In such a brief moment, his ability to assess the situation and execute a defensive maneuver was beyond ordinary human capacity. A typical human requires at least 100 milliseconds for visual input to muscle reaction, while an active defense system can respond 1,000 times faster, calculating and outputting optimal evasive strategies in less than a millisecond. This may sound unbelievable, but even within 1/10 of a millisecond, the most basic implanted chip can perform millions of calculations, especially with the flagship-level active defense system. 1/10 of a millisecond is ample time to compute numerous evasive tactics and select the best course of action. Yin Ming had almost preemptively reacted the moment the abbot squeezed the trigger. Despite the shotgun's velocity of several hundred meters per second, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. The bullet would reach him in mere milliseconds. Considering the time required for him to raise his jacket in defense, the active defense system had already intervened even before the gunshot rang out, giving the abbot the illusion that Yin Ming could predict his actions. As the abbot continued to pull the trigger in reflex, this illusion was further amplified by Yin Ming's ability not only to defend himself but also to anticipate and evade the bullets. His reflexes and agility were astonishing. However, the abbot showed little sign of panic, shooting while moving, and after exhausting his ammunition, he discarded the shotgun, addressing Yin Ming. Your reflexes are impressive, but I possess many more tools at my disposal. The abbot, having spoken, casually retrieved a massive Gatling gun from a hollow in a nearby tree. The moment Yin Ming beheld this formidable weapon, he furrowed his brow. The Gu 3000 rapid-fire machine gun was typically mounted on military armored vehicles, and yet this bald man wielded it with ease. At that moment, Yin Ming also noticed that the abbot possessed a physique incongruent with his age. His upper body was powerfully muscled, and his arms were replaced with mechanical prosthetics. The GU 3000, with a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute and a projectile velocity nearing a kilometer per second, triggered an immediate danger alert from the defense system as the abbot brandished his weapon. Surpassing the defensive limits of Yin Ming's body, naturally, Yin Ming would not remain passive. The abbot quickly sensed the unusual sounds, hearing several large machines rapidly approaching him. Without hesitation, the abbot pulled the trigger. And as the barrels of the Gatling began to spin, countless bullets screamed forth, not aimed at Yin Ming, but directed towards the dense foliage beside him. The forest was instantly filled with thunderous cracks and flying sparks, as several BT-3 units charged through the hail of bullets towards the abbot. However, under the suppressive fire of the Gatling, the robot's speed noticeably decreased, with one in the front row seemingly struck at the joints, collapsing to the ground. Yet, this distraction caused the abbot to lose focus on Yin Ming, who, in turn, was also preoccupied, discarding his now red-hot, specialized suit as he continued towards the riverbank. The sounds of gunfire from the temple still echoed near the river, but Yin Ming was able to identify an anomalous sound within the stream amidst the cacophony. His implanted auditory prosthetics captured these faint noises and analyzed their spectral characteristics for precise recognition. The boat had not drifted far, and Yin Ming extracted a controller to dispatch a drone for reconnaissance while he proceeded downstream. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly halted as a faint crackling sound emanated from beneath his feet. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced down and frowned. This was troublesome. He had stepped on a landmine, both feet ensnared. The speedboat had indeed not ventured far, as Shishing had maneuvered the vessel into a thicket of aquatic shrubs, providing cover from the sky. Moments earlier, multiple rotor drones had buzzed overhead, causing everyone aboard the speedboat, mostly injured and medical personnel, to hold their breath in tension, lacking any combat capability. Fortunately, the drones failed to detect the speedboat. As the last drone's whirring faded into the distance, Shishing once again wielded a metallic pole to propel the boat forward. The thicket offered excellent concealment, yet the tangled branches significantly slowed their progress. Nonetheless, as long as they could navigate downstream to a valley 5 kilometers away, a secret passage leading to the intercity subway would allow them to escape pursuit entirely. The remaining able-bodied injured began assisting by clearing vines to aid in rowing. In the distance, the temple erupted in a blaze of gunfire, while the helplessly injured began to silently pray. Just then, the sound of a revving engine grew urgent. Everyone instantly froze, lowering their profiles. Shishing decisively pulled down a tree branch, shielding the speedboat with a canopy of leaves. The engine noise intensified, accompanied by the roar of crashing waves, as a black speedboat sped past, skimming the edge of the thicket, coming within 10 meters of their vessel. The figure at the bow was clearly visible as the two boats passed each other. Everyone's hearts nearly leaped into their throats. Fortunately, the speedboat did not slow down, rushing downstream with haste as the engine noise gradually receded. Shishing let out a sigh of relief, releasing his grip on the tree branch and picking up the metallic pole to continue pushing the boat away. However, not far into their journey, Shishing halted again, prompting confusion among the others. But they too quieted down. There appeared to be a disturbance in the thicket. Though the sound was faint, it was discernible, and they could vaguely see the underbrush shifting nearby. Monkeys, one doctor inquired, but Shishing quickly gestured for silence. The group stared intently at the rustling foliage, and after a moment, the commotion ceased, plunging them back into silence, save for the incessant gunfire from the temple. Despite this, Shishing slowly withdrew the metallic pole from the water, gripping it tightly. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees above the speedboat, followed by a splash as a figure plummeted into the water before them. Without hesitation, Shishing swung the metallic pole towards the silhouette. Chapter 059. The Humanoid Machine Clang. The metallic pole was intercepted by the shadow, producing a resounding clash. Shishing did not pause, swiftly maneuvering the pole to disarm the figure of its sidearm just before it could draw, sending a compact submachine gun flying from its grasp, which landed in the water. Seeing this, the shadow retreated along the vines, creating distance. "Doctor, take the others and go. I will handle this person," Shishing declared, leaping from the boat. "All right, be careful," the doctor responded without hesitation, recognizing that the group had no combat capability and would only hinder Shishing's efforts if they remained. Shishing nodded, reversing his grip on the metallic pole, wading through the water towards the shadow. The shadow, noticing the boat's movement, ignored Shishing's approach, leaping nimbly through the thicket, making a beeline for the vessel. Shishing's gaze sharpened as he raised the pole and swung forcefully at a nearby branch, severing it with a swift motion, causing the shadow to lose balance and tumble into the water. If you wish to capture someone, you must first pass through me, Shirshing proclaimed, standing in the water. His eyes fixed like daggers on the shadow before him. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, illuminating the two figures. One wore a tense expression, while the other remained utterly impassive. The lack of emotion indicated a complete absence of fear, hesitation, or contemplation of life's meaning or consequences. Liu Xiao had transformed into a humanoid machine, executing tasks as his sole purpose. In this state, Liu Xiao's true capabilities would be unveiled in full. Liu Xiao's gaze shifted towards the receding boat, and then back to the bald man before him. Emotionless, he removed his soaked outer garment, clenched his fists, and a blade sprang forth from his mechanical arm, glinting coldly in the moonlight. Upon observing the opponent's stance, Shirshing felt a sense of relief. His legs were beginning to ooze blood, the surgical wounds yet to heal, and should Liu Xiao pursue the boat relentlessly, he feared he would be unable to intercept. Very well, make your move, Shirshing shouted at Liu Xiao, adopting a half-squat position. The pole aimed at him. The injury to his thigh precluded any vigorous movement, compelling him to adopt a defensive posture. Liu Xiao expressionlessly scrutinized Shirshing, noting the blood seeping through the monk's garb covering his thigh. Moments later, Liu Xiao surged forward, propelling himself across the water towards Shirshing. Shirshing gripped the pole over his shoulder, retracting slightly. The pole aimed directly at Liu Xiao's chest. Liu Xiao moved like a fish breaking the surface, swiftly closing the distance to Shirshing. Seeing the imminent threat, Shirshing lunged forward, thrusting the pole towards Liu Xiao's torso. Liu Xiao abruptly halted and pivoted, sidestepping Shirshing, who twisted the metallic pole to pursue Liu Xiao's back. The pole, over 2 meters in length, had a tip moving with remarkable velocity, seemingly set to strike Liu Xiao's back directly. Yet, Liu Xiao suddenly bent low, his right-hand blade intercepting the metallic pole, and then he changed direction. Gliding close to the water's surface towards Shirshing, Shirshing pressed down hard with the pole. The blade and the metal clashed, sending sparks flying, but Liu Xiao was already upon him. In a close-quarters battle, Shirshing, injured and unable to move nimbly, was at a disadvantage. A flash of cold steel cut through the air as Liu Xiao's left-hand blade pierced Shirshing's lower abdomen. Shirshing let out a muffled groan, swinging the pole towards Liu Xiao's face with the opposite end, but Liu Xiao raised his arm to block it, sending Shirshing's attack soaring away. The two fighters re-established distance. Liu Xiao bore no significant injury, merely a slightly deformed arm and a bruise on his face. However, Shirshing knelt on one knee, clutching his abdomen, blood pouring from his wound. Liu Xiao cast a final glance at Shirshing, then turned and walked away. His mission to pursue the terrorists aboard the boat taking precedence. This dying monk would soon have others come to collect his remains. Not far from his departure, a metallic pole whistled through the air towards Liu Xiao's skull. Yet he seemed to anticipate it, merely tilting his head to evade the projectile without even glancing back, continuing his pursuit of the departing speedboat. Behind him, Shirshing could no longer endure, collapsing into the water. Liu Xiao's figure vanished into the thicket, while distant sounds of chaos erupted once more from the temple. An armored vehicle broke through the smoke, advancing slowly towards the temple, its cannon aimed at a specific tower. Atop that tower, 2 snipers lay in ambush, their pupils dilating in shock. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the tower was instantly reduced to rubble. Target has been eliminated, announced the cold female voice of the vehicle's onboard AI. Pathetic, Songzhi remarked with a satisfied smile as he beheld the vanishing tower on the screen. In this operation, the police had coordinated with the military district to deploy this infantry fighting vehicle. Although not the most advanced model in active service, it was more than sufficient for dealing with such rabble. Target locked. Shall we fire? The AI inquired again, framing another location on the screen where a monk was using an abandoned well as cover, occasionally peeking out to fire. Fire, Songzhi commanded decisively. As the vehicle moved, the cannon slowly elevated, launching a shell into the air, which flew in a perfect parabolic arc, striking the well before the monk could react. Boom! With another thunderous roar, everything within the well was instantly vaporized. Ha ha ha. What a pitifully arrogant swarm of ants. Songzhi could not help but laugh. From his vantage point, this battle was merely a trap set for A, devoid of any pressure. Witnessing such ease, Songzhi pressed the accelerator, driving the war vehicle straight into the temple. The wooden doors effortlessly collapsing under the vehicle's might. That moment, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from the side of the armored vehicle. The noise immense, sending shivers down Songzhi's spine. Right flank under attack detected. The war vehicle began to automatically veer to the right, the screen revealing a monk wielding dual Gatling guns, firing directly at the vehicle. Songja magnified the image, recognizing the shooter as the abbot himself, who had draped two massive chains of ammunition around his neck, his mechanical arms gripping the machine guns as he leaned forward. Firing while advancing towards the war vehicle, the barrels of the two Gatlings spun wildly, glowing red-hot, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the vehicle. Regrettably, all of it was in vain. Although visually striking, it posed no threat to the armored vehicle. Target locked. May I initiate fire? The AI prompted, the abbot's figure firmly locked in its sights. However, as Songja gazed at the abbot on the screen, a smile crept upon his lips. Switch to the 20mm cannon. He commanded. .20mm cannon switched. Aim at the target's right leg, he continued, a growing excitement manifesting on his face. Target's right leg acquired. Just as Songja prepared to issue the order to fire, an alarm blared within the vehicle. Multiple targets detected at close range. Unknown units have made contact with the vehicle. Chapter 060. I am waiting for you. The war vehicle was supposed to coordinate with the BT-3, yet Songja, in his overzealousness, recklessly penetrated deep alone, directing the closed defense cannon to target the distant abbot, thus granting the ambushing monks an opportunity to close in. Soon, a spherical object was hurled into the cannon's barrel. And mere seconds later, it expanded, sealing the cannon's breech tightly. This was a specially designed plug. While it would not destroy the barrel, it could obstruct firing, as the vehicle's grenades would spell doom if detonated within. Not only that, but the cannon was also damaged. Barrel obstruction detected. Cannon damage detected. Alarms blared incessantly within the vehicle. Damn it. Songja cursed angrily, maneuvering the war vehicle to retreat. Now, the vehicle had become nothing more than a useless tin can. Though difficult to open, it served no purpose. Despite the vehicle's destruction, the armed robots remained formidable adversaries, and numerous armed police lay in wait on the periphery, making the outcome of the battle still uncertain. How foolish. At the river's mouth, Yanming stood rigidly, observing the war vehicle's chaotic retreat through the drone's perspective, muttering to himself. He had never held any expectations for the police, but he certainly did not anticipate Songja's utter foolishness. Yet Yanming was not idle. He was continuously adjusting the positions and targets of the armed robots through the device in his hand. The earth beneath him had been excavated, and a robot was kneeling. Disarming a landmine, an antique from decades past, of an unknown model, with a purely mechanical fuse, making its disassembly relatively time-consuming. However, Yanming should be grateful for this. Had it been an active mine, he would have likely been blown to pieces long ago. Finally, the mine was disarmed, and Yanming re-established communication with Lucio. Before Yanming could speak, Lucio's icy voice came through. The primary target has been neutralized. Pursuing remaining targets. Excellent. Continue the pursuit. Yanming nodded in satisfaction. This was the subordinate he desired. A competent tool. He needed a reliable instrument. An intelligent tool was not a good tool. Yanming switched back to the drone's view. The situation at the temple remained tense. After multiple perspective shifts, he locked onto the familiar figure wielding dual Gatlings and, with a cold smirk, returned towards the temple. As the last chain of ammunition was expended, the abbot discarded the now searing hot machine guns and vaulted into a nearby small stone fort. Inside, several monks lay sprawled, while a young acolyte tended to the wounds of the injured. The abbot gazed at his fallen comrades, sorrow etched upon his face. But he looked up at the Bree. The doctor urgently cautioned that regardless of who it might be, now was not the time to reveal their location. The group held their breath in tense anticipation, relieved to see the rustling bushes seemingly moving in another direction and not approaching their position, while the drones began to drift away. Just as they exhaled in relief, a ghostly figure suddenly landed at the bow of the boat, moving with an elegant grace and making not a sound. Who? The doctor exclaimed in a hushed tone. Sure, the figure turned, revealing a familiar face. Shaoran, the doctor shouted in excitement, quickly covering his mouth. At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines echoed through the river, as another speedboat sliced through the water, racing towards them. All the drones abruptly changed course, swiftly pursuing the speedboat. On board, Qifeng gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other clutched a bottle of liquor, taking hearty swigs. After downing a bottle, Qifeng felt a warmth wash over him, and his head began to spin, prompting him to sing. The moon, how round, the fine wine, how delightful, and the thicket. The injured gazed at the swiftly passing speedboat, puzzled by the off-key singing, exchanging glances filled with questions. Don't worry, it's our people. Shaoran couldn't help but facepalm, a look of exasperation on his face. Just hours earlier, Hongfa Temple had come under siege, and Xiaoran and Aunt Mei had received the news, immediately departing from the black market. Moments ago, they had arrived in the valley via secret underground railways. The current situation was far beyond anyone's expectations, but Aunt Mei and Xiaoran quickly adapted their plans, splitting into 3 groups. Xiaoran led a portion by water to assist the injured, while Aunt Mei took another group overland to support Hongfa Temple. The third route was self-appointed by Qing Feng, with no specific mission, allowed to act freely. However, no one anticipated how freely Qing Feng would interpret that. Yet, it proved effective, as at least the injured could safely retreat. After downing another bottle, Qi Feng felt even dizzier, wondering where Aunt Mei had procured these bottles of old liquor, though low in alcohol content. They were particularly potent. The moon, hiccup. Qi Feng once more belted out his song, the speedboat beginning to weave in an S-shaped path, leaving a winding trail in the air. Suddenly, another black speedboat burst forth from the thicket, quickly catching up to Qing Feng's erratic vessel. The captain of the black speedboat was none other than Lucio. The 2 boats began to cruise side by side. "Brother, care for a drink?" Qing Feng, with hazy eyes, called out to Lucio on the adjacent speedboat. The unfeeling Lucio remained silent, naturally recognizing the drunken fool across from him. So he maintained parallel navigation and activated his scanning equipment. Unfortunately, the scan yielded no results. "Brother, join me for a drink." Qing Feng tossed a bottle of liquor towards Lucio. Lucio, of course, did not dare to catch it, evading the bottle which subsequently dropped into the water. "You? Huh?" Qing Feng suddenly pointed at Lucio, clutching his stomach as he erupted into uncontrollable laughter, continuing for quite some time until the speedboat gradually slowed to a halt. The unfeeling Lucio began to show signs of irritation. The 2 speedboats came to a standstill on the water, drones circling above, as Qing Feng finally ceased his laughter, still pointing at Lucio, declaring, "You, wasting good liquor, how despicable." The unfeeling Lucio, now filled with anger, unsheathed his blade and leaped onto Qing Feng's boat. "To hell with you." Lucio swung his blade at Qing Feng. In a swift motion, Qi Feng grabbed an empty bottle and hurled it at Lucio, who effortlessly sliced the incoming bottle to pieces. Once all the bottles were dispatched, Qi Feng began to hurl other objects nearby, regardless of what they were, all aimed at Lucio. However, Lucio's blade was remarkably sharp, no matter if it was a stick, boot, or bucket. Everything was cleaved in 2 until a dark spherical object flew straight towards Lucio's face, who without hesitation struck with his blade. The moment the blade met the object, a thunderous explosion ensued, accompanied by a shower of sparks. It turned out to be a landmine. Unfortunately, Lucio had struck a mine, which detonated right before him, sending him soaring into the water. Qing Feng, who had been bending down to retrieve more objects, was also as Mei slowly closed her eyes. A profound despair enveloped her. She felt that perhaps many years ago, she should have perished on that battlefield, buried alongside her comrades beneath the yellow sands of that desolate desert. The glint of blades flashed, accompanied by the crack of gunfire. A bronze-colored bullet spiraled through branches and underbrush, striking with precision at the fist blade. Yinming suddenly lifted his head, as if calculating something. Soon, more bullets rained down, yet none found their mark, with some even narrowly evaded by Yinming's swift movements. He abandoned Mei Yi and charged toward the source of the incoming fire. "Hey, I'm over here," a familiar voice echoed from the depths of the thicket. Yinming halted, and Mei Yi instinctively rose to gaze in the direction of the sound. Qing Feng staggered out from the dense foliage, having followed the sounds of explosions, arriving just in time. "You finally showed up," Yinming spoke, his voice hoarse and crackling. "Need something?" Qing Feng responded, leaning against a tree trunk. "Be careful," he asked incredibly fast. Mei called out urgently to Qing Feng. "Don't worry." Qing Feng nodded in reply, a phrase that felt eerily familiar, though he could not recall when he had last heard it. While Qing Feng pondered, Yinming was already upon him. This time, he truly was fast. Qing Feng's eyes registered Yinming's rapid approach, his mind raced to devise a way to evade the incoming fist. Yet his body was too slow to react. It was a peculiar sensation for Qing Feng, who had never felt such a disconnection between mind and body before. A punch struck his jaw, sending him sprawling backward. His previously clear mind became clouded once more. "You should be grateful. The leader instructed me to capture you alive." Yinming advanced menacingly toward the fallen Qing Feng, his mouth, now resembling exposed bone, opened and closed, emitting a raspy sound as blood oozed forth. Qing Feng shook his head, realizing he could not rise, but his hand seemed to brush against a weapon. Damn it. Not far away, Mei stood, Raising an automatic rifle aimed at Lu Xiao, a peculiar gunshot rang out, but it was not fired by Mei Yi. Almost simultaneously, Yan Ming made a dodging maneuver, a bullet barely grazing his shoulder, missing his neck by mere inches. However, at that very moment, another bullet struck him directly, piercing his shoulder, and the tremendous force sent him hurtling backward. Within that single gunshot, 2 bullets had been unleashed simultaneously. Hundreds of meters away, on a high ground along the mountainside, Jesse held 2 sniper rifles aimed at the location of the bodies. Yes, after confirming the hit through the scope, Jesse was elated. She had roughly deduced the enemy's defensive mechanisms, and her objective was to push the limits of their defenses as much as possible. The active defense system had not failed. Instead, it opted to evade the most lethal bullet while minimizing the damage from the second. The body rose once again from the underbrush. Chapter 063. The Survivor's Sanctuary. Bang. 2 more bullets struck simultaneously, and Yan Ming exhibited evident caution, beginning to utilize the thick trunks of pine and camphor trees as cover to evade the gunfire. However, sniper rifles fire with intervals, and that brief span was sufficient for Yan Ming to reach Qing Feng. The trees obstructed the sniper's line of sight, and as Yan Ming revealed his fist blade, he realized yet another ominous muzzle was aimed directly at him. Qing Feng remained on the ground, but now he held a shotgun. Goodbye. Qing Feng decisively pulled the trigger. Yan Ming almost evaded in sync with Qing Feng's finger pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, the gunshot never came. For a moment, both parties found themselves in an awkward silence. Crap. Qing Feng vigorously shook the shotgun. It had jammed at the most inopportune moment. Yan Ming rose once more, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Though he lacked lips, his exposed teeth slightly parted as he let out an eerie, indistinct chuckle. Suddenly, the shotgun discharged unexpectedly. A massive flame erupted from the barrel, striking Yan Ming in the chest. The active defense system could not intervene in time, as the accidental discharge was too abrupt for the random event system to predict. Yan Ming was catapulted backward, and simultaneously, the sniper fire rang out again, targeting a moving target, 2 shots hitting their mark. After sustaining another severe blow, Yan Ming spun midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, it was not over. Qing Feng, unwilling to relent, seized the shotgun and pursued the downed Yan Ming, unleashing a relentless barrage without a moment's hesitation. Emptying the magazine before snatching Mei Yi's rifle from her grasp for yet another onslaught. Once the bullets were expended, feeling it insufficiently secure, he raised the rifle and struck Yan Ming with all his might until the weapon was rendered unusable. Phew, he should be dead now, right? Qing Feng discarded the remaining shotgun stock, wiping the sweat from his brow. One would hope. Mei Yi glanced at the mangled body, sighing deeply. By the way, Mei Yi, Qing Feng's expression abruptly turned serious, fixing his gaze upon her. What is it? Mei Yi felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Though we still have that liquor. Qing Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flashed incessantly, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. As torrential rain poured down, the downpour extinguished the flames of Hongfa Temple, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. The battle at Hongfa Temple had finally reached its conclusion, marking the end of the Public Security Ministry's covert operation against terrorists. The Hongfa Temple assault. Nearly all the monks of Hongfa Temple perished, and many of the Bar's old friends led by Mei Yi also met their end. In the final moments, the abbot detonated explosives strategically placed throughout the temple, resulting in significant casualties among the armed police and the destruction of several combat robots. This was a battle of mutual losses. Fortunately, the wounded previously housed underground in the temple had been safely evacuated. Shixing was rescued by the returning Xiao Ran and Gao Xiang. However, that scoundrel Song Jia, thanks to the protection of the armored vehicle, emerged as the one with the least injuries among the direct combatants, suffering only a mild concussion. Furthermore, with the periodic positioning signals from the active defense system, the bodies of Yan Ming and Lu Xiao were also recovered by Feista Corporation. Under the guidance of Xiao Ran and Mei Yi, everyone began to rise and make their way back to Qianwan through the underground passage. The entrance to the passage was located in an emergency escape route beneath a segment of the intercity railway in Qianwan. At the end of the tunnel lay a dark well. However, by descending a ladder for over 10 meters, one would discover an opening in the well wall, leading to another underground space. Mei Yi and Xiao Ran referred to this space as the mine, for it contained a labyrinth of intersecting tunnels, most of which were laid with rusty tracks, resembling an underground mining site. The tracks were corroded, and the mine yielded neither coal nor gold, raising suspicions about what minerals were actually extracted here. Unfortunately, no one knew the mine's background. Its name was said to have been passed down through word of mouth, with no records to verify. Fortunately, the minecart remained operational. With a motor attached, everyone boarded the cart heading toward Qianwan. Along the way, wooden or metal poles protruded from the ground, adorned with flickering lights to guide the way. In this labyrinthine underground space, coupled with the absence of illumination, getting lost could be fatal. The occasional appearance of bleached bones along the path served as grim evidence of this reality. Traversing this maze of mines led to the underground drainage system in the northern part of Qianwan. Another realm shrouded in mystery. Following the dilapidated riverbed of the drainage system would lead directly back to the vicinity of Black Rock Bay. This area occasionally housed living creatures, the most common being rats and feral cats, alongside some individuals who appeared to be without identity. Upon seeing the large group, some hurried to hide, some approached to beg, while a few, seemingly more neatly dressed, silently trailed behind. Xiaoran and the others did not drive these individuals away. Lost souls were commonplace. After returning near the black market, these individuals dispersed on their own. However, this time, Xiaoran did not lead everyone back to the black market. After traversing several concealed paths, they arrived at a familiar cliff. I think I remember this place. Qingfeng recalled the night of the boxing match when he followed a shadow to this location. No need to think. That person was me. Xiaoran patted Qingfeng on the shoulder. It was you. Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise, turning to Xiaoran. What about Xiao Wu and Heiji? Xiaoran shook his head. I know you have many questions, but it's a long story. Let us descend first. Without further ado, Xiaoran leaped off the cliff. Crap. Qingfeng watched Xiaoran's figure vanish into the darkness, hesitating for a moment before seemingly making up his mind. Preparing to jump down, Mei grabbed Qingfeng, exclaiming, Are you trying to get yourself killed? We'll take the stairs. Haha, all right. Qingfeng chuckled awkwardly. Two of the older men worked together to lift a steel plate from the ground, revealing a stairway that seemed to be built within a bridge pier. Descending deeper into the pier, they ventured beneath the lower riverbed, where another expansive underground space emerged, from the surface of Black Rock Bay to the subway level, then to the abandoned drainage level beneath the subway, and finally to the riverbed below this cliff. They would need to delve deeper beneath the riverbed to reach their destination. Qingfeng couldn't help but ponder. Was the entire underground of Qianwan already excavated? The surface of Black Rock Bay and the subway served as battlegrounds for workers, while the abandoned drainage system constituted a realm of the black market. So, whose territory did this riverbed and the depths beneath it belong to? As Qingfeng contemplated, they arrived before a large door, where Xiaoran awaited them. Welcome to the Survivor's Sanctuary. The first volume ends. Chapter 064. The survivors meeting. Qingfeng was settled into a dormitory for rest, a reinforced concrete cave reminiscent of a miniature tunnel carved by a shield tunneling machine. The elongated space, though modest, was adequately equipped, featuring a living area at the entrance, a bed in the center, and a bathroom within. Lining both sides of a corridor designated as the dormitory zone were numerous similar accommodations, stacked in 2 layers. At intervals, colossal ventilation fans whirred above, and apart from this noise, the environment was surprisingly comfortable, with a suitable temperature and no unpleasant odors. After spending a night in the dormitory, Qingfeng swiftly discovered more of this place's unique characteristics. Unlike the black market, where throngs of people mingled, here each individual appeared to have a designated role. Doctors, engineers, chefs, everyone was industriously engaged. Furthermore, this location did not resemble an underground drainage system but rather an organized haven, complete with dining halls, work areas, and recreational zones, equipped with a comprehensive ventilation system and dedicated power supply facilities. Certain areas were guarded, preventing Qingfeng from entering. In essence, everything appeared orderly, starkly contrasting with the chaos of the black market. However, Qingfeng had little inclination to explore. Upon waking, he eagerly sought out Xiaoran, filled with questions. Xiaoran promptly whisked him away to a conference room in the work area. The conference room was already filled with people, leaving Qingfeng bewildered as he was directed to a corner seat alongside Gao Xiang and several familiar faces from the bar, affording him a clear view of the entire assembly. In the center stood a massive oval conference table, made of iron and rusted, while the ceiling and surrounding walls bore a coat of green waterproof material, now faded and peeling. 3 large circular light tubes hung from above, casting a harsh, cold white light that illuminated the room in a stark glow. After preliminary assessments, it was reported that 25 individuals had perished, including the Wise Master. Mei solemnly announced the names from a list, her expression heavy. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for our fallen comrades. May the deceased rest in peace. The elder seated at the head of the table rose to remove his hat, He was a robust figure, with a straight posture and a neck as thick as his face, starkly contrasting with his silver hair. All attendees stood, and the vast hall fell silent, particularly affecting the monks, including Shi Xing and the surviving monks behind him, some of whom could not help but cover their faces in sorrow. 3 minutes have passed. Shi Xing, please summarize the situation of the conflict, the elder instructed, gesturing for everyone to take their seats before addressing Shi Xing. Understood. Shi Xing, clutching his bandaged abdomen, struggled to rise, but the elder urged him to remain seated. Thank you. Shi Xing returned to his chair. He had sustained severe injuries and had just emerged from the operating room, yet he insisted on attending the meeting. Fortunately, his bald head shimmered under the bright lights, making him visible without the need to stand. The battle commenced around 7 p.m. last night when a multitude of armed robots and police surrounded the temple. My master instructed me to lead the injured to evacuate via the waterways, while he confronted the police outside. However, this confrontation did not succeed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the fighting erupted. We were somewhat prepared, but the enemy was overwhelming, and eventually, our ammunition ran out, resulting in the near total annihilation of my fellow brothers. Then, Shi Xing's voice trembled as he paused, lifting his gaze to take a deep breath to steady his emotions. Then my master detonated the explosives, perishing alongside the enemy. Ultimately, thanks to Xiaoran and Mei Yi's support, a few of us managed to survive, and all the injured were safely evacuated. Mei Yi's comrades sacrificed many lives to cover our retreat. Thank you. Shi Xing acknowledged Xiaoran and Mei Yi. No need for thanks. We are all comrades, Mei Yi replied with a faint smile. Hong, were there no warning signs? The elder suddenly turned to a woman seated on the opposite side of the table. There were no signs detected beforehand. She replied, her short, sharp red hair framing a face of icy determination. The electronic eye in her left socket glimmered with a red light, suggesting that machines and weapons had likely been pre-placed for an ambush. Only a few police movements were noted yesterday, which did not trigger an alert. The elder pondered for a moment before addressing Mei again. Tell us about the last enemy encountered yesterday. Of course, Mei recounted the encounter with Yin Ming in detail upon returning to the temple, leaving the assembly in shock. An advanced cyborg. The elder mused, nodding thoughtfully. Absolutely. Mei affirmed. I fear no one here stands a chance against him. Hong, can you trace any information? The elder queried again, directing his attention to the woman known as Hong. His name is Yin Ming, she replied, her mechanical eye flashing rapidly. He is the director of the southern branch of Feista Security. Recently transferred from Huai City to Qianlong last month. He is likely one of the government's contacts for counterterrorism operations. The conference room erupted into a clamor as discussions ensued. Feista actually sent someone so formidable? He must be dead, right? Good riddance. No wonder the master couldn't defeat him. Everyone, please quiet down. The elder rapped the table. In this attack, we suffered severe losses, and the government and Feista also faced significant setbacks. Our brothers did not die in vain. Given the current situation, the government's counterterrorism efforts, like those of Feista, may intensify. We must avoid confrontation for now. The ambush plans are on hold. Everyone, recuperate and ensure the injured recover well. Mei, you were responsible for arranging the funerals. Meeting adjourned. As the assembly dispersed amidst chatter, the elder called out to Xiaoran and Qi Feng, who remained behind. You must be Qi Feng, the elder said, extending his hand toward him. Yes, Qi Feng replied, grasping the elder's hand, their cold palms meeting in a firm handshake. I am Mo Jun. You can call me Old Mo, the commander of the Survivors Alliance, Qianwan branch. Old Mo offered a smile, despite his rugged physique. His demeanor was gentle. The Survivors Alliance? Qi Feng asked, slightly perplexed, for he had never heard of such an organization. It seems Xiaoran has yet to introduce you properly, Old Mo remarked, glancing at Xiaoran, who nodded awkwardly. Very well. Then allow me to explain. Where shall we begin? Perhaps with your wife. What? Your wife, Cheng Jiehui, originally named Cheng Jing, is one of the most outstanding biological scientists in the Survivors Alliance. What? Qing Feng's eyes widened in shock. My wife, Cheng Jing, a survivor. How is that possible? Qi Feng was taken aback. Cheng Jiehui was a housewife, had no original name, and certainly did not possess any knowledge of biology. Let me show you some photos. Old Mo pulled out his phone, opened an album, and handed it to Qi Feng. Taking the device, Qi Feng found a photo of a woman in a lab coat smiling at the camera, undeniably Cheng Jiehui. As he continued to scroll, he encountered more images of her working in a laboratory, and with each familiar figure set against an unfamiliar backdrop, Qi Feng was utterly flabbergasted. Do not be astonished, Old Mo continued. Many survivors lead dual lives, one as a survivor and the other as a citizen of the upper world. I don't understand. Qi Feng muttered, his thoughts swirling. The image of his wife before him was utterly incongruent with that of the woman in the photos. He had seen Cheng Jihui eating, sleeping, and shopping, but never wielding a scalpel to dissect animals or peering through a microscope at slides. Is this the true Cheng Jihui? He set the phone down. Collapsing into a chair, a look of confusion etched across his face. No, you are mistaken. Old Mo interrupted Qing Feng's reverie. Cheng Jihui is real, and so is Cheng Jing. She is a successful biological scientist while also striving to be a good wife to you. The truthfulness of her identity depends on the sincerity of her heart. But, does she love you? Old Mo pressed. Perhaps. Has she ever betrayed you? No. Does she love your children? Yes. Then that settles it. Qi Feng appeared to grasp Old Mo's reasoning. Yet a sense of regret lingered in his heart as he continued. I just feel she could have told me everything. Cheng Jing's silence was to protect you. Old Mo sighed. She did not wish to involve you. But unfortunately, it seems her efforts were in vain. Qi Feng nodded. Suddenly his eyes gleamed with realization as he shot up, questioning Old Mo. So, that fire, the one at Shiwai Community last year, wasn't an accident, it was premeditated. Wasn't it? Old Mo nodded gravely. Although I lack concrete evidence, I suspect that fire was a conspiracy. Many members of the Survivors Alliance perished in that blaze. Indeed. Flames ignited once more in Qing Feng's gaze as he fixated on Old Mo. Demanding, tell me, who is the culprit? Old Mo shook his head with a bitter smile that I cannot say for certain. It could be Feista, the government, or even your colleagues. What? Qing Feng was once again taken aback. What exactly is the Survivors Alliance? Finally, we arrive at the crux of the matter. Old Mo released a breath. Let us start with your wife. Do you know Kong Rui? Somewhat. Qi Feng recalled the discussions he had overheard between Xiao Mei and Song Bo. Cheng Jing, prior to becoming a survivor, was the youngest core researcher at Kong Rui Corporation. Qi Feng was utterly speechless. How could Cheng Jiahuan have so many secrets yet to share with him? During the wave of genetic engineering that year, Kong Rui Corporation was dismantled, and its Core D members were murdered. Cheng Jing was fortunate to encounter the Survivor Alliance and escape a dire fate. Lao Mo continued his narrative. But why the murders? Qi Feng inquired, perplexed. Most believe there was collusion between Feista and the government, aiming to seize Kong Rui's business. However, from the perspective of we survivors, there may be deeper motives at play. Lao Mo replied. What motives? Unclear. We merely suspect. Lao Mo shook his head. So, the Survivor Alliance was formed by the survivors of Kong Rui Corporation. Qi Feng recalled a question posed by Xiao Mei one day and couldn't help but admire her insight. Not entirely, Lao Mo smiled. Oh, come, let us walk and talk, and I'll give you a tour. Having said that, Lao Mo led Qi Feng and Xiao Ran out of the conference room. Outside the room was a hall that appeared to be a machining workshop, where several individuals were gathered, disassembling and repairing various robots, while others operated some antiquated machine tools, seemingly lathe-turning bullet heads. The members of the Survivor Alliance come from various backgrounds. Kong Rui is one of them. But the initial wave consisted mainly of soldiers. I am one such soldier. Lao Mo indicated towards the people in the workshop. Soldiers, Qi Feng nodded. Lao Mo indeed embodied the image of a soldier. Precisely. Abandoned and falsely accused of being traitors. At this point, Lao Mo's eyes began to flicker. As if recalling something. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Qi Feng and Xiao Ran, and lit one for himself, taking a deep drag. Qi Feng accepted the cigarette and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, is there any alcohol? There is, I understand, Lao Mo replied, producing a small bottle of vodka from his pocket. Qi Feng was unreserved, taking the bottle and drinking. After a sip, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh as warmth spread throughout his body. A distilled vodka, undoubtedly. Let us continue forward. Lao Mo stepped ahead, continuing his tale. Over a decade ago, I was dispatched to the northwestern desert to execute a counterterrorism mission, the largest I had undertaken since joining the military. We deployed 4 synthetic brigades to encircle the target desert from 4 directions. Little did I know that would be my final mission. My brigade advanced westward into the desert, but unfortunately, that cursed place had nothing but sand. We trekked all day without sighting a single terrorist. The following day, we suddenly received word that the synthetic brigade encircling from the west had staged a collective rebellion, demanding we traverse the desert immediately to subdue them. It might be understandable if a few individuals rebelled. But an entire brigade? Who could believe that? Yet, we had no choice. We were soldiers, and military orders are as solid as a mountain, so we pressed on westward, against our better judgment. The result? Ha ha ha. Lao Mo chuckled at this point. What happened? Chi Feng pressed out. We ourselves became the terrorists. Lao Mo laughed, slapping his thigh. What? We marched late into the night, reaching the heart of the desert, where the brigade commander decided to set up camp for rest. Almost simultaneously, our smart weaponry suddenly malfunctioned, and all our armed robots lost control, commencing indiscriminate attacks on our own ranks. Why? Chi Feng exclaimed, incredulous. Because we had defected. Aligning ourselves with the terrorists, ha ha ha. Lao Mo laughed again as we delved deeper into the desert. We searched high and low, only to discover that the terrorists were none other than ourselves. Chi Feng fell silent at this revelation, taking another swig from the bottle. Lao Mo halted, sighed, and continued. The armed robots had turned against us, and our armored vehicles were rendered useless. We could only engage in combat with the most rudimentary rifles and grenades against the armed robots. Our once prized, fully automated equipment had become our nightmare. Then came the sandstorm. The very weather we despised turned out to be our savior. The sandstorm struck without warning, engulfing everything in sight. We scattered, fleeing towards the heart of the storm. Chapter 066. The truth when the sandstorm subsided. A group of comrades who had escaped banded together for warmth, forming an organization. Lao Mo extinguished his cigarette, smiling at Chi Feng as he continued. These were the initial members of the Survivor Alliance, the story of the rebels. Damn, it must have been Faisida's doing. Chi Feng exclaimed, taking another gulp of alcohol. And the government, Lao Mo added. At this moment, the trio arrived outside what appeared to be a laboratory, filled with various vials and testing instruments, where numerous individuals clad in white lab coats busily scurried about. The Survivor Alliance is composed of soldiers and Kongrui employees. Chi Feng pressed. Certainly not exclusively. We welcome all like-minded individuals to join, even those from Faisida. What? Chi Feng was taken aback. Do not be surprised. Some individuals from Faisida harbor an even greater hatred for the organization than we do. For instance, Hong. She was originally an employee of Faisida. You'll learn more about her background later. We've shared enough for today. Understood, but I have one last question. Chi Feng recounted his encounter with the mysterious man during the Shiban fire. Let Xiao Ran address this. It's fine to discuss. Lao Mo gestured for Xiao Ran while lighting another cigarette. That man should be Lin Muyuan. In the upper world, he goes by Lin Yuan. Xiao Ran responded. Lin Yuan? Chi Feng suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the name. After a moment of contemplation, he realized. The neighbor from Shiban community, Lin Yuan. Xiao Ran nodded and replied, precisely. Muyuan is the head of the Survivor Alliance's biological mutation research project. A passionate and gifted individual. Originally a researcher at Kongrui Corporation. I suppose he could be considered your wife's former colleague. It seems he intended to rescue Qingjing that day, but ended up inadvertently saving you instead. Chi Feng fell silent again. This former colleague felt oddly reminiscent of an ex-boyfriend. You must have some understanding of your own body, Xiao Ran said, regarding Chi Feng with keen interest. You possess nearly limitless capabilities for limb modification, formidable self-healing abilities, and superhuman reflexes, and your genes are continuously undergoing self-evolution. Chi Feng examined his body and frowned. Am I really that powerful, if I'm not mistaken? Qingjing likely injected you with the research findings. Specifically the reagent number 17, Xiao Ran affirmed. Reagent number 17. Injection? I don't recall Jiahuan giving me any shots. Chi Feng expressed his confusion. Perhaps she did so while you were asleep, Xiao Ran said, slightly embarrassed. But that's not crucial. What matters is the effect of reagent number 17. It has only two possible outcomes, death or unlocking a mysterious genetic lock, with the former having a nearly 100 probability. In other words, you are the only successful subject. Chi Feng gasped in shock. So Qing Jiahuan truly had the resolve. Haha, do not be astonished. Perhaps Qingjing made further advancements in her research, increasing the success rate. Or perhaps she believed in you. You were the chosen one. Xiao Ran patted Chi Feng on the shoulder. So, Xiao Wu is also one of your creations? Chi Feng inquired again. Xiao Wu is likely related to Mu Yuan. He has a penchant for studying animals, Xiao Ran replied, then shrugged. However, Mu Yuan has been missing for quite some time. He is a fervent researcher who often uses himself as a test subject, leading me to believe he may have lost touch with reality. After exiting the laboratory, the three continued walking and soon arrived at an office area filled with monitors on one wall and a row of cabinets on the other, with tangled wires strewn about. This is our information center. Our eyes, Lao Mo introduced. As he finished speaking, a woman emerged from within. Hello, Qing Feng. She approached him directly. I am Hong. You may call me Sister Hong. Sister Hong. You know me? Qing Feng responded. I do. However, You need not be surprised. I know nearly everyone. Even if I don't, I'll know them in a second, Hong said with a smile, winking at Chi Feng while her red prosthetic eye remained fixed on him. Come in, if you're not afraid of radiation. The three followed Hong into the office, where the number of individuals was significantly fewer compared to the machining area and laboratory, with only a handful fervently typing away at keyboards. Sensing Qingfeng's curiosity, Hong smiled and explained, our personnel generally do not remain in the workshop, they're online. With that, she brushed aside her hair, revealing several interfaces at the back of her neck. In reality, we are merely useless vessels. The internet is our battlefield. So, you were originally an employee of Faisida. Chi Feng recalled Lao Mo's words and inquired. Strictly speaking, I was not an employee. I was merely a test subject. Hong's eyes briefly reflected sadness, and her red prosthetic eye dimmed. Some failed test subjects escaped before being destroyed by Faisida. Chi Feng silently nodded, then turned to observe the myriad of monitors lining the walls. The screens displayed a rich tapestry of content, news, real-time surveillance, stock market trends, traffic heat maps, and even a soap opera, though the latter was swiftly replaced by static. However, Chi Feng soon became engrossed by some intriguing footage, which featured domestic robots engaging in peculiar activities reminiscent of the robotic malfunctions he had encountered during his tenure at the police station. Hee, you've noticed, haven't you? Hongjia remarked with a sly smile. This is a crucial task we're currently undertaking. In any case, I apologize if we caused you any inconvenience before. Of course, if you're interested, feel free to visit me often. At that moment, a familiar heterochromatic black cat suddenly leapt down from the cabinet, landing gracefully among the group and meowing at Chi Feng. Finally caught you. So adorable, Hongjia exclaimed, scooping up the black cat for a good petting, while the little feline appeared quite reluctant. Let's go. We have another destination to reach, Lao Mo said. Hongjia watched as the three departed, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Exiting Hongjia's server room, the trio continued along the corridor, passing through the cafeteria and dormitory area until they arrived at the entrance of a guarded room. At Lao Mo's signal, the guard opened the door, and Qingfeng's eyes lit up instantly. It was a weapons warehouse. The modest in size, it boasted an impressive array of armaments, rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, machine guns, some for police use, others for military. There were even some whose models were unidentifiable, including RPGs and guided optical sights, both single-shot and multi-shot varieties. Several BT-3 armed robots were neatly arranged in the center, alongside other models of unknown types. Various grenades, landmines, and small-caliber mortars were also present. This is all I have here, Lao Mo declared, striding into the warehouse before patting one of the BT-3s in the center. By the way, these were a gift from you. Intrigued, Chi Feng picked up an antiquated rifle, having never encountered such a purely mechanical weapon before. Never seen one like this, have you? Lao Mo smiled. This weapon was discovered in the mines, although it is quite old. It remains functional. Our resources are limited, and we don't have any heavy artillery. Most of these weapons were acquired through various means, while the workshop can only produce ammunition. Chi Feng nodded silently, realizing that the equipment in the warehouse must have been accumulated over time. At that moment, Lao Mo opened a small door inside the warehouse and beckoned Chi Feng, saying, "Come on, it's time to get down to business." Approaching the door, Qingfeng's eyes sparkled once again. The room was small but impeccably clean, with several rows of shelves on either side displaying an assortment of prosthetics, mechanical arms, mechanical legs, artificial organs, and various other prosthetics that Chi Feng could not identify. Lao Mo walked straight to the back, retrieving a safe from the shelf and smiling at Chi Feng. This is the one. Chapter 067, Biological Probe at the Back Mountain of Waseda University. Chi Feng carried a safe and returned to Lu Bo's laboratory. Xiao Wu and Xiaoyao had been sent by Lu Bo to the university's affiliated school for classes, leaving only Lu Bo and Song Bo in the lab. What is this? Lu Bo inquired, peering into the safe at the prosthetics. Inside was a square container filled with a transparent liquid, within which a long, slender prosthetic floated. The absence of any metallic components puzzled Lu Bo. It appeared fragile, almost as if it would melt at the slightest welding. It looks like an artificial nerve bundle, Song Bo mused, examining the prosthetic closely. Artificial nerve bundle? Lu Bo scrutinized the limb once more. Its milky white, elongated trunk sported numerous short branches extending outward. Could it be a spinal nerve? He speculated. It's highly likely. Although it's smaller than a human spinal nerve, it's the largest nerve bundle we've encountered, Song Bo replied. I see, Lu Bo nodded, then furrowed his brow in confusion. Isn't it supposed to have a metal casing, like a human spine? How would one install it in this state? It can still be installed. Song Bo pondered for a moment. By cutting the spine vertically, the nerve bundle could be inserted and then stitched back together. That makes sense, Lu Bo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Gentlemen, I must take my leave. Chi Feng declared, bolting for the door without giving Lu Bo and Song Bo a chance to respond. Wow, that kid runs fast, Song Bo remarked, somewhat embarrassed. Lu Bo's gaze fell upon the black cat snoozing nearby. And suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps we have other options. Not long after, at the Wanxing bar, Qing Feng pushed the door open to find Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei already at the bar, munching on sunflower seeds. Come, join us, Xiao Mei called out, turning to greet Qi Feng. What's going on? Qi Feng inquired as he approached them. Noticing they were engrossed in a video conference on the notebook screen. It's a public shaming session for Songxia. Given that so many people died under his command and his questionable tactics, he is bound to face some scrutiny. It's a live broadcast, Lu Yuan chuckled. Xiao Mei set up the camera in advance. We re in for a good show. Let us watch together, Qi Feng declared, pulling up a bar stool to sit beside them. On the screen, a formally dressed leader was delivering an operational report. This operation involved over 10 armed police officers, more than 30 armed robots, and 1 combat vehicle, under the command of Police Chief Songxia and Face-to Commander Yin Ming. In the end, over 20 terrorists were eliminated, and the terrorist leader has been confirmed dead. Their base has been destroyed. However, we have also suffered heavy losses. 5 armed police officers were killed, and the remaining are seriously injured and still in critical care. While the cost was high, the operation was successful overall. Especially commending Commander Songxia for personally engaging in combat, driving the vehicle to directly eliminate multiple enemies, and turning the tide of battle. After deliberation, the leadership has decided to award Comrade Songxia a first-class merit. Let us welcome Comrade Songxia to the stage to receive his award. Thunderous applause erupted as Songxia, bandaged and brimming with vigor, ascended the stage to accept his accolade. Outside the screen, Lu Yuan slammed his fist on the bar. What the hell? How is this even possible? He is just fabricating lies. Lu Yuan fumed. I actually find it quite normal, Qi Feng remarked, waving at the bartender, who promptly handed him a large beer. As he drank, he continued, if I hadn't told you, would you have known the real situation? The Face-to personnel and equipment were all down, and the armed police were all Songxia's people. In that case, whatever Songxia says goes. Such a despicable little man. Lu Yuan remained furious. Meanwhile, the meeting on the screen continued. Through this operation, we have essentially achieved our established objectives, eliminating the primary stronghold of the terrorists in Qianwan. However, intelligence indicates that some terrorists have escaped, and their hideouts are likely scattered across various underground black markets. Therefore, the Municipal Bureau has decided to launch a second phase of joint eradication operations, aiming to uncover the hiding terrorists. This operation will again be led by Comrade Songxia, so let us hear him outline the general plan. The leader handed the microphone to Songxia. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the leadership and comrades for recognizing my efforts. This first-class merit belongs not only to me, but also to all those fighting on the front lines, especially to our brothers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Next, I will briefly outline the plan. As previously mentioned, the remaining terrorists are primarily hiding in various underground black markets, with the largest black market in Qianwan located in Hequan Bay. Therefore, the primary target of this operation will be the underground black market in Hequan Bay. To minimize further casualties, we will reduce police involvement and extensively utilize the latest reconnaissance robots developed by Face-to. The Swallow, model SW-1.AT. This moment, a slender humanoid robot entered the conference hall. Unlike the bulky combat robots, this one resembled an adult female. Dressed in police attire, it was nearly indistinguishable as a robot. However, its face was adorned with numerous cameras and sensors, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. The Swallow boasts excellent mobility and information reconnaissance capabilities, and it can connect in real time to all nearby devices using the Face-to communication protocol, including but not limited to cameras, civilian robots, and unmanned vehicles. Most importantly, the robot is equipped with Face-to's latest biological probe technology, enabling it to accurately identify terrorists. Overall, I am confident that we can accomplish the task of rooting out the terrorists hidden in the black market. Currently, the Swallow robots are being prepared urgently, and once they are ready, the plan will commence. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, everyone. Applause erupted once more as Songxia, brimming with pride, stepped down from the stage. Outside the screen, Qi Feng suddenly inquired, have you seen this type of robot before? Not at all. Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei both shook their heads in unison. This robot is quite interesting, Qi Feng mused thoughtfully. Cut it out. It's clearly a shady deal between Song Zhou and Feista. Lu Yuan scoffed. Qing team, are you referring to the biological probe that Song Zhou mentioned? Xiao Mei interjected suddenly. Bingo. Qing Feng nodded slightly. Intrigued by how this biological probe would identify terrorists that IT seems imperative for me to inform my comrades. Chapter 068. Return to the shallow bay after 5 years. Niu Chunxing stepped into the shallow bay once again. Everything appeared unchanged. The same humid air, the same towering buildings, and the same dense crowds, with the towering Feista building standing out in the distance like a crane among chickens, upon exiting the arrival hall. Secretary Luo had been waiting for quite some time. Chunxing, you've arrived, Secretary Luo exclaimed, hastening towards Chunxing with barely concealed excitement. Cough cough. Niu Chunxing cleared her throat awkwardly, seemingly concerned that Secretary Luo might embrace her. While subtly indicating that several Alpha staff members were following behind, Secretary Luo quickly composed herself. Greetings, everyone. I am Secretary Luo from the Dingxuan Group's executive office. I will arrange your itinerary. Please follow me, she said respectfully to the Alpha staff, who nodded in acknowledgement. The group took a dedicated vehicle straight to Haiyan Bay. This meeting primarily aimed to discuss the establishment of a subsidiary by Alpha in Haiyan Bay. Alpha's market share in the shallow bay was minimal, making the establishment of a subsidiary generally unfeasible. However, Dingxuan was willing to provide inexpensive land and ready-made office buildings for transitional use, and also agreed to switch all Dingxuan-owned real estate in Haiyan Bay to Alpha's equipment. Such generous terms were certainly worth Alpha's consideration, while profitability was not guaranteed in the long run. Penetrating a competitor's market could effectively unsettle them. The suggestion to irritate Feista came from Secretary Luo, and Niu Chunxing relayed it verbatim to Alpha's board, resulting in overwhelming approval for her proposal. The negotiations were held at the Dingxuan Group headquarters. But Boss Niu did not attend. Secretary Luo single-handedly liaised with various Alpha representatives regarding venue, equipment, and legal matters, demonstrating her extensive knowledge. The meeting proceeded with remarkable efficiency, leaving Niu Chunxing somewhat dazed. She was not responsible for handling such minutiae, only for making judgments at critical junctures. Proceed if feasible, negotiate if not, and report back to the board if negotiations failed. However, Dingxuan provided unexpectedly favorable conditions on nearly all critical issues, leading representatives to eagerly anticipate Niu Chunxing's signature on the prepared contracts after just over an hour of repeated confirmations of Dingxuan's proposals. Finally regaining her focus, Niu Chunxing accepted the contracts. An entire independent office building, with an annual rent of just 1 yuan. A 300-acre plot by the seaside, with demolition plans commencing the next day, to be available for the Alpha office's construction by year-end, transferring 70 years of usage rights for merely 1 yuan. All real estate in Haiyan Bay would transition to Alpha's equipment. With procurement prices to be discussed later, with just the first 2 items, the final equipment procurement pricing became irrelevant. Under the expectant gazes of those present, Niu Chunxing called the board. The board members were, of course, taken aback, but amid their astonishment, they promptly provided affirmative feedback, seemingly anxious that the other party might suddenly retract their offer. They also included a generous return, offering all Alpha equipment switched under the plan at just 1 yuan per item. Consequently, both parties reached a delightful consensus, with plans to officially sign the contract the following day. Had it not been for certain procedural requirements for the contract to be signed, the business representatives would have eagerly signed it immediately. Subsequently, Secretary Luo arranged for Alpha's business representatives to experience the local customs and culture of Haiyan Bay. Upon seeing the female public relations officer arranged by Secretary Luo, the representatives were captivated. Momentarily casting aside thoughts of the contract, naturally, Niu Chunxing did not accompany them, and it was then that Boss Niu made his appearance. Boss Niu harbored complex feelings towards Chunxing. He had once suspected that the death of Niu Jihong's mother was likely linked to Chunxing. Yet he recognized his prolonged sense of guilt towards her. Thus, he chose to treat her with indifference. She did not reach out to him, nor did he reach out to her, as if this would level the scales. For Boss Niu, having Niu Jihong was sufficient, and he was somewhat relieved that Niu Chunxing was a girl, allowing her to venture forth to seek her own life, which seemed reasonable. Unfortunately, Niu Jihong had passed away. While Niu Chunxing's abilities and talents far surpassed those of her brother, Boss Niu was compelled to reconsider and reassess his relationship with Niu Chunxing. In reflection, it seemed there had once been beautiful moments. Perhaps the father-daughter relationship still held potential for repair. Such favorable conditions, of course, were at Boss Niu's behest. Chunxing, Bosnio began, momentarily stalling. You, Dad. No, Chunqing replied coldly. Regarding him with indifference. I'll go rest now. All right. Bosnio responded. Surprisingly unperturbed, a mere utterance of Dad was sufficient for him. After all, it had been 5 years since he'd heard Chunqing address him as such. Bosnio, the young lady must be weary from her long journey. Secretary Luo hastily explained. Not a problem. Bosnio waved his hand dismissively. You may take her to her room to rest. Understood. The Alpha business representatives, under the guidance of the female public relations officer, took a dedicated lift straight to the underground black market. The security personnel in the elevator hall were doubled, and even the number of cameras was increased, all covered with anti-theft nets. Exiting the elevator hall and navigating a few turns, they arrived at a club. Business discussions took place upstairs, while downstairs was the club, a classic trick of Bosnio, yet remarkably effective, regardless of how dignified government officials or corporate leaders appeared. Once they descended, they were obliged to stand. With few exceptions, the lighting suddenly turned sultry, and the Alpha representatives began to gaze unabashedly. The female public relations officer, clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, displayed a generous décolletage that swayed enticingly with her assertive strides. The representatives had collectively straightened up. Gentlemen, shall we dine first or perhaps unwind a bit? The female public relations officer greeted warmly, seemingly unfazed by their gazes, even adjusting her collar downwards. The representatives, who had initially hesitated, now found their appetites waning but were not particularly hungry. One Mediterranean representative declared in broken Chinese. Indeed, let us relax first. Another portly representative concurred, his eyes never leaving the public relations officer's neckline. Very well, then follow me, the public relations officer said, tossing her hair back and leading the representatives deeper into the club. While the representatives were not hungry, Chi Feng and Sharon indulged in a modest restaurant in the black market, feasting heartily. My goodness, it's been ages since I've had such delicious food, Chi Feng exclaimed, devouring his meal. The restaurant was a quaint establishment where everything was prepared by hand. Despite its small size and somewhat questionable cleanliness, the dishes prepared by the owner were exceptional, far surpassing the monotonous fare churned out by machines. Swallowtail robots, biological probes? Sharon mused aloud while watching recordings of the meeting on his phone. Deep in thought. Haha, just one prick and you're branded a terrorist, Chi Feng remarked, wiping his mouth. I wonder which genius conceived of such a detection method. Who knows, we might have to wait in line for injections in the future. I actually find it quite reasonable. Chapter 069. Flying knee to the head, how is it reasonable? Qing Feng inquired. I suspect it involves genetic matching against a database of so-called terrorists. Sharon replied. I considered that method. But what if there's no match? Qing Feng pressed. Simple, just arrest them. Arrest them directly? Qing Feng pondered for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Just then, a woman suddenly entered the restaurant. She wore a tight-fitting black uniform and a large fisherman's hat that obscured her face. The woman moved gracefully, her footsteps nearly silent, unnoticed by the diners at first. Sharon, however, sensed her presence and signaled to Qi Feng. The two refrained from making any sudden moves, with Qi Feng continuing to eat. Ouch, suddenly, a diner exclaimed, having been pricked on the arm. What was that for? He glared at the woman, who remained unfazed, producing a badge while attempting to leave. Police are executing their duties, please excuse us, the woman stated, ignoring the diner. Wait, the burly diner seized her arm, his gaze lewd. You just jabbed me out of nowhere and planned to run away. That's not appropriate, is it? Heh. With others chiming in, the burly man grew bolder, leering at the woman. How about this? You jab me once, and I jab you once, and we call it even. Heh. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I won't hurt you at all. Heh. The man still held onto the woman's arm, while his other hand shamelessly groped towards her chest. After a moment of groping, the man's grin began to fade. Wow, brother. You dare to touch a cop? Came the jeers from the surrounding onlookers. The burly man quickly retracted his hand, but unfortunately, the woman held his other hand firmly, assaulting a police officer, sexual harassment, and obstructing official duties. Such charges have been substantiated. The woman stated calmly, and with a subtle twist of her wrist, the burly man's arm was abruptly fractured, the ulna protruding from his skin. After a moment of stunned silence, the man, clutching his severed limb, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Awe. The onlookers fell silent, some beginning to furtively retreat. Shaoran subtly signaled to Qing Feng to seize the opportunity to leave, yet Qing Feng hesitated, eyeing the unfinished meal before him. After a moment's contemplation, he hastily resumed eating, devouring the food voraciously. Sharon wore an expression of helplessness. With the enforcement concluded, the woman released the man and turned her gaze to another bald man nearby who was still engrossed in his meal. Her emotionless voice rang out once more. "Citizens, please cooperate with the police investigation and submit to a biological probe examination." The bald man set down his utensils, glancing around to confirm that the woman was indeed addressing him. Before rising to his feet, another imposing figure, the bald man towered over the woman by a considerable margin, his robust physique accentuated by two exceptionally muscular mechanical arms. The small-time thug who had previously intended to leave found himself halted once more. Drawn to the unfolding spectacle, the bald man retorted, "Why should I comply?" He had remained silent amidst the commotion, somewhat perplexed by the woman's focus on him, having witnessed her earlier display of strength. He had tempered his bravado, though he was not overtly fearful, as his arms were mechanical prosthetics, and he could not afford to lose face in front of so many onlookers. "Citizens, please cooperate with the police investigation and submit to a biological probe examination." The woman reiterated in her emotionless tone. "TCH," the bald man scoffed dismissively, turning to leave, though his steps betrayed a hint of urgency. "Please cooperate with the examination, citizen." The woman moved with remarkable grace and speed. Intercepting the bald man before he could reach the exit, she extended her finger, and a slender silver needle sprang forth from her fingertip. At that moment, the bald man's expression darkened ominously. "I said I won't comply." He swung his mechanical arm forcefully towards the woman, who effortlessly ducked beneath his outstretched limbs, simultaneously plunging the silver needle into his rear. "Damn it," the bald man recoiled. Clutching his backside, the woman then raised her voice. Song Biao, male, 35 years old, wanted by the Ministry of Public Security for murder, significant suspect in a homicide case, arrest initiated, immediate execution. Ha. "You filthy cop," the bald man sneered. Now refusing to flee, instead, he turned to shut the door, confronting the woman directly. "Come on, arrest me." He extended both hands towards her. Without hesitation, the woman produced handcuffs to restrain him. As they drew close, the bald man suddenly yanked his hand back and threw a punch towards her face. The woman reacted with lightning speed, evading the attack with a swift retreat, though her fisherman's hat was knocked off, revealing her true identity. She was a Swift Falcon robot. Suspect has refused arrest and assaulted a police officer. Immediate extermination is authorized. "Damn you." The burly man seized a stool and hurled it at the woman, who easily leaped aside. Using the adjacent dine-in, even certain buildings have been equipped with a complete set of robotic butlers, meticulously attending to cleaning duties, fetching takeout, and handling luggage transfers, leaving no detail overlooked. The laborers have begun to question their very existence, marveling at how their landlord could exhibit such benevolence. Nonetheless, Black Rock Bay perpetually exudes an aura of filth and oppression, akin to a bouquet of flowers thrust upon a pile of manure. While the flowers may adorn the surface, the stench of the waste remains. However, Bosnio and Secretary Luo are exceedingly pleased, as they currently assess the project within the control center constructed for Ding Village shares by Alpha. In the expansive hall of the control center, a three-dimensional projection of Black Rock Bay hovers in the air, rendering every corner crystal clear. All cameras, robots, and smart home devices within Black Rock Bay are under complete control. As the Mediterranean representative from Alpha gestures in midair, the projection begins to rotate and magnify, gradually honing in on a specific block, then a particular building. Before zooming in further to a specific floor, the representative subsequently selects a woman strolling in the corridor, and the perspective seamlessly follows her as she traverses the hallway and enters the restroom. Ahem. No Chunshin coughs involuntarily at the sight. Unperturbed, the representative cuts off the view and turns to Bosnio and Secretary Luo with a smile, stating, "Bosnio, Secretary Luo, henceforth, there shall be no secrets in Black Rock Bay. Indeed, Alpha's technology is remarkably advanced." Secretary Luo cannot help but praise. "With this, everything in Black Rock Bay is under our command." Even Bosnio nods in agreement. The representative, however, wears a mysterious smile. "Next, we will begin preparations for Phase 2. "Phase 2? Secretary Luo inquires, slightly puzzled, as the original plan made no mention of such a phase. Indeed, the representative's eyes ignite with the flames of vengeance. Phase 2 is crucial for Alpha's establishment in Qianwan and undoubtedly aligns with the interests of Ding Village shares. In Chapter 071, within the survivor's shelter, a woman clad in white diligently paints in a dormitory, her table piled high with completed sketches. This is Gao Fei's unique method of escaping reality, immersing herself in a realm of her own creation. After receiving further treatment in the shelter, Gao Fei's condition has begun to gradually improve, her memories slowly returning, yet these recovered memories bring her immense suffering. "Sister," I've brought you lunch, Gao Xiang announces as he enters. Placing the steaming meal aside. Thank you, Gao Fei replies with a slight smile, nodding silently. Make sure to eat while it's hot, Gao Xiang adds, his heart brimming with joy, from the time they first arrived at the shelter. When her health was deteriorating and she was nearly reliant on machines to sustain her life, to her gradual recovery and the rekindling of her identity, and now, finally being able to communicate. Gao Xiang feels an overwhelming confidence in his sister's health and is grateful that he believed in Xiao Ran and opted for gene therapy. Exiting Gao Fei's dormitory, Gao Xiang excitedly nods at Xiao Ran, who gestures for him to follow her to the laboratory. Xiao Ran, I truly don't know how to thank you, Gao Xiang exclaims, unable to contain his excitement. If it weren't for you, Gao Fei might have. Oh, no need for thanks. We're all in this together. However, Xiao Ran's expression darkens slightly that we must remain cautious regarding Gao Fei's condition. Come, take a look. Leading Gao Xiang to a monitor, she points out a parabolic two-dimensional curve displayed on the screen. The initial slope relatively gentle but sharply increasing from a certain point, the curve escalating aggressively upwards. This represents Gao Fei's gene mutation rate since she began gene therapy, Xiao Ran explains. You can see that a week ago. The curve exhibited a significant inflection point, coinciding with Gao Fei's marked improvement. Is there a problem? Gao Xiang inquires. Observe this. Xiao Ran magnifies another curve at the bottom of the screen, which represents Gao Xiang's gene mutation rate. The upward trend shows little variation, with the slope gradually decreasing until it becomes a straight line. This depicts a relatively stable condition. Most individuals who successfully undergo gene modification will exhibit such a curve. Gao Xiang begins to compare the two curves closely. Indeed, his curve is significantly more stable, while Gao Fei's curve mirrors his in the initial segment, but presents a sudden inflection point in the latter half. The changes in genes can yield many unforeseen results, potentially advantageous, such as acquiring special abilities due to gene mutation, but it may also lead to unexpected complications, Xiao Ran continues. Gao Fei was administered a relatively mature agent designed for brain repair and enhancement. And from my own experience, it typically enhances sensory capabilities. However, the effects may vary among individuals. In any case, while the current results appear favorable, we must maintain vigilant observation. Gao Xiang nods solemnly. At that moment, he notices another curve dancing across the screen like a silver snake. What is this? He asks. This. Xiao Ran sighs and enlarges the curve, revealing an erratic line devoid of any discernible pattern, since the injection of the agent. This curve has fluctuated wildly with no signs of stability. This belongs to Qing Feng, and I can't explain it. He is simply an anomaly. Achoo! Qing Feng suddenly sneezes, feeling an itch in his nose. Seems someone is thinking of you, Hong Jie remarks slyly, glancing at Qing Feng. Haha, perhaps someone is commemorating me. Qing Feng responds, rubbing his nose with a grin. Hong Jie's artificial eye flickers, and suddenly, Qing Feng's cloud graveyard appears on a screen. Your graveyard is quite impressive. A visitor named Red has offered incense for Qing Feng, earning him 1 merit. Haha, you even noticed that. In the cloud graveyard, Qing Feng's previous photos hang, and upon comparison, he appears to be a different person altogether. This information is public and easily accessible. Hong Jie, however, has come with a more pressing matter today, she states. From behind her, Hong Jie produces an old helmet and hands it to Qing Feng. Since you haven't installed the interface yet, use this for now. It will still allow you to enjoy the spectacle. Qing Feng takes the helmet, a sealed hemisphere, its surface corroded and bearing 2 data ports that seem to have been used extensively. Glinting with a metallic sheen, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Qing Feng dons the helmet, which immediately plunges him into darkness as the lower edge tightens around his neck, locking it in place. Hey, there's nothing in here. How do I take this off? He exclaims awkwardly, attempting to remove the helmet, but it remains firmly affixed. Don't panic, Hong Jie reassures, retrieving 2 data cables, one connecting to her own neck and the other directly into Qing Feng's helmet. Suddenly, Qing Feng's vision clears. Wow, he exclaims, astonished, as he finds himself perched on a narrow railing atop a high-rise, the ground far below. The view shifts as he moves along the railing, glancing at the building's base or neighboring windows. Yet never looking down, his palms begin to sweat, and a dizzying sensation washes over him. The helmet provides an experience far beyond ordinary retinal projections. It feels vividly immersive. The cold touch of the railing, the chilling wind from the heights, and the surrounding clamor are all strikingly real. I think I might have acrophobia, Qing Feng mutters, frantically searching for a chair to steady himself. Looks like the effects are quite promising. You'll adapt, Hong Jie's voice echoes from beside him, feeling almost otherworldly. Suddenly, Qing Feng's perspective halts, turning towards the opposite building. The high altitude and strong winds causing his view to sway, the sense of foreboding washes over him. Hey, what are you doing? You're not planning to jump, are you? Just as he finishes speaking, his view plunges skyward, accompanied by a jarring sensation of weightlessness. Instinctively, Qing Feng shuts his eyes, yet the visuals persist in his mind. Ah! He screams, gripping the railing tightly, his body instinctively pressing against the chair. Meanwhile, his perspective stabilizes, gliding effortlessly between two buildings, finally resting on the windowsill of the opposite building. Gazing at the reflection in the glass, Qing Feng's pupils constrict in shock. In Chapter 072, The Infiltration Plan, Qing Feng stares in astonishment at the reflection of his own peculiar eyes in the glass. Have I become Xiaohei? He queries incredulously. Indeed, you have accessed all of Xiaohei's senses, including tactile, auditory, and visual, Hong Jie explains. Few can connect with this helmet so seamlessly. Most merely experience a first-person movie effect unless they inject a significant amount of coupling agent. Can we pause for a moment? I'm feeling a bit nauseous, Qing Feng admits, his stomach churning. I recommend not vomiting inside the helmet. You wouldn't want to choke on your own bile, she quips. Qing Feng hastily clamps his mouth shut. Choking seems unlikely, but the thought is utterly revolting. As Xiaohei, Qing Feng uses his claws to pry open the window, leaping into the room. The interior features a modest living room where a portly fellow reclines on the sofa. Engrossed in television, while a domestic robot diligently mops the floor, Xiaohei strides directly toward the household robot, which simultaneously acknowledges him, tilting its head for a moment of eye contact. At that instant, Qing Feng suddenly experiences a wave of dizziness, not the kind associated with acrophobia, but rather a sensation of exhaustion. Oh no, not again, he thinks, clutching his ironclad head. Meanwhile, the domestic robot abruptly drops its mop. The portly man, hearing the sound of the mop clattering to the ground, turns to the robot. What is going on? He queries, perplexed, urging the robot to continue mopping. Understood, the robot responds, yet it does not retrieve the mop. Instead, continuing its sweeping motions with empty hands. So, this is how you damage domestic robots. Qing Feng reflects on the bizarre cases he had previously encountered. Ha. Our intention is not to break the robot. Hong Jie replies. It's quite challenging to hack into a face-to-AI core, so there have been some unexpected incidents along the way, but we have made some progress now. As Hong Jie finishes speaking, Qing Feng's perspective abruptly shifts from beneath the table to the center of the living room, where a greasy face of the portly man looms large before him. Hey, are you deaf? The man bellows at the robot. Goodness, I've become a robot, Qing Feng exclaims in shock. Indeed. Xiaohei exploited a vulnerability in the robot's wireless protocol to implant a script, allowing us temporary control over it. However, we can only maintain this for a brief period before the robot resets itself, Hong Jie explains. You can try to control the robot as you would your own body. Qing Feng, the robot, hesitantly raises its left arm, followed by the right. Aside from a slight delay in movement, it mirrors the control of his own limbs. Observing the robot's awkward motions, the portly man begins to pound the robot's head with his fists. You worthless thing. Are you broken? The blows reverberate in Qing Feng's ears as he seizes the man's arm. We should probably restrain ourselves to avoid injuring this hefty fellow, lest we raise suspicions, Hong Jie advises urgently. All right. The Qing Feng robot releases its grip, but the man grows emboldened. You worthless machine. How dare you grab me? He picks up a nearby broom and begins to strike the robot's body violently. The robot feels no pain, only sensor feedback, causing Qing Feng to perceive a rhythmic quaking in his form. Can I not hit him? Qing Feng glances at the furious man, feeling somewhat disgruntled. No, Hong Jie replies. How about cursing at him? Perhaps it's best to avoid that as well. Hong Jie looks flustered. Stupid fatty, utterly useless, Qing Feng robot blurts out, then begins to channel Lu Yuan. That deadweight can only watch films and indulge in solitary pleasures. The portly man stands frozen in shock. Pathetic fatso. Utterly useless. Why don't you keep hitting? Damn it. The man's face contorts in rage as he swings the broom at Qing Feng robot with ferocity. The robot turns to leave, allowing the man to unleash his wrath upon its rear, and makes its way to the television. Suddenly, Qing Feng robot dodges. Bang. The broom smashes into the television. Hong Jie swiftly removes Qing Feng's helmet. Hey. I wasn't finished having fun. Qing Feng finds himself somewhat reluctant to stop, amused by the man's flustered demeanor. We can't let you continue. The plan is still in motion, and we must avoid any police or Feista involvement. If Feista patches that protocol vulnerability, we'll be in trouble, Hongjie states with grave seriousness. On a nearby monitor, the household robot has resumed its normal function, cleaning up the shattered remnants of the television, while the portly man begins to roar into his phone. Looks like someone will have work to do. All right then, what exactly is your plan? Chi Feng inquires. The infiltration plan. The infiltration plan. To control the domestic robot, that's merely the first step. Hongjie smirks mysteriously. All Feista devices operate on the same foundational AI protocol. If we can effectively hack and control the domestic robot, we can replicate that method to control other robots and devices. Control armed robots and weaponry. Chi Feng suddenly grasped the concept. Precisely. While there are some differences among devices, theoretically, with some additional decryption effort, the rest of the hacking process can be reused. If the plan succeeds, we can utilize Feista's own machines against them. As she speaks, Hongjie's eyes sparkle, and she hands the helmet back to Chi Feng. So, how about joining us? Me? Chi Feng points to himself. You want me to engage in violence, which I can handle, but this task seems better suited for a gaming addict. Gather a few gaming experts, and let each control an armed robot. And it would be utter mayhem. Hongjie bursts into laughter, then suddenly leans closer to Chi Feng, lifting his chin, examining him before saying, letting you play with remote-controlled toys would be a waste of your talents. Hongjie, I have a wife. A late wife. Hee. I have more challenging tasks in mind for you. Hongjie releases Chi Feng's face, and the displays begin to shift, coalescing into a massive image. The scene resembles a vast server room, with countless racks neatly arranged, their status lights twinkling like stars. However, Chi Feng soon notices something amiss. He leans closer to the monitor and suddenly realizes that the entire server room appears to be submerged in liquid. Is this underwater? Chi Feng points at the screen, inquiring. Of course not water. Hongjie smirks slightly. It's a viscous cooling liquid, as these shiny semiconductors generate substantial heat during operation. Without cooling liquid, they would quickly overheat. Hongjie explains. So, where is this place? Chi Feng presses. The Feista Shallow Bay Data Center, the brain of Feista's AI control system in South China. I see. Chi Feng's eyes light up. If they could drain this cooling liquid or simply toss in a bomb, wouldn't that be an easy way to deal with Feista? Ha ha ha. How naive you are, Hongjie chuckles. Blowing them up would be futile. The data center has multiple backup points, unless you destroy them all. It won't do a thing. But if you were to obliterate everything, the consequences would be dire, likely crippling transportation, power, communications, and more. Then we're at an impasse. Not quite. The monitor's perspective shifts again, moving along the rows of racks until it halts before one. Two mechanical arms appear on the screen, detaching and replacing a rectangular device on the rack. This is the solution. Hongjie pauses the image, pointing at the rectangular device. These maintenance robots periodically replace blade servers on the racks. If we can control one of the maintenance robots to replace the server that needs changing, we can gain direct remote control over a vast number of Feista devices. Understood. Chi Feng gives Hongjie a thumbs up. Impressed by the plan. So, I need your assistance. How can I help? Hongjie produces a small, sleek black box from her pocket. I need someone to infiltrate this data center and insert this cracker into the maintenance robot's brain. Those maintenance robots cannot be hacked via wireless protocols. They must be physically compromised. Infiltrate. Chi Feng shakes his head. That's not my style. I prefer to enter through the front door. Hee. Hongjie grins slyly. Trust me. Against the data center's defenses, entering through the front door will only get you shot to pieces. The monitor view continues to operate autonomously, seemingly depicting the maintenance robot leaving the cooling pool after completing its repairs. As the robot surfaces, the entire data center comes into view. It resembles a cooling pool the size of several football fields, with countless sensing beams crisscrossing above. Armed robots stand guard every few meters around the pool. And the walls are equipped with turret-mounted cannons, their barrels slowly rotating to survey the area. Chi Feng stares in astonishment. I don't understand. Why does this data center require such extensive armed defenses? Is it frequently attacked? Hongjie shrugs. I don't know. This imagery is from before I escaped Feista. It's likely even more fortified now. That complicates matters. Chi Feng studies the image for a long time, unable to identify any weak points in the defenses. It seems even a mosquito would struggle to infiltrate the data center. Not impossible. Opportunities can be created, though the time window is very brief. As soon as Hongjie finishes speaking, the perspective on the screen rises, offering a comprehensive view of the data center. while detailed information about all robots, cannons, and sensing beams is displayed on one side of the screen. The field of vision of each robot, the rotational side of every cannon, and the coordinates of every sensory line are all displayed on the screen. Hongjia's artificial eye flickers, and another control window pops up, with countless commands scrolling like a flowing river. A simulated humanoid unit begins to move swiftly within the image, skillfully weaving through the blind spots of various fields of vision, precisely avoiding the gaze of every robot, every sensory beam, and the targeting of the cannons. Just before approaching a maintenance robot, the humanoid unit is spotted by an armed robot, but this armed robot is immediately marked in red and does not react. Ultimately, the humanoid unit arrives successfully in front of the maintenance robot, executing a physical breach. A large victory symbol appears on the screen. As the calculations conclude, Hongjia can't help but wipe the sweat that beads on her forehead. Wow, impressive. Qing Feng is greatly astonished. He manages to comprehend the simulated visuals, realizing that they depict a method of approaching a maintenance robot while remaining undetected through extensive path calculations against a seemingly impenetrable defense. Phew. Hongjia breathes a sigh of relief, a confident smile gracing her lips. The actual deployment of the data center may differ, but I remain confident in providing you with real-time navigation. Some robots may be triggered in the process, but there are solutions to those issues as well. Very well, I believe I can do it. Qing Feng clasps his hands, eager to try. Not so fast. You are not ready yet. Hongjia shakes her head, and the screen shifts once more, this time erasing all units, leaving only the architectural space and the trajectory of the humanoid unit. It is an exceedingly winding path, with parts traversing the cooling pool, others along the surrounding pavement, and some directly across the walls, even requiring a leap onto a cannon. Qing Feng quickly notices the astonishing data on the screen. The total length of the trajectory is 500 meters, with a completion time of 20 seconds. The speed along this trajectory is not uniform, indicating that the entire process must occur at a velocity exceeding human limits. Furthermore, since the trajectory is a result of actual calculations, this means that while moving rapidly, one must remain constantly aware of the next movement, responding to calculated results in a very short time and altering direction accordingly. This necessitates reaction times beyond human capability. Do you understand now? Observing Qing Feng's troubled expression, Hongjia smiles slightly. Old Emo should have sent you something useful, right? Trust me. Equip it. But are you referring to that spinal nerve thing? The thought of that prosthetic sends a shiver down Qing Feng's spine. Precisely, that's the one. It's a remarkable item, highly sought after by many. Haha. I suddenly feel I need to reconsider. Haha. Farewell. Qing Feng silently rises and begins to slip away. He has no desire to allow Song Bo to make an incision along his spine. Cutting a fish at least avoids the spinal column, but to slice someone in half along the spine, is that human? Hey, think it over properly. Hongjia's voice calls out from behind him. Flesh and blood suffering. Machines are the true sanctuary. Moreover, it seems your friends have made new progress. Qing Feng waves his hand behind him, leaving the room without looking back at tea the same time. In the police station office, Lu Yuan is drinking tea while browsing videos. A new police report comes in. A robot swearing. Lu Yuan furrows his brow at the police report information. TMD. Do we really need to report this? Does the police have nothing better to do? Lu Yuan directly dials the caller's number. Hello? Is this the police? My household robot is malfunctioning. Please come and handle it quickly. The person on the other end sounds slightly anxious. What seems to be the problem? It's swearing. Is it still swearing now? Not at the moment. Then contact the face-to-customer service. But it swore at me in a very unpleasant manner. Are you injured? No. Contact face-to-customer service. My television has been smashed. How was it smashed? I smashed it with a mop. Then contact the television customer service. Damn, aren't you a people's police? Damn, I'm a police officer. Not customer service. Lu Yuan slams down the phone. Truly, TMD, what a weirdo. Just as he hangs up, another police report comes in. Lu Yuan impatiently opens the information, his expression immediately turning to shock. Chapter 074, Garbage Truck. Xiaomei, let us go. Where to? Xiaomei, deeply focused on her rapid typing, quickly shuts her laptop upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice. Always so mysterious. What scheme is she up to now? Lu Yuan inquires. Frowning, not telling you. Xiaomei sticks out her tongue. After all, you're just idling about all day. I have to find something to do myself. Let us go. This is a big deal. Huh. Lu Yuan drives with Xiaomei toward the city center. Where exactly are we headed? Xiaomei is somewhat puzzled. The city center is not within Lu Yuan's jurisdiction, nor that of her own group, yet Lu Yuan maintains an air of mystery. Kiki, you'll find out when you get there. The vehicle speeds along the automated highway toward the city center, the face to building gradually coming into view, its glass facade reflecting a blinding light under the sun. Suddenly, a cacophony of honking sounds erupts, emanating from the non-automated driving lane below. Both Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei instinctively look up, catching sight of the situation in the lower lane as they round a bend. A massive traffic jam. The lane is densely packed with various vehicles, moving at a snail's pace, honking incessantly that I don't recall it being this congested before, and it's not even rush hour. Xiao Mei observes the situation with mild surprise that it seems more severe than I imagined. Lu Yuan also feels somewhat taken aback, but a smile begins to creep onto his lips, since the automated driving lane is clear and moving significantly faster. The two continue swiftly in the direction of the jam. After a few more kilometers, several colossal machines appear in the jammed lane. Garbage trucks. Xiao Mei instantly recognizes these uniquely designed large trucks. These garbage trucks, measuring over 10 meters in length, are even longer than conventional trailers, with a noticeably greater height and width, completely occupying the lane. This type of garbage truck is responsible for intercity transport in the waste collection process, generally receiving garbage from smaller trucks that deliver waste to community service stations, after which these large trucks transport the waste to designated processing plants outside the city for sorting or incineration. Such large garbage trucks should not be on this route. They have their dedicated transportation paths. Damn, I've never seen so many before, Lu Yuan exclaims, unable to contain his excitement. In the jammed lane. Several garbage trucks appear at regular intervals, each fully loaded with waste, moving at a sluggish pace, directly causing the traffic congestion. Why do I get the feeling you're rather pleased? Xiao Mei gives Lu Yuan a disdainful glance. Hee, today we're merely spectators. This trouble doesn't require our intervention. Humph, I suspected as much. The police car soon exits the highway, stopping near an office building not far from the face to building. Lu Yuan certainly knows how to find a good spot. He leads Xiao Mei straight into the building, quickly locating an excellent observation, spectating position. A balcony jutting out from the building is already packed with onlookers. It serves as a viewing platform for taking photos at the face to building, positioned directly opposite the main entrance, only about 100 meters away, with a perfect height for an unobstructed view of the ground below. There are even a few fixed telescopes available for use. Police, clear the way. Lu Yuan flashes his badge, pushing through to the front with Xiao Mei. However, as soon as they reach the edge of the balcony, Xiao Mei instinctively covers her mouth and nose. The stench is unbearable. It is a foul odor that assaults the senses, a blend of rotting materials fermenting together, penetrating even through her covered mouth and nose, as though it seeps into her body through every pore. Yet, despite this, the balcony is still crowded with people, as the scene before them is truly spectacular. Enormous garbage trucks are lined up, entering the roads surrounding the face to building. After coming to a halt, robots begin to jump out from the trucks. These industrial robots do not possess the refined silicone shells of household robots. Their structures are simple and crude, with gears, linkages, and wires exposed and covered in refuse. These robots work in seamless coordination. One controls the truck's compartment to execute the dumping, while others jump into the compartment to clear the garbage and push it out. In about 10 minutes, a garbage truck can complete its unloading. Surrounding the face to building is already piled high with garbage, nearly encircling the structure. In a city like Qianwan, characterized by high temperatures and humidity, microorganisms thrive. These mounds of garbage are the source of the foul odor and spread their stench throughout the surrounding neighborhood. Captain Lu, I've noticed something. Xiao Mei wraps her light jacket around her head to shield her mouth and nose. Carefully observing with the telescope. I checked the numbers on these garbage trucks. They all seem to be from Haiyan Bay and the surrounding areas. Hey, I brought you here to watch a show, not to start an investigation. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and gave Xiao Mei a knowing glance, suggesting they simply observe the unfolding drama and refrain from excessive chatter. Very well. Xiao Mei tightened the garment wrapped around her head and resumed her observation through the telescope. A steady stream of police cars arrived at the scene. Many officers, upon disembarking, hurriedly retreated back into their vehicles, only to emerge moments later donned in masks. Yet, even with these masks, several officers were overwhelmed and began to retch. The officers commenced erecting barricades around the face to building, but some of the barriers were quickly buried beneath a fresh pile of refuse. The sheer volume of garbage was causing the area of the refuse heap to expand continuously. At that moment, another police car sped onto the scene, from which a masked officer, wearing a gas mask, promptly exited. Goodness, it's Songjia. He truly is quite clever for donning a gas mask. Lu Yuan instantly recognized Songjia. What brings him here? Xiaomei inquired, puzzled, noting that Songjia's jurisdiction was in Haiyan, far from the city center. He. Following the last counterterrorism operation, he has become quite the celebrity in the city. He was probably called in to handle the crisis, Lu Yuan replied with a smirk. Indeed, Songjia displayed a degree of intelligence. After observing for a moment, he re-entered his police vehicle and, with a sudden burst of acceleration, forced his way into the queue of garbage trucks, obstructing their path at an intersection. He then jumped into another police car and repeated the maneuver. Under Songjia's example, other police vehicles followed suit, effectively halting the other garbage trucks. Damn, that kid really outsmarted us, Lu Yuan muttered as he continued to watch Songjia through the telescope. However, the situation quickly deteriorated as those blocked garbage trucks began to unload their cargo right where they stood. Just as Songjia had parked his vehicle and stepped out, a torrent of garbage cascaded down from above, burying him completely. Ha! Lu Yuan was instantly doubled over with laughter. Chapter 075. Adding fuel to the fire within the survivor's refuge. Qing Feng, having just exited Hong Jia's office, returned with a large group. This cohort had initially intended to attend a routine meeting, but upon seeing the breaking news headline, they all instinctively rushed over. The information center's screen was the largest and most prominent, making it the prime spot for watching the live broadcast. Dozens of monitors formed a tri-perspective view, observing the face-to building from 3 angles. The main perspective faced the front entrance of the building, where, if one looked closely at the lower edge of the image, a portly man could be seen laughing heartily, oblivious to those around him. The view seems a bit distant. Can we have Xiaohei move in closer? Someone in the crowd suggested. In no way. Hong Jie decisively rejected, and Xiaohei voiced its protest. Naturally, Xiaohei protested, as a feline. Its sense of smell was far superior to that of humans, and were it not for the throng eager to witness the live broadcast, it would want to leave immediately at that moment. It lay atop an advertising board above the terrace, burying its mouth and nose in its paws while peering through with its eyes. However, Xiaohei's mechanical eye could adjust its focus. And with the distance extended, the scene was still crystal clear. Red, this truly isn't doing. Lao Mo stood at the front of the crowd, carefully scrutinizing the screen. It was team I doing? Ive inquired with my colleagues, and none are aware of the situation. Hong Jie shook her head. Moreover, if it weren't for a physical breach, given our current capabilities, it would be quite challenging to control such a vast number of units. Lao Mo pondered for a moment. Let us try to investigate further, not just limit ourselves to the Survivor Alliance, but seek any related clues. All right. Hong Jie rubbed her forehead, her mechanical eye beginning to flicker rapidly. Revealing her fatigue, it seemed she had just performed real-time calculations for Qing Feng, expending considerable energy. Phew, I think I've uncovered something. Moments later, Hong Jie exhaled deeply, and part of the screen changed to display the information she had found. Most of these garbage trucks originated from Haiyan and its surrounding areas. Close-up images of the garbage trucks were magnified on the screen, clearly displaying the printed words Haiyan on the rear of the vehicle. I retrieved the surveillance footage from the Haiyan community garbage station over the past few days, and indeed, I discovered some unusual personnel entering and exiting. On the screen, the surveillance video from a garbage station in Haiyan appeared, timestamped to 2 days prior in the early morning. Generally speaking, these types of garbage stations operated fully automatically, rarely seeing human presence. However, the video depicted several figures entering the station around 4 a.m. well before dawn, and they only emerged 30 minutes later. After retrieving multiple video records from various garbage stations, the situations were similar. It appeared to be a physical breach. Someone had tampered with the garbage trucks near Haiyan. Lao Mo paced thoughtfully, but who could it be, and what is their motive? In the video, the figures entering and exiting the garbage station were all dressed in black, wearing masks and hoods, rendering their features unrecognizable. I attempted to trace these individuals' movements, Hong Jie replied. The images on the screen began to rewind, switching perspective centered on the figures entering the garbage station. I must say, their movements are indeed suspicious. And during their actions, they consistently looked up to check the locations of street surveillance cameras. On the other hand, the cameras Hong Jie hacked are limited, so the fragments of their movement are incomplete. Wait, pause. Xiaoren interjected suddenly, fixating intently on the video image. Rewind 1 second. As the footage rewound, Hong Jie narrowed her eyes. In the image, the figures stood at the entrance of a building, seemingly engaged in conversation. The perspective did not reveal the interior of the building, but it was evident one of them was receiving a briefcase handed from within. Hong Jie magnified the briefcase, and a logo was clearly visible on the side. Although the image was somewhat pixelated upon magnification, it was still identifiable alpha.so. Upon recognizing the logo, several individuals present gasped in astonishment. If it's Alpha, then it's understandable. It's a case of corporate competition. Lao Mo couldn't help but smirk coldly. Hee, thugs fighting. Recently, Alpha had been quite active in Haiyan Bay, even grandly hosting a groundbreaking ceremony for their new office building, which those present were undoubtedly aware of. What is Alpha? Qing Feng inquired softly, having never heard of it before. The competitor of Feista, their archrival, Xiao Ran responded quietly. Qing Feng nodded. The image switched back to the Feista building, where, due to the police cars blocking the road, the garbage trucks began unloading their cargo on the spot, causing the situation to spiral out of control once again. The fire brigade had also arrived, yet the firefighters appeared equally bewildered. What could the fire brigade do? Surely they couldn't spray water on the garbage. The refuse piled high would turn into toxic sludge, leading to even greater pollution. Lao Mo, I believe this is a rare opportunity. Why don't we stir the pot a bit? Xiaoran suddenly proposed to Lao Mo. The two exchanged glances and then turned to Hong Jie. Stir the pot? How exactly? Hong Jie asked, slightly perplexed. For instance, driving a garbage truck directly into the Feista building and unloading its contents in their lobby. Xiaoran suggested after a moment of thought. That might be difficult. We're not familiar with the driving systems of those garbage trucks, and it's uncertain if we can control them. Hong Jie shook her head. Is it possible to control the robots on those garbage trucks? Qing Feng suddenly chimed in. Should be. Perhaps. Then that's manageable. I'll control a robot, and you can give me a helmet. I'll take care of it. What do you plan to do? Xiaoran asked, puzzled, as everyone turned their attention to Qing Feng. Haven't quite figured it out yet. Qing Feng tilted its head, gazing at the screen as it began to ponder. Then I've thought of it. Leave it to me. Qing Feng appeared confident, and as a master strategist, within mere seconds, a gleam of wisdom sparkled in its eyes. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away at the live broadcast site, Xiaohei reluctantly leapt down from the advertising board and gracefully traversed the steel framework of the building to the ground below. Not far away, a garbage truck was stuck in traffic, and Xiaohei deftly maneuvered through the flow of vehicles before leaping into the driver's seat of the garbage truck. Meow, Xiaohei called out to the robot seated in the driver's cabin, which turned its head, tilting it in curiosity as its head-mounted camera extended and retracted, appearing somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, the robot shuddered, raised its mechanical arm, looked around, and then twisted its waist and lifted its legs. A mischievous air enveloped it, as if the spark of intelligence had pierced through the camera lens. Chapter 076. Adding more fuel to the fire, the robot pushed open the door and charged towards the Feista building. Unfortunately, it stumbled and fell flat on its back after just a few steps. Ha! A blunder! Qing Feng chuckled, scratching its iron head as it clumsily got back on its feet and continued to run forward. The garbage collection robot was primarily designed for refuse collection, its functions limited, and its joints had restricted mobility, particularly the knee and ankle joints, which only had 1 degree of rotational freedom, coupled with the network latency from remote control. It easily lost its balance. From an onlooker's perspective, the robot clumsily sprinted down the road, its limbs moving in an uncoordinated manner, and as it ran, its body gradually tilted until it ultimately toppled over, only to rise again and keep running. Hey, look at that robot down there. It's so silly, Xiao Mei exclaimed, noticing the comical figure dashing below. Ha, it's so foolish. Has its brain short-circuited? Lu Yuan was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Inside the Survivor Alliance's information center, everyone awkwardly tapped their toes against the ground, especially since the robot's first-person perspective had been directly projected onto the screen. However, Qi Feng remained completely unfazed, picking himself up after stumbling and continuing on. Knowing that it was the robot that would take the spotlight, not himself, he clumsily made his way to the warning line. Qing Feng, the garbage collection robot, suddenly halted, glancing left and right before swiftly locking onto a bystander. An uncle with a cigarette. Hey, brother, could you lend me a light? Qingfeng the robot patted the uncle on the shoulder. Huh. The uncle jumped in surprise but quickly fished a lighter out of his pocket, igniting it and extending it toward Qingfeng the robot. Thanks. Qingfeng the robot snatched the lighter, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he crossed the warning line and dashed inside. Decomposing garbage can produce biogas. which typically lacks sufficient concentration to ignite. However, should one find a suitable pile of refuse in a relatively sealed space, ignition, or even an explosion could occur. Don't ask how Qing Feng knew this. A painful childhood experience during the new year had left an indelible mark on his memory. Qing Feng the robot quickly identified its target, a garbage collection vehicle emblazoned with a no open flames warning, alongside an unspeakable heap of trash. Hey, what's up with that robot? A nearby officer finally noticed the garbage collection robot under Qing Feng's control. But it was too late. Qing Feng the robot plunged headfirst into the mound of indescribable refuse, an image so grotesque that even viewed through the screen, it sent shivers down spines and incited nausea. Red-haired Jia promptly cut off the robot's first-person view. Following the crisp snap of the lighter, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending debris flying in all directions, affecting both the police officers and the gathered crowd. The unluckiest among them was Song Jia, who had just crawled out of the trash pile and cleaned himself off, only to be drenched once more by a thick, viscous mixture. What the hell? Who threw that firecracker? My eyes are burning. The air was suddenly filled with curses and cries of despair, as the afflicted crowd began to scatter. A throng of individuals covered in excrement fled in a panic. The scene akin to a zombie outbreak. At least zombies had to bite to spread their infection, but these filth-covered people assimilated upon mere contact. Chaos erupted, resembling a boiling pot. The explosion also severed the connection between Qing Feng and the robot, leaving Qing Feng in a precarious situation himself. After all, he was directly linked to the robot's sensory input. Although the garbage collection robot lacked smell and touch, the visual onslaught was overwhelming, compounding the issue. Qing Feng was still encased in a non-breathable metal helmet, which he couldn't remove just yet. Wah! Qing Feng clamped his mouth shut, clutching his head and wailing incoherently. Fortunately, red-haired Jia noticed in time and unlocked his helmet. As soon as the helmet was removed, Qing Feng dashed to a corner to retch. Ha ha ha, brother, you truly are a talent. Xiaoren couldn't help but give Qing Feng a thumbs up. Hee hee, just a small feeduk. Meanwhile, the explosion further ignited the surrounding heaps of trash, turning the area into a veritable inferno. The scene spiraled further out of control, and only the fire department, no longer frozen in place, finally found a reason to douse the flames. More police cars arrived. But aside from adding to the congestion, they seemed entirely ineffective. The recent explosion had genuinely startled Lu Yuan and Xiaomei, fortunately. Their terrace was positioned at a safe distance from the epicenter of the blast and had escaped unscathed. However, those on the terrace were still on edge, as the garbage heaps continued to burn, raising concerns about potential further explosions. Moreover, the air was now filled with more than just foul odors. The gases produced by combustion were highly irritating. Many began to opt for evacuation, despite the throngs of frantic biohazardous individuals below. On the top floor of the building where Lu Yuan was located, a few individuals were stealthily observing the situation below through binoculars. With a towering white antenna standing behind them, connected to a laptop, the notebook screen displayed a map centered around the Fiesta Tower, with countless red dots flashing across it. Suddenly, one of their phones rang. The recent explosion was quite spectacular. The client was very pleased. We can do it again. However, the previous explosion was not under our control. The conversation was conducted in Japanese. Is that so? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat surprised. Never mind that for now. Let's proceed with the next plan. Understood. After hanging up, the individual hurried to the laptop and began inputting commands. On the ground, two garbage collection trucks abruptly revved their engines, crashing through the police cars blocking their path and barreling toward the Fiesta Tower. After being halted by the police, the two trucks had not discharged their refuse but rather turned off their engines, making no further moves, which led the police to lower their guard, leaving just two empty police cars in their wake. After smashing through the police cars, the two garbage collection trucks encountered no further obstacles, skillfully weaving through the trash piles and charging straight for the Fiesta Tower. At that moment, multiple groups held their breath, fixated on the two trucks, the on-site police, the gathered crowd, the sneaky individuals on the rooftop, as well as the Survivor Alliance watching remotely, along with Ding Xuan and Alpha's members. Just then, the roar of engines erupted once more as a black motorcycle sped through traffic, deftly maneuvering around the trash piles before executing a sharp turn to block the path between the two garbage trucks and the Fiesta Tower. However, the two trucks showed no intention of slowing down, barreling straight toward the motorcycle. From the motorcycle, a live figure dismounted, drawing a massive gun from behind her, aiming it at the oncoming garbage trucks. Chapter 077. EMP. The two garbage trucks came to an abrupt halt, their front ends dipping sharply as their tires screeched against the pavement, leaving long black marks before finally stopping a few meters in front of the motorcycle. Who is that? This question arose from every onlooker. Xiaohei returned to the observation point, focusing the view on the motorcycle woman. Dismounting, her helmet revealed a neat bob of short hair, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the scene, her right cybernetic eye gleaming with light. Upon witnessing this, red-haired Jia couldn't help but stiffen. The individuals on the rooftop opposite the Fiesta Tower immediately grabbed their notebooks and swiftly adjusted their commands upon seeing the situation unfold. New developments emerged on the scene, as nearly all the garbage collection trucks roared to life, surging toward the Fiesta Tower like a swarm. The motorcycle woman quickly donned her helmet, then decisively removed a box from the back of her motorcycle. The enormous box contrasted sharply with her slender figure, yet she appeared to handle it with ease. As she pulled the side handle of the box, it unfolded, transforming into a colossal grenade launcher. Kneeling on one knee, the motorcycle woman took aim at the sky with the massive weapon. EMP. Xiaohei, retreat. Upon witnessing this, red-haired Jia's pupils constricted sharply. Simultaneously, the motorcycle woman fired the grenade launcher, the projectile soaring skyward with tracer rounds. With a peculiar explosion, all the garbage collection trucks came to a halt, and every live feed abruptly went black. Xiaohei barely had time to retreat before he stumbled and fell from beneath an advertisement. Landing squarely in the arms of a hefty individual. A cat. Lu Yuan gazed at the black cat in his arms, puzzled. Looks like Xiaohei. Xiaomei recalled the black cat mentioned by Qi Feng and Gao Xiang, noting the distinct heterochromatic eyes that matched the one in Lu Yuan's hold. Xiaohei, is that the one? Qing said. Lu Yuan reached for his phone to contact Qing Feng, but found no signal. Forget it. Let us take it to Lu Bo first. All right. The farcical episode finally came to a close as the Fiesta Tower promptly dispatched engineers to the scene to repair all the garbage collection trucks. Once restored, these trucks began operations on site, collecting the discarded refuse. Within the Survivor Alliance's refuge, Xiao Ran and Qing Feng hurriedly made their way outside, determined to locate Xiaohei. According to red-haired Jia, Xiaohei's brain had undergone extensive modification, with numerous chips implanted, making it particularly susceptible to electromagnetic pulses. Given the recent EMP, Xiaohei was likely within the strike zone, and more critically, they were currently unable to establish contact, with no other recourse. Qing Feng and Xiao Ran resolved to head to the scene. Shortly after exiting Haiyan Bay, Qing Feng's phone rang. It's me. Qing Feng answered the call, which was from Lu Bo. What? Xiaohei is with you, at Watanabe University's rear mountain. In Lu Bo's laboratory, Lu Bo was troubled as he looked at the black cat on the operating table. He and Song Bo had just completed a full body scan of Xiaohei, which had left them astonished. This was a cat with a remarkably high degree of prosthetic limbs. Many of its bones had been replaced with alloy limbs, and both of its eyes were prosthetic. Multiple chips were implanted in its brain. Currently, the cat was in a comatose state, and preliminary assessments suggested that the chips within its brain were malfunctioning. However, Lu Bo had never encountered the models of these chips before, complicating matters significantly. Chips typically required replacement, as no one could simply patch up silicon chips at the nanoscale. Although they could scan and identify the chip models in the cat's brain, they found no information online, making replacement impossible. At that moment, Lu Yuan and Xiaomei were watching the news. In the scene, the perimeter of the Fiesta Tower is being cleared of accumulated refuse by a garbage truck. As of now, no individual has claimed responsibility for this incident. According to preliminary assessments by the police, the event may have been orchestrated by an unidentified hacker. The possibility of it being the work of terrorists cannot be ruled out. Currently, the crisis has been fully resolved, yet the area surrounding the Fiesta Tower will remain cordoned off until all debris has been cleared. The Fiesta Corporation anticipates that the cleanup will continue until noon tomorrow. Any individuals present at the site experiencing electronic device malfunctions are advised to visit the nearest Fiesta store, where specialized personnel will be available to provide repair or replacement services. Damn it. Lu Yuan exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. I knew something was wrong with my phone. It turns out Fiesta is behind this. I'm going to hold them accountable. I demand a brand new device. It's an EMP, Lu Bo replied, shaking his head as he stepped outside. That is, an electromagnetic pulse bomb. It releases a powerful electromagnetic pulse that disrupts silicon circuits. The higher the circuit density, the more susceptible it is. Xiaomei quietly took out her phone, and indeed, it displayed no signal. What about Xiaohei? She inquired. Not good. Lu Bo shook his head. This cat is no ordinary creature. It has multiple chips implanted in its brain. directly linked to its neural pathways. The EMP must have affected those chips as well. Can it be repaired? Lu Yuan asked. Even if you give me a lithography machine, I couldn't fix it, Lu Bo scoffed. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yuan. This thing can't be repaired. It must be replaced. I see. Lu Yuan nodded. Then let us go to Festa for a replacement. It's all their fault. Not so fast. A voice suddenly interrupted from the entrance. Qing Feng, accompanied by Xiao Ran, had arrived. Xiao He cannot fall into Festa's hands. Qing Feng was fully aware of the background of the Survivor Alliance and understood the importance of not handing Xiao He over to Festa. However, the others present had not delved deeply into the Alliance's intricacies. After all, the Survivor Alliance maintained a high level of confidentiality, and it was only due to trust that Lao Mo and Xiao Ran had divulged everything to Qing Feng. Although Lu Yuan and Lu Bo were trustworthy acquaintances, after careful consideration, Qing Feng chose not to disclose the situation. Qing team, you're here. Upon seeing Qing Feng, Xiaomei's eyes lit up. It had been quite some time since their last encounter at the bar, and news of the recent counterterrorism operation at Hongfa Temple had left her anxious. Are you all right? Xiaomei asked timidly. Me. Qing Feng appeared momentarily puzzled. I'm fine. Just threw up a bit earlier. I am a bit hungry. Let us discuss business, Qing Feng said, stepping aside. I've brought an old friend with me today. Where is she? Qing Feng intended to introduce Lu Bo and Song Bo to Xiao Ran, but found that no one was behind him. Song Bo was still at the surgical table, adjusting equipment. Upon glancing at Xiao He's vital signs, he turned back and was startled to find an unexpected figure before him. Whoa, a ghost! Song Bo exclaimed in shock. Xiao Ran, however, wore a grave expression as she gazed at Xiao He on the surgical table. Chapter 078. Artificial Spine. After a brief introduction, Xiao Ran promptly took Xiao He out of the laboratory. The survivor's refuge may possess replaceable chips and some agents that could aid in the recovery of neural pathways. Meanwhile, Lu Bo kept Qing Feng behind, claiming he had something mysterious to show him. So where is this mysterious object? We're almost there. As they spoke, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and Dodo bounded into the laboratory, carrying Xiaoya. Uncle Qing, you're here. Xiaoya skillfully dismounted from Dodo. Xiaoya, aren't you supposed to be at school? Qing Feng inquired, noting that today was not the weekend, nor was it time for classes to end. This girl has already self-studied through middle school math and science courses. Lu Bo replied, pride evident on his face. I'm now directly guiding her in selecting university elective courses, focusing on control and electromechanics, tailoring the education to her strengths. What a waste. She should be studying biology. Song Bo added, slightly exasperated. Haha. It was agreed. Xiao Wu goes to you. Xiaoya comes to me. Song Bo shook his head, somewhat resigned. At this point, Xiao Wu is probably still in elementary school learning to write pinyin. Control and electromechanics? Qing Feng looked astonished at Xiao Ya. That's something a child her age can learn. Hey, you don't need to be surprised. I've checked Xiaoya's genetic sequence. Song Bo interjected. Her genetic mutation causes her brain to develop exceptionally, and her intelligence now rivals ours. She simply lacks life experience. Really? Qing Feng examined the young girl once more, finding it hard to believe that such wisdom lay beneath her youthful and innocent visage. Hee, Uncle Qing. I brought you a gift, Xiaoya said, turning around with some effort to retrieve a package from Dodo's back and placing it on the surgical table. Upon unwrapping the package, it revealed a metallic object that appeared to be an artificial spine. Lu Bo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he recognized the item. This is an artificial spine that Xiaoya and I designed together. It perfectly replicates your measurements. Qing Feng felt a chill creep down his back. Indeed, most importantly, this artificial spine seamlessly integrates with the spinal nerve prosthetic you brought before. I've tested it, and all functions are normal. Absolutely perfect. How do we install this? That's quite simple, Song Bo replied. First, we saw through your neck, then cut all the ribs connected to the spine, replace the prosthetic, and finally reconnect the bones and flesh. It's that easy. Easy. What kind of wolfish words are these? Qing Feng broke into a cold sweat. Ha. I think I'm doing quite well as I am. I don't need such advanced equipment. This prosthetic should significantly enhance your reaction speed, Lu Bo remarked eagerly, eyeing Qing Feng. Haha. No need. I'm fine as is. Qing Feng repeatedly shook his head. However, Uncle Qing, I spent several sleepless nights creating this. Xiaoya looked at Qing Feng with wide, sparkling eyes. It's all right. We can install it on someone else, but it's designed specifically for your measurements. It won't fit anyone else. Qing Feng was reluctant to outright refuse Xiaoya. And as he reconsidered the prosthetic, he recalled Hong Jie's suggestion that if the enhancement truly held such promise, Qing Feng's hesitation was interpreted by Lu Bo as tacit consent. Let us get started. Xiaoya, go sterilize the prosthetic first. Song Bo, prepare the anesthesia, and I'll tidy up the surgical table. Qing Feng. At the top floor of the Qianwan Feista office building, a short-haired woman in formal attire swiftly traversed the corridor and entered a circular conference room. The room was surrounded by arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the entire Qianwan. At that moment, the room was empty, and the woman glanced at her wristwatch. A few seconds later, the color of the floor-to-ceiling windows began to darken, and the entire room grew dim. Several beams of light suddenly converged in the center of the conference room, intensifying in brightness to outline the figure of a man. Ryan, the issue with the garbage truck has been resolved. The woman, identified as Xiao Lan, stated solemnly, addressing the projection of the man. Well done, Xiao Lan. The man, referred to as Ryan, turned with a squinting smile. He was tall and broad-shouldered, yet his features were strikingly handsome. So, how do you find Qianwan since arriving? Xiao Lan hesitated momentarily. Before coming, her mind was preoccupied with work. It's all right, just a bit hot. Haha, that's normal. It is indeed a warm place, but you'll get used to it. Ryan picked up a piece of equipment and began tapping on it, causing the color of the glass surrounding the conference room to lighten again. He then approached the window, where the bright sunlight began to obscure his figure. The scenery remains as beautiful as ever. Ryan stood with his hands on his hips, gazing down at the entirety of Qianwan, as the projection system relayed corresponding visuals in real time based on the angle of the projection. Indeed, it's quite lovely. Xiaolan finally noticed the picturesque view outside the conference room. Xiaolan, your tasks may be quite demanding in the upcoming period, Ryan remarked, turning back to face her. In addition to overseeing the newly established equipment recycling center, ULL also need to manage the security center. As the person in charge there may take 1 to 2 weeks to arrive. Understood. Xiao Lan responded robustly, her energy revitalized upon discussing work. Good. Ryan nodded with a smile. Now, we have 2 main matters to address. 1. Alpha has established a subsidiary in Blackrock Bay, and there may be a second incident similar to the garbage truck situation. So keep a close watch. 2. Investigate the hacking incident involving household robots thoroughly. I need you to delve deep into it. I've sent you the relevant information. You can review it when you have time. Received. Xiao Lan replied emphatically as her bionic eye began to flicker rapidly. Xiao Lan. Ryan suddenly reached out and patted Xiao Lan's shoulder. Although his projected hand passed through her shoulder, he said, you don't need to work yourself to the bone. Take a couple of days off, go out for a meal, shop for some clothes. Consider it one of the tasks I've assigned you, to familiarize yourself with the local customs and culture. Got it. Xiao Lan replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed as the meeting concluded. She understood Ryan's good intentions, yet dining and shopping were hardly her forte. She would rather dive straight into the serious business at hand. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed out at the city, where the towering skyscrapers glimmered under the intense sunlight. Glancing down at her somewhat out-of-place formal long-sleeve attire, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Chapter 079. The hacker to lead a respectable life in a city like Qianwan, one must possess sufficient income as a foundation. Being wealthy and being impoverished represent 2 entirely different states of existence. Only the affluent can truly enjoy the resources and conveniences that the city has to offer, while those without means are relegated to laboring tirelessly for the city. However, the toil of the masses often serves as the starting point for many to ascend to wealth. These laborers begin their journey in Haiyan Bay, and with a stroke of luck, they may rise to reside in the CBD. Conversely, they may descend into the abyss of the black market if fortune eludes them. Regrettably, the fortunate few are always in the minority. Most individuals gradually lose their ambition amid the relentless grind, departing with a sense of defeat. Mulan is one of the fortunate ones. 5 years ago, she graduated with distinction from Jing City University and secured a position at the highly coveted Fista Technology Company. 2 years prior, her exemplary performance earned her a spot in a confidential experimental program focused on deep neural chip implantation in the human brain. By the time Mulan participated in this phase, the experiment had reached a relative maturity. The trials proved successful, and Mulan became a key talent earmarked for further development. Currently, Fista has established equipment recycling centers in various locations. Distinct from ordinary repair departments, specifically tasked with addressing the recent surge in robotic malfunctions, Mulan was appointed as the head of the equipment recycling center in Qianwan.
dispatched directly from Jing City. Compared to her freshly graduated self, Mulan now stands as a transformed individual, fully outfitted with Fista's most advanced prosthetics from head to toe. Unlike typical enhancements, her unique advantage lies in her cerebral modifications. In a city saturated with Fista devices, Mulan can, if she chooses, connect to any of them. Cameras, autonomous vehicles, various robots. She is but one person, yet could easily become an entire army. Of course, under normal circumstances. Mulan seldom engages with standard devices. After all, privacy protection is a significant promotional stance for the company, and any misuse of her capabilities could potentially lead to public relations issues. However, discreetly utilizing her abilities often goes unnoticed. As Mulan observed the elevator that had just missed its stop, her eyes flickered. The elevator, having descended less than halfway, abruptly reversed direction and opened its doors again. Damn, is the elevator malfunctioning? Someone within the cabin inquired. Scratching their head, Mulan calmly entered the elevator, intending to procure some clothing at the shopping center, making her way directly to the sportswear floor below. The upper levels were filled with dresses and high heels, entirely unbefitting her needs. A comfortable short-sleeved t-shirt and sweatpants would suit her much better. Arriving at the third underground level, she noted the bustling crowd, upon spotting the familiar brands lining the sides. Mulan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is where I truly belong." Most clothing stores were now automated, resembling self-service supermarkets. Selecting items, trying them on, and checking out were all conducted through automation. With only a few robots available for inquiries and shelf organization, Mulan stepped into a store and began perusing the selections, quickly zeroing in on a black t-shirt, only to find that it was not available in her size. "Excuse me, is this shirt available in size M?" She asked a robot stationed near the shelf. "No." The robot replied promptly before turning away. "Oh." Mulan returned the t-shirt to the rack, but soon realized something was amiss, while an ordinary person might overlook it. Mulan, due to her keen professional instincts, recognized the anomaly. She was intimately familiar with her company's products. A standard retail robot would not respond in such a manner. At the very least, it should have said, "I'm sorry. We don't have size M available," or "We don't have size M, but I can recommend other items." Most concerning was that the robot hadn't even scanned the product for information before responding. This was unusual and not typical of standard malfunctions. Mulan turned away from the shelf and stealthily followed the robot, which headed straight for the exit. Ignoring the request of other customers, a look of confusion grew on Mulan's face as her prosthetic eye began to flicker rapidly. All robots are equipped with a service interface for maintenance access, which can be connected through a special wireless protocol, albeit requiring an additional service password. Mulan did not rush to access the robot's service interface. Her instincts warned her that someone else had already connected to it, and if she attempted to do so as well, she would undoubtedly be detected. As the robot navigated through the crowd, its movements appeared somewhat sluggish, nearly colliding with pedestrians several times. Before long, it turned into an emergency exit, entering a stairwell and descending further down. The stairwell was devoid of customers, plunging into silence save for the sound of the robot's footsteps echoing off the walls. Mulan followed closely behind, maintaining a safe distance. Before long, the sound of the robot's footsteps ceased. Mulan leaned against the wall, peering around the corner, her gaze sharpening. In this secluded area, 6 robots had gathered, standing in a line, yet exhibiting no signs of activity. Mulan's prosthetic eye began to flicker rapidly. Instead of connecting to these robots, she focused on the nearest routing devices that recklessly connect to the robots now would surely alert them, but accessing the routing devices was a prudent strategy. To control these robots, one must gain access through the wireless protocol, and given that this location was at least 5 stories underground, the external base station signal would be insufficient. Thus, the hacker must have infiltrated through the shopping center's network. Fista has built the foundational network infrastructure in Qianwan, allowing Mulan to seamlessly connect to the router and trace back to higher-level gateways and switches. In doing so, she could identify the IP address accessing the robots through the router and trace it back to locate the hacker. Before long, Mulan identified the target IP. The latest router, situated in a remote location with limited connected devices, made the process relatively straightforward. Her prosthetic eye flickered rapidly as she began tracking the IP source. The hacker had evidently taken precautions, altering his IP information before connecting to the shopping center's network. However, this did not fool Mulan. She pinpointed the original IP address through the access logs of the shopping center's entry switch. Next, she could utilize the IPv6 information to ascertain the ownership of the IP address. Yet, upon discovering the IP assignment, Mulan's brow furrowed once more. This was a proxy IP, provided by a small company specializing in IP rental services, indicating that the true hacker was still hidden behind the proxy IP. Clearly, this hacker was a skilled individual, exercising extreme caution and going to great lengths to conceal his identity. Unfortunately for him, today he encountered someone with a distinct advantage. Mulan's lips curled into a smirk as she successfully breached the back end of the proxy company. Chapter 080. The Hacker 2 in a dimly lit basement of a small community in the southeastern part of Chiawan. A young man removed his helmet, revealing a disheveled mop of curly hair. He ran his hand through his hair in a haphazard manner before grabbing a half-eaten piece of bread from the table and shoving it into his mouth. Simultaneously, he rummaged through the clutter on the table, retrieving a phone and dialing a number. "Hello, Hongjie," he mumbled with a mouthful of bread, his words barely intelligible. "It's done. I promised 5 units, but I managed to get 6 in total." "Dangerous? No way. It's impossible to get caught." "All right, I got it. When are you coming to pick it up?" "Oh, okay, understood. MHM, goodbye." After hanging up, the young man tossed his phone back onto the table and fished out a game controller from the pile of junk. As the screen flickered to life with the game, Cyberpunk 2077. This was a game he had salvaged from the second-hand market, and as the title suggests, it was quite dated. Out of curiosity, he had installed an old operating system on a virtual machine specifically for this game. After a considerable effort, he managed to get it running, and it turned out to be quite engaging. After delivering a crushing blow to the game's boss, the young man stretched lazily, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. At that moment, however, an alarm on the table suddenly blared. The young man jumped from his chair, quickly tapping away at the keyboard to bring up the surveillance feed, his pupils dilating in shock. On the 30th floor of the same building, Mulan had unlocked a password and entered a room. Based on the proxy company's backend information and the dynamic IP allocation records from the internet provider, the hacker's network requests originated from this room. Yet, the room was empty, the dining table covered in a layer of dust, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Mulan began to search the room, her prosthetic eye flickering. Suddenly, her other eye narrowed, and she kicked violently at a wall. Boom! A concealed door burst open under the force of her kick, revealing a small room with a compact server prominently displayed on a rack. Just as Mulan breached the door, the server erupted with sparks, followed by a plume of smoke. Damn it! Mulan swiftly approached to examine the equipment, only to discover that it was merely a lightweight gateway, not the actual server providing the service. Her brows furrowed once more. The gateway had been destroyed, leaving no further information to be gleaned. If the real server was not located here, then where could it possibly be? With this thought, Mulan's eyes brightened again. She had meticulously traced the final dynamic IP information, which must have originated from the ports in this very room. If the actual server was absent, it implied that the hacker had accessed this room's ports from another location. The network facilities within these complexes were uniformly installed and arranged by the service provider. Thus, if one wished to gain access to a particular port, there was only one physical point of entry. Mulan abruptly rose and dashed out of the room in the basement. The young man had finally destroyed all the equipment, taking with him the most crucial storage cards, and was now heading towards the elevator. Simultaneously, an elevator was plummeting at an extraordinary speed. Noticing the rapidly decreasing floor numbers on the elevator display, the young man decisively turned back and quickened his pace towards the stairwell. "Stop!" Just as he stepped into the doorway of the stairwell, a woman's voice rang out behind him. This was bad. The young man, sensing danger, did not hesitate to rush inside and began to close the iron door of the stairwell. The door was exceptionally heavy, requiring all his strength to push it shut. Mulan, seeing this, gave chase with remarkable speed, yet she was still a fraction too slow. The young man managed to close the iron door and secured it with a bolt. The door was incredibly sturdy, designed for civil defense, and even with Mulan's prosthetic limb, it would be difficult to force it open. Mulan began to turn and search for other exits when, suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. Plunging the basement into darkness, the young man detonated the explosives he had previously planted, obliterating the building's power facilities. Damn it! Mulan's brow furrowed deeply, and her artificial eye began to flicker rapidly. Meanwhile, the young man had escaped the building and was desperately running towards the exit of the complex. As long as he could exit the complex and enter the nearby subway station, he would have a secret route that led directly to the black market. This was a carefully planned escape route, a last line of defense, The irascible gentleman felt a shiver run down his spine under the watchful gaze of the cameras, and he swung his metallic fist towards the robot with a mighty blow. Clang! His fist was effortlessly caught by the robot, and simultaneously, a silver needle pierced into his abdomen. Terrorists detected. Executing capture. Alarms blared from the robot as it firmly grasped the gentleman's fist, while its other hand swiftly clamped around his neck. Lifting him effortlessly, the patrons of the bar surged forward en masse. The robot, clearly aware of the aggressive crowd closing in, declared, "Please do not obstruct law enforcement. Otherwise, you will be judged as accomplices. Citizens, please maintain your distance." Bang! 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 The bar patrons wasted no time. They launched a relentless assault on the robot with iron fists, metal rods, and bottles, all coming at it in a furious flurry. Although the Swallow robot was sturdy and resilient, it could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Alert.alert.crime. The robot was swiftly brought to the ground, its voice faltering. Damn it. May stepped forward and delivered a final kick, sending the robot's head flying, rolling far away, leaving the machine utterly silent. Hooray! Well done. The bar patrons cheered and exchanged high fives, but Xiao Ran's expression remained grave. He was still on the phone with Hong Jie. The robot has been dealt with. Have you found an escape route? No. There are too many robots surrounding us. On the line. Hong Jie sounded anxious. There isn't a clear route. That we don't need it to be clear. Find a path with fewer robots, and we'll charge out. Okay. Wait. The volume of Hong Jie's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Quickly escape through the back door. A large number of robots are closing in on you. What? Chapter 82. Breakout. Xiao Ran, Mei Yi, and the bar patrons did not hesitate and quickly retreated through the back door of the bar, with Mei Yi locking it behind them. This bar was a newly established safe house located at the end of the Black Market Bar Street. Previously a prosthetics clinic, the location was chosen because its back door led directly to another dark alley, facilitating emergency evacuation. According to the intel provided by Hong Jie, a significant number of Swallow robots were en route along the bar street. However, the back alley was also unsafe. A few robots had entered the alley from the other end just minutes ago, and their current whereabouts were unknown. The alley was dimly lit and usually devoid of human presence. As it was littered with nothing but the remnants of drunken revelry, the group crouched low and proceeded cautiously through the alley, with Xiao Ran leading the way, maintaining a safe distance from the team. With his abilities, escaping would be a simple task for Xiao Ran, but he needed to assist his teammates in their plight. Fortunately, he had not yet detected any anomalies. Xiao Ran, watch your left. There are some robots outside the wall. Hong Jie's voice suddenly came through his earpiece. Copy that, Xiao Ran whispered in response, signaling to Mei Yi and the others to take note of the left wall. Mei Yi and the others nodded in acknowledgement. The wall to their left likely led to some bars or shops, where robots were likely conducting inspections. They moved cautiously along the right wall, attempting to remain as quiet as possible. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the left side. Inspection? Inspection, my foot. A drunken voice slurred through the air, but Xiao Ran heard it clearly, his brow furrowing in concern. Sir, please cooperate with our investigation. Cooperate? With what? Do you know who I am? Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the drunken man clashed with the robots. Go! Xiao Ran urged his teammates in a hushed tone, and they quickened their pace. Boom! Barely a few steps later, the left wall collapsed with a resounding crash, sending a drunken man flying out and landing right in front of the group. At the same time, a Swallow robot emerged from the breach, its head-mounted camera locking onto all of them. This is bad. Take it down, Xiao Ran shouted. The patrons surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the robot, swiftly bringing it down beside the drunken man. Continue retreating. The group pressed on through the corridor, no longer needing to hide, and began to run. Xiao Ran, don't go that way. Hong Jie's voice crackled through the earpiece again. What? We can't take that route. There are too many robots ahead. Damn it. With enemies in front and behind, the only way to the safe house is through. We must break through forcefully. Brothers, prepare for combat. Grab your weapons and charge. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth and shouted. Damn it. The group rallied, seizing their weapons. As expected, the sound of alarms filled the air, and numerous figures began to emerge ahead. I'll go first. Mei stepped forward, brandishing a massive shotgun and opening fire. Bang! Countless pellets erupted in flames, striking the leading robot, igniting half of its body, shredding its uniform and silicone exterior, exposing its silver alloy torso. Yet it continued to stagger toward them. Unfazed, Mei pressed forward, firing repeatedly, sending the lead robot flying. The The Swallow robot was known for its superior reconnaissance capabilities and high agility. But in terms of durability and offensive power, it could not match the heavier models. Unfortunately, the sudden ambush had left the bar patrons unprepared with sufficient firearms and ammunition. The narrow space provided little cover, and both sides quickly descended into close-quarters combat. The Swallow robots boasted blade-like arms, yet the bar patrons wielded iron fists, metal rods, and folding chairs. Mei brandished a three-section staff, creating a whirlwind of strikes that clashed with the robot's blades. Sparks flying, Xiao Ran, armed with only 2 daggers, moved nimbly among the robots, his daggers flashing like lightning, consistently targeting the cameras on the robots' heads. However, what frustrated Xiao Ran was that while he could disable 2 cameras with a single strike using his daggers, the sheer number of cameras on these Swallow robots was overwhelming. Reluctantly, he continued to weave through the melee. Fortunately, the bar patrons had the advantage in numbers, and the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. Yet, just as they dealt with the robots in front, the faint sound of alarms began to echo from behind, growing steadily closer. Xiao Ran swiftly broke away from the group and sprinted back, needing to find a way to halt the pursuing robots. "Where are you going?" Mei called out, noticing Xiao Ran retreat after striking a robot. "Mei, you lead everyone to safety. I'll go back to intercept the robots behind us." Xiao Ran replied without slowing his pace. "Okay," Mei nodded. "Be careful. If you can't win, retreat." Given the dire situation, she refrained from saying more. Calling Hong Jie, Xiao Ran initiated a call to Hong Jie. "Xiao Ran, are you all right? We're fine for now. Can you see how many robots have entered the alley?" "I estimate around a dozen. They just breached the safe house and entered the alley." "A dozen?" Xiao Ran felt a surge of alarm. If those robots caught up to them, his teammates might not escape the alley. "Xiao Ran, I'm nearby." Another familiar voice suddenly came through his earpiece. "Jesse." Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. "What is your location?" "On a high point across from the safe house." Jesse was perched atop a derelict building opposite the safe house, using a sniper rifle S-scope to observe the situation across the street. "Good. Do you have your weapon?" "I do." Jesse patted the assembled RPG beside her. "Wait for my signal." Xiao Ran quickened his pace, soon reaching the spot where the drunken man had fallen. The wall on one side had been shattered, revealing a clear view of the bar outside, with the robotic horde now looming closer. "Jesse, aim for the reggae bar. Strike deep inside." "Copy that." Jesse rose decisively, raising the RPG and aiming for the interior of the bar before pulling the trigger. A rocket soared forward, trailing a long plume of fire as it hurtled toward the depths of the bar. Simultaneously, Xiao Ran turned and sprinted forward. Boom! The force of the explosion sent Xiao Ran flying, and the alley was obliterated in a deafening collapse. Chapter 83. Tracker caught in the blast wave of the explosion. Xiao Ran was hurled far away, but fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries, only feeling slightly dizzy. "Xiao Ran, are you okay?" "Xiao Ran." Jesse's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece, and familiar figures appeared before him. Mei had returned to assist and found Xiao Ran, who had been knocked down by the explosion, and pulled him back up. Easy there. As he was lifted, Xiao Ran felt the aches throughout his body. "Well done." Mei beamed at the collapsed alley, patting Xiao Ran on the back. Cough. What's happening up ahead? The force of her pat nearly knocked the breath out of him, prompting him to step back from Mei. "Don't worry. We've handled everything." "Good." Xiao Ran finally allowed a smile to grace his lips, then spoke into the earpiece. "Jesse, hurry and retreat. Be careful not to expose your position." "Copy that." Outside the alley, Jessie had already vacated her previous ambush spot, turning to enter another corridor. "Mei, we must make our exit swiftly." "Ryan, the marking is complete." Mulan sits poised in an inconspicuous abandoned warehouse not far away, where an array of equipment is set up in the center. On the screen of a laptop, dozens of red dots move rapidly. "Excellent. The fish have taken the bait." Ryan's voice emanates from the computer. "Follow them, but tread lightly." "Understood." Mulan picks up a portable device from the table and strides out of the room, shutting the door behind her. The warehouse falls into silence, broken only by the faint hum of the computer's fan, while the flickering screen illuminates a neat row of dozens of bipedal robots on one side. These robots are a precautionary measure. The recently deployed Swallow robots serve merely as cannon fodder, their primary function being to affix miniature trackers onto the terrorists during engagement. These trackers periodically emit location signals, which are collected by the equipment stationed within the warehouse, displaying real-time data on Mulan's device. This allows her to effortlessly track the terrorist locations. Today's plan is to ascertain the terrorist stronghold rather than launch an immediate assault, as their strength in the region remains uncertain. A hasty attack would be unwise. Once their position and capabilities are determined, appropriate armed forces can be deployed in advance to ensure absolute safety. Concurrently, Ryan is applying for the necessary armed support, with some weapons and robots already en route to expedite subsequent actions. Regrettably, the group remains unaware of being tracked, retreating instead towards the safe house. The safe house is still some distance from the refuge, prompting the group to take a winding path for safety. Yet Xiao Ran increasingly senses something amiss. Recalling the first time the Swallow robots searched the black market, their combat prowess seemed superior to the recent ones. Although Xiao Ran did not engage directly with the robots then, they had effortlessly swept through the black market. It is worth noting that, alongside the Survivor Alliance, there are many desperate individuals in the black market, whose combat capabilities are formidable, yet they could not match the robots. Something isn't right. Xiao Ran suddenly halts. What seems to be the issue? Mei inquires, puzzled, as everything appears normal, the surroundings eerily quiet. Those robots are off. I feel as though they have weakened. Weakened? Mei expresses her confusion, having never engaged with those robots beforehand. You may be overthinking it. I believe it is not that they have weakened, but rather that their opponents have become stronger. Mei rolls up her sleeves, revealing her sturdy muscles. If one were to obscure her face, none would suspect that this physique belonged to a woman. Let us hope so. Xiao Ran shakes his head and continues onward. For the moment, he has indeed detected no anomalies. The group presses on, drawing ever closer to the broken bridge leading to the refuge, when suddenly a pair of yellow-blue heterochromatic eyes appear from the darkness ahead. Xiao Ran's eyes light up. Over the past few days, Xiao has been undergoing treatment, and its presence here indicates an improvement in its condition. His Xiao lets out a low growl towards the group, arching its back, its fur bristling. What is happening? Xiao Ran and Mei exchange bewildered glances. Just then, as they ponder, Xiao suddenly leaps towards Xiao Ran, landing with what appears to be a white object grasped in its mouth. Xiao drops the white object onto the ground and lets out a low growl at it. What is this? Xiao Ran picks up the object for inspection. It is a white circular disc, about the size of a fingernail, with a sticky surface. Xiao Ran, the voice of Hong Jie crackles through the earpiece. I received news from Xiao. You are being tracked. What? Xiao Ran and Mei exclaim in shock. Quickly check if there are any trackers on you. Circular adhesive discs. Oh no. This is a tracker. Everyone, check yourselves. Xiao Ran quickly urges his companions to inspect themselves, and as suspected, nearly everyone finds a circular disc affixed to their bodies. Some even with multiple. Quickly, gather all the discs together. An idea strikes Xiao Ran, as he uses his perception abilities to ascertain that there are likely no enemy units within a 100-meter radius. This suggests that the enemy is probably monitoring the locations of these trackers remotely and are unaware of their actual situation, thus providing an opportunity for action. Mei, you all continue to retreat. Hand over the trackers. Xiao Ran stuffs all the trackers into his pocket. Are you planning to divert the enemy? Mei quickly deduces Xiao Ran's intention. Indeed, I will lead them in the opposite direction while you continue to flee. You. Mei hesitates slightly. Time is of the essence. Lingering too long may raise suspicion. Xiao Ran asserts confidently, do not worry. They cannot catch me. All right, do take care. Mei nods in agreement. It must be said that Xiao Ran's plan is indeed commendable. Yet Mulan's side is evidently also prepared. The moment the trackers are torn off, they emit an alert signal. Thus, when Xiao removed the tracker, Mulan had already received the alarm. Ryan acts decisively, immediately ordering a containment operation. And the bipedal robots in the warehouse spring into action. Since they can no longer continue tracking, they will apprehend everyone and interrogate them slowly. With so many individuals present, there is bound to be a weak link willing to confess. A multitude of robots converge from various directions towards the group's location. Xiao Ran, carrying all the trackers, sprints in the opposite direction of the refuge, moving at remarkable speed, quickly creating several kilometers of distance. Suddenly, a figure appears ahead in the corridor, prompting Xiao Ran to come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 084. Ambush. Xiao Ran, they are lying in wait among you. The voice of Hong Jie suddenly crackles through the earpiece. I am heading to assist. Xiao Ran, disregarding the figure before him, turns and runs back. However, he barely gets a few steps when he suddenly feels a chill at the back of his head. Instinctively lowering his head, a sneaker grazes perilously close to his scalp. Bang! The sudden kick shatters the abandoned metal pipe beside Xiao Ran. He instinctively rolls away to create distance, his face etched with shock. Quick. That was fast. The figure that had been ahead has remarkably closed the distance in such a short time. delivering a strike. Xiaoran prides himself on his speed and agility, bolstered by his acute hearing and vision, always gaining the upper hand in confrontations, yet the figure before him is clearly on par with him in speed. If they were to engage, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, Xiaoran glances at the metal pipe that has been shattered by the kick. This person's strength is likely superior to his own. Who are you? Xiaoran assumes a combat stance. Addressing the figure. Not important. The figure steps out from the shadows, revealing herself in the faint light. Clad in form-fitting shorts and a t-shirt, her physique is toned, her short hair exuding an aura of confidence. It is none other than Mulan. Xiaoran is taken aback. Such skill emanates from a woman who appears somewhat slender, and her attire resembles that of a student. I offer you a choice. Surrender or be defeated by me. Mulan stands confidently, arms crossed, her legs apart. Xiaoran clenches his jaw, realizing that he must confront this formidable opponent. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Beauty. He brandishes two daggers in reverse grip, lowering his stance with a roguish smile. I choose neither. No sooner does he finish speaking than he launches himself towards Mulan like a projectile that Mulan's eyes narrow as she adjusts her fighting stance. Midway, Xiaoran suddenly hurls one of the daggers at Mulan's face. Simultaneously, he pivots to the left wall. At this moment, Mulan's focus is on the incoming dagger, as it seems destined to strike her head. Meanwhile, Xiaoran presses his feet against the wall, using it to propel himself towards Mulan's left rear. Almost instantaneously, the originally thrown dagger approaches Mulan's nose, while Xiaoran swings the other dagger towards the back of her head. Two attacks, both aimed at vital points, strike simultaneously. This maneuver requires exceptional speed and agility, demanding that one swiftly redirect and flank the target right after the first dagger's attack. This day, no one has been able to counter this tactic. A smile creeps onto Xiaoran's face. The woman before him remains in her original stance, gazing forward, seemingly oblivious to his secondary attack. That it appears today will be no exception. Both daggers are poised to pierce her delicate features and the back of her head. At this juncture, compassion cannot be afforded. Just then, Xiaoran distinctly observes the woman's eyes suddenly shift to the right, locking onto him with a piercing stare. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoran senses he is about to misfire. His instincts prove correct. In the instant before being struck, Mulan suddenly sinks her posture, and both daggers narrowly miss her skin. Exposed, Xiaoran leaves an opening, and Mulan swiftly pivots to deliver a punch straight to his chest. The sequence of crouching, turning, and punching is unadorned, yet Xiaoran finds himself unable to evade it. Bang! With a dull thud, Xiaoran is sent flying, crashing against the wall. Pain radiates through his chest, and a bitter, metallic taste surges in his throat, but he quickly stifles the pain and rises to create distance. Cough, cough, cough. A defensive system. Mulan stands effortlessly, a relaxed demeanor about her. I do not require such a system. Xiaoran's brow furrows at her words, pondering for a moment. Realizing that her assertion holds merit, the principle of the active defense system has been a subject of study for the Survivor Alliance. Its hallmark lies in its ability to forcibly intervene and control prosthetics in the face of impending danger, thereby averting harm. In other words, the primary function of the active defense system is to provide a protective response when the body is unable to react. However, the woman before me has just executed a series of maneuvers that are not merely defensive but also retaliatory, an outcome that the active defense system is incapable of achieving. Do not be astonished. Mulan remarked to Xiaoran with a calm demeanor, your movements are swift, but still not swift enough. What? In that instant, Mulan had already leaped to Xiaoran's front, and with a punch aimed at Xiaoran's chin. The air crackled with intensity. So fast, Xiaoran's pupils dilated in shock. There was no time to evade, leaving her only the option to raise her arm in defense, which resulted in excruciating pain radiating through her limb. This woman indeed possesses immense strength. Mulan pressed on with her assault, her fists moving like the wind, fluidly unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Xiaoran. Xiaoran struggled to keep pace with Mulan's movements, unable to mount an effective counterattack, and even her defenses felt overwhelmingly strenuous, forcing her to focus solely on protecting her vital areas. After a flurry of strikes, Mulan finally ceased her onslaught, appearing completely unscathed, while Xiaoran, on the other hand, was left gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground, racked with pain throughout her body. I'll give you another chance. Surrender, for you cannot defeat me. Mulan gazed coldly at Xiaoran. Haha, cough, cough. Xiaoran suddenly burst into laughter, though it quickly devolved into a fit of violent coughing. I'm sorry, but I will never surrender. With one hand, She reached into her pocket, concealing a vial, then smiled at Mulan. Come on, beauty. Let me see just how capable you truly are. Humph, seeking death. That Mulan's piercing gaze remained fixed on Xiaoran as she clenched her fists, slowly advancing towards her. Yet, Xiaoran's lips curled into a sly smile as she drew the vial, reversing her grip and pointing the needle tip toward her own neck. Upon noticing the vial in Xiaoran's hand, Mulan's expression hardened. However, the next moment, bang, a gunshot rang out suddenly, and Mulan's cybernetic eye flickered as she tilted her body. A bullet had been fired from the shadows behind her, a surprise attack with cold ammunition that is notoriously difficult to defend against, yet Mulan, with her astonishing reflexes, managed to evade a critical hit. The bullet pierced through her shoulder, and instead of blood, sparks emitted from the wound. Xiaoran, I'm here to save you. A figure emerged from the shadows, calling out to Xiaoran. Jessie. Xiaoran could only manage a bitter smile, shaking her head as she retracted the vial and shouted at Jessie, You must leave. We are no match for her. Jessie, however, would not retreat. She raised her handgun and fired at Mulan in rapid succession. Close-range shots posed virtually no threat to Mulan. It was not due to the bullet's velocity, but rather because Jessie's aim could not keep pace with Mulan's agility. Mulan nimbly rolled and leaped, evading all the bullets. And in an instant, she was at Jessie's side. In Jessie's astonished gaze, Mulan delivered a powerful punch to her right side. Ugh! Jessie immediately crumpled to the ground, clutching her abdomen. The sudden blow was devastating. As a sharpshooter, her physical resilience was only slightly above average, rendering her incapable of withstanding such force. You bastard! Rage surged within Xiaoran as she withdrew the vial and charged at Mulan with a knife. Mulan continued to face away from Xiaoran, but as Xiaoran lunged, Mulan sidestepped the blade, delivering a punch to Xiaoran's face followed by a knee strike to her abdomen. Already battered and bruised, Xiaoran could not withstand the onslaught and collapsed beside Jessie. Unconscious. Ugh, that vile creature. Jessie gritted her teeth against the pain, attempting to draw her weapon once more, but Mulan swiftly rendered her unconscious with a precise strike that in mere moments. Both Xiaoran and Jessie lay defeated. Ryan, I have dealt with the situation here. I have captured both individuals. Mulan communicated through her earpiece. Understood. Are there any injuries? Minor wounds. Mulan glanced down at her shoulder, where the gunshot wound still crackled with sparks. Yet she appeared entirely unfazed. All right, bring them back. The other side is not a significant issue. Received. Mulan effortlessly hoisted both Xiaoran and Jessie, striding towards the exit of the corridor. Meow after only a few steps. A cat's meow echoed, prompting Mulan to glance sideways and notice a feline silently perched atop a nearby pipe, its striking heterochromatic eyes unmistakable. Mulan dismissed it and continued forward, but suddenly her cybernetic eye flickered again. As if sensing something, and she abruptly turned around, only to find the cat had vanished at last. I found you. A man's voice called from behind. Mulan set down the two she was carrying and turned to face the approaching figure at the end of the corridor. Come here, let me give you a hug. The man bent down, extending his arms towards the black cat, which playfully dodged his grasp. Haha, no hug. Then, the man scratched his head, adjusted his mask, and continued toward Mulan. And who might you be? Mulan regarded him with a chill in her tone. Me. The man pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. I am called Aji. A few kilometers away. Aunt May led her bar comrades in a fierce battle against the onslaught of the Swallow robots. Just minutes earlier, Aunt May had encountered the first wave of robots, prompting her to abandon her journey to the shelter, engaging in a tactical retreat while contending with the machines. The location of the shelter must not be revealed, lest they face annihilation. Inside the shelter, old Mo understood this principle well and refrained from deploying reinforcements hastily. After all, Aunt May and her group's position was perilously close to the shelter, and any reckless action could easily expose them. Consequently, the bar patrons began to lure the robots away from the drawbridge. They maneuvered through alleyways, entering a larger river channel not far from the core area of the black market, a suitable place for an escape. However, it wasn't long before another wave of robots approached from ahead, and the two waves of machines appeared to converge in an attempt to encircle the bar patrons. Initially, the group was unperturbed, as the number of robots seemed manageable. After all, they had just dispatched a squad of machines. Yet, it soon became evident that these robots, while appearing identical, were markedly more formidable and resilient than the first wave they had faced. Aunt May realized that Xiaoran's warnings were not unfounded. However, their options were limited to enduring the onslaught. Brothers, it's either fight or die. Let us go all out. Aunt May rallied her comrades, who immediately engaged the robots in close combat. Every individual present harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Fista organization. Had they not been sheltered by the Survivor Alliance, they would have likely perished at the hands of Fista long ago. Now, they were willing to risk everything, even if it meant dragging down a few machines with them. Unfortunately, the sudden turn of events left the bar patrons ill-prepared, their physical bodies ill-equipped to contend with the unyielding steel of the robots. Even those who had installed mechanical arms found themselves outmatched against the fully armored machines, akin to throwing eggs against stones. The brothers steadily retreated, the encirclement tightening around them. Aunt May's 3-section staff was already shattered, leaving her with only 2 short sticks to wield. Moreover, Aunt May quickly noticed a troubling pattern. The robots were not intent on delivering lethal blows, as their attacks consistently avoided vital areas, seemingly aiming to capture everyone alive. However, the absence of lethal intent did not equate to a lack of brutality, as her brothers were left battered and bruised. To make matters worse, 2 more waves of robots emerged from the tunnels on either side. One consisting of infantry tanks, while the other was an unfamiliar type of robot that Aunt May had never encountered before. These robots appeared peculiar, clad in scan attire with elaborate makeup, had it not been for their nearly identical movements and the long blades protruding from their arms. Aunt May might have mistaken them for real women. At this point, resistance seemed futile. Aunt May's expression turned desolate as she exchanged glances with a nearby comrade, both pulling out antique grenades from their pockets. Unlike the moment at Hongfa Temple, Aunt May felt an unexpected sense of anticipation. Deep within, she had longed for this moment, to fight alongside her comrades and perish on the battlefield. For her, this represented both redemption and a final resting place, a means to amend the regrets of her past. Brothers, this is where it ends. We shall meet again in the next life. Aunt May raised her grenade high, firmly gripping the pin. Boom! The sounds of explosions erupted. Yet they did not originate from Aunt May and her comrade's grenades. Everyone in the river channel, including the robots, stood frozen as the peculiar robots that had just entered the tunnel launched an assault on the infantry tanks. The women raised their arms, and to Aunt May's astonishment, small grenades were fired from their arms, striking the infantry tanks and obliterating several units. The infantry tanks quickly retaliated, raising their Gatling guns to fire back. However, the women, agile and relentless, seemed to have a limited supply of grenades. Once they had finished firing, they charged into the tank cluster, engaging in close-quarters combat, though individually they could not match the strength of the infantry tanks. Their sheer numbers and ruthless tactics allowed them to hold their ground. Many engaged in suicide attacks, clinging onto the tank's machine guns to buy time for their comrades. Furthermore, once the close-quarters battle commenced, the infantry tanks were hesitant to fire their Gatling guns for fear of friendly fire, thus the women managed to achieve a stalemate. The Swallow robots that had been surrounding the bar patrons began to turn back to assist the infantry tanks. What is happening? I don't know. Amidst the deafening sounds of gunfire, Mei and her comrades exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. However, this chaos provided a glimmer of hope for everyone. Brothers, if we are not yet dead, then let us continue to fight. Mei shouted once more, rallying her companions who summoned their last reserves of strength to charge at the robots before them. Chapter 086. As smooth as silk, I do not care what your name is. Mulan felt a disconnection between herself and the man before her. Then why do you ask? Qing Feng scoffed. Mulan experienced a strange sensation. The presence of this man seemed to transform the gravity of the situation into something more casual, as if he could alter the very atmosphere around him. Are you a terrorist as well? Mulan inquired after a moment of contemplation. I am not. Whether you are or not is not for you to decide. Then why do you ask? You talk too much. Woman. Mulan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. What is your purpose? At last, you have asked the right question. Qing Feng gestured towards the motionless figures of Xiao Ran and Jessie on the ground. Leave my friends behind. Humph, you truly are a terrorist. Your words carry no weight. Go to hell. Mulan, slightly irked, regretted engaging in such lengthy dialogue with this man, that if I take you down first, then you will naturally comply. In an instant, Mulan leaped in front of Qing Feng, raising her leg to deliver a strike. This kick was infused with a hint of rage, swift as lightning, aiming directly at Qing Feng's temple, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Yet, Qing Feng merely stood still, calmly observing as her leg approached. Ever since he had donned this spinal prosthetic, Qing Feng had experienced an extraordinary sensation. The mere enhancement of reflexes was a gross understatement of its capabilities. It felt akin to having transitioned from playing a game with a 200 milliseconds latency to suddenly enjoying a seamless 20 milliseconds response time, an exhilarating smoothness that made one question the very fabric of reality. The enhancement was even more profound than that, akin to upgrading from a GTX 1050 to an RTX 5090. In simple terms, it was fluid, responsive, and precise. Bang! Qing Feng did not get knocked back. Instead, he effortlessly seized Mulan's ankle. The immense force transmitted through her ankle left Mulan astounded. Until now, no one had managed to catch her full-force kick with their bare hands. Despite her astonishment, Mulan did not relent. With her other leg, she leaped and aimed another kick at Qing Feng's face. Qing Feng raised his other hand to block with his elbow, while Mulan utilized Qing Feng's grip on her ankle to withdraw and performed a roll upon landing, creating distance between them. In that brief exchange, Mulan recognized that this man was not to be trifled with. Once more, Mulan assumed her fighting stance, her cybernetic eye beginning to flicker, yet she could not discern any weaknesses in her opponent. This indicated that he bore no implanted face to chip. Thus, his astounding reflexes might stem from pure biological enhancement, an augmentation derived from genetic mutation. However, Mulan quickly dismissed this hypothesis. In her understanding, carbon-based neural signal transmission could not possibly achieve such remarkable responsiveness. This location was surrounded by a decrepit drainage system, devoid of any usable face-to-devices, rendering her advantages moot. Hey, you annoying woman. What are you stalling for? Hurry up. Qing Feng tilted his head, observing the tense Mulan. Bastard. Mulan was consumed by indignation. She had never been so underestimated before, and she immediately launched another assault. This time, she did not seek a decisive blow. She abandoned grandiose movements and swiftly closed the distance to Qing Feng, attacking with a series of rapid, precise strikes aimed at vital points, all while maintaining a defensive stance. However, it soon became apparent to Mulan that something was amiss. None of her strikes landed on the man before her. Most crucially, he had his hands clasped behind his back, avoiding her every attack through mere shifts of his body and footwork, seemingly able to predict her every move. The frustration of expending all her effort without a single hit began to drive Mulan into a frenzy. Damn it! Even the composed Mulan cursed, her technique becoming erratic as she unleashed a powerful kick at Qing Feng, which, of course, missed, instead obliterating a nearby rusted metal pipe. This miscalculation exposed her side. With ease, Qing Feng pivoted to evade her kick and positioned himself beside Mulan, executing a sweeping kick to her supporting leg, causing her to lose her balance. He then raised an arm and struck her chest with his elbow. The impact resounded, sending Mulan crashing to the ground. For an ordinary person, that blow would likely have rendered them unconscious, but Mulan rolled to regain her footing, clutching her chest in pain. She had come to realize she could not defeat him, at least not under the current circumstances. However, if she could coordinate with the robots, there might still be a chance. Her cybernetic eye flickered as she connected to her portable device, seeking the robot's movements. The outcome, however, left her in disbelief. Half of the dozens of robots were already incapacitated. What is happening? Mulan muttered incredulously at that moment. Ryan's voice crackled through her earpiece. Mulan, the operation has failed. I will cover your retreat. But Mulan could hardly believe her ears. Mere moments ago, victory had seemed within grasp, only to be swiftly overturned. The sound of robots running echoed, and Qing Feng's brow furrowed as Mulan's gaze flickered. Yet, Ryan seemed to anticipate her thoughts. Mulan, do not attempt to control those remaining robots. They are here to cover your retreat. Get moving. That is an order. Ryan's tone brooked no argument. Mulan could only nod in silence, and then sprint toward the exit. Meanwhile, several bipedal robots had closed in, raising their machine guns to aim at Qing Feng without hesitation. What the hell? Qing Feng exclaimed in shock as the sound of gunfire erupted. The robots unleashed a barrage of bullets at Qing Feng's position, transforming the area into a chaotic storm of gunfire, debris, and smoke. After the initial assault, the air filled with acrid smoke, yet no trace of Qing Feng remained. Several robots began to disperse in search of targets. And aside from Xiao Ran and Jessie, who lay nearby, there appeared to be no one else. One robot ventured into a corner, and suddenly, a figure emerged behind it. The robot's radar sensed movement, causing it to whirl around. But there was nothing there. In that instant, two hands grasped the robot's head, and with a sharp crack, it collapsed. The surrounding robots rushed to provide assistance, tactical lights illuminating the corner, yet they found no one. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran and Jessie had vanished, and several grenades rolled toward the cluster of robots. Chapter 087. Seeking cooperation 1 day later, at the Festa headquarters. Cancel all operations. Mulan gazed incredulously at the projection of Ryan. Indeed, Ryan shrugged, that is the board's decision. But we have a general idea of the enemy's base. If we cancel now, the enemy is likely to relocate, Ryan interjected. To be honest, I do not fully understand either. I raised my concerns, and the response was simply, it is unimportant. Unimportant, indeed. However, you need not worry. This is merely a temporary cessation of operations. The plans for the recovery center remain unchanged. Furthermore, the colleagues from the security center have returned. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, and two figures appeared at the door. Mulan squinted at the newcomers. Meanwhile, in the Black Market Bar district, a man leisurely entered a bar. The establishment was in disarray, devoid of patrons, yet the man seated himself at a central table, placing a cup before him. That I know you can see me. He smiled into the empty air. The bar remained silent, but the man adjusted his glasses and continued addressing the void. I am Secretary Luo from Ding Village Corporation. I am here today to discuss a potential partnership. I am aware you have been operating in the black market underground, and your greatest adversary is Festa. Coincidentally, they are also our enemy. The atmosphere remained still, but Secretary Luo was unfazed. He picked up the cup, unscrewed the lid, and steam wafted upward as he took a sip, continuing to speak to the air. Where there is a common enemy, there is value in collaboration. The alpha robots from yesterday were merely a token of my sincerity. So, what do you say? Come out and have a chat. I will wait for just a cup of tea's time. Secretary Luo took another leisurely sip. Not long after, from the shadows of the bar's corner, a figure slowly emerged. Secretary Luo, a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Ran smiled, holding 2 glasses of liquor, and walked directly to sit at Luo's table. It is a bit chaotic here, and the drinks aren't great. I hope you understand. Not a problem. I do not drink alcohol, Secretary Luo replied, glancing at Xiao Ran while continuing to sip his tea. What kind of cooperation are you suggesting? Inside the survivors' shelter, Old Mo, Red Sister, Mei Yi, and others were closely monitoring the two through surveillance. You should all be aware of the recent incident with the garbage disposal truck. Secretary Luo leisurely set down his teacup and remarked, Alpha's little schemes may yield some results, but they are hardly substantial. Time is precious. What I seek are significant maneuvers that could plunge Festa into crisis. Significant maneuvers. Xiao Ran expressed his astonishment, mirrored by the incredulous glances exchanged among the others in the shelter, including Old Mo. They were aware of Secretary Luo's role as the de facto CEO of Ding Village Holdings, despite the lack of formal recognition. However, what left them most perplexed was the sudden shift in attitude, given that Ding Village had previously maintained a cooperative relationship with Festa. Moreover, just recently, Gao Xiang had personally eliminated young Master Niu, raising questions about the feasibility of trust in such a context. I understand your concerns. Secretary Luo seemed to anticipate their unease, continuing, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Collaborating with Festa aligned with Ding Village's interests a few months ago, while opposing them now serves our current purpose. But Xiao Ran received a signal from Old Mo through his earpiece, intending to inquire about Secretary Luo's stance on young Master Niu. However, Luo preemptively interrupted him. Young Master Niu, is it? Noticing Xiao Ran's look of surprise, Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. Even now, Old Niu remains oblivious to who was responsible for his precious son's demise. But as far as I'm concerned, it was a job well done. Secretary Luo gave Xiao Ran a thumbs up. Xiao Ran was left even more bewildered. You can continue to linger in this state, or we can embark on a significant endeavor together. Although Alpha lacks a domestic market, their technological prowess is commendable. You all witnessed the combat yesterday. So, what will it be? After finishing his statement, Secretary Luo resumed sipping his tea, while Xiao Ran and the others fell into deep contemplation. Particularly Old Mo, who had always believed that the enemy of one's enemy is a friend, as evidenced by the growth of the Survivor Alliance in Qianwan. However, in recruiting members, the alliance adhered to unspoken standards, primarily consisting of individuals with deep-seated grievances against Festa, driven to desperation by Festa and government oppression. This would mark the first collaboration with such a large entity as Ding Village. Moreover, Old Mo perceived Ding Village's motives as insufficiently compelling. A partnership based solely on interests seemed fragile. Yet, the fact that Secretary Luo ventured alone to discuss collaboration, coupled with his direct assistance during yesterday's battle, led Old Mo to suspect there might be more underlying motives at play. Old Mo, I've finally uncovered something. Hong Jia exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She had been diligently investigating the backgrounds of Secretary Luo and Alpha's presence in Haiyan Do. What did you find? Niu Chunxing has returned. Niu Chunxing, the daughter of old Niu? Precisely. Some colleagues in Japan provided the information that Niu Chunxing is now an executive at Alpha and is in a romantic relationship with Secretary Luo. Hong Jia projected a photograph onto the screen, showing Niu Chunxing and Secretary Luo seemingly enjoying a stroll hand-in-hand in a park in Japan. Not long after young Master Niu's death, Niu Chunxing returned to the country, accompanied by a delegation from Alpha. This indicates that Alpha's entry was facilitated through her connections. That makes sense. Old Niu has only 2 children. With young Master Niu's demise, Niu Chunxing would naturally aspire to inherit the family business. Old Mo nodded thoughtfully, adding that with the termination of cooperation between Ding Village and Fista, and Niu Chunxing being a high-ranking executive at Alpha, their entry was indeed a matter of course. If Secretary Luo and Niu Chunxing are in a romantic relationship, then perhaps young Master Niu's death actually benefits her rise to power. However, as old Mo analyzed further, his brow furrowed slightly. Regardless of the situation, Niu Jihong is still Niu Chunxing's brother. While Secretary Luo may disregard Niu Jihong's fate, Niu Chunxing cannot possibly be indifferent, can she? Indeed, but I've also discovered some intriguing information, Hong Jia added with a smile. Niu Chunxing and Niu Jihong are actually half-siblings, sharing the same father but different mothers, both of whom are deceased. The circumstances surrounding Niu Jihong's mother's death may very well involve Niu Chunxing. Oh, Chapter 88. Action meeting. I understand now. Through Hong Jia's intelligence, old Mo and the others finally deciphered the convoluted affairs of the Niu family. In essence, old Niu took a second wife, who bore Niu Jihong and was responsible for the death of the first wife. Niu Chunxing, upon growing up, avenged her deceased mother by eliminating the second wife, subsequently fleeing to Japan under Secretary Luo's protection and becoming an Alpha executive. You summarized that quite well. Hong Jia gave old Mo a thumbs up, remarking that it was a plot worthy of a soap opera, yet he articulated it succinctly. Haha, it's not that complicated. Old Mo chuckled, then contacted Xiao Ran through his earpiece. Xiao Ran discussed the collaboration details with Secretary Luo. In old Mo's view, while the background and motivations of Niu Chunxing and Secretary Luo may not be entirely robust, they were sufficient, at least more reliable than a purely interest-driven partnership. So, how do you envision this collaboration? Xiao Ran, having listened intently to the discussion through his earpiece, decisively inquired of Secretary Luo. Well, Secretary Luo pursed his lips, placing his empty cup back on the table. I would like to hear about your plans. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran and everyone else in the shelter narrowed their eyes in contemplation. At the rear of Qianwan University, in front of Lu Bo's laboratory, 2 metal rods and a tattered net formed a makeshift badminton court. One individual, no, merely a person, was playing badminton. Qing Feng darted swiftly between the ends of the net, hitting and retrieving the shuttlecock himself. Occasionally, he would leap and smash, the shuttlecock flying at great speed, but his speed was even greater, allowing him to reach the other side of the net before the shuttlecock could land, effortlessly making the catch. How absurd, Lu Bo remarked in astonishment. If he were to participate in a competition, it would be a slaughter. Indeed, it's quite absurd, Song Bo concurred, observing from the sidelines. However, sports competitions do not permit the use of any prosthetics. With a loud crash, Qing Feng sprinted to the opposite side of the net. Only to find the shuttlecock had not arrived as anticipated. He lifted his racket, only to discover a significant tear in the net, several feathers still clinging to it. Ouch, your racket is quite fragile. Qing Feng waved his racket at Lu Bo brute. Lu Bo jumped up, exclaiming, rackets are made for humans, not beasts. At that moment, Qing Feng's phone rang. Hello, it's me. An important meeting. All right. I'll be there shortly. It was Xiao Ran notifying Qing Feng about a strategic deployment meeting. Without hesitation, Qing Feng agreed. Lu Bo, Song Bo, see you later. As soon as he spoke, his racket was back in Lu Bo's hands, and Qing Feng had vanished without a trace. Lu Bo glanced at the warped racket in his hand and shook his head in resignation. Not long after, the meeting room of the survivor shelter was once again filled with people, with Qing Feng seated in his original corner. Now that everyone is here, we shall commence. Old Mo rose and announced with a serious demeanor. In the prior battle at Hongfa Temple, we lost many comrades, and now, I believe the time for retaliation has arrived. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent, everyone sitting upright and gazing at old Mo. He approached the display screen, where a map appeared, showcasing a satellite image of the Fista complex in the suburbs of Qianwan, with one square building circled in red. The overall operational goal remained unchanged. Continuing the previously suspended raid plan to seize the new type of armed robot, Assault Type 1, currently under development by Fista, images and information of the Assault-type robots began to populate the left side of the screen. And upon seeing the details, Qing Feng couldn't help but display his shock, standing nearly 8 meters tall, with a lightweight carbon steel frame, weighing over 10 tons, and equipped with a large-caliber howitzer, a high-rate-of-fire machine gun, and lightweight anti-armor missiles. Its combat weight approached 20 tons. It was nothing short of a war machine. Based on reliable intelligence, at least 10 Assault Type 1 robots were reportedly stored in Warehouse No. 3 of the Fista complex. The operational plan was straightforward. Infiltrate Warehouse Number 3, where our insider would assist in hacking the assault robots. After gaining control of all robots, we would then exfiltrate. The defensive capabilities of the Fista complex are formidable, making the acquisition of these machines critical. Without their support, our chances of a successful withdrawal would be severely compromised. Any questions before we proceed? Old Mo paused, but the room remained silent. Clearly, this plan was not new. As it was a continuation of the previously suspended raid, the target is quite substantial. Once we secure it, we will undoubtedly be discovered. Qing Feng could not restrain himself from voicing his concern. So, the so-called exfiltration means charging straight out. Old Mo completed the thought. Understood. Qing Feng gave a silent thumbs up and sat back down. The overall deployment and route would remain consistent with prior plans, and I will reconfirm with everyone shortly. Next, let us discuss the changes regarding this operation. Ding Village Group and Alpha Corporation will provide support for our actions. Given the sensitivity of the matter, I have not involved them directly in the operation. However, they will take action on the day of the operation. Old Morton paused momentarily as the screen began to display the humanoid robots of Alpha, clad in minimal attire. Their specific movements were uncertain. Yet the commotion would undoubtedly rival that of the previous incident involving the garbage collection vehicle. This distraction could serve to divert some of Fiesta's attention, thereby granting us precious time for our operation. At this juncture, a stir emerged within the conference room, prompting hushed discussions among the attendees. I have a question. A member stood up to speak directly. How can we trust Ding Village and Alpha? What if they suddenly turn against us? A pertinent inquiry indeed. We cannot ascertain whether Ding Village and Alpha will adhere to their commitments. Old Morton responded. Hence, their actions will precede ours by an hour. Meaning we will decide whether to initiate our actions after theirs. I see. The speaker nodded and took his seat, and the room once again resonated with discussion, though it soon began to quiet down. Very well, the operation will commence at 3 a.m. the day after tomorrow. If there are no further questions, each group will now proceed to outline their detailed combat plans. Time is of the essence. Let us mobilize. Old Morton clapped his hands firmly, prompting all members in the conference room to swiftly exit. Only Qi Feng remained seated, seemingly bewildered, as though this operation held little relevance for him. At that moment, Old Morton and Hongjia approached Qing Feng together. Qing Feng, Hongjia has mentioned the infiltration plan to you, has she not? Old Morton inquired. Are you willing to lend us your assistance? Chapter 089. The launch event tonight. At the sanctuary of the Shallow Bay Survivors Alliance, sleep evaded most. Many combat-capable individuals had already departed under the cover of darkness, needing to position themselves in designated locations to await the signal for action. The remainder comprised the elderly, infirm, and those unable to fight, yet they too were in a state of heightened readiness, providing logistical support for the front lines. It could be said that all were mobilized. This was undoubtedly a gamble. Victory would usher in a new era, while defeat would spell the end for the Shallow Bay Survivors Alliance. Despite this dire reality, hesitation was nearly non-existent. This was the outcome that had become inevitable the moment every survivor joined the alliance. Prepared in mind and spirit, the existence of the Survivors Alliance was to resist, not to cower and linger in obscurity. Gao Fei was assisting in the ammunition loading area. Time was pressing. Some bullets, fresh from the machinery, were being packed into ammunition boxes, still warm from the cutting process, causing blisters to form on Gao Fei's fingers. Fortunately, the final batch of ammunition was nearly ready for dispatch, soon to be carried to the front lines by the last group of soldiers. The information center was abuzz with activity as numerous individuals gathered on-site. Hongjia had already connected to the network. For them, this was the battlefield, far away in the outskirts of the Shallow Bay, within the Fiesta district. Soldiers lay in ambush atop a high ground amidst the rolling hills. Old Morton gazed into the distance at the brightly lit structures of the district, a flicker of light reflecting in his eyes. As memories of past battles surged forth, time raced by, akin to a slow-acting poison, incessantly eroding the survivors' alliance and claiming the lives of countless comrades. Old Morton was plagued by a simmering frustration. He had long desired to take a bold step, yet reason continually urged restraint at last. He found the resolve to convince himself. Old Morton raised his hand to glance at his watch. It was nearing midnight, and the time agreed upon with Secretary Luo was imminent. The Shallow Bay Sports Center buzzed with energy, thousands of heads bobbing in a crowd, for tonight was the biannual Fiesta product launch event. As one of the world's largest technology companies and the foremost producer of civilian robots, Fiesta's annual product launches attracted throngs of onlookers. Tonight was no exception, with the star product rumored to be a new type of household robot, smarter, more lifelike, and more practical, yet at a lower price point. Anticipation ran high. Like previous years, the entire event was orchestrated by robots, including the host, performers, security, and logistics personnel, with only a few backstage technicians being human. This was Fiesta's way of showcasing its technological prowess. As the clock ticked to 11:59:50, several backstage technicians exchanged glances and pressed the activation button. Suddenly, all lights extinguished, and a countdown appeared on the massive screen at the center of the arena. 10.9. With the countdown reaching 0, a spotlight illuminated the stage, revealing a man in a well-fitted suit. Simultaneously, his image appeared on the big screen. "Hello, everyone." The man grinned, producing a somewhat mechanical tone that was accompanied by an equally artificial smile. Yet, the audience erupted into cheers. Indeed, it was him. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, seated with Xiao Mei towards the back of the audience, as the front row seats were prohibitively expensive. Shouldn't Fiesta consider upgrading the model of the host? This fellow has been at it for over a decade, hasn't he? You wouldn't understand. This is also a form of promotion, indicating the product's durability and quality, Xiao Mei retorted dismissively. Welcome to the Fiesta summer launch event. The man on stage continued, I am your old friend, Joe. Joe doffed his hat and bowed deeply to the audience, which erupted into applause. It is a pleasure to see you all again. Next, I will introduce our latest household robot. Joe took mechanical strides, and the spotlight followed his movements. As he walked, a paper screen appeared, casting the silhouette of a graceful figure upon it. The sight elicited another round of cheers from the crowd. The spotlight began to expand, illuminating a 10-meter-long paper screen, upon which various exquisite silhouettes were cast. Dynamic music commenced, and the silhouettes began to sway and dance, their movements markedly more fluid and intricate than Joe's. Cheers erupted once more. Absolutely incredible. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled, his eyelids failing to blink. Xiao Mei shot him an exasperated glance, suddenly realizing that the majority of the audience comprised male spectators. She felt somewhat out of place. Had it not been for Qing's suggestion that a splendid show awaited, she would not have attended. As the music reached its peak, all the silhouettes simultaneously burst through the paper screen. The display screen began to showcase close-ups of each robot. These robots not only boasted impeccable physiques and delicate skin, but were also dressed in minimal attire, with crucial areas appearing remarkably supple, exuding an overwhelming sense of realism. Goodness, the physique, the texture, unmatched. Lu Yuan nearly drooled. The atmosphere soared to new heights, with the live stream platform inundated with comments. I declare this an epic enhancement. Where can I buy this? Quick, send me the link. Oh my, I can't hold back any longer. I need one. The audience could no longer contain their excitement, and the backstage staff shared in their agitation. The emergency stop button was nearly pounded into oblivion, as the rehearsed script bore no resemblance to the unfolding events. What to do? We can't stop it. A technician was already drenched in sweat. Let's try the emergency plan. Activate all security robots. Another technician hastily began inputting commands on the computer. But the security robots failed to activate as anticipated. Meanwhile, the host, Joe, reappeared on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a slight issue. Joe swayed as he stepped to the center of the stage. Our performance must be temporarily halted. Bang! One of the robots raised its leg, exposing its undergarments while delivering a kick that sent Joe tumbling off the stage. What a thrill! Is this a problem? Problem? This is part of the show. The audience roared with excitement, while the technical staff descended into chaos. Cut the power. A technician dashed towards the electrical panel, but before reaching it, he was knocked to the ground by a suddenly appearing security robot. Dozens of security robots surged into the backstage area, blaring menacingly at Fiesta's technicians. On stage, the music continued, with the robot stance growing increasingly provocative. Point one robot, positioned at the center, unexpectedly removed its sole garment, turning its back to the audience, tossing the clothing into the air with a flourish. Its movement smooth and enticing, though the audience saw nothing of substance. What is happening? Oh my, is this permissible for me to watch? The official live stream abruptly cut off, but the audience members raised their phones, capturing the moment across various platforms. As the spectators reveled in the spectacle, they remained oblivious to the fact that all exits of the stadium had been stealthily secured. Chapter 090. Preparations for battle. While the audience celebrated and live stream viewers enjoyed the show, the police and Fiesta personnel found themselves compelled to work overtime. The police had arrived at the sports center, only to discover that several entrances had been barricaded by trucks. Some officers climbed over the vehicles, only to find that the stadium's main doors were locked tight. The police could do nothing but call for helicopter support and urgently dispatched a crane to remove the trucks obstructing the entrances. However, the arrival of the helicopter and crane would require some time. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the Fiesta district, a large number of robots began to assemble, loading onto vehicles and departing the premises. Old Emo stood atop the hillside outside the park, clearly observing the actions through his telescope. The antics of Ding Village and Alpha were indeed impressive. Aunt May was watching the live broadcast on a certain platform, and based on the footage, the stage performance was beyond further description. Old Emo lowered the telescope and decisively issued the command: advance the operation. Commence in 10 minutes. The entire Fiesta Park was encircled by metallic fences, and atop each fence, cameras were positioned approximately every 10 meters for surveillance. Beyond the western fence lay desolate wilderness, where a pair of yellow-blue heterochromatic eyes flickered through a thicket, followed by a shadow that gracefully leaped onto the fence. The small figure hopped onto one of the cameras, the heterochromatic eyes glimmering. Meanwhile, at the information center of the Survivor Refuge in Black Rock Bay, Hong Jie lay back in a reclining chair, her head connected to multiple cables. Furrowing her brow, she soon saw the camera feed appear on the information center's screen, though a closer inspection revealed that the image had been frozen, with only the timestamp in the upper right corner still ticking. Got it. Moving on to the next one. Hong Jie exhaled softly as the small figure began to traverse towards the next camera along the fence. Meanwhile, a commotion arose from the thicket as several figures emerged, swiftly approaching the metallic fence. In the maintenance area of warehouse number 3 within Fiesta Park, an engineer was repairing a bipedal robot. This robot was suspended from a maintenance rack, adorned with an array of cables, yet appeared intact. The repairs were nearly complete, currently in the process of system reinstallation. Why are you still here? A colleague passed by and patted the engineer on the shoulder. Just one last item, the engineer replied, raising his tablet. He had to step out earlier in the day for an urgent matter and could only return in the evening to finish up. Oh, then I'll take my leave. The colleague harbored no suspicions and departed the warehouse, as working late into the night at Fiesta was not uncommon. At that moment, the warehouse was deserted, save for some maintenance lines still operating automatically. Confirming the surroundings were clear, the engineer skillfully dismantled the back armor of the bipedal robot before extracting a storage card from his pocket and inserting it. The robot, which had been drooping, suddenly lifted its head. As the engineer continued to input commands rapidly on the tablet, the bipedal robot extended its mechanical arm and tore off the hook from its shoulder, landing steadily on the ground. The engineer donned a black helmet and proceeded towards the other end of the warehouse, with the robot matching his stride in perfect synchrony. This mode of reflection was an exceptional method for controlling humanoid robots to execute complex tasks, as the robot would replicate every action of its controller. Warehouse number 3 was divided into 2 sections, A and B. The A section, marked in red, was a confidential area housing military-grade armed robots and was also responsible for maintaining some return pieces. The B section, designated as ultra-secret in purple, contained various weaponry and equipment under research by the company. The 2 areas were entirely isolated, requiring passage through an intermediary isolation door. The engineer and the bipedal robot were headed towards this very door. Upon reaching it, the engineer removed his helmet and inserted a storage card into the access control console beside the door. Hong Jie, are we connected? The engineer inquired through his earpiece. Connected, came Hong Jie's response from the information center of the Survivor Alliance. Her bionic eye flickered rapidly. Get ready. Understood, the engineer replied as he donned the helmet again, directing the bipedal robot to the center of the isolation door and crouching slightly. with a crackling sound of electricity emanating from the access control console. The isolation door suddenly swung open, allowing both the engineer and the bipedal robot to slip inside, only for the door to close behind them once more. The intelligence was accurate. A dozen assault robots stood arranged in the center of the warehouse, alongside a plethora of components and munitions. Although everyone had seen images of the assault robots from the intelligence reports, the sight of them on the information center's large screen, synchronized across various terminals, left everyone in awe once more. Towering black metallic behemoths, their imposing presence was overwhelming. I'm in position, the engineer confirmed through his earpiece. The next step was crucial, the physical breach of these assault robots. Presently, these machines were in an unactivated state, firmly anchored to the ground. The engineer would command the bipedal robot to forcibly dismantle all the anchors while employing a pre-prepared cracker for the physical breach. This process would inevitably trigger alarms, necessitating coordination among the combat teams. Listen carefully, everyone. Old Mo pressed multiple timers simultaneously, decisively issuing commands. Team 1 will commence the assault on the designated area in 1 minute. Do not engage directly. Focus on drawing the enemy's attention. In 3 minutes, we will begin the breach in the warehouse, while Team 2 prepares for combat, intercepting all enemies heading towards the warehouse. Everyone, synchronize your timers and confirm. Confirmed, confirmed, confirmed. Commence action. Team 1, led by Aunt May, had already taken position at a power station far from warehouse number 3, tasked with diverting the security forces of Fiesta Park to alleviate pressure on the warehouse, while also sabotaging the park's power system to create chaos. Team 2, personally led by Old Mo, had concealed themselves around warehouse number 3, responsible for intercepting any approaching security forces to buy time for the breach of the assault robots, with mere seconds remaining before combat erupted. Old Mo once again picked up his earpiece, switching channels. Chief Phone, Sharan, you may commence. Understood. Dozens of kilometers away, off the coast of the shallow bay, a speedboat floated upon the surface of the sea. Inside, Chief Fong and Sharon had donned their diving suits, leaning back and plunging into the water. Chapter 091. The battle commences. The countdown reached its end. Aunt May pressed the detonator. With a series of explosions, all the explosives that had just been laid were set off, plunging the Fiesta Park power station into flames. While large swathes of the park were cast into darkness, ear-piercing alarms erupted throughout the park, emergency floodlights igniting and focusing on the power plant area. The remaining security forces and firefighting equipment in Fiesta Park activated almost simultaneously, converging on the power plant area. Amidst the inferno, Aunt May, along with several bar associates, took cover behind a structure, their firearms loaded and surrounded by crates of ammunition. This was the most affluent battle Aunt May had fought in many years, as nearly all the possessions of the refuge had been brought along. Some of the faster fire engines had already arrived on the scene, with firefighting robots dragging hoses to combat the flames. Simultaneously, the security robots and some armed units began to arrive, advancing towards the explosion site. However, Aunt May clenched her fists, signaling everyone to hold their positions. 100 meters, 90 meters. The robotic army of Fiesta drew nearer, many members already sweating profusely, hands tightening around their weapons. 80 meters, within range. Brothers, let us go, Aunt May shouted, pressing the detonator once more. The landmines previously laid around the power station detonated simultaneously, sending the frontline robots flying. Fight. Let us do this. The remaining teammates seized their weapons and began firing, a hail of bullets raining from the power plant in all directions. Meanwhile, in the B section of Warehouse No. 3, the lights abruptly went out, though emergency lighting quickly activated. The ultra-secret area indeed had multiple safeguards. It seemed that stealthily breaching the assault robots was unlikely. As the plan time arrived, the engineer directed the bipedal robot towards one of the assault robots. Hongjia, I'm attempting to connect to an assault robot, the engineer communicated as he removed his helmet. All right, begin. Hongjia's brow furrowed. This was undeniably the most critical step of the entire operation. The method of physical breach was provided by the headquarters of the Survivor Alliance, which had purportedly placed an undercover agent within Fiesta's military robot research laboratory, who had assumed a core development role. This undercover agent was deeply embedded, and only a select few within the Survivor Alliance were privy to their identity. The headquarters held high confidence in breaching the assault robots, yet Hong Jie dared not slacken her vigilance. Any mishap could spell disaster for the entire plan. The engineer glanced at the massive machine before him, first directing the bipedal robot to the back of the assault robot. then climbing onto the bipedal robot's shoulder to reach the control panel at the back of the assault robot. As these robots were in an unactivated state, all control panels were unlocked. The engineer produced a cracker the size of a storage card from his pocket and inserted it into the data interface. Connected, the indicator light on the cracker began to flash rapidly in red. Hold on. Hong Jia's bionic eye flickered quickly, but her expression grew increasingly grave. As expected, an unexpected event occurred. The headquarters had clearly instructed to simply click next for the breach. Yet the first step returned an error. Error. Unable to connect. No, it shows unable to connect. After multiple attempts, Hong Jia hurriedly notified the engineer to try another robot. All right. The engineer maneuvered the bipedal robot to the back of another assault robot, quickly inserting a different cracker, still not working. After multiple attempts, Hong Jia once again encountered an error at the very first step. Let us maintain the connection for now. I need to analyze this, she declared. With a swift motion, she summoned the logs from the decryption device, and a flurry of dense information flooded the screen. Taking a deep breath, Hong Jia commenced a meticulous line-by-line analysis. Something felt amiss, zeroing in on an error message. A look of perplexity crossed her face. It seemed as if something had forcefully obstructed all connections. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing warehouse number 3 to tremble. An engineer, unable to maintain his balance, tumbled from the bipedal robot, landing perilously close to the feet of the assault robot. Gazing at the colossal ground lock, a spark of realization ignited in the engineer's eyes. I understand now. It's the ground lock. He decisively approached, donning his helmet once more. The ground lock would forcibly immobilize the robot in a standby state. I will dismantle the ground lock immediately. The engineer gripped the ground lock with the assault robot's hands. Powering up to full capacity, with a resounding clang, the ground lock was violently pried open, and almost simultaneously, the indicator light on the decryption device turned green. However, the warehouse was soon filled with blaring alarms, triggered by the forceful removal of the ground lock. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that. It's done. What's next? The engineer urgently called out to Hong Jia. Connection successful, Hong Jia exclaimed with exhilaration as the decryption program commenced. The progress bar gradually climbing from 1. The decryption would require some time. Hurry, plug in all the decryption devices to operate simultaneously. Understood, the engineer replied, resolutely continuing with the installations. Outside the warehouse, a dozen assorted robots were rapidly approaching. As anticipated, the warehouse's alarm had attracted the security forces of Festa. However, before they could reach the warehouse, several bipedal robots charged out from one side, lifting Gatling guns to fire upon the approaching robots. We must intercept them. Allow not a single one to pass. Lao Mo commanded Group 2 to initiate an assault against the incoming robots. Although Group 2 was slightly smaller in number compared to Group 1, they were bolstered by 5 bipedal robots, ensuring their firepower remained formidable. The warehouse was the focal point of the operation. If the decryption of the robots were interrupted, escape would become impossible for everyone. Meanwhile, in the power plant area of the park, the previously ambushed location of Mei Yi had descended into chaos, engulfed in flames. The incoming Festa security forces were overwhelming, leaving Mei Yi and her team unable to sustain a prolonged confrontation. After all, Group 1's mission was to distract and lure the enemy, avoiding any unnecessary skirmishes that would waste ammunition. Additionally, the Festa security forces were surrounding them from all directions, necessitating that Group 1 fight while finding a way to break out, securing an escape route. Consequently, a few moments prior, Mei decisively led her team to abandon their position, allowing enemy units to infiltrate, only to detonate explosives that had been preset in their stronghold. This was the source of the explosion the engineer had heard in the warehouse. Up to this point, everything had proceeded smoothly. The decryption progress had reached 10. At the current rate, it would take approximately half an hour. Fortunately, the pressure on Group 2 was manageable, and the warehouse remained secure. To draw as much attention as possible, Mei led Group 1 in a tactical retreat along the Park Avenue, moving further away from Warehouse No. 3. Despite the resistance from Festa's security robots, they were still able to cope. Just then, a roaring engine sound echoed ahead as a vehicle sped down the Park Avenue towards Group 1. Let me handle this, Mei exclaimed, raising an RPG and aiming it at the car. The RPG struck true, flipping the vehicle and igniting it in flames. However, from within the inferno emerged 2 figures. Chapter 092. The submarine laboratory in the shallow bay. Several meters beneath the surface, Chi Feng and Sharon were exploring the depths. Hong Jia, are you certain this is the right location? We can see nothing, they remarked. It should be correct, Hong Jia assured them. sharing a real-time image of the underwater scene through their helmets. With the decryption of the assault robot now just a matter of time, Hongjia shifted her focus to Qingfeng and Xiaoran. Their objective was to execute a simultaneous infiltration plan during this operation, aiming to locate Festa S data center and attempt to install their own server within the data center S server. The data center lay beneath the ocean, concealed by a hidden entrance nearby. All right, let us keep searching, they agreed, exchanging glances as they wielded small propulsion devices, parting ways to explore different directions. Qingfeng found nothing of note, while Xiaoran sensed something unusual. This feels off that he halted abruptly, noticing a significant rise in water temperature. Water temperature? Qingfeng also stopped, unable to detect any temperature change himself, likely due to his helmet and minimal body mass for sensing temperature. That IT must be nearby, Hongjia suddenly recalled, explaining that the data center utilized oil-based coolant to regulate the server's temperature. The heated oil would cycle through, drawing in seawater for cooling, thus causing a slight increase in the surrounding water temperature. That I see now. Xiaoran's eyes lit up. That means the hotter the area, the closer we are. Bingo. Hongjia approved. What a convoluted process. Qifeng began to swim towards Xiaoran. Why not use seawater for cooling? Haha. Hongjia chuckled. Seawater conducts electricity. Using it for cooling would likely short-circuit all the servers. Fair point. Qifeng awkwardly laughed, acknowledging that science wasn't his strong suit, nor was the humanities. Over here. I found it, Xiaoran exclaimed excitedly. Qingfeng quickly swam to Xiaoran's side, who pulled him to hide beside a coral reef. Before them lay a trench several meters deep, with numerous metal pipes extending from the cliff face. Upon closer inspection, they noticed some liquid seeping from one of the pipes on the opposite side of the trench. A massive submarine hovered motionless, connected to the cliff by a metal walkway. This must be the place, Hongjia affirmed. Recognizing the submarine, Qingfeng's eyes widened as he realized it resembled the submarine from which they had hastily escaped during their flight from Festa S Biological Laboratory. Festa S Underwater Biological Laboratory, Hongjia confirmed, noting the secretive biological experiments conducted there. How do we gain entry? Xiaoran scrutinized the area, finding no other entrances besides the pipes in the walkway leading to the submarine. As far as I know, we can only access it via the walkway, Hongjia replied. There are no other entrances. Qingfeng examined the metal pipes beneath them, noting their substantial size, nearly 2 meters in diameter. Perhaps we can't enter through the pipes, Hongjia interjected. The seawater cooling system was a closed loop. Entering through one pipe would merely lead them out through another. All right, Qingfeng rubbed his helmet. So, we can only access the submarine via the walkway. But how do we get into the submarine? Xiaoran inquired. I'm not sure. Can you both think of something? Hongjia suggested. Xiaoran was momentarily speechless. I have an idea. Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed, we can enter through the pressurized exit chamber. Pressurized exit chamber? Xiaoran and Hongjia were unfamiliar with the term, clearly puzzled by Qingfeng's suggestion. Exactly. Follow me, Qingfeng replied confidently, diving into the trench and swimming toward the submarine. With Xiaoran reluctantly following, the two approached the submarine's underside, discarding their propulsion devices, and stealthily moved closer. Qingfeng quickly located the pressurized exit chamber based on his memory. Look, he pointed at a hatch and porthole before them. We just need to break this porthole, and then we can open the hatch to enter the submarine. And how do we open the hatch after breaking the porthole? Xiaoran asked, looking skeptically at the closed hatch. Then, oh no. Qingfeng smacked his helmet in realization. They would have to open the hatch from inside. Xiaoran and Hongjia. Haha, my bad. Qifeng chuckled sheepishly. Just then, the chamber began to release a torrent of bubbles, engulfing Qifeng and Xiaoran entirely. Someone is exiting. They quickly reacted, using the cover of bubbles to retreat beneath the submarine. As the bubbles gradually dissipated, the hatch slowly opened, and a small submersible glided out of the chamber. Qifeng and Xiaoran exchanged glances, swiftly sliding into the chamber before the hatch closed. Inside the chamber, Qifeng expertly guided Xiaoran to a blind spot of the cameras, ensuring they remained undetected, especially since they had recently smashed one of the cameras. As the hatch closed, the seawater inside the chamber began to drain, and once all the water had been expelled, the closed door behind Qifeng and Xiaoran swung open automatically. Who are you? 2 security guards stood outside the door, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked at Qingfeng and Xiaoran. Perfect timing. Qingfeng grinned mischievously, delivering 2 swift punches to the guards, sending them into a deep slumber. Moments later, Qingfeng and Xiaoran donned security uniforms as they stepped into the corridor. Once more, the familiar formula was in play. The two seasoned operatives were back in action. However, before long, the two were intercepted by a figure clad in a white coat. "Excuse me, security guard, could you kindly direct me to the restroom?" A young girl, her face youthful and innocent, urgently inquired of Xiao Ran while awkwardly crossing her legs. Xiao Ran certainly did not know the way to the restroom, yet it seemed rather unreasonable for a security guard to be unaware of such a basic location. "Turn left at the intersection ahead, proceed straight until the next junction, then take a right, and you shall see the restroom sign after another 20 meters. Qing Feng almost blurted out, "Thank you, big brother." The girl, still crossing her legs, dashed off in a hurry. "Wow, you know that?" Xiao Ran gazed at Qing Feng in astonishment. "Of course. I am a human radar. I know this place like the back of my hand. Follow me." Qing Feng led Xiao Ran through a series of turns in the submarine corridor, and soon they arrived at the hall's exit. Just as Qing Feng anticipated, the connecting bridge was right there. Chapter 093. Infiltrating the data center. The corridor was rather short, leading directly to the entrance of the data center, where two security personnel were stationed. Qing Feng and Xiao Ran exchanged glances and strode confidently towards the bridge, their demeanor casual, as if they were merely taking a stroll in their own garden. However, to their dismay, they were halted just as they reached the entrance. "Gentlemen, please present your entry permits." One of the security guards extended his hand to stop them. "All right." Qing Feng paused, reaching into his pockets. Xiao Ran, feeling awkward, frowned as he watched Qing Feng pat down nearly every pocket on his person, only to suddenly slap his forehead. "Oh no, I seem to have forgotten it." "How could you forget the entry permit?" Xiao Ran's eyes darted, quickly joining in the act. "Think carefully. Where could you have left it?" "Oh, this." Qing Feng scratched his head, feigning deep thought, genuinely unable to recall. "Don't joke around." Xiao Ran suddenly raised his voice, his brow furrowing deeply. "If we can't enter the data center and fail the task assigned by the higher-ups, I cannot bear the consequences when they come to hold us accountable." After saying this, Xiao Ran deliberately glanced at the guard by the entrance. In his earpiece, the sound of Hong Jie suppressing a laugh could be heard, just as Xiao Ran and Qing Feng were about to banter at the entrance. The guard interrupted their conversation. "Sorry, gentlemen. Without an entry permit, you are not allowed to enter the data center." The guard coldly regarded Qing Feng and Xiao Ran, appearing impervious to their pleas. "You may return to retrieve it or seek approval from your superior. Do not cause a disturbance here. All right, we will go back to get it." Xiao Ran quickly grabbed Qing Feng and turned to leave, somewhat concerned that Qing Feng might resort to violence. The two reluctantly retraced their steps along the bridge, only to encounter a bald man in a white coat pushing a large cart of unknown equipment. "Move aside." The bald man shouted impatiently at Qing Feng and Xiao Ran. They quickly stepped aside. But the cart was laden with too much equipment, and with one misstep, it toppled over, spilling its contents everywhere. "You two fools, look what you've done." The bald man, hands on hips, berated them. "What are you standing there for? Help me pick this up." This bald man seemed to hold a higher position, at least judging by his tone. He clearly regarded Qing Feng and Xiao Ran as mere errand boys. Qing Feng shot Xiao Ran a glance, and they quickly complied. "Apologies, we are here to assist you." Swiftly, Qing Feng and Xiao Ran helped the bald man organize the equipment, with one pushing the cart and the other assisting in stabilizing it. "Keep up with me." The bald man showed no courtesy, walking ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, continually grumbling about the endless work and bad luck he faced daily. "May I see your entry permit?" The guard at the entrance treated everyone equally. The bald man produced a piece of paper and tossed it over, then continued walking without pausing. The guard glanced at the permit, hesitatingly looked at Qing Feng and Xiao Ran, but ultimately said nothing. Thus, Qing Feng and Xiao Ran followed the bald man through the entrance of the data center. However, to their disappointment, upon entering, they did not find the server cooling pool. The interior layout of the data center was vast, and it appeared they would need to navigate quite a bit to locate their target. "Make way." The bald man continued to shout impatiently, moving at a brisk pace, and soon they arrived at a laboratory. "Place the equipment here. You may leave now." Ignoring Qing Feng and Xiao Ran, he approached a device and began operating it swiftly. "Understood." Qing Feng and Xiao Ran set the cart aside and exited the room. "I must say, you two are quite lucky." Hong Jie's voice came through their earpieces. "What's the next step?" Qing Feng and Xiao Ran each pulled out a pair of glasses from their pockets and donned them. The mini cameras on the glasses streamed their visuals to Hong Jie. Anticipating the signal issues within the data center, they had equipped their speedboat with a signal amplification and relay system. allowing the encrypted connection through the glasses to relay their images to the Survivor Alliance's information center that I will navigate for you. After seeing the visuals, Hong Jie could not help but smile. From now on, I am your radar. Hong Jie's navigation was so precise that even Qing Feng felt a pang of inadequacy. Every turn to take, every distance to cover was flawlessly detailed. Even the positions and scanning ranges of the cameras were clearly outlined. Guided by Hong Jie, they eventually reached a janitor's closet. After opening a maintenance iron door within, they entered a vertical shaft. The shaft was nearly 5 meters wide, with several thick metal pipes running through the center. Following Hong Jie's instructions, Qing Feng and Xiao Ran began to descend along the pipes. Stop. After descending for what felt like a considerable distance, Hong Jie's voice suddenly broke through. Have we arrived? Xiao Ran asked. Look at that ventilation shaft ahead. Move closer to inspect. All right. The ventilation shaft was covered with a metal grate, but there was a small platform at the bottom to stand on. Qing Feng and Xiao Ran nimbly leaped onto the platform. Do you see it? There's a mark in the upper right corner of the shaft. Hong Jie exclaimed excitedly. Qing Feng and Xiao Ran looked up to see a red heart-shaped mark on the wall. What is this? It's a mark I left during my escape years ago. Hong Jie reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Haha, after all these years, I bet the folks in the data center still have no idea how I got away. So, how did you manage to escape back then? Qing Feng inquired, curious. The data center structure was incredibly complex, with cameras everywhere, and being underwater made escaping quite a challenge. Back then. Hong Jie sighed, lost in thought. Recalling the past, there were many stories from those days, far too many to summarize in just a few sentences. Yet, she suddenly felt that interjecting some light-hearted memories amidst the tense task might alleviate some of the stress. Just as she pondered where to begin her tale, she received multiple urgent messages from the front lines. After reading them, her expression darkened. Xiao Ran, Qing Feng, we need to expedite our progress. Within the Phase 2 compound. The hacking progress of the assault robots had reached 70, yet the rate of progress had suddenly slowed down. The completion was no longer linear. Consequently, the estimated completion time became unpredictable. Meanwhile, the teams of Old Mo and Mei found themselves in a precarious situation. Reinforcements from Phase 2 had arrived. Chapter 094. Reinforcements in crisis. Although the two individuals before her had been charred beyond recognition, Mei could confirm that one of them was indeed Yan Ming, the person she had encountered at Hongfa Temple. The other, equally familiar, was Shi Xing, a fellow member of Team 1, known as the Hard Worker, Lu Xiu. However, the two now could hardly be considered human. Their clothing and skin had burned away, revealing nothing but silver alloy beneath. Having learned from past experiences, Mei was well prepared. Team 1 immediately formed a tight circle, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon the two despite Yan Ming and Lu Xiu's incredible speed and formidable active defense systems. They struggled to approach through the relentless fire net. Yet, their metallic armor proved exceptionally resilient, absorbing the blows as they sought opportunities to break through Team 1's formation. Team 1 had no choice but to divert some firepower to keep a close watch on the two. While behind them, the security robots from Phase 2 began to gather ominously closer. Then, the situation Mei dreaded the most occurred. Yan Ming and Lu Xiu had vanished from sight. Mei, they've disappeared, an anxious voice called out. Everyone, form a protective formation and continue to retreat. Remain vigilant. The members of Team 1 huddled back to back, firing at the advancing security robots while using the buildings for cover as they retreated. They found themselves in a chemical plant area, surrounded by a labyrinth of metal pipes, a setting that both facilitated their maneuvering against the robots and provided Yan Ming and Lu Xiu with hiding and ambush opportunities. From the darkness around a corner, a shadow suddenly emerged. With a piercing scream, one of the team members was abruptly seized by the neck and dragged into the shadows. Over there, some of the brothers were taken aback. Firing wildly in the direction where their comrade had vanished. A tactical flashlight illuminated a corner of the darkness, revealing only the lifeless body of their teammate, with no one else in sight. Cease fire. Cease fire. Mei urgently commanded everyone to stop shooting. This reckless firing could only waste ammunition and expose their position. They needed to devise a countermeasure, otherwise, they would be worn down to nothing. Mei, someone must deal with those two brutes. Shi Xing suddenly stepped forward. Let me go, you. Mei hesitated, looking at Shi Xing. Undoubtedly, he was the strongest among Team 1, yet facing Yan Ming would likely result in a formidable challenge, especially with two opponents. However, Shi Xing's gaze remained calm, imbued with an unwavering determination that only a monk could possess in dire straits, a sentiment Mei recognized. All right, I will accompany you. Mei seemed resolute. Her eyes firmly fixed on Shixing. The rest of you continue retreating along the designated route. She ordered the other members of Team 1. But Mei, you all. The brothers were acutely aware of the capabilities of those two monsters. This venture was tantamount to a death wish. That is an order. Mei raised her voice, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Rest assured, it is uncertain who will perish first. The brothers could only nod in agreement. Mei relinquished the Gatling gun she carried to Gao Xiang. Such a cumbersome weapon was ill-suited for dealing with Yan Ming or Lu Xiao. She then took a backpack from Gao Xiang and exchanged a knowing glance with Shixing before both vanished into the shadows. As Mei ran, she fired her pistol, creating noise by shooting at the pipes along her path. For Yan Ming and Lu Xiao, a solitary target was evidently easier to eliminate, and Mei was acutely aware of this, hence her deliberate exposure of her position. Sure enough, it wasn't long before two dark figures descended from above, blocking Mei and Shixing's path. Very well. Mei halted and removed the backpack. I will handle Yan Ming. You take care of the other. Understood. Shixing drew a metal short stick from behind. Gripping it with both hands and twisting it lightly, the stick sprang forth, extending to nearly 2 meters. He then locked it in place and assumed a combat stance. Mei fired first. Her pistol could not hope to hit Yan Ming, but it successfully drew his ire. She discarded the firearm, clutching the backpack to her chest, and darted to the side. Meanwhile, Shixing, wielding the long stick, initiated an assault on Lu Xiao. During the battle at Hongfa Temple, Shixing had been severely injured, but now he was fully healed and in peak condition, his killing intent rising against a familiar foe. In contrast, Lu Xiao's expression remained impassive. His fire-scorched face could not display much emotion. Yet his two eerie mechanical eyes fixated intently on Shixing. The prior genetic modification had transformed Lu Xiao into a cold task executor, and this latest body enhancement had pulled him back from the brink of death. At Hongfa Temple, he had nearly drowned, but now he stood firm. Survivors Alliance members had heard tales of such beings. Fista's biotechnology could forcibly activate the most basic biological functions in a human, while implanted chips in their brains allowed control over these half-human, half-machine entities in combat. However, Shixing felt no fear, whether human or machine. His long stick remained indiscriminate as the distance closed. Shixing swung his stick toward Lu Xiao, who revealed his blade-like fists, attempting to block with one hand. Yet the power of the strike was tremendous. The stick nearly grazed Lu Xiao's ear, prompting him to raise both arms to absorb the force while leaning back to evade. The stick whistled past Lu Xiao's head. With an opportunity seized, Lu Xiao took a peculiar stance, propelling himself toward Shixing using both hands and feet. In close quarters combat, the key was to get within striking distance. If unable to do so, the shorter weapon could only defend passively, while once in close, the longer weapon could not be wielded effectively, leading to a disadvantage. During the previous battle at Hongfa Temple, Shixing had been unable to move fluidly due to his injuries, resulting in his defeat when Lu Xiao closed the distance. Now, however, Shixing would not grant him that opportunity. As Lu Xiao rapidly approached, Shixing retracted his stick, creating time and space to adjust his attack. But Lu Xiao's speed was exceptional, quickly closing the gap. Squinting slightly, Shixing turned and thrust the other end of the stick toward Lu Xiao, with Shixing gripping the base of the stick. The length was limited, but he twisted the shaft again, causing the metal stick to abruptly contract and then extend, stabbing outward. Bang! The metal stick struck Lu Xiao's face, sending him flying. For a typical human skull, such a blow would be fatal. Yet Lu Xiao quickly rose again. His face caved in, sparks flying from exposed circuitry, his mechanical eyes still fixated on Shixing. Today, I shall deliver you from this monstrous existence. Shixing sneered, charging once more toward Lu Xiao. Chapter 095. Multi-threaded operations. Mei's situation was far from optimistic. Having never undergone significant prosthetic or genetic modifications, her reliance on firearms was paramount. Yet conventional weapons struggled to hit Yan Ming. Thus, how could a mere mortal contend against a steel monstrosity? Mei darted through the garden area, but was soon cornered. Yan Ming advanced upon Mei step by step. Resembling Lu Xiao, his fire-scorched head looked like a steel skull, covered only by charred remnants, his mechanical eyes fixed menacingly on Mei, instilling terror. Yet Mei silently reached into her backpack. She had prepared meticulously. Unwilling to meet an untimely end. Crack! A sharp sound emanated from beneath Yan Ming's feet, causing him to pause and scrutinize his legs. He had triggered a landmine. No, technically, it wasn't he who had triggered it. The mine had sought him out. The magnetic landmine had originally been laid by Mei Yi to counter Fista's armed robots, but she had anticipated that Yan Ming's body would be laden with metal, thus luring him into this trap. The strong magnetic mine adhered to Yan Ming's leg as he approached. This time, fortune would not favor him. No one would come to disarm the mine. Monster, die. Mei Yi decisively pressed the detonator. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed Yan Ming, the shockwave flinging Mei Yi backward. Simultaneously, Shixing's stick pierced through Lu Xiu's body, pinning him against a pipe. Liu Xiu continued to flail, attempting to attack Shixing, who swiftly drew another metal stick and thrust it into Lu Xiu's mouth. Only then did Lu Xiu finally cease his movements. Shixing watched the light in Lu Xiu's mechanical eyes fade. He experienced an unusual sentiment, as if he could perceive a sense of indescribable liberation emanating from this non-human entity. Ba. Shixing pressed his palms together in silent prayer. The crisis facing Team 1 had been temporarily averted. Yet Team 2 now faced an even greater peril. Another wave of reinforcements from Fista had arrived near warehouse number 3. The reinforcements consisted of a woman accompanied by a horde of robots. A single woman posed no threat, nor did a multitude of robots. The true danger lay in the fact that this woman had arrived alongside the robotic swarm. The human brain, in comparison to computers, exhibits several discernible weaknesses. One is its inferior computational capability, and another is its limited multi-threading ability. Multi-threading refers to the capacity to process multiple tasks simultaneously in a single time frame. Clearly, humans cannot focus on multiple tasks without mutual interference, which can either diminish efficiency or compromise quality. A simple example: attempting to simultaneously draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other on a chalkboard proves challenging. However, for a computer, such tasks are routine, capable of efficiently handling multiple tasks concurrently, even coordinating them seamlessly. Yet machines possess their own flaws. Most artificial intelligences can only infer through learning, resulting in outputs based on probabilistic deductions from their training data. In simple terms, machines lack the creativity and capacity to learn and judge the unknown that humans possess. In confronting the current assault from the Survivors Alliance, the robots from Fista operated like the characters from Calabash Brothers rescuing their grandfather, headstrong and relentless, sending one after another and a horde after a horde. Until Mulan arrived on the scene, she did not directly engage in frontline combat. Instead, she parked a van several kilometers away from Warehouse No. 3 in a concealed position, then entered the vehicle and connected a network of cables to the back of her head. In doing so, all the robots became her eyes and weapons. Old Mo distinctly sensed that the Fista robots' assault had begun to exhibit a degree of order. The infantry robots no longer charged blindly. They began to utilize cover to evade attacks, and even coordinated to provide support for one another. Simultaneously, a cadre of swift robots appeared, moving faster and flanking Old Mo's position. "Watch your back." Old Mo punched a swift robot that suddenly jumped into their midst, drawing his firearm to empty the magazine into its head. "You two, keep an eye on the rear. Others, maintain suppression." Understood. Two members had no choice but to turn and brace their machine guns behind them, as more swift robots surged in from various directions. Meanwhile, the front of Warehouse Number 3 encountered a brief moment of calm. "What is happening?" Some teammates displayed confusion. "Where have all the robots gone?" "Mo, I see a large number of infantry robots gathering by the door of Warehouse Number 4 right in front of you." Jessie called through the earpiece. She had secured a lookout tower early on, providing an overview of the battlefield. From her vantage point, she could clearly see at least a dozen infantry robots assembling by the entrance of Warehouse No. 4. Damn it. The machines are getting smarter. Old Mo's expression was grave as he commanded everyone to prepare for an ambush on Warehouse Number 4, ready to unleash a concentrated fire. Understood, except for the two teammates positioned at the rear to defend against the Swallow drones. All machine guns, grenade launchers, and even RPGs were redirected towards the fourth direction. "They're coming," Jessie relayed through the earpiece. "Prepare." Old Mo narrowed his eyes, fixated on the target ahead. A cacophony of metallic footsteps approached. And indeed, a swarm of robots surged from Warehouse Number 4 towards Squad 2's position, comprising not only a dozen bipedal tanks but also a multitude of ordinary security robots from the vicinity. "Attack!" With Old Mo's command, all weapons erupted into a symphony of gunfire, instantly engulfing the robotic army in flames. However, the ground was soon littered with empty cartridge casings, and ammunition began to dwindle. "Watch your backs," Jessie suddenly exclaimed, realizing that a fresh wave of Swallow drones was surging from behind their position. Old Mo, there's a massive influx of robots here. The two defenders stationed at the rear also noted that numerous Swallows were emerging from every nook and cranny. Their speed and agility unmatched, darting across rooftops, corners, and pipes, rendering them difficult targets. Damn it. Old Mo seized a rifle and began to assist in picking off the Swallows from the rear, while Jessie had no choice but to fire back. Though this would inevitably reveal her location, inside a van, Mulan sat motionless on a metallic recliner, her bionic eye flickering rapidly. A brief interruption. Ryan's voice crackled through her earpiece. What's the situation now? Give me another 10 minutes. Mulan replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. All right, I'll await your good news. Several Swallow drones darted swiftly through the shadows, heading towards the watchtower where Jessie was stationed. Meanwhile, in Zone B of Warehouse No. 3, an engineer anxiously waiting for the decryption to complete seemed to hear some commotion, faint metallic clinks echoing in the air. The engineer decisively dove behind a row of shelves, concealing himself among a pile of parts. While donning a helmet, Chapter 096, Deadlock Ching Feng and Sharon crawled through the ventilation ducts for quite some time before finally reaching the main hall of the data center's cooling pool. Positioned on the wall at one side of the hall, Sharon extended a miniature camera through the metal grill of the vent, transmitting a complete view of the cooling pool hall to Hongjie. Every camera, security robot on patrol or guard duty, the rotating turret machine guns on the walls, and the intricate web of sensor beams covering the entire cooling pool were all laid bare. Simultaneously, maintenance robots continuously transported blade servers in and out of the cooling pool. The data center's defenses were impeccably tight. Even a fly attempting to enter would likely be locked onto and shot down. Hongjie, perhaps we should retreat. Sharon peered through the gap, his face reflecting his exasperation. For him, breaching such a stronghold seemed utterly preposterous. Hesitating even for a second would be a grave disservice to his own life. Even though he wasn't the one preparing to jump. Wait, let me calculate. Having finally reached this point, Hongjie was not one to easily surrender. Though the situation was even more absurd than anticipated, she felt it necessary to at least attempt it. Hongjie's bionic eye began to flicker rapidly, while within the information center of the shelter, all the server fans on the racks began to whirl furiously. Precision and reliability were significant advantages of AI and machines. But they also posed a considerable disadvantage. Whether it was robots, cameras, mobile scanning machine guns, or infrared beams, they executed their programmed tasks with unwavering accuracy, which was the foundation of Hongjie's analytical calculations. On the large screen in the information center, the activity trajectories of each unit were meticulously calculated and displayed, while red defensive breach trajectories began to emerge. After a few minutes, Hongjie let out a long sigh. So, any results? Sharon inquired. Yes. The results align with expectations. There are no routes to bypass the defenses, but overall, the outlook is somewhat optimistic. Sharon was momentarily speechless, wondering what kind of optimism this could entail. I've counted 3 relatively optimal routes. The first route will be detected and locked onto by a turret machine gun. If we do nothing, it will unleash hundreds of bullets in mere seconds. The second route will come into the line of sight of a security robot, triggering an alarm and subsequently being riddled with bullets. The third route will intersect with a sensor beam, also triggering an alarm and leading to a similar fate. Isn't there a route that won't result in being shot to pieces? Ching Feng began to sweat profusely, feeling a chill run down his spine. With my current speed, that's unlikely. I fear not. The defenses here seem to have been upgraded, denser than anticipated. However, I believe the second route is worth attempting. If we can find a way to bypass that security robot, we could approach one of the maintenance robots perfectly. Hongjie transmitted the information regarding the second route to the communication devices carried by Ching Feng and Shaoran. Yet upon entering the line of sight of the security robot, they would still be several meters away. This was already the maximum range of the wireless cracker. Is this little gadget what you're referring to? Ching Feng pulled out a device the size of a lighter, equipped with an antenna. Indeed, this is the culmination of our work over the past few months. Currently, Festa has yet to patch the vulnerabilities in the wireless protocol. If this robot uses the same wireless protocol and the cracker can hack the robot before it triggers an alarm, you could approach one of the maintenance robots without setting off any alerts. Of course, this is contingent upon your speed and your ability to strictly adhere to the route map I provided. Now it was Ching Feng's turn to be speechless. He had confidence in his speed. Feeling like the fastest man in the world with the enhancement of his spinal neuroprosthetics. However, Ching Feng examined the cracker in his hands. Entrusting his life to such a small device felt rather reckless. According to my calculations, the opportunity window for the second route opens every 20 minutes, with the next window in just over 3 minutes. You still have a moment to deliberate. Qi Feng and Sharon exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. Hongjia, perhaps we should— Oh no. Hongjia suddenly raised her voice. The front line is in crisis. What is going on? The members of Team 1 began to sense something amiss. The number of robots pursuing them was dwindling. Mei, can you hear me? Jessie contacted Mei through her earpiece, but Mei had been caught in an explosion while combating the threat and was injured and unconscious. Fortunately, Shishing had followed the sound of the explosion to find Mei and safely brought her to join the main force of Team 1, though she remained unresponsive. Jessie, what's the situation? Shishing took over Mei's earpiece. The enemy forces are multiplying on our side. What is happening on yours? Jessie was extremely anxious, witnessing a horde of robots surging from another side of the compound. Here, we have almost no enemies. Shishing realized that Feista must have detected the squad's plan. Hold on, we're on our way to provide support. After putting down the earpiece, Shishing led the members of Team 1 back. Yet the vastness of the Feista compound meant they had inadvertently strayed far from Warehouse No. 3, and returning to assist would take considerable time. In the position of Team 2 at Warehouse Number 3, with ammunition running low, the members could only switch their attack mode from enthusiastic spraying to precise shooting. However, the number of attacking robots continued to swell, with some even charging directly into their position, engaging in close combat with their teammates. Damn it. Old Emo raised his massive mechanical fist and smashed the head of a nearby Swallow robot. Then raised his arm high and shouted, "Everyone, hold on. The decryption is almost complete. Let us fight to the end." Damn it. The teammates remained fervently motivated, despite the escalating chaos. The decryption progress for the assault robot had reached 97. But it had been stuck at that point for several minutes, unmoving. The decryption program did not report any anomalies, and technicians from headquarters had intervened to confirm that the cracker was functioning normally. All they could do was wait. One Swallow robot had already entered Zone B of Warehouse No. 3. It immediately detected the anomaly of the assault robot, making a beeline for it. After observing the assault robot for a moment, it decisively climbed onto the robot and approached the control panel. At that moment, a bipedal tank robot suddenly charged in from the side and yanked the Swallow robot down. Chapter 097. Defeat. I'll give it a try. Having grasped the situation, Shaoran resolved without hesitation. Shaoran, based on my calculations, you probably won't be able to. Hongjia remarked helplessly, having calculated Shaoran's physical metrics, revealing almost no chance of success. Haha, Hongjia, don't underestimate me. I'm quite formidable when I set my mind to it. Shaoran's lips curled into a smile, appearing unperturbed, his eyes brimming with confidence. I'm absolutely serious right now. With less than a minute until the opportunity window, according to Hongjia's plan, the entire infiltration route would take less than 20 seconds. Shaoran reached into his pocket, gripping a syringe tightly. Have you truly thought this through? Hongjia seemed to realize something, having heard of Shaoran's last resort. The 11th reagent, originally intended for functional enhancement, has become a failure. Yet it remains preserved due to its intense side effects. It is rumored that this reagent can significantly enhance human capabilities in a brief period, but it also causes users to lose their sanity shortly after administration, leading to frenzied, indiscriminate attacks on everyone around them, a state that may persist for several days. Repeated use could potentially plunge an individual into a prolonged state of madness. It is said that a year ago, Shaoran utilized the 11th reagent during a raid, resulting in the demise of all personnel present, with Shaoran subsequently vanishing without a trace. It was only days after the operation concluded that Shaoran stumbled back to the refuge, battered and on the brink of death. Should Shaoran truly use the 11th reagent, there is a possibility of successfully navigating the infiltration route while retaining some semblance of reason. However, once madness sets in and indiscriminate attacks commence, Shaoran would inevitably meet a grim fate. Having pondered this, Shaoran showed no hesitation, producing a syringe and rolling up their sleeve, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Very well, do your best, Red Sister remarked, sensing the gravity of the situation. All right, you two. Enough with the sentimentality, Qing Feng interjected, stepping forward to pat Shaoran on the shoulder. Let me handle it. I have memorized the route. You've memorized the route? Shaoran inquired, slightly taken aback as they noted Qing Feng's intense focus on the device's map. It seemed that Qing Feng was not hesitating but rather preparing diligently. You've only recently joined the Survivor Alliance. We don't want to pressure you. Rest assured, I will complete the mission 100, Ching Feng replied, removing their security uniform and even tossing the device cracker to Xiaoran. We won't need this. What? Both Xiaoran and Red Sister exclaimed in confusion. Haven't you noticed? The robot that triggers the ADD alarm has vanished. Red Sister and Xiaoran gasped in astonishment. After checking the cooling pool hall, they confirmed that the robot, which was supposed to trigger alarms along the infiltration route, had indeed disappeared. Time's up. I'll be back soon, Ching Feng said. Already dismantling the metal grill before vanishing in an instant. 20 seconds had been allocated, 10 for infiltration and 10 for retreat, though 10 seconds may seem brief. It was ample time for Ching Feng to navigate past patrolling security robots, leap over numerous beams, and, just before the sentry gun's detection, sprint several meters into a blind spot. Ultimately, they swiftly replaced a small server held by a maintenance robot while evading the line of sight of both the maintenance and patrol robots. Xiaoran and Red Sister were so tense they could hardly breathe, holding their breath until Ching Feng had safely retreated back into the ventilation duct. Phew, all done. Ching Feng flashed a victory sign, allowing Xiaoran and Red Sister to finally exhale. What a freak. Xiaoran's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to find any other words to describe the man before him. Meanwhile, Red Sister had already begun her next move, her cybernetic eye flashing rapidly. Within the Festa facility, everyone had reached their limits. Team 1 had successfully joined Team 2, but the robotic onslaught was relentless, ammunition dwindling, and both teams found themselves embroiled in brutal melee combat. Humans, being flesh, and machines, being iron, meant that aside from a select few like Old Emo, most members were at a disadvantage, and casualties began to mount swiftly. One unfortunate soul was knocked to the ground by a bipedal robot, only to be assaulted by a swift robot that brandished its blade towards his throat. Despite his desperate attempts to hold back the robot's iron arm with both hands, he could visibly feel himself losing the struggle. A gunshot rang out, a high-caliber sniper bullet shattering the swift robot's head and saving him. On the lookout tower, Jesse tirelessly sought targets to assist with sniper fire, witnessing one teammate after another fall into peril. Unable to provide aid, suddenly, Jesse heard the sound of climbing from below the tower, and as she raised her rifle to aim, her pupils constricted in shock. Several swift robots were climbing up the lookout tower. Inside Warehouse 3, the progress on the assault robot's hacking reached 99, but that last damned one refused to budge. The engineer controlling a bipedal robot smashed a swift robot. Yet more swift robots poured into the warehouse. Lunging at the bipedal robot, the engineer struggled to control the bipedal robot to fight back, but it sustained severe damage under the onslaught and began to lose mobility. To make matters worse, the engineer's frantic movements accidentally knocked over a component, revealing his position, prompting a swift robot to charge at him from the shadows. The warehouse can't hold. The engineer cried out in despair as the swift robot approached. Hold on, just a little longer, Old Emo shouted, raising his fist to crush a bipedal robot's head before charging toward the warehouse. Around him, countless teammates were falling, succumbing to the swift robot's blade strikes, the bipedal robot's smashing skulls, bullets piercing chests and necks, and even some being trampled to death. Yet Old Emo could not afford to hesitate. He dashed toward Warehouse 3, the last glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a bipedal robot barreled out from the side, knocking Old Emo to the ground. As he struggled to rise, two swift robots pounced on him, gripping his legs and preventing him from standing. On the lookout tower, Jesse shot down several swift robots, but more continued to ascend. She discarded her sniper rifle and quietly withdrew a grenade from her pocket. Two swift robots had already reached the lookout tower, their cameras fixed on Jesse. She raised the grenade towards one of the robots, a slight smile forming on her lips. With a clang, the grenade failed to detonate. In the midst of Jesse's astonishment, one robot suddenly punched the other. Chapter 098. The mechanical melee Xiaoran and Ching Feng had successfully exited the data center, the path to their escape proving rather smooth. They first navigated through the ventilation ducts back to the cleaning area, then retraced their steps toward the submarine. Along the way, they encountered the bald man in the white lab coat once more. He offered assistance, requesting they help transport a batch of equipment to the submarine, seemingly fearful they might lose their way, a true sixth man. After completing the transport, Xiaoran and Ching Feng returned to the pressurized exit chamber. Initially, the two incapacitated security guards still lay on the floor. Ching Feng kindly redressed them in their uniforms before rousing them from their slumber. Hey, you two, listen up. Today, we will annihilate your Festa, Ching Feng declared, leaving them with those words before delivering 2 more punches to send them back to sleep. They then successfully exited the submarine through the pressurized chamber, resurfacing. Inside the face-to-facilities van, Mulan was drenched in sweat. As some robots suddenly lost control and turned against their own, Mulan had no choice but to command the remaining functional robots to counter the rogue machines. "Ryan, did you see that? What on earth is happening?" Mulan inquired, attempting to regain control of the malfunctioning robots, but was met with a message indicating insufficient permissions. "I've seen it. I've already had the tech department investigate, but we haven't identified the root cause yet." "Could it be a hack?" Ryan speculated. "Initially, it seems to be an issue with the robot's permission management, but curiously, there's no sign of a system breach. The commands these robots are executing appear to originate from the company's back-end system." Ryan, too, felt uncertainty creeping in. "Just try to stabilize the situation. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." "All right, I'll do my best." Mulan rubbed her temples, gritting her teeth as she continued to control the robot cluster, her cybernetic eye flashing rapidly. Within the information center of the Survivor Refuge, members of the information department finally felt a sense of involvement. From the beginning of the operation until now, these top-tier hackers had largely been observers, powerless to assist their comrades on the front lines as they suffered countless casualties. Now, each member could at least control 2 or 3 robots to join the fray. The face-to-systems defenses were exceptionally robust, both physically and digitally, yet the installation of an old server in the face-to-data center had bypassed all restrictions. It was akin to a fortress, impenetrable with thick walls and numerous iron gates. Heavily armed outside, yet now an outsider was amidst the gold within. Red Sister easily gained access to a wealth of high-level system permissions and modified the operational directives of several robots within the face-to facility, allowing her to exert direct control over them. Unfortunately, she could not obtain permissions for all robots. The data center was not singular, a fact she had anticipated. This was partly to consider disaster recovery. If one data center encountered issues, the system must remain operational. Additionally, given the massive number of devices, a single data center's processing capabilities were limited. Lastly, to mitigate risk, the core control permissions of each intelligent device were assigned to a specific data center, preventing widespread malfunction should any one center fail. Thus, the data centers of Festa are scattered across various locations, including multiple centers in the shallow bay. Currently, there are several data centers within the park coordinating the robots. It must be said that Festa's meticulous considerations regarding system disaster recovery and risk avoidance are exceptionally thorough. Consequently, Hongjie can only control a portion of the robots on site, approximately 30%, which is already sufficient to incite chaos, as it is virtually impossible to distinguish which robots have turned against them. As a result, Festa's robotic army has plunged into disarray. In fact, the members of the Survivor Information Center were initially unable to discern friend from foe, but they benefited from the guidance of seasoned professionals on the ground. Xiaoran and Qingfeng navigated towards the Festa Park on a speedboat, remaining occupied during their journey. Hongjie thoughtfully prepared remote control devices and 2 helmets for them, identical to those used in her laboratory for controlling robots. Each of them took control of a walking tank through their helmets, and for them, there was no issue of identifying enemies. Qingfeng even devised a strategy. First, locate a robot attacking or intending to attack human teammates. Then feign assistance before striking discreetly, and finally, nonchalantly walk away, repeating this process as necessary. This strategy was broadcasted as a guideline to all members controlling robots. Mulan was overwhelmed, feeling as though her CPU was about to overheat. Her mind was truly on the verge of combustion. Meanwhile, the team on site finally had a moment to breathe, yet many had already fallen, and the remaining members bore severe injuries, with ammunition depleted, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. What is the situation with these robots? Lao Mo gathered the remaining team members to temporarily find a concealed position, with only a dozen remaining, including Shishing, Gao Xiang, and the awakened Mei. We have successfully hacked into the data center. I can now control some of the robots, Hongjie replied. Good. What is the progress of the decryption? Lao Mo inquired. The engineer did not respond. Within warehouse number 3, the engineer had perished at the hands of the Yuyan robots. Fortunately, among the few Yuyan robots that entered warehouse number 3, Hongjie had gained control of 2, which were currently engaged in a brawl with one another, not disrupting the progress of the decryption. The progress remained stuck at 99, and the engineer had fallen. Hongjie replied helplessly, noting that the headquarters was also uncertain whether there was an issue with the decryption program. Damn it! Lao Mo exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground. He was also battered and bruised, yet when he looked around at his teammates, despite their injuries, each pair of eyes burned with defiance. Defiance was inevitable. After exerting such effort and paying such a price to reach this point, they now found themselves stalled at this absurd decryption progress. However, if they continued to wait, they risked total annihilation. Mo go. I see more Festa reinforcements arriving, Jesse suddenly exclaimed. Amid the chaos of the robotic melee, Jesse had repositioned to a higher vantage point, using a sniper scope to survey the surroundings from a distance. She could see a large number of vehicles approaching on the road outside the park. Chapter 099, Progress 100. Dozens of troop carriers and armored vehicles entered the Festa Park in formation. And countless armed robots along with armed police quickly surrounded warehouse number 3. A tall, scar-faced man with a buzz cut jumped down from an armored vehicle, discarding the cigar in his hand. Are you the security personnel of Festa? The man asked, glancing at the woman with disdain. Yes, I'm. Mulan hesitated, having just learned that her two colleagues from the security center had perished, but the scar-faced man did not allow her the opportunity to explain further. You can leave. We are in charge here now. The scar-faced man interrupted Mulan, grabbing the walkie-talkie hanging beside the armored vehicle. Prepare the firepower, he shouted into the walkie-talkie, and soon all personnel surrounding Warehouse No. 3 raised their weapons, with the cannons on the armored vehicles also aiming at the warehouse. Inside Warehouse number 3, the remaining members of the Survivor Alliance were gathered around the assault robots. A shadow loomed over every face, defiance, regret, or perhaps anger and exhaustion. They had nowhere to escape. The decryption progress of the assault robots remained at 99, a tragically ironic and absurd figure. Had the progress been stagnant from the beginning? Lao Mo might have already decided to retreat. Hongjie transmitted the images from around the warehouse to Lao Mo's portable device. Although she now had access to extensive surveillance within the park and could clearly observe the enemy situation outside, it was all of little use. The disparity in forces was too great, leaving them no chance of victory. It was likely that with a single command, the entire Warehouse number 3 could be obliterated. The original plan was to draw the government's armed forces through the actions of Ding Village and Alpha, but now the operation had far exceeded the time frame, and even the government, no matter how slow or clumsy, had already reacted. Commander, there are important machines and equipment in the warehouse. Directly attacking it would also damage the equipment. Mulan quickly stepped forward to explain to the scar-faced man. The assault robots are crucial products developed by the company, each worth a significant amount. Madam, the scar-faced man mocked. The order I received is to eliminate the terrorists. As for the equipment, I couldn't care less. But inside the warehouse I will repeat myself. The scar-faced man cut Mulan off. We are in charge here now. If you have time, go clean up your mess at the city center gym. Do not obstruct us from executing our mission. Confirm weapons. The scar-faced man ignored Mulan once more, shouting into the walkie-talkie to begin confirming firepower. Mulan, forget about them. You need to retreat quickly. Ryan's voice came through Mulan's earpiece, but Mulan wanted to inform the officer before her that besides the robots, there were also large quantities of ammunition in the warehouse, including grenades and explosives. If a battle broke out now, the surrounding encirclement might be insufficient, and the armed police soldiers nearby would likely be caught in the explosion. Don't argue. Those government troops are stubborn. Retreat quickly, or you might get caught in the crossfire. All right. With that, Mulan had nothing more to say and turned to jog away. The scar-faced man watched Mulan leave with a smug expression before pulling out a cigar from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag before picking up the walkie-talkie again. On my command, count down 3 numbers, and fire together. Point 3. Boom. A tremendous explosion suddenly erupted, startling the scar-faced man and causing him to drop his cigar. Damn it, which bastard fired? I said to count down 3 numbers. The scar-faced man fumed. Commander, it's enemy fire, a subordinate shouted in panic. What? The scar-faced man finally realized that warehouse number 3 stood unscathed, but a fierce fire erupted on his side of the position, with an armored vehicle blown to bits. Damn it, retaliate. The scar-faced man roared into the walkie-talkie, but it was too late. The decryption progress of the assault robots had quietly reached 100. Dozens of grenades shot out from the top of Warehouse No. 3, tracing elegant parabolic arcs in the air before accurately landing on the encircling armored vehicles. Die, die, die. The scar-faced man stared wide-eyed at the grenades plummeting toward him. It was too late to run. The grenades lacked guidance, but the armored vehicle is there a tail behind the red? No. Inside the information center of the shelter, Hongjie's prosthetic eye flickered, yet her expression was evidently much more relaxed. She brought up several surveillance feeds, confirming that no one was following. Excellent. Continue the retreat. At the Shallow Bay Sports Center, Lu Yuan and Xiao Mei had just exited the gymnasium, surrounded by a throng of people.